My dad was pretty laid back about laying down the law with us. Not really the authoritarian type. With one exception. Wear a condom? Say guessed. Campfire rules, I corrected. Leave it better than how you found it. Despite myself, I laughed. Real stickler for it, too. Allison would bitch about how we always ended up cleaning up other people's trash. Other campers who hadn't followed the code. And my dad would say, "Remind me what the definition of better is, son." And Allison would just grumble and go back to filling his bag. Anyway, it stuck with me, even after he was gone and we really didn't have time to go camping anymore. Don't tell me you were one of those weirdos walking around a park with a bag and an extension grabber. Nah, I wasn't compulsive or anything, just every once in a while. If I was somewhere scenic, like a park, Say wiggled an eyebrow. Like a park, I sighed, and there was litter or something that wasn't completely out of my way, I'd pick it up and toss it. I've never really thought of people that way. When I met you all, though, I got the same feeling. As a group, you had this bond, this feeling of closeness and camaraderie that was just foreign to me. Freaked me out a little. Both because it was foreign and I didn't want to somehow mess it up. Please. Like you said, I break things. And there was so much potential. I was still up my own ass about compartmentalizing, doing it all on my own, so the plan was always to leave eventually. Help Nick clean up the trouble he was in, and move on to whatever was next. Campfire rules, Say said, exactly. I said, reaching down to tuck a straight tuft of hair behind my sister's ear. But things didn't go as planned, on multiple levels. Maybe it's not possible anymore, but I guess in some ways I'm still stuck there, trying to make sure everyone lands okay before my luck runs out and someone punches my ticket, or I end up crossing lines that can't be uncrossed and you need to walk away. Say raised her fist and I tensed, waiting for the hit. Instead, she bumped it against my shoulder, gently. For the record, asshole, if you died, my life would be considerably worse. So if you're stupid enough to go get yourself killed, take that into the afterlife. Ah, existential emotional blackmail, the rarest variation. Could have just skipped all that and said, because we're friends. How's the matter with you? The words were all bark and no bite, and after a moment, Say laid her head on my shoulder. Maybe you somehow missed this, or need to be reminded, so let me make it clear. You've gone to bat for me more than any friend ever has. I've seen you do some really, really dark shit, and I'm still here. We're ride or die, helpline. Nothing's gonna make me walk away. She cracked an eye and looked up at me. And of course we give your sister the potion, head-ass. Even if you had both right now, I'm not sure I'd take mine. Why? Because we're days away from a potential apocalyptic throwdown, and I don't want to go into that wobbling around trying to get comfortable in my own, much more cozy but much less resilient skin. That was pretty well reasoned, now that I thought about it. More to the point, something she'd briefly touched on gave me an idea. Do you want to? Wobble around? Give my sister the potion. The eye cracked again. For real? I shrugged. In a way, you kind of already are. Don't see any reason it can't be literal. If you've got somewhere to be in the morning, you can wake her up now. Pretty sure she'll understand. Morning's good. Close to morning as we manage, anyway. Say readjusted, getting comfortable. Tinnitus is a bitch. Put some music on? Sure. I picked up the remote. Only half it was already in the CD player. What's a CD? Ignoring that. Your options are oldies, other oldies, and the secret third option. If you say oldies again, I'll punch you. So, one note. I rolled my eyes. Just like your music collection. Pick whatever, I don't care. The guitar intro to California Dreamin' began to trickle from the speakers as I set the remote down. As much as it was clearly platonic, this was more physical contact than I was used to. Yet it wasn't all bad. Somehow it felt comfortable, warm, being surrounded by people I cared about, accompanied by a feeling I couldn't quite recognize. The TV idle screen read 5:19, the last vestiges of consciousness unspooling before I realized what it was. Peace. So complete and all-encompassing, The jaded eye's voice was little more than a distant echo in my mind. What happened the last time you felt safe? Chapter 289. A whirring grind stirred me to consciousness. Bright, oversaturated light binding me and rendering my greater surroundings indecipherable. Composite plastic scratched paint as the electric outlet's faceplate dropped from where it was previously mounted, screw coming loose and nestling somewhere deep in the plush carpet. "Who's still doing construction?" a small voice moaned from beneath a pile of blankets in the nearby bed. That was as far as I got before realizing that the answer was probably me. There was a drill in my hand, and below the bedside end table was another dismantled outlet, components arranged next to it as if someone had planned to put it back together, only to get distracted halfway through. Don't worry about it. "Is this what a hangover feels like?" Kinsley asked, her small, muffled voice ragged and uncomfortable. "Probably." "People sign up for this?" she croaked. "I think it's the before part they're after." "I don't even remember the before part." "You didn't miss much. I'll close the curtains. Just try to sleep it off." "Okay." There was a grunt as Kinsley rolled over and wedged herself further into the covers, breath regulating, and becoming a quiet snore. On some level, I had to agree. Beyond the cooking oil mishap, I'd barely drank. And between the pounding in my head and the warped fishbowl perspective, the punishment didn't feel at all proportional to the crime. Something clattered in the kitchen, unsettling me more than it should have. For better and worse, mainly worse, I remembered the previous night's proceedings with stark clarity, all the way through to crashing out on the couch. Objectively, I knew there were other people there. Kinsley, of course, and Nick and Say were probably still around, but knowing did nothing for the thick knot of anxiety lodged in my chest. Just gonna confirm. I pushed the cracked door open with my foot, and the intense ambient light magnified, washing everything out. "Heads up, here he comes again." I made out Say's silhouette, still lounging on the couch we'd fallen asleep on. Further back there was a clatter as a blurry outline of Nick dropped what he was doing, picked up a metallic object and pointed it at me. "No toaster," Nick said, jabbing the spatula, maybe, toward me. From the combined gesture and tone I got, it was a warning, but the meaning was almost impossible to parse. Behind him, my toaster was an unfocused blob of silver on the counter. Okay. Didn't have any plans for it, but sure. "And are you seriously wearing an apron?" I asked. He was. A pink, lacy apron that read, "Kiss the Chef" in red print across the front, embroidered with a heart. Thankfully, fully clothed beneath. Besides Charlotte, who kept putting the brownies away like they were nothing all night, Nick had partaken the most, and was seemingly affected so little by the aftermath that he'd gotten up before everyone else and started cooking breakfast. "Don't have any plans," he says. Nick stabbed the spatula at me, like he hasn't been stalking it like Bizarro Bob the Builder. "Matt, you with us? Like actually lucid?" Say observed, slouched low on the couch where the backing shielded her from the late morning light. "Guess I was sleepwalking?" I asked, trying to catch up. They both nodded, and Nick went back to his cooking, hovering over it. Mumbled for us to fuck off when we tried to get your attention. "Look around," Say said. Once more I tried to wipe the sleep from my eyes. It worked better this time, and though my perspective was still warped, I could make out far more detail. Every electrical outlet had suffered the same fate as the ones in the guest room. From the TV stand to the bookshelves, everything with a door or latch had been opened, interior contents either removed or rearranged in a hurry. 3 metal vent covers had been hastily stacked on the coffee table, beside 5 smoke detectors that were gutted, stripped down to their internal circuitry, 9-volt batteries arranged next to them. "The hell?" I asked no one in particular. "There's a couple working theories," Nick announced, skillet sizzling as he chased what smelled like eggs around with the spatula. "Either your subconscious and impaired mind went into loot goblin mode and started taking this place apart the same way we handle a dungeon if we're being thorough. Or you were looking for bugs," Say provided dryly. The latter made far more sense, given the feeling I'd had from the moment I'd woken, and the areas I'd apparently focused on. On some level I understood, because as I'd been replaying it in my mind, it was obvious that I had fucked up. From the unfortunate surprise to the invitation from Miles, I'd mostly just been playing the cards that were dealt, But accepting that invitation, and subsequently leaving Julian and Charlotte unattended, created a blind spot that was entirely through human error. Should have asked them to leave earlier, idiot. Jaded Eye's voice sounded even more edgy than usual, as if somehow sentient and unhappy with its earlier suppression. I wondered grumpily if this was the voice of some sort of interaction between the party favors, my title and vindictive. There were aspects of that theory that didn't track, of course, but it was at least a partial explanation for the lapse in time, which was better than none. Obviously, we were all kind of blasted, but Say interrupted impatiently. Either Nick or I had eyes on the court people most of the evening, almost the whole time. Charlotte took a couple breaks from working on me to use the bathroom, but not often. The toilet flushed both times. Hands were damp when she came back. Jules was just vibing all night, Nick agreed, portioning the scrambled eggs and bacon onto plates and serving up coffee. Followed me around after you ditched us for the clandestine rendezvous. Kept that up until they called it. I asked this earlier, I realized. In a drier, more zombie-ish fashion, yeah. Side note, what did Miles want? Say asked, peering over the blanket. Anything we need to worry about? Other than asking perfunctory permission to marry my mother? Nothing, really. I think we're clear. There was an internal prodding from Jaded Eye, almost passive-aggressively drawing attention to the fact that I was missing something without spelling out what it was. It took a full second to put my finger on it. What about Tara? Say scoffed and pulled the blanket overhead, emerging moments later when Nick brought over the food. You mean your girlfriend, who did nothing but help things go smoothly and talk you up all night? Your fake girlfriend, that one? Nick scowled at me, clearly annoyed, shoving a plate at me before he settled down and began to eat. What crawled up his ass? I asked Say. Halfway through the night he decided the chemistry between you both was too real to be fake. Went full degenerate shipper until I crushed his head cannon, and he's been low-key tilted ever since, Say complained, forking the first bite of fluffy yellow into her mouth, wincing preemptively. She glanced over at Nick. What is this? Eggs? Nick answered, mouth completely full. Yeah, but it isn't terrible, Say said, staring down at the plate in disbelief. It's actually kind of good. I took a few experimental bites. Between the salt, pepper, and something I couldn't quite put my finger on, it was perfectly seasoned. Say's not wrong. Since when did you learn to cook anything that wasn't a blackened husk? Not gonna misdirect me, toaster assassin. Been dodging your shambling ass all morning, waiting for confirmation. Is the fake girlfriend actually fake, or is there a little something happening there? Nick made a vague circular motion with his fork and stared at me with a determination that communicated he had no intention of letting this go. It's weird, I admitted, annoyed with how Nick seemed to hang off every word. Uh-huh, Nick said, leaning forward. First of all, she's an employee. It wouldn't be appropriate. Totally right. Say nodded along sarcastically. No one in the history of humanity has ever crossed the ethical lines of dating their boss. Technically, Kinsley's her boss. And whose side are you on? I glared at her. Mine, obviously. I thought about it. There was a lot I couldn't say, partially because they were details my sober mind didn't care to share, partially because some of my observations were too personal, and subsequently cruel to give voice to, because all three of us had known someone who smiled the same way Tara did, someone who was kind, clever, and had an eye for detail, someone who could walk into a room and capture the hearts of everyone in it effortlessly, just by being who she was. Someone who is gone. But, Nick prompted, stapling his fingers, I've never seriously entertained the idea of, sharing my life with someone. Part of that is an issue of domain. Isolation is how I recharge, recoup. If I don't get that time, little things that should be minor irritations become bigger problems. And after there are too many problems, I end up lashing out. So the idea of someone constantly being there, sharing that space, has never appealed to me. And yet? Nick raised his eyebrows. Tara doesn't bother me. Like, at all. There's definitely friction. We're too different for there not to be. But somehow it's not tiresome the same way it is with other people. So far, our points of conflict are productive. Beyond that, she's scary smart. Somehow, genuinely seems to like me despite my quirks, and is one of the most proactive people I've ever met. Which has all led to the realization that... If Nick leaned forward any further, he was going to fall off the couch. In some alternative universe where we actually have a chance to retire and step away from all this, I guess I could see myself settling down with someone like her as a partner. Nick leapt to his feet, contents of his still-held plate shifting erratically as he cocked his free arm, ready to pump it. "Hold on. That's an intentionally broad term, dumbass." Say raised her voice, interjecting just shy of a full-blown preemptive celebration from Nick. She gave me a withering look. "For fuck's sake, stop edging him before he makes a mess." "A partner purely in the non-romantic tackling life together sense," I admitted, suppressing a laugh as Nick collapsed back onto the couch, crumpled and defeated. "But she's so hot, bro," Nick protested hoarsely. "Such is life," I shrugged. Maybe now we could finally stop talking about it. "No one's stopping you from dating Tara," Say observed, growing cranky from Nick's antics. Nick twisted in his seat to face Say, actively horrified. "Never. I'd never date my friend's fake girlfriend. What if she was his ex? Fake ex? Whatever." "Because you're fucking Matt?" "What?" Weird segue. And no, because friends don't do that to friends. "So," Say nodded along, tapping her lower lip with a finger, "you're saying it's possible to have a meaningful relationship and genuine connection with a person you have no intention of banging." Nick pinched the bridge of his nose. "Ease up, Socrates. Just seems like a waste is all." "To you, maybe. But just because you're wired to need both doesn't mean everyone else does. Let him be who he is." "You're right. Just want my boy to be happy." "Same." Say squinted at me. "However it lands, even if it's messy, don't write the concept off. Every failed relationship helps clarify what you're looking for in the future." "Thanks," I said, realizing after a moment that I truly meant it. It was an odd topic, trivial in the greater scope of everything happening around us, but the acceptance felt gratifying somehow. But we should probably refocus on surviving the next few weeks. Other than Iris, what do we have on the docket today? "Tower's out." Nick shook his head, started blowing up both Aaron and Tyler's messages first thing this morning and got a firm negative. Aaron's game, but Tyler thinks people are still too shaken by what happened yesterday and more likely to make mistakes. Pushed, but he wouldn't budge. Probably the right call. But at the rate we're going, I'm not sure we'll make it, I muttered. "Yeah, planning to go in swinging as soon as we have the go-ahead, but might need to consult with Haster. Start talking about Plan B." Nick's brow furrowed. "What's, happening with Iris today?" The pillow Say chucked at me like a throwing axe sailed harmlessly by my head. "Seriously? Felt wrong to tell him until I talked to your grumpy ass. Really gonna give me shit for that?" I asked defensively, catching the second pillow thrown in response and tossing it back. It caught the air unnaturally, swooping up at the last second and clipping her chin. "Bitch, I just got this face," Say snapped back, real fear flashing for a second before she covered it. "Who brings user powers to a pillow fight?" I hadn't. Had I? Subconsciously, I glanced down at the bound ring on my finger. The devil's share significantly reduced both the stamina costs and spin-up time of my ordinator abilities, at the cost of giving me a permanent mental hair trigger. There'd only been one slip-up since I'd equipped it early on, and ever since it had more or less worked flawlessly, but... "Guys, hello?" Nick looked between us blankly, still waiting for an answer. Say groaned in annoyance, then started to convey what the potion did and our plans for it. She'd only made it about halfway through before Nick suddenly bolted upright, his eyes wide. He hustled toward the door, stripping the apron off, tossing it aside and pulling on his shoes. He addressed us both over his shoulder, almost as an afterthought. "Text where you're going and don't start without me." "Nick! The first thing this little girl hears cannot be your guitar store rendition of Smoke on the Water. Nick!" She sat up straighter and barked after him. The blanket covering her lap sliding off and unsettling my sister, who blinked awake and immediately began wiping sleep out of her eyes. But Nick was already gone, the vibration of heavy footsteps growing more distant as he jogged down the hallway. "Might compromise with Stairway to Heaven if it comes to that," I offered, more than a little amused with how protective Say had grown of my sister. Nick being this enthusiastic was a given, considering how long they'd known each other. He'd watched her endure a lot of hardships. But this was new for Say. "That's not better," Say argued. "It's a little better." "What's wrong? Why are people yelling?" Iris signed, still blinking the sleep out of her eyes. Though still tired and beleaguered, she somehow seemed less troubled than before. I chose to take it as a positive sign. Maybe something good had come out of the party after all. "Everything's fine," I spoke aloud as I signed, mainly for Say's benefit. "There's breakfast. And after you grab a bite, we're going on a little field trip."
To where?
Iris asked. "You'll see." Chapter 290. While technically the same park Iris and I visited during the necromancer attack, the winding cement path circled a large enough area that both the hospital and tainted playground were entirely out of sight. In truth, I wasn't sure how else to do this. There were no books to reference, no studies or data to consult, forcing me to make do with forethought and common sense. The car slowed to a halt, not Prius's tires, perfectly aligned with the fading white lines of one of the south parking lot's countless open spaces, and Say immediately hopped out, fishing a still groggy Kinsley out of the trunk in a flurry of bickering and excitement. In the back seat, Iris didn't move, eyes glued to the window. I undid my belt and twisted in the driver's seat, tapping gently on her shoulder to get my sister's attention. She started, wide-eyed, panic hidden as quickly as it appeared. But Iris's curls always bounced with the slightest motion, and she couldn't quite hide the shaking. "Talk to me," I prompted.
Haven't been outside in a while.
"And?"
It scares me. In a way it always did, but it's different now.
I waited, giving myself a moment to parse. Iris hated complaining almost as much as she disliked keeping other people waiting, to the point it drove her crazy every time Ellison went on one of his stonewalling crusades. For her to be doing both? My sister wasn't just afraid. She was terrified. "Well, I had a reason for taking us out here, but if it's too much, we can go home."
Everyone's already here,
Iris protested, scowling at the suggestion. I snorted, like I care. "I'll go out there right now, tell them I'm too hungover and that we need to save this for another day."
Then they'll be mad at you.
Iris shook her head, but her seatbelt was still locked firmly in place. "They won't. Even if they were, your well-being is more important. What do I always say?"
If I want to take care of other people, I have to take care of myself first.
Iris's gesture was so practiced it was almost dance-like, with a trace of mockery. That applies to mental health as much as it does anything else, maybe more. If you're truly uncomfortable with something, and I'm talking about the visceral sort of discomfort where pushing through feels like breaching a physical barrier, you owe it to yourself to stop, evaluate how you're feeling and why, and if necessary, walk away. No matter who's present or what promises you've made. The sentiment felt hypocritical even as I signed it, because as much as I believed it to be true, I rarely upheld it myself. It hadn't always been that way. For most of my teenage years, you could have put me in the Hall of Fame of removing myself from a bad situation before it went radioactive. At some point over the last few months, I'd lost that. These days, I was more likely to run into a burning building than get clear of the smoke. In some ways, it was an improvement. In general, you tended to make a much better lasting impression on people when you stuck with them through the hard shit, and realistically, before I was probably too quick to drop everything. That didn't change the fact that eventually, I was going to get burned.
No, I'm going.
Iris unbuckled her seatbelt and murmured aloud.
Just wish my stupid brain wasn't so afraid.
I tapped my fingers on the dull gray pleather of the steering wheel before raising them to sign. "And if I told you me and Say, are about to give you a new tool that would help you better manage that fear?"
Like a user ability?
Iris signed curiously, her seatbelt still winding back into the sidewall. "Something like that?" In retrospect, it was better to not blindside her with this, not in front of other people. There'd be more pressure once we were out of the car, a greater onus to just do what the crowd expected, and less focus on what she actually wanted. I opened my inventory and scrolled to the potion, then sent her the description, observing her reaction in the rear view. Her small face cycled through several emotions in quick succession: puzzlement at the large block of dense system text, excitement for the benefits it could offer her class, then a slow, dawning realization as she put the pieces together. Silent tears welled up, spilling down her cheeks, and she made a noise that was half cry, half laugh. I awkwardly crawled over the console and into the back seat to put my arm around her, surprised as she pushed her face into my chest fiercely. "Happy tears?" I asked, wanting to be sure. Iris nodded frantically. "And you know it's just because we want you to be safe, not for any other reason." My sister nodded again, then stopped, using what seemed like a monumental effort to temper her overflowing excitement.
It seems really powerful, the sort of thing that could help out a lot of people who probably need it more than me.
Her hands wavered, trembling toward the end. It's not that simple, I said. And when she looked to me, not understanding, I continued. In truth, if it were up to me, it'd go to you no matter what, even if you were still just a civilian. Right or wrong, that's my bias. It's true that countless people were severely injured or maimed during the last transposition, sustaining the sort of harm that healers can't fix. And even ignoring the unfortunate, there's plenty of power users on our side who could use the benefits to push the balance of power further in our favor. If there were hundreds, I imagine there'd be a lot more discussion about who to distribute them to, but there's not hundreds. I shrugged, switching tact. Do you know what people call you?
The overbearing deaf girl?
Iris tried, a fragment of genuine insecurity behind the half-joke. Maybe a few felt that way when you first started and the construction crews still had a stick up their ass, but when they started seeing the results, those people got quiet real fast. They call you the architect. But they talk about you like you're a traveling genie, roaming around granting wishes. I gave her a pointed look. And it's not just people in our region who feel that way, is it? Iris squirmed in her seat, the picture of guilt.
Professor Gideon says I'm at the stage of development where I should take on as much practical, hands-on work as I can, even if it's not lucrative. There's only so much to do around here, and
people get your contact info through word of mouth and reach out for help. And you don't like turning them down. I finished knowingly. Beyond being Iris's employer, Kinsley and Iris were close friends, a rarity for them both. Given that, Kinsley rarely breached trust and reported what Iris confided in her, notable exception being any time Iris left the region with an armed escort. There'd been more than a dozen such trips in the last few weeks, covering everything from fixing a busted sewage line to recreating the framework, foundation, and blueprints for several hospitals identical to the one in our regions. I nearly stopped her the first time, and monitored from a distance every time she was in a region we didn't have an established relationship with, in case the request was bait for something more malevolent. But in reality, that had been mostly unnecessary. Because Iris didn't charge for her work. She'd graciously accept gifts, and occasionally payment if the region was wealthy and Kinsley negotiated for her. But for the most part she provided her services free of charge, taking the experience as compensation. As much as I wanted to disprove, it was a mix of altruism and practicality that made sense. In a way, it was almost safer, as along with the goodwill, there was no reason to abduct and force someone to do something they were already willing to do for free.
I know it's stupid,
Iris mumbled aloud. There was a time in our lives I might have agreed. I nodded, frowning. If you reach mastery levels and never start charging for your hard work, or take on projects that potentially give other regions a tactical advantage over us, I reserve the right to give you shit for it. I probably will. But our circumstances have changed. Monsters and system bullshit aside, we're not living hand-to-mouth anymore. We started the most lucrative guild in the city, have the added security of the Adventurers Guild at our beck and call. As bad as things might seem from time to time, we're in a better place now than we ever were. Our basic needs are met, which means you have more freedom to be who you want to be, rather than who you have to be.
You don't disapprove?
Iris blinked. Don't get me wrong, it's probably smart to backburner any new requests for the moment until we get a better idea of who attacked us, just for your own safety. But after that, I ran a hand through my hair.
Do you like helping people?
Iris hesitated, then nodded agreement.
I don't want to sound ungrateful. You took really good care of us. Sometimes when things were bad, I tried to imagine how much worse it would be if it was just me and Mom and Ellison, and that helped. But there were so many problems, and even though you always found a way for us to scrape by, it wore you down. Ellison, too. So many times I wished, prayed someone amazing would just swoop in and take care of the big things so we'd finally have a break, but that never happened. Because for us, that person didn't exist. For the longest time, that made me angry. At some point after I got my powers, I realized that in some small, specific way, I could be that person, for people who need it just as badly as we did. She finished, looking equal parts embarrassed and ashamed. And I like that. I exhaled a long breath. On some level, I'll never fully understand your perspective.
I've been mired in cost-benefit analysis for so long it's practically grafted to my DNA, part of who I am. Thing is, though my understanding doesn't matter, and more importantly, you don't have to be like me. It's better that you're not. That outlook is the exact reason you should take the potion. There are selfish reasons, sure, but in the long run, over the course of years, you'll do a lot more good than some power-leveled user. Iris nodded, absorbing that thoughtfully. So it's not just a gift. It's a responsibility. If thinking of it that way makes it easier to accept, sure. There was a squeal of tires as Nick peeled into the parking lot, hopping out the driver's side of his aunt's truck in a hurry, hefting a duffel bag over his shoulder and lugging a guitar case, toward where Kinsley and Say had already sat a blanket down on a soft-looking section of grass at the crest of a hill. He hollered something inaudible, jogging over to them in a half-sprint. "Why is he in such a hurry?" Iris asked, peering after Nick. "Because he's a well-meaning dork, and he doesn't want to miss the fun part." I rested a hand on the door handle. "Are you ready?" It's funny how unfounded fears can be. Caution, being slow to trust, and a small helping of paranoia can serve you well, but unproductive fear can summon imaginary mountains and feel unsurmountable, whether the source of that fear is irrationality, hate, or deceptively simple circumstances blown out of proportion. From the car to the small sanctum of the picnic blanket, to the second my sister drank the potion. I kept waiting for her to make the same connections as me and see it as a betrayal. Iris never did. She was all nerves, sure. Trouble staying still and shaking just as badly as she had been in the car. But the moment of damnation, where the excitement died and she drew into herself, never came. If anything, from the way Iris chugged the potion until she almost choked, pausing only when repeatedly reminded to slow down, she was even more excited than she'd let on. Kinsley leaned over the bizarre, out-of-place stick in her lap and wordlessly handed Iris a canteen of water, nodding encouragement as she took it, guzzling some down between ragged breaths. "Did it taste as bad as it smelled?" There was a long pause as Iris reluctantly lowered the canteen, looping the strap around her wrist so she could sign, "No, it was just kind of overpowering, weirdly sweet." "Like candy?" "Maple syrup, but like maple syrup that had been left on the shelf for too long." "Ew." Kinsley wrinkled her nose. "I've got snacks if you need something to wash it down." Next to me, Nick, still in the overlong process of tuning his hybrid acoustic-electric, leaned over and whispered to Say, "What's happening? What's she saying?" Say leaned away from him. "Well, as I'm not a merchant with a highly convenient universal translation feat, what I do know I've learned the hard way. None of it seems to be, hello, goodbye, I love you, a spelled-out name, or get fucked. So it's out of my vocabulary." Nick blinked. "Haven't learned much." Say made the slang sign for get fucked vehemently. "Memorizing the alphabet is like the first section of the massive ASL book they let me borrow, and you're supposed to internalize that first. That shit takes time." "Fair enough." "It hasn't kicked in yet," I summarized, still watching Iris carefully. She was swaying a bit, favoring one side. It could have been nothing, a leg muscle that fell asleep while she was sitting cross-legged earlier. But on the off chance it wasn't, and something went terribly wrong, I coordinated with Dr. Ansari, calling in a favor to ensure she was waiting with her equipment in a parking lot nearby. For perhaps the 5th time, I checked my messages to make sure she hadn't been pulled away. It wasn't that I doubted the potion. If anything, I was confident that this one at least would work, given the safe assumption that Hastur wanted me on the line for the second. Just like every other time, there was no further message from the doctor beyond her typically brief, "I've arrived." What was new was the message from Julian, which I might have overlooked if the first word in the message preview wasn't Tracka. Julian, "Tracka's down to meet today. Hope you're not too hungover, 'cause this guy is both booked and a little high-strung, so his availability in the future may be spotty. Matt, appreciate it. Yesterday was a bit of a shit show. We're generally more professional, so if it put you off, just know it's the exception to the norm." Julian, "Not at all, man. Far as I'm concerned, the taco mishap was Providence. You know how long it's been since I just kicked back and celebrated something? Charlie and I had a ball. The dogs like the digs? Unexpectedly, I realized I was smiling. Matt, not as much as they like my couch, but seems that way, yeah. At least one of them climbed the tree, so your vision has been realized. Julian sent back a fist pump emoji, which was odd because as far as I knew, it was the absolute first image I'd seen in system chat. And beyond a prompt that allowed the manifestation of an on-screen keyboard for those who preferred to physically type their messages, clunky at best, the rest of the text screen was pretty bare. "Pressure," Iris said, loudly. I snapped to attention, swiping my messages away so my vision was clear. My sister's hands were over her ears, her eyes wide as she swayed on her feet. "Is that supposed to happen?" Say coiled, her casual lounge immediately abandoned as she shifted to get her feet beneath her, ready to spring into action. "She looks like she's in a lot of pain," I finished mentally, crouching in front of Iris as Kinsley helped her sit down, waving in front of her eyes and holding up 10 fingers once she focused on my hand. 7, Iris whispered, eyes focusing and unfocusing on my fingers. "Where?" I mouthed clearly. She cringed. "Everywhere." Fuck, not good. My sister's bad habit of overlooking her own suffering included self-evaluation, so realistically, a 7 out of 10 on the pain scale was closer to a 9. It wasn't necessarily indicative of a serious problem, as most system-related transformations, including summoning or level-ups, hurt like a bitch. But that wasn't something I was willing to bet on. "Fucking Hester, we need to get her to the doctor now," Say hissed, fists clenching and unclenching. "Better not to move her until we understand what's happening." Nick dropped the guitar and stood. Like a switch had been flicked, his easygoing expression disappeared into the calm visage of a leader. "Matt, consensus?" "Calling now," I said aloud, even as I pulled up Ansari's contact. "Keep her comfortable. Don't let her stand because her balance is probably fucked. And whatever you do, don't panic and stress her out more." Say propped up Iris and Kinsley held her hand as Nick sprinted toward the parking lot, returning with the entire removable back seat of his truck and placing it down. Iris settled down on the bench, emitting a small whimper that flayed me to my core. "Breathe." I made the corresponding sign, speaking it aloud simultaneously. There was an audible pop, and Iris suddenly stilled, slumping on the truck bench, her expression blank. It spoke to the severity of the experience that she seemed to have forgotten we were there, stirring after a moment and signing. "It stopped." "You sure? There's so much text." Iris squinted, scanning the imperceptible scroll. Suddenly she froze, standing shakily to her feet even as Kinsley supported her arm, trembling growing more severe even as her head whipped around, her eyes frantic. "What is that?" I looked around, heart dropping as I spotted a familiar person in gray sweats milling beneath the shade of a tree around 10 yards out, partially obscured, doing a near-perfect job of appearing like he wasn't watching us. It wasn't a threat, but he wasn't supposed to be here, or anywhere near me, really. I reached out to Talia, directing her to drive him off. But on second look, Iris didn't seem to be staring at the man at all. She was still looking around wildly, reacting every time the summer breeze. A surge of emotion tore through me, nearly spilling over before I forced it down. "That's the wind, kiddo." The result was an overwhelming success, though there were aspects of it that were mixed. Iris seemed to mostly understand spoken speech, though I suspected that had more to do with her talent for lip-reading than true comprehension. Speaking aloud was harder, as processing the sound of her own voice seemed to trip her up more than when it was entirely absent. Though conversing was a bit stop and start, the experience Iris seemed to get the most kick out of was the sound of our voices. Kinsley was sassier than she'd expected, while Say was more alto than the soprano she'd conceptualized. I apparently lacked much of the intensity she'd assumed, and was far more aloof. Only Nick sounded exactly as Iris had imagined, something he took as a point of pride. "Wonder what Mom's voice sounds like," Iris signed hesitantly. I sighed. "Well, you'll have to wait for her to stop crying. That's why she's not here. Figured it would be less overwhelming without her losing it." I paused, remembering our tense discussion on the night of my birthday. Might be better to leave this little gathering out, so she doesn't feel excluded. Iris gave me a thumbs up, immediately getting it. "I'll just tell her you gave me the potion and had to go do Matt things." Kinsley snorted. "She'll definitely believe it." "Hey," I protested. "Almost got all of that.
But what was the thing you did with your nose just now?
What thing?
Kinsley asked, confused. This, Say said, cocking her head back and snorting in a near-perfect imitation of a pig. Kinsley blanched.
That's not what I sound like.
It's kind of similar, Iris signed, nodding to Say in appreciation. No fighting. I gave them both a weary look before signing for Iris. Kinsley snorted. A snort is like a fractional laugh, something you do when something is either a little funny or an outright laugh would be rude. It's not entirely dissimilar from the sound a pig makes, which is the connection Say is making and the reason Kinsley looks mildly horrified.
Oh, I mean, I know what it is. I've just never heard it before.
You don't sound like a pig. Iris immediately encouraged Kinsley, who only scowled at Say more intensely. I'm just gonna take time to gather the mental context, I added belatedly, leaving it at that. She looked up at me, daunted. There's gonna be a lot of things like that, isn't there? Remember, if you ever get overwhelmed and it starts to be too much, you have those. I pointed to the earmuffs around her neck. I will, Iris agreed easily, twiddling her fingers in idle hope. But I'd really like to hear another song. Can you ask Nick if he'd be willing to play another? Damned as I was, I translated the message for Nick, who seemed to melt at the request. Absolutely. Nick smiled widely and hefted the guitar, strap around his neck loosening as he strummed the strings, fiddling with the tuning for what felt like the millionth time. He spoke quietly, low enough that only I could hear, pointedly, not looking behind him. You already clocked that guy behind us? Yeah, I answered, angling my head so Iris couldn't read my response. Didn't want to look too long, but something about him is familiar. It's nothing. Talia's dealing with it. Yet he hasn't moved, Nick murmured, and she can be a scary bitch when she wants to. Sure there's not a problem? I risked a glance to confirm that Nick was right. He was, though I could make out a patch of bright fur through the bushes that covered them both. The man's body language hadn't changed. He still looked completely relaxed. But Nick was correct that he'd been rooted to that exact spot for far too long. After a moment, he even gave an awkward wave. Talia? There a reason he's still here? Her mental response lagged, taking a bit longer than it should have. There's a complication. It's contained. This is an important moment for your kin. Your focus should remain on her. Gonna step out for a second, I announced, checking in with Iris. That all right? It's okay, Iris confirmed, still overtaken by the possibility of another song. Nick suddenly spoke up, over-serious. The last few have been light fun, but I want to sing you the song of my people. Nick, please, 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 no Nickelback, Say groaned. Instead of responding, Nick plucked out the first few notes of Freebird. And as soon as I was certain Iris was transfixed on the performance, I slipped away, taking the long way around and slipping on the All-Father's mask, so she lost track of me. I tamped down on my growing annoyance, reminding myself to be as kind and level-headed as possible. When I circled around the brush, the truth of Talia's complication became clear. Talia and the man in gray sweats were conversing in low-pitched voices, but the real kicker was the third party. A man in glasses, a button-up, and a tie laid supine, the sweatsuit's foot pressing down on his neck. The blood and bruises were all fresh enough that the altercation had likely happened here. He'd been stripped of his wallet and other items in his pockets. A scan card that listed his name and identified him as one of Kinsley's researchers lined up beside them on the ground. Don't come any closer, Buzzcut said, watching me carefully. Identify yourself. I took the mask off and Buzzcut smiled widely, suspicion draining away. Thought so. Getting better at picking you out when you're wearing it, but it's still hard to tell sometimes. You organized his things. Not exactly, Buzzcut protested. Just laid them out in an orderly manner. Only once. Still making progress. Good. I stared down at the unconscious researcher. What the hell happened here, Initiate? Chapter 291. I watched, positioning myself to block the subdued man from the view of the busy street not far away, warring with internal impatience as Buzzcut very intentionally used the breathing technique I'd taught him. 3 short breaths in, 1 long breath out. As he relaxed, he lifted his foot, pressing down on the researcher's neck ever so slightly, suddenly more cognizant of the pressure he applied. "Well, I was out picking up groceries. Small goods merchant acquaintance was in the area, and since we're not supposed to use the online vendor unless it's an emergency, figured it was a good opportunity to stock back up before things go apeshit." Somehow I resisted the urge to tell him to get to the foot-on-neck part. "Good so far, go on." "Did my business, played it safe, and was in the middle of checking for tails before heading back when He smiled apologetically. "Felt the pull. Realized you were nearby, and I know you've told the others, that it's all right if they check up on you as long as they aren't seen and keep their distance. Generally, I'm better than that, not some needy child like some of the twits." "What have we said about judgment?" I asked him, keeping my tone soft and tranquil. Displeasure reared its head for just a moment as Buzzcut grimaced, rubbing the back of his head. "To show kindness and understanding to my brothers and sisters, bearing in mind many of them come from more difficult circumstances than I do. It's a hard one for me, boss, but I'm working on it." "Thank you for acknowledging your shortcomings so frankly. Self-awareness is a necessary step to enlightenment. Continue." Sure. He nodded emphatically, happy to move on. "Anyway, I felt the pull. Figured you were busy and didn't need me poking my nose in, but it was on my way, and I thought, what the hell, might as well swing by, make sure everything's on the up and up." He pressed down on the researcher's neck with his heel for emphasis, scowling. "Which was when I saw this dipstick skulking around like baby's first army ranger, literally hiding in the bushes with a pair of binoculars." "And you intervened," I finished, curbing a torrent of frustration. "No, sir. If looking was all he was doing, he never would have made my acquaintance. Got enough of a read on him to confirm he wasn't much of a threat. Would have just messaged you if you were on your own. But he started creeping up, real slow-like, so I followed, and once I got close enough to make out the little one, bumped his threat level." Buzzcut scowled, lifting his foot to give the researcher a kick, pulling the blow at the last second. He replaced his heel on the man's back, suddenly anxious. "Did I go too far?" For a moment, the earnestness of the question caught me off guard. Buzzcut was more advanced than the others, and almost never directly asked for validation, to the point I sometimes forgot he needed it just as badly as they did. The nursery started innocently enough. In theory, it was part shelter, part rehabilitation, an imperfect solution to a growing problem. The day of my first foray into the tower, I had to handle someone. A mother with a troubled history. Someone who, in a perfect world, I would have spared. But being a mage, her high intelligence build made her almost impossible to manipulate, narrowing my options to one. I don't regret it, really. To this day, I still think it was the right call. It was the underlying implications that drove the sliver deep. Realistically, she wouldn't be the last person I wanted to leave alone, and couldn't, simply because their continued existence could create future problems. And once you start killing people not because of what they've done, but because of what they might do, the slope was slippery enough that I needed something else. It came to me in pieces. The first piece was, surprisingly, Keith, another mage from the Order. Unlike the first, he hadn't done anything wrong, didn't pose a threat beyond the organization he hailed from. I'd subjugated him in a desperate attempt to keep Nick from doing something he'd regret, and once the crisis was averted, I figured that would be the end of it. Subjugation wasn't supposed to last long, and I'd encouraged Keith to forget the interaction before it expired. As far as I could tell, he was more or less blissfully unaware that anything had even happened. Yet, he lingered. Always seemed to be nearby whenever I was at the Order's HQ, like a shadow I couldn't shake. Eventually, out of sheer annoyance more than anything else, I confronted him. His explanation was as simple as it was vexing. "Just want to be available if you need anything." At first, I wrote it off as some odd attachment issue. Keith was a second child to absent parents and a more charismatic, i.e., shit-heel brother. The inferiority complex was practically baked in, as was the subsequent tendency to latch onto practically anyone who treated him as more than an eyesore. As explanations went, it fit. And for a while, I almost believed it. Until I caught him shadowing me maskless in my own damn region. Once confronted, the answer was the same. "Just want to be available if you need anything." This time, obviously, I didn't write it off. We took a long drive with an uncertain ending while I grilled him on what his intentions were. Azure riding shotgun in the passenger seat of his mind.
From what my son could tell, his answers, while perplexing, were entirely forthright. Keith admitted, in a mix of embarrassment and excitement, that he'd come away from his experience in the tower more fulfilled than he'd ever been in his life. That it felt as if he'd been given a difficult task, and instead of shrinking away or being paralyzed by inaction, he'd accomplished it perfectly. That was the reason he kept trailing me, hoping for another task, wanting to experience that feeling of accomplishment again. When pressed on how he'd found me, after a ridiculous amount of apologizing, the mage claimed there was something almost analogous to a beacon in his head. It wasn't always on, but when it was directional, and after he was close enough, it felt almost like a tangible pull. It wasn't until I asked him if I had to worry about the possibility he might reveal my identity to others that his cheerful, forthright demeanor vanished. "I'd never do that. Never in my life. Not for any reason, even if whoever was asking was hurting me. I'd never do that to you." He repeated it over and over, regardless of how I phrased the question. And after, Azure confirmed what I'd already begun to wonder. It was almost identical to a geish effect, the only fragment of true compulsion that remained after his primary directive had long since faded. The second piece came in the form of testing, because Keith's account, while jaw-dropping in scope if it turned out to be a fraction of what it hinted at, needed to be confirmed. Most of my days were filled with the mind-numbing process of climbing the tower with Nick, and my nights were spent testing extensively. And the results were curious. First thing I learned was that the sort of magnetism Keith exhibited varied greatly. If I told someone to do something as insignificant and universally advisable as looking both ways before they crossed the street, they would do as instructed without protest, seem briefly pleased with themselves, and forget me immediately. But if the task given was more difficult while still falling within the lines of something they would do, or rather something they would do if they were an idealized better version of themselves, they'd follow me around like an imprinted duckling, similar to Keith. It took some tinkering to find a solution to the multiplying shadows. Initially, I tried asking the imprinted subjects to avoid me, which proved problematic. Not because they didn't listen, they did, a little too well, and the average person is neither as sly or subtle as they believe themselves to be. But giving them the assignment of carrying out their business as usual worked like a dream. It both fulfilled their expectations for another task and had no definable endpoint, meaning they carried the task of living their usual lives out in perpetuity. The next discovery was that the magnetism effect could be reversed. This took far more prep work to test because of the ethical issues of giving some poor schmuck the worst night of his life in the name of research. I needed a deserving subject, and a deserving subject I found. Ex-con, triple homicide, got off in a technicality because the cop got too eager. Mustache that deserved a cell of its own. No noteworthy connections. I let myself into Como Stash's apartment and, after a brief interrogation and subjugation, directed him to prepare and eat grape leaves, the food he found so revolting even the smell made him gag, until his stomach ached. Had a mission with Say and the strike team that night, so I only stayed long enough to confirm he carried out the order and left, intending to follow up the next day. It took 3 to find him again. When I finally did, another interrogation with Azure confirmed my suspicions. Like Keith, Como Stash also had a beacon in his head. Only when he'd sensed me drawing closer, his compulsion was to clear out and get as far away as possible. He didn't seem to understand what happened, even seemed to laugh at himself a little for overreacting. The only concrete conclusion he seemed to draw from it was, in his own words, "Ain't your fault, but if you get too close, get the feeling I might end up doing something unpleasant again." Approaching him without the mask triggered the same result, though he couldn't understand why, or connect me to Mirden. All of this was troubling. Using subjugation before knowing any of it already felt questionable, and the idea of using it after felt far worse, brushing against something borderline Mephistophelian. It was one thing to steal someone's agency in a crisis to ensure a better outcome, another entirely to do it knowing it had the potential to permanently alter their perspective and adhere them to me. If nothing else happened, it might have ended as a cautionary experiment, the result underlining the importance of keeping the ordinator power in my back pocket until absolutely necessary. Enter Buzzcut. In the long interim between Cameron's imprisonment and our first meeting, he'd apparently listened to the edited version of the recording I left of Aaron greenlighting his death, replayed it countless times, growing increasingly despondent. Surprising, because for someone who acted like such a hard-ass, the betrayal cut him deeply. He wouldn't tell me, or couldn't because of the geish, but I gathered enough context to fill in the blanks. Aaron had a certain way of engaging you on an individual level. He was so obviously brilliant and confident that when he carved out time for you specifically, or sought your opinion, it made you feel special, important, making it all the more jarring when Aaron suddenly threw you away. I probably don't need to spell out why I wanted to help Cameron. Commonalities in our history aside, his OCD grew worse, aggravated by his imprisonment, and his already dwindling supply of meds didn't seem to be doing a damn thing. I sat with him, talked, brought plenty of books and DVDs for the ancient portable player in his cell. Despite anything I tried, including calling in a favor from Hastur to remove Cameron's geish, he kept asking me to kill him, taking me right back to that shitty day in the tower. The pieces came together, then. A potential long-term solution for all the problems I couldn't bring myself to solve permanently. I'd spent enough time with Azure riding along that I knew almost everything about Cameron. His past, history, traumas, motivations and desires, and the psychology underpinning it all. It would take time and effort, but between Azure, my ordinator abilities, and the unexpected side effects of subjugation, I could, in theory, fix him. Erode his traumas, suppress distressing memories, deaden impulses that made his everyday life difficult, impart a renewed sense of fulfillment and purpose. So just like I had with Talia and Audrey before her, I gave Buzzcut a choice. He could take the easy way out if he wanted, or he could roll the dice with me and potentially have the chance to stick it to Aaron. It took a while to decide, but eventually he chose the latter. Not at all, I smiled, addressing the question of whether he'd overstepped, and clapped him on the back. You evaluated the situation, escalated only what you had to, and kept my sister safe. Well done. I leaned in and whispered conspiratorially, if anything, you're ready for graduation. Buzzcut's eyebrows shot up, mouth forming a slight frown. I get the whole point of the place is to move on eventually. Hard to gather information and act on orders if we don't. But what if I screw up, or backslide, and end up losing all the progress I've made? I gripped his shoulders gently, fighting a wave of nausea that struggled to surface as I realized I'd done something similar with my siblings, countless times. You were the first, Cameron. The others all look up to you and respect your judgment. They're eager to see the example you set, watching for footsteps to follow. I'm taking a risk here, yes, but I wouldn't take it if I didn't have the utmost confidence in what you've achieved so far. You really think I'm ready? He rubbed the gray sleeve of his sweatshirt across misty eyes. Hard to say. Kind of in uncharted waters here. I prefer a few more months to make sure there are no wrinkles, but we're out of time. Of course you are, I encouraged him, shoving my hands into the pocket of my hoodie awkwardly as he reined himself in. I'm heading to headquarters today. If you're good to go, I'll take you with me. But if you need more time to settle your affairs— No, Cameron sniffed, stretching his arms out with a few idle swings and centering himself. Ready to get back in the game. Just gonna go back and say my goodbyes. The nursery's your home, your family. You know you can always come back, right? Yeah. He shook his head, glancing up seriously. But if I'm gonna do this right, probably best to keep my distance for a while. With a heavy sigh, he stared down at the researcher. So, we instancing this guy? I gave the unconscious researcher a long, displeased look, then crouched down to check his pulse again, still steady. Pretty sure I know who he works for and why he's here. His vocation is pretty rare, and he shouldn't be a problem once he finds out what he's looking for is gone. Guessing he'll be out for another hour at least. I'll call some mercs to pick him up. Once I do the rounds at the nursery, I'll stay put. Just shoot a line when you're headed to HQ. Cameron removed his boot from the researcher's back, wiping it on the ground as I walked away. Grass crunched beneath my feet, and I waved behind me as I walked away, smile sliding into an expression that was far more troubled. There was a part of me that still wanted to believe that what I was doing was ultimately good, that it was better to be alive, albeit deeply influenced, than dead. But if it was me in the cell, and someone made me choose between keeping my own agency or being enthralled by someone else, there's no question what my answer would be. Chapter 292. Kinsley was biblically pissed about the researcher, to the point we ended up calling it early, after a few minutes of listening to her scream behind a copse of trees at some poor sap over a voice call. Judging from the earmuffs clamped tightly over Iris's head and her bleary expression, my sister was verging on overstimulated anyway. She stuck it out for a long time, and it helped that I'd chosen a relatively quiet area, but the sounds of the city were still deafening to the unaccustomed. After dropping Iris off at the apartments and making sure she was okay, I finally allowed myself to look at the timer. 11, 19, 27, 49. It wasn't terrible. 11 days and change left plenty of room to maneuver, but, as Nick had observed, the problem was the lack of momentum. Hastur wasn't keen on specifics, meaning we had no idea which floor housed the real Excalibur. We also had no clear insight on the process of stopping the transposition, only that the sword and prophecy were key factors in stopping it. The first joint foray into the tower had been a halting, alarming affair that hadn't accomplished much beyond clearing a single floor, and now the leader of the Adventurers Guild was dragging his feet. If I had to guess, Tyler was already getting second thoughts about the arrangement after the timer started. The alignment of the Order, Adventurers, and Merchants Guild already placed us in a powerful position for the upcoming storm. Tower expeditions took focused effort and consumed resources, and if we faced significantly more resistance, we got entrenched with a difficult floor that incurred a high casualty count. I could see him battening down the hatches and delaying further attempts until after the second event had passed. More than anything, the timing is questionable. All the floors cleared without issue before the Alliance, yet somehow the first one we come together for, with more firepower than ever, ends up containing an existential threat? It's almost as if... The sound of a horn blared through my musing, startling my foot off the brake pedal as traffic bristled behind me, cars edging up, waiting for me to move. I accelerated from the standstill, leaving the green light and complex, cog-riddled workings of the region behind, taking a shoulder road to a highway I've driven countless times before, feeling a growing degree of disquiet as the gritty scenery grew more familiar. Things in Region 2, my old home, had improved significantly since I'd left, after filling the receptacle. Even from the elevated view on the overpass, I could see countless streets, once cracked and riddled with potholes, now perfectly paved, the dark green of stubborn growth replaced with verdant grass and trees, with an infrastructure facelift to match. It no longer resembled the postmodern slum I'd grown up in, and I felt a twinge of nostalgia. Region 3, alternatively, was a mess. No one in my circle of power had spoken to the leader of Region 3 since the first transposition. Their decisions during the last event, from hoarding Lux after they'd already achieved the objective, to hosting a group of paramilitaries harvesting user cores, hadn't been conducive to popularity. But what really boggled my mind was how little it had changed. It started as a low-income area with shitty infrastructure and high crime rates, and despite being among the first to complete their receptacle, hadn't taken a step beyond that. The only new additions here were cheap, neon signs advertising various systems and crafting-related businesses, several newly minted bars that appeared cobbled together with scrap wood, and repurposed windows blared thumping music, and on the streets people staggered between them, substance abuse and homelessness on full display. Whatever the leader of Region 3 had selected as their reward, it certainly wasn't anything that improved the region itself. I pulled up in the dilapidated parking lot of a small shoebox of a building. The fading red and white sign read, Butcher, and in smaller print, Kosher meat available on request. I stepped out of the car and inventoried it quickly, falling into old habits. I learned a long time ago that when you find yourself in a potentially dangerous place, it's best to blend. Keep an eye on your surroundings, but not too emphatically. Move like you have somewhere important to be. There was still too much I didn't know about Julian, but the only thing I was confident of was that there was an astronomically low chance he'd try to lead me into an ambush. It just didn't make sense with our history. That wasn't to say I trusted him exactly. It was impossible to truly trust anyone without extensive understanding of their motives and underlying history. I tugged open the dirt-encrusted handle of the back door, gagging for a moment as the scent of iron and viscera washed over me, frigid air rushing out as I passed through. There was a thunk as a cleaver came down, wet squelch echoing off the white walls. Blood trickled down from the headless corpse of a hulking, furred creature suspended from the ceiling by chains, wound draining directly into a bucket below. A smaller version of something I'd encountered only once in person, but between the musculature and stocky frame, it was unmistakable. A lot of demand for troll meat in these parts? I asked. Hardly. A stocky, dark-haired man with thick eyebrows and wearing a blood-spattered apron scoffed as he answered, his voice a deep Slavic accent. There are far better options for sustenance. razor rabbit, lone gnolls, even skull-backed turtles if prepared and stewed correctly. Troll is too, he half-flexed, to be edible. No respectable establishment would sell. Their pelts, though.
The man thumped a stack of furs on the nearby table proudly.
Make a fine coat, naturally magic-resistant and hardy. The tanners and tailors can't get enough.
I see. I nodded along non-committally, even as my stomach roiled at the thought of taking a page out of Audrey's book. Judging from the sheer variety of creatures, skins, and mounted skulls, as well as countless slabs of hanging meat of various exotic shades that appeared entirely alien, business was bustling. The man's considerable eyebrows furrowed together as he looked me over.
The stink of death follows you, even in place such as this. It will taint the meat. State business or go elsewhere.
What the hell? I was supposed to meet someone. I started, before a familiar face ducked through the plastic flaps in the back, carrying an open-topped metal container in front of him. The dark bags under Julian's eyes were the only giveaway to the previous night's activities. Otherwise, he looked bright and chipper, staring over the sloshing contents of the tin thoughtfully, sporting a similarly messy apron.
All the good bits of brining, Yakov, and more of the awful than usual, and yes, I double-checked. Should I toss it?
Julian asked, looking to the older man for instruction, only noticing me after he'd already spoken. He grinned, about to speak, before the butcher cut him off.
Leave it, the man said, never taking his eyes from me. Good opportunity to try making hot dog. Show this tourist the door.
Julian cleared his throat, slightly embarrassed. No, Uncle, this is the friend and potential client I mentioned, the one looking for his brother.
Uncle?
They look nothing alike.
We cannot help him.
Yakov wiped his hands on the apron, his subtlety standing his ground until Julian took him aside, and a series of furious whispers were exchanged in a mix of Polish and English. While most of it was obscured, I got the general gist that Yakov was displeased with Julian bringing trouble into his shop, and Julian arguing that he hadn't. Finally, Yakov turned back to me with a displeased expression.
Name?
Matt?
That real name?
My blood went cold.
Yes?
He studied me for a long moment, then broke eye contact.
Too busy to drop everything for a new client. If interested in services, sit and wait.
I glanced around the butcher's shop, noting the utter lack of seating in the otherwise dingy environment, and offered a thin smile. Not a problem. With a huff that expressed he would have probably been happier if it had been a problem, Yakov pulled the string at the back of his apron and strode back through the flaps Julian had entered from, sparing a few suspicious glances before he was gone. Sorry, Julian grimaced, looking back toward the flaps. It's nothing personal, promise. Yakov has trouble trusting outsiders. He was already paranoid and a little superstitious even before the dome. Nothing crazy, just kinda old school. If he gets a bad vibe for whatever reason, he clams up. And I gave him a bad vibe, I finished, feeling uncertain whether it was wiser to stay or make a quick exit. Julian rolled his eyes. Yeah, both you and the old lady who came in earlier asking for a bulk discount on gizzards. Proper villains. Honing my evil plan as we speak, I stated dryly. Kinda left out the part where the tracker was family. Does that make a difference? It could. Not knowing what kind of shit Ellison had gotten himself into was a problem. It could be as simple as crossing paths with the wrong group, overestimating his abilities, and incurring a serious injury. Or he could be mired in something more complicated, something a tracker might have a great deal of questions about. Questions he might let slip to his nephew. I have no idea what Ellison might be jammed up in, and my brother has a history of questionable decision-making. The last thing I want is to put you and yours in danger. More importantly, they have a dearth of shared attributes, different speech patterns, and complete societal disparity. Hard to imagine they're actually related. Yakov's an experienced professional. He handles more than his share of clients with difficult issues, and always comes away unscathed. Part of that is the way he works, in terms of search and identify exclusively. He won't retrieve people or objects. He'll just tell you where they are, and let you do the rest. Julian stripped off rubber gloves and shuffled to the basin, pumping ample soap into his hands and scrubbing them thoroughly. He looked back at me and grinned. You're dying to ask how we're related, huh? I shrugged, hoping he'd tell me anyway. It's a long story, or short, depending on how I tell it. Heard of those sites you can send a sample to that give a breakdown of genealogy, as well as your percentage relation to others who share a portion of your DNA? Enough to know they provide governments with an excellent secondary database to subpoena, sure. Aloud, I confirmed that I'd heard of them. They're not quite the fad they used to be, but I was a... His eyes slid to the side. Member of a support group that wouldn't shut up about them. Generally, I'm pretty self-reliant, kind of had to be, but I kept reading all these success stories and started wondering if I wasn't completely alone. Wasn't looking for a family or anything, nothing big, just like maybe someone I could swing by and visit for the holidays. So I spit in a tube, mailed it, and to my absolute shock, the results came back with someone nearby. A few months later, I met Yakov, and the rest tells itself. It didn't, really. I'd already pieced together that Julian's childhood left much to be desired. Despite his odd demeanor and eccentricities, I knew a survivor when I saw one. But the picture that glossed over more details than it elaborated on was still more indicative of a deep, metastasizing loneliness than anything else. The fact alone that he'd sought out the butcher over a DNA connection that had to be tenuous and several generations removed practically spelled it out. After a great deal of awkward small talk that consisted of me trying not to probe and Julian struggling not to overshare, Yakov mercifully returned. The removed apron revealed a well-worn, craggy Megadeth t-shirt depicting a white-winged skeleton. Again, he pointedly ignored me as he spoke to Julian. "We're out of storage." "There was room in the corner freezer." Julian leaned back, mouth quirking in confusion.
"Not anymore."
"Shit. Demand not keeping up with supply?" I asked. It was tempting to leave the negotiations to the Order's prince, but I got the feeling he believed his uncle would help me out of the goodness of his heart, and Yakov seemed to have missed that memo, meaning it was time to probe for a need. Yakov grimaced as I spoke, as if unpleasantly reminded that someone beyond him and his distant nephew was still present.
"Apologies. Need to acquire a new freezer, perhaps more than one. It'll take time to source. Cannot take on more until the issue is resolved."
Julian looked between us, wincing. "Uncle, there are quicker options. I know you're not the biggest fan of the Merchants Guild." "Why?"
"Not fond of brats who walk into business and tell how to run it, more like,"
Yakov sneered, reflexively disgusted. "From what you said, you kicked her out before she could explain herself," Julian sighed.
"Did not need to hear more about Selve, could be making harvesting monsters for crafting and alchemy."
Yakov snapped.
"Little girl does not care for what I do here. Cares for nothing but money."
"She might have if you gave her a chance." Julian glanced toward me for help. They were clearly talking about Kinsley, only it didn't sound like her, at least not entirely. Kinsley was transactional, but she was more than capable of hearing someone out given the chance, especially if they had good intentions. But there'd been ample friction from other merchants since the beginning, fellow traders trying to strong-arm her and force extortionate prices. With the amount of temper between the two of them, it was easy to see how something might have been lost in translation. "What exactly do you do here?" I asked, looking around. "Why is it so important?" A little blunt, maybe, but when there was a language barrier, it was better to be direct. His cold blue eyes bore into me.
"Community poor, monster meat cheap. People here kill monster, sell parts to me and others. Prepare it and sell back for fraction of system food cost. Better money if I sell to little girl, but no food. More people starve."
As good as things were now, you never forget how it feels to go hungry. "Give me a minute." I stepped out the door, shooting an immediate message to Kinsley. "Matt, the butcher in Region 3, works with monster parts. Kinsley, Colonel Mustard in the ballroom, fucks people up with a candlestick. We just talking in non-sequiturs or what?" "Matt, do you know him?" Kinsley, "I know I offered that mouth-breather an incredibly lucrative offer, and he told me to kick rocks." "Matt, did you bother to ask him why he told you to kick rocks?" Kinsley, no. Maybe I could have been nicer, but most of these bastards only want to play hardball. Is there a problem?" 15 minutes after going into great detail over a voice call of how badly Kinsley had bungled this particular situation, she showed up in force, rolling dark with a half-dozen black Hummers and a moving van. Judging from the shouting, Kinsley and Yakov weren't hitting it off any better than they had the first time, but at least now there was an understanding. What aren't you getting? The grinders and slicers are top of the line, probably better than anything we had before, Kinsley stated vehemently, on the verge of shouting.
This?
Yakov indicated his arms and hands.
Top of line. Better, period. Also cannot be stolen.
Kinsley gave him a flat look. Come on, I'm not an idiot. There's no way you don't already have some kind of machine. If the point is feeding people in bulk, you know there's a natural limit. I'm not trying to tell you how to run things.
Only when mouth is open.
The merchant girl's eyebrows shot sky high, and she took a good 30 seconds to center herself. When she spoke again, her voice was relaxed, calm. I am trying to help you achieve your goal.
Why?
Yakov challenged. Because you're doing important work here that helps people, and I didn't get that before, and I'm sorry. Kinsley exploded, fists clenched at her side.
Oh.
Julian's uncle seemed taken aback by the admission. He looked down at her for a long moment, still guarded.
There is no longer problem with phoenix breast?
No, not at all. Kinsley pinched the bridge of her nose, barely hanging on. Of course, it's a sapient animal whose feathers have more potential medicinal and arcane uses than a fucking bezoar, so if there's alternatives, I'd really love to get my hands on it, but if that's the line between civilians starving or having something to get them through the next day, go ahead, grill that fucker up. Yakov shook his head.
Butcher, not cook.
Do you want the machines or not? Kinsley extended her arm toward the open moving van, where several people I recognized from our region's construction crew were waiting next to an industrial grinder propped up on a dolly.
Yes,
Yakov said finally, still looking uncertain.
But theft is a real threat. Thieves watch expensive things come into store, come back later at night to take them.
All members of the Merchants Guild get the benefit of assigned security. She held a hand up, quickly warding off the inevitable rejection as Yakov's demeanor grew dark. I know you're not interested, but I can offer coverage on a trial basis. Yakov sneered.
This I know. Protection rescinded when renegotiation fail, then ruin.
I'm not the fucking mafia, sir. Kinsley pressed a hand against her chest. There's an army of these guys. They're strapped, disciplined, and they know their shit.
Not mafia,
Yakov muttered. My point is, it costs me nothing to have two of them swing by every night on rotation. Not going to pull the rug out. Take as long as you need. Again, Yakov seemed off-put by the generosity. He looked away.
Maybe some parts, inedible, though useful, could be sent back with these men end of day. Fair?
That's all I wanted in the first place. Julian and I looked on mutely from a distance as the movers began to haul the old equipment out and replace it with the new. I was more or less happy with how things had played out. Yakov was getting his freezer, and then some, which played in my favor. Meanwhile, Kinsley, who'd been increasingly hard-edged as of late, was learning the invaluable life lesson that not every problem could be solved with the diplomatic equivalent of a hammer. It wasn't really her fault. People had been trying to take advantage of her from the start, and her abrasiveness, sometimes cruelty, was a product of that environment. But after you attain a certain level of power and influence, the hammer becomes less necessary. And by that point, it's a lot harder to put it down. I, don't really know what to say. Julian stared down at his shoes, fidgeting back and forth, the very picture of guilt. I snorted, please. There's a reason you didn't mention this shared history the other night. You knew this could happen. Practically orchestrated it. It's probably why you offered to help find Ellison in the first place. I'd be pissed if it wasn't for such a good cause. No, Matt, seriously. Julian shook his head. I wanted to. Help, I mean. It only occurred to me later you might glean what happened from context, maybe put in a good word for him once he pulled through. It wasn't manipulation, just hoping for a happy accident, I guess. Did I believe that? Almost. The most clever thing a gifted liar can do is learn to act like a bad one. Still, it felt authentic, and despite pulling off something that was almost objectively positive, Julian really did look guilty as sin. He wasn't falling back on any repetitive tells that are generally bullshit, such as looking up and to the left, dodging eye contact, or keeping it too consistently. In short, it just looked like he felt bad for using me for my connections and resources. And after dealing with people like Aaron on a daily basis, something about that was refreshing. Kind of sucks having to say this, but I'm aware of my image. I leaned back on my heels, squinting in the downpour of sun.
Obviously, I'm no altruist. More often than not, the opposite is true. When shit hits the fan, there's a lot I'm willing to let burn for the sake of people I care about. If I can't do shit about something, no point in nailing myself to a cross trying to make it happen anyway. The perfect is the enemy of the good. But if it's something like this, just fucking tell me. Don't waste time being coy or trying to draw attention to it slowly. Not promising I'll always be able to contribute, especially if there's a conflict of interest, but if people are suffering and there's a simple way to help, that's an easy call. Julian absorbed that, sides of his mouth quirking up in the ghost of a smile. Gotta say, you're kind of a good person. And you're a terrible judge of character. But I let it pass. As beyond the usual prosaic of not correcting someone who thinks highly of you, Yakov was approaching us. New freezer fit the bill? I asked, stuffing my hands in my pockets. Yes, the burled man checked behind him, watching dazed as Kinsley's guys packed up, already through with a makeover and preparing to leave. Eventful day. So, you're going to help, right? Julian said, smiling a little too pointedly to be subtle. Okay. Yakov tentatively agreed. Come back in few hours. Need, objects, belongings of person being found. Also, aspects of person. Blood best. After that, nails or clump of hair. That's doable, I said, shifting my head from side to side. My brother wouldn't be thrilled about it. There was little Ellison hated more than me overstepping his privacy, but he'd been missing for nearly 2 days now, and wouldn't or couldn't respond to messages. Not to mention, I was pretty sure the stern warning he'd given about meddling in his affairs didn't apply when he was in danger. Not trying to rush, but how quickly will we see results? Here, easy. Julian's uncle made a broad gesture, likely indicating the city at large. Then he frowned. Elsewhere, less so. Either way, should know more after. Elsewhere? As in, a realm of Floros? I confirmed, musing the limitation quietly as the large man nodded. It wasn't perfect. The realms were massive as they were varied, potential entry points in the city, portals, dungeons, and trials just as dynamic and numerous. If Ellison was lost in a realm somewhere, the likelihood I'd find him unassisted dropped to almost zero. In that case, if the tracker could give me even the briefest, blurriest snapshot of where my brother was, it would be invaluable. Time to get some answers. Chapter 293. Ellison's penthouse, perhaps unsurprisingly, was serial killer clean. A brief rifle through his cupboards revealed rows of glassware and plates coated with a layer of dust, moving air displacing enough of it that it swirled in the late afternoon light, piercing through gaps in closed shades and drawn curtains. The only evidence that he'd even lived there at all was the way his bed was made and the simple black box left behind at the foot of it. On closer inspection, it wasn't exactly black, just the deepest, most somber navy. The box, so far as I could tell, lacked any discernible way to open it. No keyhole, uneven surfaces, or sections that gave any flex. Not so much as a seam. I inventoried it and moved on, finding little beyond a growing sense of unease that was impossible to place until I looked at the room as a whole and realized what was bothering me. It was the asceticism. When I'd moved in, my place had been pre-decorated, either by the previous occupant or the owner of the building. Nothing beyond the stocky, kitschy, eat-pray-love shit and pop art still lifes. It wasn't exactly to my preferences, but it was color and texture, and as I wasn't exactly keen on taking a few days off to redecorate the place, I decided it could stay as it was. The irony was amusing, and at the very least, it made me look like less of a psycho. Judging from the bundle of assorted art, hanging word pieces, and a number of tertiary appliances I found in one of his closets, Ellison, by contrast, had stripped the walls and blacked out the mirror in his bathroom with masking tape. Someone's personal space says a lot about who they are, and as far as I could tell, either Ellison was making an intentional effort to say nothing, or he was doing worse mentally than I'd realized. My brother got like that sometimes. When he was frustrated, particularly with his own failures, he'd strip away distractions, carving away at any variable that could even fractionally affect his focus, throwing away sentimental treasures or pawning pored-over books close to his heart. It seemed, over the many lifetimes he'd supposedly lived, he'd perfected that approach. I could have spent hours there, turning everything over, cutting open mattresses and removing floor lining, checking all his typical hiding places.
My brother was occasionally sloppy and prone to oversight, but the room itself told me that wouldn't be the case here. Generally, when he was making this much of an effort to be fastidious, the results were impeccable. So I moved on, hoping he'd been too busy to bother with the one place I might find traces of the brother I had before. Our old place. Much as I'd come to hate the cramped walls and cracking foundation, it had haunted my dreams as of late. The brass knob turned easily in my hand, hinges emitting the telltale squeak that had so often given away my comings and goings. It felt strange being back, doubly so with the mask on. I slid it off, seal breaking as cool air rushed in, chilling my cheeks, a wave of nostalgia pouring in as the emotional suppression effect faded. Not entirely intending to, I stared down at it, feeling a familiar weight pressing down on my shoulders. Without the All-Father's interference, there was no question I'd be dead. Becoming Mirrodin had allowed me so much more flexibility and slack than I'd be afforded otherwise. Beyond that, the identity created a near-perfect outlet for the more volatile aspects of my personality. Mirrodin could thrash and burn, escalate as much as necessary without fear of reprisal, and stamp out potential threats before they gained momentum. It had been a worthwhile undertaking, and with a few notable exceptions, I didn't regret it. But for the first time since I'd donned the name, Mirrodin's future was murky. The purpose he'd served was more or less complete. Matt had established relationships and clear inroads with both the Adventurers Guild and the Order of Parsi, contrasted with Mirrodin, who was held at cautious arm's length by the first and almost universally reviled by the second. After the last mission with the strike team, my alter ego had effectively served his purpose. Now he occupied the awkward space between hindrance and help, sliding more toward hindrance with every passing day. If he was truly another person, an ally, I'd start looking for ways to shelter myself from the half-life. Wouldn't cut ties or burn bridges exactly, but there was no doubt I'd start distancing, relying on others where I might have turned to Mirrodin instead. Of course, I didn't have to worry about doing any of that. It wouldn't be messy. I could just let it go, retire the identity, and be Matt again. It wouldn't even be that big of a change. My accumulated power and ordinator abilities would persist. I'd need to be more careful about how I used them, of course, but caution was nothing new. Once Vernon achieved a high enough level to uncover what lay at the top of the necromancer tree and Ginny's death was resolved, one way or another, there was a real possibility it was time to move on. Grow up. Stop giving myself carte blanche to do whatever the hell I wanted, whenever the hell I wanted. Learn to put the hammer down again. For the moment, I retired the train of thought and carried on my search. As I'd hoped, Ellison's room was mostly untouched. Clean, but not impeccable, the same way the penthouse was. I gathered enough hair from the creases between the carpet and beneath his bed, filtering them into a plastic bag until I had something that resembled a clump, and moved on to the second, more difficult piece of the puzzle. Object of great importance, I murmured. Yakov's description implied a degree of sentimentality, which was going to make this hard, as my brother tended to keep anything he truly cared about under wraps. There were a number of books that potentially qualified, a fraying, goodwill-acquired copy of The Name of the Wind that he'd reread so many times the spine was in tatters, along with several battered volumes of the Stormlight archives. Problem was, Ellison's tastes were mercurial. He'd alternate between lauding an author's praises to bashing them vehemently, expressing vitriol that bordered on loathing. After a moment, I inventoried both books, deciding to aim for quality rather than quantity. I did a double-take. Through the gap in the books, a miniaturized cartoon figure holding a book beneath its arm stared back. Its head was coiffed with long, flowing white hair, pointed ears extended out to either side, the points long enough that it had to be elfin, or at least elf-analogous. Red smudges marred a flowing white tunic fringed with gold, perhaps depicting wounds. Tentatively I picked it up, inspecting it in greater detail. The faintest scent of iron gave it away before my mind even made the connections, and the slow, growing sense of alarm I'd felt since his disappearance accelerated exponentially. The figurine's wounds weren't wounds at all.
His blood?
Yakov confirmed, inspecting the figurine in the overhead light of the butcher's shop. Wordlessly I nodded, still reeling from the revelation and fighting a sensation of growing nausea. At some point in the last few days, after our window of communication had closed, Ellison had come home.
I'd found more traces of blood in his bed and beneath a flipped-over couch cushion. The cache of cleaning supplies beneath the sink had been unsettled, meaning he wasn't injured so badly he couldn't afford to cover his tracks, but most of the gauze and bandaging materials in the first aid kit above the fridge were gone.
Will this be enough?
The older man placed the figurine on the counter, looking it over.
Blood-based source. Will work. Statue important?
His expression was dubious. To be honest, I still wasn't certain. Ellison had never mentioned the figurine, but that didn't mean much. What stuck out was that in spite of whatever dire straits he was in, he'd sought it out and clutched it, not unlike the way a person might hold a precious memento or rosary for comfort.
Pretty sure?
Okay.
Yakov squared his shoulders.
Should be enough.
I tailed him, moving at a brisk pace to match the man's long strides as he led me past the new machines glinting in the dim light. Yakov moved a clothes stand overloaded with aprons and other apparel, opening a small door that led to a stairway down. He paused in the opening, giving me a long, cautious look before he spoke.
Clients like results. Way to get them, less so. Trouble for squeamish. This problem?
If Julian's bleeding heart could handle whatever methods his uncle used well enough that he was happy making referrals, I got the feeling I'd probably be fine.
Not at all.
Yakov acknowledged that with a nod, not looking particularly surprised. His mouth formed a grim line, and he chucked a thumb toward the stairway. Follow. With a small amount of trepidation, I followed Yakov down a set of creaking wooden slats that served as stairs. The walls of the dimly lit basement were comprised of dingy tile and drains. A braided line of seeping organic material formed a wide circle, approximately 8 feet in diameter, and within it a crystal basin of dark blood sat squarely in the center. If I'd simply stumbled upon it, the ritualistic display would have looked much more sinister without context, but the intestines that formed the circle were too broad and thick to be human, and Yakov's vocation went a long way to explaining where the materials were sourced from. I knelt across from Yakov as the butcher arranged the items I'd brought with no discernible pattern, placing them perpendicular to the basin, scowling as he made minute adjustments to the circle to better suit some highly complex and unknowable schema only he could perceive.
Hold snapshot in mind. Real memory, no imagination. No fear. Familiar,
Yakov instructed. As I did so, he began to chant guttural, primal words in an ancient language. The mental image I'd chosen was a mundane one. Ellison and I walking home after I'd picked him up from the local library, casually navigating the moonlit street. He was half smiling, overtly trying not to laugh at something I'd said, adjusting the strap of his backpack. A psionic scream overwhelmed me as the familiar surroundings within the memory ripped away. The scent of gore and oozing flesh grew stronger, more prevalent. The city streets that surrounded him fell away, my brother's jovial face replaced with a more modern visage. Dark bags weighed heavy beneath his eyes as he sprinted, darting through countless burned-out husks of trees that formed a dead forest, the sky overhead burgeoning with storm clouds. Rustling followed him, unseen creatures pursuing through the underbrush at blistering speed, just out of view. Ellison stumbled, swearing furiously as he lost his footing and tumbled head over heels down a long slope, slamming shoulder first into a tree and uttering a pained cry. "Not yet," Ellison muttered through grit teeth. Pulling what looked like a high-tech crossbow out of his back and jerking it toward a thick copse of nearby trees, he fired. The immediate explosion loud and sudden enough that I nearly opened my eyes.
Focus!
Yakov broke from his chanting long enough to bark. I held firm, even as the scent of smoke filled my nostrils and the acrid smell of burning flesh made my eyes water. I forced myself to stay with it, just a little longer. Ellison dropped the crossbow, shifting upward against the tree he'd hit, bracing his back against it. Several creatures emerged from the flaming circle of trees, screeching, struggling to put themselves out before falling to their knees and laying still. They were familiar, part animal, part person. It was difficult to say from the aftermath, but these looked almost exactly like the same sort of chimeras that attacked my region only a matter of days ago. In the distance, after my vision cleared, I could make out some sort of gargantuan structure lined with parapets. Shakily, Ellison rose to a standing position and began to retreat from the fire, right arm hanging uselessly. His breathing was ragged and bare, every labored inhale tearing at me as he limped toward the castle. Above him, I felt my stomach turn as something fluid and flexible dropped from the branches in a brown, spotted, camouflaged blur. The oversized constrictor snake seized Ellison, encircling him tightly. For a moment there was hope, because my brother was fast. He managed to get his forearm vertical, quickly draw a knife glinting as he struggled in the snake's grip, waiting for an opening. Then 3 more slithered out from beneath the underbrush. Ellison saw them coming. I waited, holding my breath as he pivoted, struggling under the massive snake's weight, buying time and distance. It was mostly obscured. If I hadn't seen one before, I might have missed it entirely. But there, in the distance, was a ruined, circular pillar that looked exactly like an elevator platform. And despite the many realms of Floros I'd entered, there was only one place with lifts that looked like that. The tower. Chapter 294. Sarah, I need to talk to Tyler. I barreled down I-20, swerving around traffic, pushing 85. Buzzcut humming to himself in the passenger seat.
Can I ask what this is regarding, Matt? Sarah said, her voice carrying the typical tinny undertone that coincided with a voice call.
Does he have you screening his calls like a fucking secretary? As usual for fucking I-20, 2 cars were turtle-crawling the far left lanes, cruising well under the speed limit. I dropped back, crossing over to the third, and gunned it. Miles. Haven't heard from you in a while. Was getting worried. Got something for me? Mirden. Confirmed location on the Chimera Necro. Give me a minute. Miles. For that, I'll wait all damn day. Take your time. The text fired back in the blink of an eye, distracting me momentarily until I realized how long Sarah had been silent. I cleared my throat, switching the blinker for another lane change. Maybe this was out of pocket. But what's the deal? He's dodging calls, stonewalling Nick? I don't get it. We're in a strong position right now, but there's no guarantee it'll last if we don't push the advantage. There was a cut-off noise as Sarah started to speak and stopped, then tried again.
There's a bit of organizational drag happening. Too many chefs in the kitchen.
Pertaining to what?
How to proceed? Sarah said carefully.
A chill cut through me. If there was some sort of high-level disagreement on how to approach the tower, that was one thing, but this didn't sound like that. This sounded more like the Adventurers Guild getting cold feet. Mirden. Necromancer in the tower, 100% confidence. Either retreated there or had a base from the start. Makes sense. Plenty of fodder to farm for cores. Easy to nab a user every so often without drawing too much attention. Define proceed, I asked flatly.
There's been a lot of questions regarding the best course of action for everyone, Sarah answered.
Then explain it to me, because I'm not getting it. I punched the horn and held it, noise blaring at an oncoming wall of cars until the one driver capable of tying his shoes without drooling picked the pace up enough to form a hole. We take the tower, solidify our alliance with the Order, and potentially stop the transposition events for good, bearing in mind the last transposition wiped out almost 100,000 people. The alternative is, what? Sitting around with our dicks in our hands?
The alliance will hold, Sarah argued. The Order confirmed it, in writing. They'll support us during this event, and any that might follow, so long as we don't undermine them and continue to work toward clearing the tower.
And do you think they'll fucking stick to that after everything goes to hell? Another text came through, interrupting me before I could retort. Miles. Well, shit. Any chance you can nail down the specific floor? Mirden. No. It's distinct enough to identify from a glance. A dead forest surrounding a giant castle, but I don't have the floor number. Miles. Give me a detailed description of the castle, specifically. I complied, sending back as much information on the castle as I could recall, hoping he'd connect the dots and latch onto it.
God, like today hasn't been stressful enough, Sarah muttered, voice call barely picking her up.
Then louder.
Matt, I'm not saying we're throwing in the towel. We're not. There are already plans in place to tackle the next floor at dawn tomorrow, but try to put yourself in Tyler's shoes here, just a bit.
The man has giant feet, Sarah. Do me a favor and help bridge the gap. Miles. Tip came through about the Chimera freak. Could be promising.
Matt. What?
Pressed as I was, I nearly jumped on it. Started forming a message in the quick response screen without even double-checking the body of text. My own instincts stopped me a split second before jaded I could start screaming about a trap, and I expanded the screen, revealing a second series of texts between Matt and Mirden. Shit. Almost missed it. I glanced at the console clock on the dash, setting a mental 6-minute delay before Matt could respond to Miles. Wasn't sure if Miles would actually seize on the similar, near-instant responses as a potential connection, but I wasn't willing to risk it. Sarah was already talking, but I only caught half of it.
Has to worry about. He also has to worry about the city at large. If we run ourselves ragged, take heavy casualties, and expend resources trying to climb the tower, fail because we run up against something impossible, or end up facing the sort of threat we simply can't handle in the remaining time, we're in serious trouble.
The vein stood out of my forehead. And if we actually work together through joint effort now and stop the events, it won't matter how many resources we expend.
You're right, Sarah admitted. She sounded exhausted and frustrated, and not necessarily with me. That's why we're hitting the tower at dawn tomorrow, as scheduled. Believe me, Tyler wants this done just as badly as you do. Assuming we don't hit any serious snags like the last floor and can strategically push through the rest of the climb, there's nothing to worry about.
Translation: one more fuck-up and we run away to bide our time with our heads between our legs.
Great.
I bit off a longer, more scathing retort. Guess we'll get started then.
Guess so.
Sarah paused, whispering to someone near her for a few seconds before she spoke.
Iris doing better? Yeah. Glad to hear it. Hope she's getting all the rest and care she needs. She's a sweetheart.
I'll let her know you asked. See you in the AM.
Try to get some rest, Sarah counseled, the line disconnecting moments later.
As much as I appreciated the thought, my concerns were more focused on Allison and Iris right now. Just because my brother could usually take care of himself didn't mean this wasn't the one time he'd bitten off more than he could chew. According to him, he'd never made it through, so it was going to happen eventually. When I'd called Sarah, I'd hoped to buy a few extra hours of progress, only now, apparently, there was a possibility the Adventurers Guild might pull support entirely. They were making a lot of assumptions I couldn't get behind, chief among them that there'd even be an Adventurers Guild or Order of Parsi after the upcoming event. A strange assumption to make, probably rooted in how relatively relaxed things had been lately. Other than the necromancer attack on my region, which was shockingly ineffective in terms of casualties, everything had been quiet. They'd grown complacent, and as it always did, complacency led to inaction, as if they'd almost entirely forgotten how severely the first event had kicked their collective asses. I exited the highway, pulling into a full parking lot beside the dive bar adjacent to the tower, glancing at the longer-than-usual cordoned line that led to the entrance. As tempting as it was to just say fuck the guild and go in, I'd already tried that with Nick's backing, and we'd gotten our asses handed to us. No, we were here for another reason. Beside me, Buzzcut's cheerful humming hitched before it disappeared entirely as I slipped the mask into place, getting ready to exit as I tied up my conversations with Miles. Matt. I'm listening. Miles.
Catch you with Tara or something? Figured you'd be all over this. Want the good news or the bad news first?
Matt. Both. Miles.
Fine. I have it on good authority that our mutual friend is hiding out in the tower. Downside is, we don't know exactly where, but there's a description of the floor itself. Want to guess the defining feature?
Matt. Big fuck you necromancer creatures?
Miles. Well, yeah, but there's a castle. And not just any castle. Massive stone walls, circular towers with conical roofs, banners of a red dragon on a gold background.
Matt, wait. Where are you getting this? Because the banner sounds like the exact sort of Arthurian lore shit the AG is looking for.
Miles. A reliable source.
Matt, this reliable source explain why he could tell you in detail what the floor looked like without knowing what number it was?
Miles, come on. You know it's not always that clear-cut. There's God knows how many powers in play, and people with a recon edge aren't keen on revealing their methods. Trust me, the info is solid.
Matt, it's confirmation we're on the right track, and a good warning at least. Not sure how much is going to factor, given the state of things. I held my breath, waiting for him to bite. If I could get Miles on board, there was a chance. He had more experience organizing large groups for strategic purposes than anyone else in the Dome, and more than that, was capable of doing so while navigating the more tenuous political side of things. If anyone was capable of getting Tyler to take this more seriously, it was him. Miles. Question mark. Matt. Tyler's getting cold feet about the tower. Miles. The hell? It hasn't even been a week. Why the heel turn? The next message came in before I could answer. As usual, Miles was spot on. Miles. Fuck.
The timer, right?
Matt. As far as I can tell. And it's not just him. With that thing ticking down in everyone's faces, a lot of people having second thoughts on the best place to focus their efforts. Miles.
Bastard wants to have his cake and eat it too. Playing defensive doesn't mean two shits when we have no idea what the motherfucking rules will be this time around. It could be completely different from the first. Worst case scenario, if they end up splitting the regions, it could actively work against us.
Matt, that's what I'm saying.
Miles, even if they can't actually stop the event, a necromancer that powerful needs to be out of play before the event starts, period.
So close. It was important that Miles didn't feel like I was pushing him into helping. The second he did, he'd suddenly come up with a half-dozen other, more important things to worry about. Bearing that in mind, I composed the next message carefully. Matt, agreed. But as things are, Tyler will fold at the first sign of resistance. I held my breath.
Miles, fuck it. Gonna rouse some heavy hitters, see if I can get a supplementary group together. AG might change their tune if someone a little more governmental is in the trenches with them. Mind if I step in?
Matt, not at all. See you in the AM. I leaned my head back, letting the mask gnaw away the buzzing sensation of stress pressing down on my temples. Beside me, Buzzcut had picked up on my mood, growing more nervous by the second.
Maybe we should do this another day. Aaron's gonna have a coronary when he realizes I'm alive, and it kinda sounds like there's already too much to manage.
No matter how frustrated I am, no matter how much I want to scream, none of that is Cameron's fault. He's ready for this, but he's reliant on me. If I lose my shit in front of him, he'll be rattled for weeks. Tell me your cover story again, I said, keeping my tone soft, instructional.
Mirrodin abducted me from my home, Buzzcut recited, expression cold, bordering on furious as he inhabited the lie. Cut my finger off, interrogated me. Got a little rough sometimes. Nothing that topped the finger. Didn't really have to go that route. Bastard made me breathe something, a spell or potion or something else before he started. After it took effect, things got hazy, difficult to focus. He kept asking the same question different ways. The same damn question over and over again. Eventually, I felt compelled to answer. Nothing that betrayed the order and violated the geish, but definitely information I wouldn't have volunteered otherwise. After a while, he got bored and went missing for weeks. Showed up one day, said we were done, blindfolded me, threw me in the back of a vehicle. Drive was around 20 minutes, give or take. Didn't bother to take the cuffs or blindfold off when he kicked me out.
You can visualize everything? I checked.
In detail.
If you were imprisoned indoors all this time, why is your skin tone darker than it was?
Buzzcut shrugged. There was a skylight. If I laid under it and kept my eyes shut, it almost felt like being outside again.
Why didn't you use the skylight to escape?
Because it was a high ceiling, for fuck's sake, and he wasn't stupid enough to leave me something to climb.
I paused long enough to give him an encouraging smile. And how do you feel about Mirrodin now?
Gratefully let me go.
Buzzcut cracked his knuckles, a hint of his old mean streak peeking through.
Genuinely, truly thankful. Because now, there's a second chance to tear his fucking throat out.
Perfect. Chapter 295. In and out, merchant section, Vernon, then back here. 10 minutes, 15 at most. My pulse pounded in my neck as I stepped out of the gateway into the portal room. As my mind absorbed the incessant humming from the concave arrangement of magical entryways, it was a relief to find it empty. Not even Sybil was present, the woman who served as Hastur's surrogate and mouthpiece. When I first joined the Order, for the most part people ignored me. Those out of the loop saw little more than a shady newcomer. The rare few with close ties to either Aaron or Sonny who knew Mirrodin was the Ordinator gave me a wide berth. Not surprising, as I joined soon after the system powers that be drew the connection between the Ordinator and the mass casualty event that defined the first transposition. There were reasonable concerns that I'd snap at the first sign of confrontation, tapping into whatever godforsaken powers I apparently had to transform the entire silo into an eldritch hellscape. Despite the considerable bounty on my head, the smart ones stayed away. But impatience is the downfall of intellect, and eventually the potential reward for power and escape from the dome grew too tantalizing to bear. I dealt with the threats proportionally. Not equally. I learned quickly in early days, if you only match what you're given, it eventually catches up in a bad way. By the same token, if the response is too devastating, you risk souring general opinion. Users here had friends, connections, people they were close to. A perfect proportional response is one that left those friends and connections quietly shaking their heads as they visited you in the infirmary, not seething with anger and plotting vengeance, thinking, "Damn, that sucks, but come on, you had it coming." The real trick was making it look effortless, and that the mercy wasn't mercy at all. For a while it had worked. In contrast to the Order's many rules, Aaron didn't seem to care much if we fought among ourselves, fostering his old-world hedge fund philosophy of letting the strong rise to the top. Lately, despite my best efforts, the random attacks and confrontations had gotten worse. Rumors circulated. There was too much blood in the water, and I had a feeling the members of the Order would be feeling the stress of the timer as much as anyone else, possibly more. Because unlike everyone who existed outside the Order, it was common knowledge now that if you didn't want to deal with city-sized horseshit, there was one ticket out, and his name was Mirden. The double security door sequestering the portal room whooshed open to the third floor of the Order's silo. Padded impacts echoed up from the half-dozen fenced-in octagons on the bottom floor, the stench of sweat mingling with cooking meat from the nearby cafeteria as dozens of conversations blended into a constant din of anxiety and paranoia. "Well, shit, y'all, the friendly neighborhood ordinator's on deck," someone bellowed with a raucous cackle. Conversations died as heads turned. There was plenty of wariness in their expressions, but there was something new, too. A hunger that perhaps had always been there. Difference was, no one seemed interested in hiding it. I kept my presence small and moved at a steady, unhurried pace, not bothering to hide my disdain as I scanned faces and monitored for threats. By now I could spot the markers from a mile away. An intentional nudge, a muttered word, usually followed by some musclehead standing to his feet and moving to intercept me. Oddly, no one made a move. There were plenty of users around who looked scared enough to try something, but not a single one of them budged. Elevator's got a lot of people around it. Guess that means stairs again. The long, windowless stairs weren't much better in terms of safety. Key difference was space, room to maneuver. Unlike the boxed-in metal coffin of an elevator, I could do a lot with 3 flights of stairs. I kept a grip on the rope in my pack, forming a plan to secure the upper door so if there were people waiting at the bottom, I couldn't be flanked from above. Awareness murmured, and I saw the point of a blade in my mind's eye plummeting toward my neck. A rogue today, huh? That's new. I yanked the coil of rope from my pack and tossed it straight up, the length unfurling overhead. With the momentum from the turn, I knocked the incoming blade aside, catching the throat of my attacker with my free hand, getting a good look at him for the first time. Pissed-off gray eyes stared back, perfectly coiffed black hair completing a look somewhat stereotypical for the class. But there was a franticness behind the hard edge, like he'd known he was out of his element this whole time and had gone through with it anyway. "Who put you up to this?" I scanned the cafeteria behind him. It was almost certainly someone watching nearby, possibly one of the shadowy faces whispering in the cafeteria. "Kill yourself," the rogue spat back. Disappointing. I shoved him back and released my hold, narrowly dodging the flashing blade as it struck toward my neck. The rope overhead landed, Audrey's blind spirit following my instructions as one end tightened around the rogue's neck, looping around his shoulders, the other tying itself to the base of the nearby railing. Being completely honest here, I hate shooting the messenger, but there's no time to be picky. "Huh?" the rogue croaked, eyes widening as the noose tightened around his neck. Solid last words. He made one last, desperate, awkward lunge at me, and I caught him, unsparing fang directing my movements as I repurposed his momentum and almost effortlessly tossed the man over the railing. Seconds later, the rope snapped taut. As tempting as it was to lean over the edge for confirmation, I reminded myself that the casual callousness of the violence was the point. So instead of looking, I stuck my hands in my pockets and returned to my previous destination. The stairwell. The door latched behind me, my own footsteps echoing off the stone walls as I murmured to Azure. "Status?" Azure's chipper voice resounded in my head. "Alive and healthy, though delightfully convinced that he's choking to death." He's not, though. "Not at all." Azure chuckled. "Our mutual friend has loosened her grip, and the vines masquerading as ropes around his shoulders are bearing most of the weight. Not that anyone in the growing crowd below has made that connection. The rogue's name is Chris, if you care." "I don't. Get anything from him?" "Nothing telling." My summons shadow flickered as he walked alongside me in the stairwell. "The rogue's blade is coated with a potent paralytic." Why paralytic and not poison? As you surmised, he was strong-armed by another user. Big man upstairs toward the back of the cafeteria. Tao. Took a shot at you a few weeks ago. Once you were incapacitated, Tao intended to follow up for the kill. I paused to think. "You broke his legs," Azure provided.
Right. A tattooed face came to mind. The man was built like a mountain of muscle and almost entirely absent neck. Doesn't make sense. I remember him now, and he was scared shitless. Why the hell is he coming back for more? Unknown, largely because Tao seems to have suddenly wised to the practice of integrating mental shielding to his build, Azure said meaningfully. Fucking Aaron. I realized, remembering how stressed he'd seemed in my region when he'd asked Matt to speak to Mirdan on his behalf. Turned out he wasn't just micromanaging. The strike team's effectiveness unnerved him, and he'd gleaned more insight watching from a distance than he should have. My guess as well. Shall I track him down, see if I can catch him monitoring the situation? I weighed the options for a moment, then shook my head. Aaron's too smart to just wait around slack-jawed. Even if he wasn't, it doesn't tell us anything we don't already know. Monitor the surface thoughts of the people in the crowd. Sift for anything valuable. Half the Order will have their opinion of Mirdan front and center, and that doesn't happen every day. Roger that. Azure's cheerful expression melted back into a cluster of shadows on the wall, disappearing entirely. There was a time walking through a waiting crowd, especially an angry one focused on me, would have given me no end of anxiety. Now, as I threw the stairwell open and walked through them, placidly scanning the dozens of faces that panned me with latent hostility as they parted beneath the red-faced rogue struggling for breath, I felt little beyond tacit annoyance. All things considered, it didn't take much to intimidate them. The problem was an issue of retention. "Hey, you gonna let him down?" someone groused, the speaker conveniently hidden by the crowd. "Depends. On what? He's dying, for Christ's sakes." A glint of metal on the concrete ground caught my eye. Not wanting to stoop over and present an easy target, I wedged the toe of my boot beneath the hilt and kicked upward, catching the hilt. I studied it blandly. On whatever the knife he tried to stab me with is poisoned. Casually, I hurled the blade toward the hanging rogue. Late application of probability cascade, ensuring its slow rotation hit the mark blade first. The knife hit with a thump, sticking about an inch through the rogue's calf. He emitted a strangled cry of surprise and almost immediately began to seize, his flailing limbs stiffening almost immediately. Shame. I took one last look at the rogue before entering the smithery. Chapter 296. Kai and Eric had expanded since my last visit. Open forges created a billowing heat that flowed outward, jumping the temperature at least 20 degrees from the silo's room temp. Several apprentice smiths, enchanters, and artificers attended various projects behind the open counter. Kai was dressing one such artificer down, his high-pitched voice and colorful language barely audible over the din of metal and buzzing magic. Eric was leaning forward on the counter, burly arms crossed beneath him, crumpling his black apron. His gaze shifted between me and the crowd outside the glass windows with a mix of caution and curiosity.
"Busy morning?"
he asked gruffly. "Nothing out of the ordinary. Looks like you guys stepped it up a notch." I looked around in quiet approval. Several, for that matter. Business that good? Eric kneaded his forehead tiredly.
"Steady. Been up to our necks in commissions for a few weeks now, hence the extra help. Trying to get them out before the transposition."
Suddenly, seeming to remember that I was a customer, he straightened up.
"Yours are more or less ready to go."
"More or less?"
"Aye. But it being a prototype, new design and all, I'd like a few more days to tinker if I'm honest."
"And a few days from now you'll want a few more," Kai called over as he approached the counter, his flowing, colorful robes clashing with his surly expression. He crossed his arms and looked at me, then seemed to finally notice the commotion outside. "Can I get that loaner back? What the fuck is happening? What are they all doing? Is that a shoe?" Before anyone could respond, Kai was already around the counter and peeking his head out the door, looking up at where the rogue user was still hanging. After a moment, he retreated, slowly closing the door and peering at Eric. I've been bitching about aesthetic for weeks now, but now I really have to put my foot down. Why is there a human piñata decorating our shop? Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Eric brush his fingers horizontally across his throat. "What does this mean?" Kai repeated the same gesture back, unimpressed. Annoyed, Eric thumped a fist onto the counter.
"It means whatever happens outside the shop is none of our business."
"And if it's happening above the shop?" I blew out air. The guy tried to stab me. I threw him off the third floor, used the rope so he didn't make a mess. Casually, I glanced over my shoulder. The crowd had moved back some to make room, as someone placed a ladder down,
while someone else tested the stability of the bottom step, then began to climb. Oh. Kai tilted his head from side to side, then raised a hand and made a thrusting motion. Why didn't you just stab him back?
Kai, Eric hissed.
Like I said, didn't want to make a mess. I pulled the Vorpal Gnasher out of my inventory and tossed it to Kai, who caught it, a brief squeak of surprise quickly silenced. Assuming you've got a knife for me, along with everything else, here's the loner back. And how? You'd be shocked how many idiots miss that cannot be sharpened by ordinary means small print on the Vorpal enchantment and try to hold on to these. Kai slid the blade out of the sheath, studying its waning edge with a frown. Though I suppose it'll be hard to miss, given the state. He pressed his thumb against the edge, sliding it down slightly, incurring nothing but an indent. This sort of wear usually takes longer. You really put it through its paces. Been busy. I watched the blade in Kai's hands, feeling a small pang. The armor penetration paid dividends. Part of me is glad the enchantment isn't widely used. The arrogance full plate gives certain targets can't be understated. I'd rather they keep strutting around like walking tanks, thinking they're invincible. Full plate, really? Kai stared at the blade uneasily. Surprised it worked for that. Most of the time it wasn't necessary. Generally better to aim for the weak points, gaps. But if the armor's high rarity, and there are no gaps, I tapped my breastbone. It did its job. His mouth pulled down in a pout. My desire to upsell is battling with my survival instinct. I snorted. Go ahead. I'm not going to throw you off the side of something for trying to do business.
There's a reason we only use the enchantment for commission loaners, Eric interjected cautiously, eliciting a sigh of irritation from Kai. As you've seen, it will eventually lose its edge. Sharpening the blade and reapplying the enchantment doesn't take long, but that process requires both a talented enchanter and a smith capable of working with enchanted items. At the end of the day, most people prefer a good blade that will retain its sharpness indefinitely, rather than one that will eventually fail them.
Admittedly, I saw the wisdom in that. Were the dulling process more binary, sharp 1 second, blunt as soon as the magic faded, I'd probably agree. If you were inattentive or inexperienced, it would probably still be a bad idea. But I've been able to gauge the blade's waning effectiveness over repeated uses, and with the new artificial class acquisition of Luciana, I had one hell of a backup. Kai grimaced. We've put together an already excellent weapon for your commission. Beyond the immediate requests, metal processed through the new lunar forges is particularly receptive to mana. Naturally, I took advantage of that and layered as many potentially useful effects as I could.
At no additional charge, Eric hastily added.
Why would you do that? I asked, genuinely curious. New forges weren't a variable when you sought us out. Wouldn't be right. I'm happy to pay more for a better product.
Trying to screw yourself out of a deal?
Eric glared at me for a moment, before averting his eyes again. Kai cleared his throat. What Big, Handsome, and Awkward's trying to say is that recently we were mainly selling pre-mades. Then on his first day, the scariest motherfucker in the dome walked in and made a commission. Suddenly, everyone and their grandmother wants something bespoke. Experience from commissions is better, not to mention money, so we're sitting pretty. Well, I'm always sitting pretty, but you get my meaning. He switched back to business mode. The dagger is mostly done, but the Vorpal enchantment doesn't take much space. If you're willing to bring it back for discounted maintenance every few weeks, I can probably make it happen.
I'm willing.
Generous as all this appeared, I wasn't born yesterday.
Guessing you guys are still looking for a way out?
They shared a look and nodded. It's not urgent exactly, Kai answered haltingly. No one's strong-arming us the way they used to. But the vibes around here, well...
The sooner the better, Eric murmured.
Okay. I clapped my hands together. Let's see what you've got. If it's good, I'll see what I can do. If it's good? Prepare to eat your heart out. Kai rolled his eyes, gesturing for me to follow. Past the series of forges and several immersion tanks with various luminescent elements, the smith's storage area had been expanded. Approximately half of what was once a basic stockroom had been blown out through carved stone, the new half doubling as a testing area, complete with mannequins, padded targets, striking posts, and the dangling ropes and pulleys of various tension mechanisms I could only assume measured flexibility and resilience. The room itself was sequestered from the open format of the rest of the smith, an armored door secured with a series of complex locks that were at least partially magical in nature.
So,
Eric's eyes flashed with anticipation.
Between the armor and weapons, where would you like to start?
I raised an eyebrow. I placed the second order nearly 2 weeks after the original commission for the weapons. I assumed the armor wouldn't be ready yet. He grunted, a pep in his step as he placed a large box on a wide, sturdy table and wheeled over a mannequin with a rolling base, covered in a sheet. Frustrating as it is to admit, the armor you brought in for alterations was already solid. There wasn't much room for improvement beyond the modifications, though we did manage a few notable improvements. It didn't take long. The silhouette was the biggest issue, we remember, Kai called over. He'd busied himself working on something out of view beneath a nearby shelf, hands glowing as he made adjustments to the box below, possibly the knife. Trust me, you'll be happy with the results.
Enchanting aside, Kai's an artist with a needle, Eric agreed, with a sort of easy confidence that was difficult to fake.
I guess we should start with the original commissions. The weapons, I mused. My original issue wasn't an easy one to solve. Page's quick draw was an invaluable ambush skill in almost any combat encounter at close to medium range. The problem was I generally preferred engaging at range, and typically did so. If whatever I was shooting at survived the initial volley and closed range, my ranged weapons often already needed to be reloaded, forcing me into melee. My initial, more economical idea was to sacrifice inventory space and simply buy cheap crossbows to rotate through. An idea the blacksmith had talked me out of. Now, I was curious to see what he'd come up with. Eric grinned and opened the box. Chapter 297. The contents were, at first glance, a little disappointing. 4 simple black outlines. The pistol grip, trigger, and body weren't much more compact than a typical hand crossbow. The greatest reduction in size was the body itself, lacking the thicker, more ample midsection of a typical self-reloading hand crossbow, shaved down to almost nothing. The limbs of all 4 bows appeared to be folded back for storage, creating a look more reminiscent of some sort of high-tech slingshot than a crossbow. I dislodged one from the foam and attempted to extend the wings, finding them firm and unyielding. On second look, there were no hinges, and the string was taut, but surely it couldn't be permanently locked in this form. Puzzled, I pulled up the description. Item: Portent Armory. Description: though these 4 diminutive...
Hold on.
Eric shook his head sternly, snatching the loosely held weapon out of my hands before I could read the description in full.
Respectfully, I busted my ass. Already knew they were going to be special halfway through. But these little beauties ended up being my second vocational capstone. Let me give them a better breakdown than the pre-filled system tripe.
I inclined my head, trailing behind him as he approached one of the padded targets, finger resting on the trigger guard.
Someone a lot smarter than me once said that limitation breeds creativity. Never put much stock in that till now. He smirked. Could be wrong. But the day you walked in, I got the sense you were frugal. Loaded, but frugal. Also gleaned you didn't give 2 fucks about ornamentation. So, a big part of the design phase was sussing out how exactly to make these things worth the cheddar to you. He extended his arm toward the target, less than 2 feet away from the crossbow's barrel, and fired. There was no sound. No telltale twang. Nothing but a blur and ample thud as the padded target suddenly jerked upward against the back leg of its tripod base, clattering hard against the ground. Interest piqued. I tried to lift the target with the toe of my boot and discovered it was too heavy for that, crouched down and lifted it with both hands. It was more weighted than it appeared, somewhere between 75 and 100 pounds. First piece of the puzzle was stopping power. Probably don't gotta tell you this, but outside of some very specific use cases, hand crossbows are generally outclassed by their bigger, more accurate siblings. The bigger form factor allows for greater power, but it's a new age. Material options with appropriate tensile strength aren't nearly as limited as it once was. Ever run into a dop key?
I shook my head.
Not the nastiest bastards the system has thrown at us. Probably not even the top 10. Nasty nonetheless. Lizards around the size of a small dog. Chameleon-style camouflage. Ambush hunters. If they feel threatened, they'll jump out at you, generally from a wall, try to get their jaws on your head. If they do...
Eric snapped his fingers.
Lights out. Crush strength that would make an alligator blush. Thankfully for the users palling around the low-level eco-dungeons they're most common in, their preferred diet isn't meat.
They eat rocks for minerals. Their stomachs are insane, which makes for stupidly good gut string. Get to the cool part already, Kai called over, covering a laugh as Eric glared at him.
How much pressure? I asked, ignoring the enchanter's grumbling. 3 times the usual amount, Eric grinned.
Bullshit. I worked my jaw, absorbing the idea that it was even possible. Something occurred to me. Even if it wasn't, wouldn't that much force just shatter the ammunition?
It would, and it did.
Eric chuckled nostalgically.
Pulled my hair out trying to get conventional bolts to work. Tried everything, denser wood, material composites. Everything either broke or bent the second the trigger was pulled.
What finally hacked it?
Something a little closer to home. See for yourself.
He pointed to the target. The back of the bolt, still protruding from the target, was atypical, absent the stereotypical fins. I gripped it tightly, immediately feeling a distinct drop in temperature seep through my glove. It's metal. I realized at least a third of the small crossbow's heft must have come solely from the bolt. After considerable effort, it finally dislodged. Solid all the way through?
Yep.
Eric nodded, taking the bolt from me and replacing it in another crossbow.
Tried hollow, same issue as the conventional stuff. Iron was too heavy. Steel was closer to what I wanted, but still not quite there. Landed on tritium. System analog for a tungsten alloy, far as I can tell. Dense, doesn't handle sustained abuse well, which makes it a terrible choice for armor, but a brief moment of intense pressure?
He adjusted something near the sight, then fired the second crossbow at a more distant target. Again, the bolt rocketed forward. Unlike the first, closer target, the bolt shot forward about 5 feet before it plunged downward, metal screeching as it slid across the floor.
Imagine you'll get anywhere between 15 to 20 uses per bolt before accuracy becomes a concern. Of course, that leaves the biggest problem of using solid metal bolts.
Range.
I frowned.
Diversifying my kit, using different tools for different problems, was nothing I wasn't used to. But the distance was practically non-existent. It'd make me an even better fighter than I already was in close quarters. But from a realistic standpoint, it did nothing to solve my mid-range issues and risked redundancy.
Went back to the ammunition drawing board for a bit. Eventually decided I'd need outside help a bit earlier than I thought.
Nuh-uh. Kai replaced the lid of the item he'd been adjusting, smirking all the while. Tell him. Tell our favorite customer how many days you spent banging your head against the wall before you remembered you had a talented enchanter on staff.
Several, Eric growled.
I'm not just a pretty face, and I've been very curious how exactly the Order creates their portals, Kai provided, approaching the table and looking over the crossbows, glowing with pride. The only teleportation enchantments I have access to can only be applied to inanimate objects. Organic material is a no-go, but I've been playing with it, trying to find a way around the limitations. Not there yet, but I've learned the practical applications inside and out, coupled with an enchantment that works like a rangefinder, which was, coincidentally, another enchantment Eric demeaned as useless. And we found our solution. I gave up trying to piece it together myself, as Kai, barely able to contain his excitement, unseated the third crossbow and passed it to me butt first, gesturing toward the more distant target. Curious how it would function in my typical use case, I inventoried the bow, then activated Page's quick draw. It snapped into my hand. The pistol grip, while seemingly identical at first glance, landed perfectly in my palm, the few barely perceptible indentations ensuring the weapon nestled perfectly in alignment. Bearing in mind the faster drop-off, I focused slightly above the target and fired, not bothering to aim. The bolt launched beneath the raised sight, blurring, seeming to shrink for fractions of a second before it disappeared entirely. Moments later, there was an impact as the metal bolt slammed into the cushioned back wall behind the target, exactly at the height I'd aimed. My jaw dropped. Barring enhanced perception, there's no way I would have caught it. Even with amplified senses, it was difficult to parse precisely what exactly happened, but I knew 2 things for certain. The first was that, for a millisecond, the bolt disappeared completely. The second was that it had reappeared closer to the target, retaining velocity and effectively tripling the range. Sorry? I slowly turned to look at Kai. What the fuck? Uh-huh, Kai preened, clearly delighted as he took the crossbow from me. It's naturally intuitive. If you pull the trigger and the rangefinder enchantment detects a target within 3 meters, it fires like a normal crossbow. If the target is outside of 3 meters, the bolt teleports. reappearing approximately a meter away from the target. His brows pulled down in consternation. Real bitch of a time making the teleport destination pinpoint accurate. Main reason beyond enchanting real estate and the sheer power it would cost being I couldn't just give it a more impressive range, but the end results speak for themselves. What's more, there are identical, less precise variations of the same spell here. He pointed to the butt of the crossbow, then the two limbs, here and here. To what end? I asked. Suddenly, Eric reached over and slapped the bow out of Kai's hand in a gesture that could have been playful, openly grinning as the small enchanter yelped. Kai shrieked something obscene I couldn't be bothered to catch as I watched the small, delicate work of art plummet toward the floor and slip through it like a rock into water. I went to one knee, examining the concrete below. There was no indication that something solid had passed through the surface, not even a scuff.
To that end,
Eric provided cheerfully. What the fuck? I repeated. There's a simple on-off enchantment in the grip that detects if the weapon is being held or not. Kai babied his wrist, still glaring daggers at Eric. If it's dropped, the rangefinder will activate at the last possible moment to trigger the second return state teleport a split second before the object hits the ground, or is close to exceeding the maximum distance of approximately 20 meters. Once those parameters are met, it returns to the control stone. Kai gestured toward the box with a half-hearted magician's flourish. All 4 crossbows sat as if they'd simply been there the whole time. I picked out the one I'd fired, noting that it was once more locked back into the firing position. I was wondering how I'd managed to reload these with the weight involved. I felt a slow, creeping smile. So I keep the control stone in my inventory. Fire, drop, the bow returns to the inventory, ready for another bolt. Don't tell me they fully reload themselves, given the ammo. Eric cleared his throat awkwardly.
We, couldn't quite crack how to get these beauties to slap in another bolt on their own inside a user's inventory. In theory, it's possible, but there's a lot of restrictions on the inventory that don't apply anywhere else. Probably for good reason. You'll need to do that part yourself.
The weapons presented so many new possibilities, it made my head spin. I stood there, silently working through them all, until I realized both Eric and Kai were fidgeting uncomfortably, and spoke my current ponderance aloud. So there's effectively 2 firing modes, close and extended. Any way to lock it to one or the other? Eric cocked his head, not grasping my meaning. In case I need to shoot through something or someone. They traded a look before Kai answered. Does that, come up a lot? I shrugged. More than you'd think.
It'd be difficult to add at this stage. Eric nodded slowly, considering it. A manual toggle is possible. Technically, the function is already there, but Kai did the enchanting work with the self-activation in mind. How long would it take?
He crossed his arms, wincing as he waited for his partner to answer. Weeks? I'd have to scrap most of what I already have and redo it. Kai recited emotionlessly, soul seeming to leave his body with every passing word. It would cost a lot of resources, and I don't even want to think about the alignment process after doing this 4 separate times, but sure, totally doable.
Would you like to tell our favorite customer who broached that very question and was squawked at to get out of the etherworks and go hit something with a hammer? Eric asked blandly, a sheen of spiteful mischief in his eye.
No, Kai said. I'll take them as is, I clarified, deciding that specific use case didn't really merit the additional time and aggravation. Their sense of relief was immediate and palpable. Could probably spend all day testing these, but we should probably move on. What else you got? The answer was quite a bit. Starting with a knife. Alchemist's razor. Sporting a Bowie-style form with Persian trappings, its shining blade covered with runes finally solved my absence of variety problem. It was larger than I preferred, but this was necessary for all the moving parts. The crystalline knob at the base served as a magical battery and rotating mode switch. According to Kai, electricity and fire in small-class weapons caused too many potential problems for the wielder to be viable. If I stabbed a monster with a live knife coursing with thousands of volts of electricity, and taking obvious issue with this, the monster grabbed me, the problem was obvious. Same with fire. Instead, he'd started by deconstructing one of Miles' draining garrots, and reverse engineering a similar enchantment that fed into the knife's internal mana battery, making up the first of the blade's 3 modes.
The second was imbued with the last of the matriarch spider's venom I'd harvested a lifetime ago. The effect was less potent than the venom in its original form, but the upside was that it would last as long as the blade had charge, which could be restored by switching back to the first mode. We'd discussed dark, or potentially even eldritch, as a third option. Unfortunately, they were so difficult to work with that in the end, Kai hadn't been able to manage it. The alternative he'd come up with, parameters being a ruinous, devastating option that countered quick regeneration, was mildly horrifying. Kai demonstrated, turning the crystalline core on the hilt to the third setting. Unlike the first two, there was no dull green or violet glow coursing through the runes. The metal remained static, though there was a certain reflective sheen to it I was uncertain had been there before. Gripping the knife tightly, Kai took aim and plunged it into one of the waiting targets. There was an audible shink. Bracing himself and planting a foot on the target base for support, Kai gripped the hilt of the knife with both hands and yanked. The target tore. 2 inches of padding and material pouring out of the gap, leaving a gaping hole around a fist wide. In his hands, the weapon no longer looked like a knife, rather a rod of the same length with countless metallic barbs emitting at countless asymmetrical angles. Jesus. Transmutation. Kind of brutal. Kai nodded, watching as the spines on the blade folded back in, expending the rest of its power to reforge. Spines are thin enough that at least some of them should break off. Yet they never do. What was the base material? I asked, fighting a growing queasiness. A few feet behind, Eric cleared his throat and answered.
What was the damaged weapon you brought in made of?
That was a surprise. Eric was referring to a shattered faux artifact we'd found in the tower. The sword was meant to be a facsimile of Excalibur. When Nick picked it up, it fell to pieces in his hands. It was supposed to be fake, a prop. I brought it in for Kai to study the enchantment traces because Kinsley's team lacked the specific expertise to identify. Kinsley was still hurting on the weapons crafter front, and as the blade material was correctly identified as some sort of low-grade mix of iron and something else, we figured it would make a good show of goodwill. Apparently we were wrong. Which is a nice, gentle lead-in to another topic we'd like to speak to you about. Kai crossed his arms. The wood you brought in? We'd like more of it. A lot more. Metal, too, but we're guessing that was all you had. I'm listening, I ventured, figuring it was better to withhold information until I had a better idea of where this was going. Eric circled around the table, standing next to Kai, forming a cohesive unit.
The wraithwood is staggeringly strong.
And immensely enchantable, Kai added.
In typical system fuckery fashion, it doesn't burn, it melts.
Eric shook his head slowly.
The molten... Shit, I don't even know what to call it.
Pulp? Kai tried.
Close enough,
Eric agreed.
The pulp interacts with other materials strangely when melted down and combined. Still toying with the potential alloys, but I inlaid it on the bows for additional support. Otherwise, they'd be breaking as often as they fired, and Kai wouldn't have been able to use a fraction of the enchantments he managed.
And the metal? I asked.
You're 100% committed to not telling us what it was or where it came from?
Eric asked again. I inclined my head. Kai sighed, surveying the dagger with the barest hint of wonder. This stupid thing. Your people were correct. Broken and decrepit as it was, there were hints of an enchantment. And not just any enchantment. Whatever the original purpose, it's more complex than anything I've worked with, and it's not even close. You couldn't crack it, I filled in. No, Kai snapped. Well, yes, it was impossible to fully identify, let alone recreate, but I was able to parse enough of the internal schema to piece together the type of enchantment. Transmutation. Pretend like I have no enchanting background, and fill me in on the significance. Again, they shared a look. This time it was Kai who spoke. Transmutation enchantments are generally a poor choice for bladed weapons. Maces and warhammers see some benefit, but the downside is arguably still not worth it. It's not as simple as transforming one thing into another. Technically, you can have a claymore that transforms itself into a scythe. Not sure why anyone would want that, but you could. But every time you swapped from one form to the other, there would be a small degree of base material lost in the process, accounting for energy spent for the transformation itself. The immediate loss isn't noticeable, but cumulatively it adds up. The structural integrity degrades, and one day, oops, my novelty weapon fell to pieces. Tracks with how I found it, I admitted.
I, rather, was convinced it was just well-enchanted iron.
Eric took the dagger from Kai and looked it over.
Felt, smelt, and melted identically.
He grinned, glancing toward the door that led to the forges.
If I hadn't been testing the wraithwood pulp that week, we might have never thought to melt it down and test it.
I shifted uncomfortably. Doesn't deconstructing a weapon destroy the supposedly priceless enchantment? It would, Kai sniffed, if I was a novice and stupid. He reached in his robes and nonchalantly tossed me a crystal disc. Both the top and the bottom were convex, giving it the shape of a basic UFO, emitting a light green glow that felt appropriate. Item: Expert Enchanter's Blueprint. Incomplete. Description: little can be gleaned from this crafted object by those lacking the enchantment vocation or advanced diagnostic/identification abilities. Value? ? Wasn't accomplishing anything in its broken form. Kai shook his head, but by copying everything I could, even the parts that were utterly incomprehensible, someone can potentially fill in the enchantment's blanks and make use of it later. Even as he spoke, Kai looked mildly envious at the prospect. Eric alloyed the iron with wraithwood pulp, because Eric now wants to alloy everything with wraithwood. The results were more drastic than every other material he worked with. We still don't know what to call it, but it sure as hell isn't iron.
Still in favor of omnium, Eric scowled.
And if we were naming a knockoff superhero instead of a god-tier alloy, I'd agree with you. Kai rolled his eyes. More importantly, I tested a small sample with a basic transmutation enchantment for days. Pretty much anything falls apart after 50 alterations, but whatever this is, it's still rock solid. He lowered the alchemist's razor in its box, uncharacteristically reverent. One of a kind. The mode switch enchantments barely took space. I layered on strengthening, ergonomic, and muffling enchants, which would normally be a pick one or two situation, not to mention Vorpal and the weak point identification enchantment you wanted cloned. And this mean bastard still has room. So you could still potentially improve it in the future, I filled in, hiding a smile. This was a reminder. It wasn't just that, of course. Their enthusiasm, for the most part, was too unbridled to be anything other than authentic. But the entire reason they'd gone so above and beyond was because I'd broached the possibility of getting them out from under the Order if the results spoke for themselves. And the results were screaming that I'd be an absolute dumbass, leaving them under Aaron's thumb. You have my support. I wiggled the disc that Kai couldn't seem to keep his eyes off of in front of his face. And on that note, I'm getting the feeling you'd like to keep studying this. God, yes, Kai breathed. I tossed it back to him, noting the barely suppressed shriek as he all but dove to catch it. Couple of conditions. I'd like you both to keep what you've discovered about Wraithwood to yourselves. Is that going to be a problem with all the new hires?
Not at all.
Eric smiled, seeming to finally shed his anxiety.
Don't have to tell me we can't trust this lot. I'm the only one who's worked with it. Few of them might have seen me throwing wood shavings into a fire and asked questions, to which they were told to mind their business, but other than Kai, no one knows the value at stake. Perfect. I pulled up my UI and sent the contact cards from the woman handling Merchants Guild talent acquisition. Message the last contact first. Only reach out to the others if there's no answer. The second condition is that from this moment, we only talk about this subject through text. There's a lot of eyes and ears around here. I didn't linger the first time, so they're probably not listening now. Definitely not, Azure confirmed, the slightest ripple of shadow visible as he slipped back into mine. But I drew some attention on my way in, and at least a few people outside are going to realize I've been in here longer than the average customer. Assuming the transition goes smoothly, you'll have access to more wraithwood than you can shake a stick at. Eric pounded a table in excitement and paced back and forth. When? During the event. It was the safest answer. If the joint initiative managed to stop the event or delay it, we'll need another plan. But if we failed, and there was enough uncertainty with the AG's newly uncovered reticence, that I wasn't willing to bet on it. There was no better time to poach crafters than during the chaos of the transposition. Judging from Eric's wins, he didn't agree. Place will be empty, so we might be able to get the forges out, but if it's anything like the first, the roads will be terrible. Plus, we'll need a cargo truck. Getting from point A to point B through that hellscape in a slow-moving vehicle could be tricky.
Can you make forges? I asked.
His eyes widened. They're exorbitantly expensive.
Yes, I said patiently, and the faction you're about to defect to has materials and Selvae to spare. So what are our real problems?
Competition? Kai noted glumly.
If we just abandon ship.
Eric's lips thinned, betraying discomfort with the theoretical.
Even an unspecified blacksmith can get a lot of use out of the existing facilities. Might even make it easier for him to choose a specialization, considering there'd be no overhead.
Could you disassemble them?
Not without losing the materials.
I studied the fingertips of my gloves idly. Interesting. Assuming you talk to the contact I sent, like what you hear, and have the foresight to get a formal agreement in writing, that would solve the competition issue at no real cost. Wouldn't it? Eric turned slightly green at the prospect of destroying his forges, but eventually nodded.
I suppose it wouldn't.
Good. I clapped my hands together. Reach out to that contact. When we move, we need to move quickly. We settled for 200,000 Selvae, which still felt like highway robbery. They, Kai more than Eric, wanted to go over the details of the armor before I left, but I had to see a necromancer about a girl, and I'd lingered too long as it was. On the second floor, beyond the row of onlookers pressed up against a long railing, I caught a light flash of the back of Buzzcut's head, flanked on either side with various hulking escorts, mostly melee users that made up Aaron's personal guard. The glimpse filled me with trepidation. We had a solid plan, but Aaron could be unpredictable. He wasn't the sort of guy to take luck at face value, never had been. He'd been intrigued by the possibility of an inside look at the so-called rabid dog he'd unleashed, tempted by the opportunity presented. After that, though, it really all came down to how well Cameron could sell it. When it comes to developing an asset, menace and friendliness both play a part. Too intimidating and abusive, and they'll jump ship. Too friendly, and they'll assume there's no stick. Trust is key. Balance. They need to hold the belief that you, or the people backing you, are scarier than the people you're turning them against, and simultaneously believe that you'll come running if they stick their necks out and the axe comes down, even if you won't. To be clear, I'm not encouraging the practice of burning assets. There are a lot of people on government payroll I don't associate with because they're too quick to do exactly that. Sometimes you can't help them, and that's a tough pill to swallow. And no matter how pragmatic you try to be, you will swallow it. Because if you did it right, you're the only hope they have. With Miles's voice echoing in my head, I composed a quick message.
Mirden, remember, this is a litmus test. He won't move on you right away.
We're on the precipice of a lot of volatility, and he'll be hesitant to add to the pile. But if you get the sense he's considering finishing what he started, fall back to the safe house and get invisible. There are other ways you can help. I get that you feel beholden to me for the fresh start, the sense of purpose, but dying accomplishes nothing. Cameron.
Maybe not, but it'd be an honor.
Mirden. Say it back to me. Dying accomplishes nothing. Cameron. Got it. See you on the flip side, boss. Mirden. Say it. The bell above the blacksmith's door rang before I could send the message. He stepped through awkwardly, half-twisted around, speaking to someone in a low tone before the familiar face was revealed. Heard there was some dark and broody celebrity hanging out around here. Seen anyone like that? Julian smiled. Chapter 298. In a way, it was a relief to see cracks in Julian's visage, the way his fingers drummed nervously against his leg, the little stress lines around his mouth that betrayed worry, despite considerable effort to stay aloof. Beyond conveying that he wasn't exactly thrilled to be talking to me like this, it was more evidence to the fact he was exactly what he presented himself as. What was less of a relief was that I'd so recently spoken to him without the mask. The mask would alter the sound and pitch of my voice, but Mirden and Matt had similar speaking patterns, as precedent I'd established before realizing how many problems that was going to cause. Julian was perceptive. I needed to amplify the differences that did exist, or the connection would be plain as day. Leaning into that, I tried to push past him. Out of the way, dickhead. Instead of trying to stop me, Julian reached out a hand. We've never met. I'm Julian, Prince of the Parsi Court. And I'm in a hurry. Better get to the point, then. His voice was firm but calm. There's a kid outside, slowly choking to death. Me and some others have been trying to cut him down, but it's hard to get leverage on a ladder, and the rope is shockingly resilient. Didn't you get the memo? The court wants nothing to do with me. They made it perfectly clear. Didn't want to add more shady associations to the already sketchy origin when they're about to make a public debut. I hit him with the facts, letting them speak for themselves. New boss, same as the old boss. Again, the rogue was in no real danger. Audrey would send a warning if he was. I'd planned to leave him hanging there like a living gibbet until my business was concluded, then dismiss the summon and wash my hands of it. If nothing else, the accusation that the court seemed more worried about their public appearance seemed to get under his skin. Some members felt that way, yes, not all. His eyes slid to the side. And I also get why you're being such a hard-ass. Julian breathed out slowly, cocking his head. It's been hunting season around here lately. I get it. I leaned forward and growled. Move. In a minute. He stared me down. The wild animal shtick might be keeping you alive, but beyond that it's not doing you any favors. Think about appearances. A lot of people who got what's coming to them aren't copping to their part in it. Some, even a few with considerable pull, are claiming you attacked them unprovoked. Add in the fact that the Order's rules don't seem to apply to you, and one of these days you'll catch more trouble than you can handle. I'm shaking. Awareness trumpeted a warning as Julian's shoulder and arm twitched. A sucker punch? Really? The exchange was lightning fast. I shifted slightly, dodging the would-be attack before realizing it wasn't there at all. He'd never moved, but both awareness and emulation had triggered. I activated Page's quick draw, sudden resistance halting the typically smooth-as-glass movement. Despite my speed, he'd caught my arm, stopping me from withdrawing a crossbow from my inventory. This time he actually moved, reaching back toward his inventory. Returning in kind, I lashed out and kicked it away, following up with a flurry of blows aimed at his unarmored face and neck, each deflected at the last second, one after another. The response was pure, calculated defense, which, with experience, meant a serious attack was coming. I disengaged and instinctively lowered my center of gravity, ready to absorb or avoid, only to realize Julian was doing the same. Kai's shrill voice broke the standoff as he shouted from behind the counter he was half cowering behind. "No fighting in the smithery!" "Sorry, ma'am," Julian said, suddenly chagrined. "I'm a boy," Kai snapped at Julian, irate. "He started it," I said begrudgingly. "Did I?" Julian asked, the slightest hint of a smirk plying at his mouth. "Sure felt that way." I watched him for any indication of deception, and found none. Annoyed and unsure what exactly happened, but not wanting to escalate, I dulled Mirden's edge. Look, let's be real. I don't care what happens to the kid. What I care about is the impression it gives if I go out there post-scuffle and let him down. It'll look like I'm running away with my tail between my legs. Julian absorbed that, nodding slowly. People like me around here. They don't always listen, but sometimes they do. Play ball, and I can maybe quench the heat a little, get them to refocus elsewhere. And if they don't listen, and I catch wind of some kind of bad coming your way, I'll warn you. Plus, it'll give the impression you're capable of listening to reason if you toe the line a bit. Humanize you. Not sure that helps me. At the very least, it makes you look less like an existential threat that needs to be put down, Julian pointed out. It was strange. Despite being a terrible liar, he was a great negotiator. Before Julian, I'd argue that was impossible. Negotiating always required some level of deceit. Yet along the same lines of giving an ancient eldritch hive mind enough doubt that it actually hesitated, he'd picked up quickly that I was more concerned with appearances than actually being an asshole, and immediately switched to tact, absorbing that knowledge into his strategy. He was also seemingly immune to being shrugged off, a strategy I'd spent most of my life perfecting. And I had to admit, he wasn't wrong. The mercy of my previous course of action, letting the kid hang as a cartel-style warning until I left, and releasing him, would be lost on most people. But not everyone. There were too many witnesses for them all to be stupid. At least a few of them would connect the dots. As much as I hated it, this played better. Do you care if I publicly threaten you? I checked. Not at all. Fine. That didn't mean I was going to be nice about it. There was a thud and a whimpering cry as the rogue dropped a solid 6 feet and hit the ground on paralyzed legs, immediately toppling. Julian, as expected, was there to catch him, protecting his head from a potential concussion. Even as the prince winced from the harsh landing, he offered a smile. Thanks for the assist. A current of whispers went through the gathering crowd. I forced myself not to look at them, focusing on Julian instead. I raised my voice slightly, making sure the onlookers could hear. Just keep your end of the bargain. If you don't, it'll be you dangling next. To his credit, he paled a bit and inclined his head. Message received. I was mostly ignored as several people pushed by to help Julian with the downed rogue. He'd get a boost in popularity from this, which was fine, as it also sent the message that Mirrodin could be reasoned with. I took one last look at Julian, happily chatting away with several users helping him carry the petrified rogue, and disappeared into the crowd, ignoring a sense of growing unease as I approached my next destination. Vernon's lair. Applying as much active concentration as possible, I followed the back wall, searching for the telltale indentations and outlines for the hidden door. "Dark wizard!" A high-pitched voice chittered, rousing me from my search. A small capuchin, that I was almost certain hadn't been there before, rested in a sitting crouch, reaching back to pluck something out of the dark tuft of hair that crowned its head, stuffing whatever it was into its mouth and biting down with a crunch. "It is the Dark Wizard, yes?" he asked, suddenly unsure. "It's me. Afternoon, Jeeves." I bent down and studied him. "Coat's looking better." Jeeves was one of Vernon's more successful experiments, the mind of a dying kobold transplanted into the damaged corpse of a monkey. Part of what made him a success, in my eyes at least, was that while the monkey was technically undead, he seemed to be growing more lively over time rather than falling apart like the norm. His previously patchy mussed fur had grown longer from the last time I'd seen him, covering much of the scar tissue of pre-death injuries. "Groomed it myself," he proclaimed proudly, then glanced away distractedly, listening to something I couldn't hear. "Master Vernon will see you now." "Thanks, Jeeves." I patted the monkey on the head, then left through the now visible double doors. When I'd first met Kinsley's father, his lair had been near identical to a hospital wing, complete with sterile tile, bright fluorescent lights, and surprisingly modern medical equipment. Pretty much the opposite of what I'd expected to find. But according to Vernon, a necromancer's lair was a reflection of who they were. It hadn't changed much since then, but the key differences were hard to ignore. Large, bubbling suspension tubes lined one side of the room, the liquid that suspended various corpses and writhing forms an odd light blue. Some of the creatures were intubated, some simply floated, perfectly suspended in the center. The other side of the lair was lined with reinforced wall and heavy-duty containment doors, connected by alternating panes of security glass. Vernon rushed past me in a surgeon smock, sleeves and neoprene gloves soaked with blood held upward and away from him, gaze hard and assiduous. "Where the hell were you? Been sending messages for days." "Busy," I answered, struggling internally with whether it was worth asking what left him in that state or simply ignore it. "But I'm here now. What's the problem?" Vernon scoffed. There was a sudden spray of water on metal, and he aggressively scrubbed his hands beneath a downpour of water from an industrial sink. "Who said there's a problem? If anything, there should be a pleasant surprise." "So pleasant you're covered in more blood than Carrie's prom?" "Unrelated," Vernon said begrudgingly. When I didn't respond, he rolled his eyes. "An abomination couldn't assimilate the organs I chose. Of course, if a necromancer was allowed to properly anesthetize subjects and still use their fucking abilities, it wouldn't have even been a problem. But I can't, and it was." I steered the conversation away from whatever failure had frustrated him. "Jeeves is still holding up well. Great communication, strong sense of self. Seems to be regenerating rather than rotting, and hasn't dropped any limbs." "That's all him, really." Vernon's edginess subsided somewhat. "Something of a blessing the original kobold had an intelligent, flexible mind long before he endured the misfortune of ending up on my table." He smiled for a moment as he removed his gloves, until he sniffed at his hands and grimaced, pumped out more soap, and thrust them back under the downpour of water. "It's like he intrinsically understands that while my methods and abilities are unpleasant, I'm trying to extend his life. Most of them don't. He pinched the bridge of his nose with wet fingers, grimacing again at the smell. "What were we talking about?" "When was the last time you slept?" I asked, fully aware of the hypocrisy. Not hearing me at all, Vernon snapped his fingers. "Right, the simulacrum." He seemed to retreat from the excitement, fixing me with a cool stare. "We're close to our original goal. Very close. It's imminent." "How imminent?" I asked cautiously. "Unless my most recent acquisition was a red herring, and that's never happened up to this point, it should be next level. I'm already more than halfway there, Vernon said, with the confidence and detachment of a professional. He held on to that detachment as he continued. Forgive me, there's more I'd like to show you, real, tangible progress. But given that our goal is in sight and our alliance is coming to an end, taking my leverage with it, I'd like to speak to her.
Kinsley?
I stalled, knowing the answer was obvious. Yes. I chewed my lip. The original condition of telling you she was alive was that you'd wait until after you were done here to get in contact. I want to speak to my daughter, goddammit! Vernon roared, and his lair came alive. The monstrous abominations in the suspension tanks squirmed violently, throwing up a storm of bubbles that obscured their movements. Several inhuman silhouettes pressed up against the frosted security glass on the other side. Constant low-pitched moans became more audible. The overhead lights dimmed as a dark wreath of shadows descended from the corners of the ceiling down the walls and approached me, tendrils reaching. Suggestion fired reflexively, and I battled through a barrier of sky-high intellect to send Vernon waves of calm, images of him reunited with Kinsley, tagged with patience and serenity. After a moment, the creatures in the tank stopped writhing, and the silhouettes pressing against the security glass wandered away. Vernon buried his face in a hand. I'm sorry. It feels like I've been strung along for ages, but that isn't your fault. You've been a man of your word so far. Hell, you're the only reason I even know she's alive. I just really need to talk to her. I'm on your side, Vernon. I hugged him. It didn't come naturally. If anything, it was stilted and awkward. But it's what Kinsley would have wanted me to do, and I did. With the way things stand now, arranging that would be difficult. I'm not saying I couldn't make it happen, if it's pressing. I released him. Is it pressing? No. Vernon took a step back and wiped his eyes. There's just some things I need to say to her. Things she really needs to hear, but the timing doesn't really matter so long as she hears them. I heard him. Both what he was saying out loud and the quiet part. Realistically, we could have arranged a meeting weeks ago, listed it as a requirement of the alliance, but in the end Kinsley refused, because, as this most recent outburst had shown, while Vernon had gotten far more adept at appearing stable, he really wasn't. When this first started, he'd awakened, looked over the grim, macabre nature of the necromancer tree, and swore never to touch it. The only reason he finally stooped to it was that the order allowed him to believe that his daughter was dead and dangled the concept of true resurrection in front of him like a twisted carrot. Eventually, I found him on the other side of a crossbow. But by then, it was too late. He'd crossed the Rubicon, killed dozens with the Order's help, harvested their cores, all with the intention of reaching the height of a necromancer's power to bring back a daughter that was still alive. Mostly innocence. The abject cruelty of the manipulation was part of a very long list of reasons I could never see myself working with, or for that matter, sharing a world with Aaron long-term. Sooner or later, however the chips fell, Aaron had to go. The sterling result of that cruelty was the same reason Kinsley wanted to delay speaking to Vernon until we were in a controlled situation and could ensure his safety. Because she was certain his real intentions had nothing to do with reuniting or reconnecting with her. More accurately, he wanted to say goodbye. He sniffed. Let's put a pin in that, and I'll show you what I've got going. Wordlessly, a hand on his back for support, I followed him into what appeared to be an operating room. One look at the pale, feminine face of the person on the table ripped my breath away. Chapter 299. Blood burbled from her mouth, leaking down the side of her face as a sea of crimson pooled around the wound of her ruined throat. The arterial blood faded away with the memory, leaving only the pale, lifeless expression of a person, small and motionless beneath a wrinkled white blanket that came up to her chest, an oxygen mask over her face. Beneath it, Ginny's eyes stared straight up, cold and lifeless as the day we'd lost her. I put a hand on the table for stability, compensating for the sudden weakness in my knees. This is why you asked for pictures? So, the new ability. We theorized before that, with her body being instanced, there was a good chance we'd need a vessel, Vernon nodded. That's looking to be true. This is, for all intents and purposes, a functioning body. He pointed to the IV and the heart rate monitor. Cycling fluids, heart beating on its own. Can't see it, but the neurons are firing. He waved a cautious hand, warding off the obvious question before I could ask it. The body can't breathe on its own. Brain activity isn't much higher than a person who would be considered clinically dead.
How did you even pull this off?
It was almost impossible to keep up. I couldn't stop looking at her. Simulacrum allows me to create a living form, but it's horrifically unintuitive. The rest was a result of practicing keeping things alive that shouldn't be, not to mention countless hours of bone and flesh sculpting. Vernon hesitated. Drew from the references I had, tried to stay as faithful as I could, but deviations are inevitable. If it works, she'll probably experience a degree of dysphoria regardless of accuracy. After all, no matter what it looks like, this isn't her body. But she'll be alive.
If the system doesn't pull a bait-and-switch and give you something else, I recalled, doing whatever I could to manage expectations.
Yes, Vernon frowned. There's also an issue of cost. My recent abilities have been ramping up in requirements, demanding escalating tiers of user cores.
Anything legendary? I asked, dreading the answer.
Not yet, but I suspect we'll know when we need one.
He glanced at me.
You still have it, right?
I do.
I fumbled with my inventory. Want it now or later? Later, Vernon answered, a little too quickly. When I gave him a questioning look, he breathed out a long sigh. It's nothing too alarming, but worrisome nonetheless. I've taken a number of necromancer feats centered around efficiency, reduction of downtime, nothing too sinister on the surface.
But, I asked,
there's been side effects. Some can be explained away by stress and sleep deprivation, others not so much. The most prominent occurrence being somnambulism. I shrugged. A lot of people sleepwalk. He pulled at the smock at his throat uneasily. Less, I suspect, navigate to their operation rooms and begin working with sharp implements in a subconscious state, utilizing precious resources on questionable endeavors.
My eyebrows rose. Yeah, okay, point taken. I assume you've established precautions?
Oh, yes, Vernon chuckled. One of the unexpected benefits of being a necromancer is that they, apparently, spend a great deal of time and energy securing their lair. Didn't have much use for security before, but I've since gained an interest. The security doors containing this room and a few others are on a daily rotating cipher. The solution is sent every day, but it's pre-scrambled in an odd, esoteric way that requires working it out on paper, referencing a key.
I squinted. I get it. Infinitely harder to work through a puzzle if you're half asleep. But why would a necromancer even want that in the first place?
Vernon laughed again. To ward off physics from ripping it straight from their minds, apparently. Ridiculous paranoia, if you ask me.
Sure, I agreed carefully.
Anyway, for this, it works to my purposes. Vernon shrugged. The sleepwalking is probably just stress, but you can understand why I want you to keep the core.
I'll keep it safe. I patted my thigh. What other side effects have you been experiencing?
Vernon smiled thinly and shook his head. Nothing, really, nothing tangible anyway. It's more...
His face fell, dejected.
It doesn't matter. Nothing that will affect our work, but the quicker we finish this, the better.
So you can talk to Kinsley and punch your ticket.
Asher?
Whoa, Asher whispered into my mind. The suicidal ideation is on full display.
Same motivation as usual. Despair, guilt, an endless outpouring of guilt. But when it comes to whatever he's hinting at, he's completely closed off. Actively not thinking about whatever it is, even though you're talking about it indirectly. That's incredibly difficult. Whatever it is, he buried it deep.
Repression?
Definitely.
Could you crack it?
A necromancer's lair is similar to a realm of Floros, but it isn't quite the same. In a realm, I could, given time. Here? Probably not. There was a pause, pregnant as they come. Unless you're willing to use mind spy. No. Leaving things as they were, on a question mark, made me profoundly uncomfortable. But unstable as he was, I didn't want to risk pushing him, and switching to cruel lens was likely to push him more than I could reasonably justify. As I made up my mind, Vernon slowly circled the table, clinically surveying his work. When he spoke, his voice was distant, curious. It's such a strange thing. This vessel has musculature, organs, and a mind. Its reflexes function,
Even now, her mind sends signals, directing her lungs to breathe, her heart to beat. There's a part of me that wouldn't be surprised at all if she just woke up, stretched out her arms, and walked away.
Ginny's head turned toward me at a sharp angle as she smiled through bloody teeth. You'll bring me back, won't you, Matt? It's the only way to keep your promise.
I forced my eyes shut, holding them closed for several seconds. When I opened them again, Ginny was back to the way she was. The hallucination vanished. Vernon, still surveying his work, hadn't noticed.
But she can't.
Vernon shook his head. It will never not be vexing that after thousands of years of argument and discourse the philosophers were right. Even if you have all the pieces to make a person and assemble those pieces perfectly, there's still something missing. Something no science or magic can replicate. Bastards.
The spark.
Any resources we should be on the lookout for? Anything else you need for prep? Anything at all? I asked casually, trying to cover my discomfort and move on. Vernon didn't answer right away. Rather, he seemed to be mulling over something important, working up the nerve to ask. Would you like to speak to her?
What?
What? I asked sharply, sure I hadn't heard him correctly.
What?
Azure repeated, signaling that apparently I had. I've been carving a rather direct path up the necromancer tree, only branching out when strictly necessary or advantageous, but I read each potential acquisition in detail. Some are trite, most are macabre, others bear passing interest. For perhaps the first time, Vernon didn't sound quite as revolted as he typically did discussing necromancy. A few, barely more than a handful, stick like pinions in the back of my mind. What the fuck are you talking about, Vernon? I asked, trying to stay calm. He winced a little. There were other options adjacent to simulacrum that, while not as directly practical, might still hold value for us. The discomfort faded as he argued his point. It's a bit expensive, yes, but barely a drop in the bucket compared to the points I've saved.
How? I said flatly.
The doctor chewed his lip, then swiped at his UI, pulling something up before he made a flicking gesture toward me.
Commune with soul fragment, level 79, necromancer ability. Description: either the necromancer or a person the necromancer chooses may commune with the fragments of a soul housed within a monster, user, or divine core for a short duration. The soul cannot be captured or compelled to convey information in this state, and its willingness to do so may vary drastically depending on its pre-existing relationship with the channeler. Cost: absolution of an epic rarity user core.
I worked my jaw for a moment, mouth suddenly dry.
How? Much would it cost?
Roughly a third of what I've set aside. Vernon's answer was quick enough that he must have been considering this for some time. I've never made a body for a person before, only monsters. Could be worth acquiring just to consult the subject on her vessel. Better chance of a smoother transition that way.
And the reason you've waited until now to mention it?
With a sigh of frustration, he inclined his head for me to follow him. I gave Ginny's potential body one last look, some strange, irrational part of me still convinced she might suddenly stir, and patted the outline of her hand through the sheet that covered it.
Won't be much longer.
The metal containment doors slid shut as I left. A series of heavy-duty thunks and clicks echoed behind as I followed Vernon up to a series of smaller glass panes and punched a button. The glass grew translucent, revealing a small chamber within that resembled a lizard terrarium in both size and presentation. Dirt, moss, and bits of dry wood shaping a faux forest floor. Green leaves and ivy above, forming an uneven canopy. Tiny humanoid figures contained within emanated a soft silver glow as they darted around. Short stints of flight taking them to perches at various elevations, leaving trails of sparks that blinked and faded like fireflies. As if actively aware of the observation, several of the creatures landed in front of the glass, pawing at it with tiny hands. Up close, they looked like the glowing silhouettes of tiny, impish humans, blank eyes shining with mischief as they crowded the glass, pushing and shoving to get closer to Vernon, who smiled down on them dotingly. Now that they were closer, it was distinguishable that the light that formed their bodies wasn't perfectly continuous. All of them were bisected by asymmetrical dark lines that almost resembled sutures. "Dinner time, children," Vernon announced, withdrawing an ordinary glass Tupperware filled with perfectly squared cubes of meat. He grabbed a fistful and opened a small compartment at the top, securing it again before pressing another button. There was a brief whir, and a hidden hatch dumped the contents. They moved before the cubes even hit the ground. Like sharks, the tiny figures leapt, sharp teeth flashing in the white light as they snatched the meat out of the air, gobbling cubes as large as their throats in seconds and shoving in more. "Pixies?" I asked. "Sprites," Vernon corrected, mouth quirking slightly. "Though the team that brought them in called them flying piranhas, which is equally accurate. These came from a pack of around 20 filled with an AoE. Most dropped cores, so they salvaged the bodies and brought them to me." He wiggled a finger at one, smiling as it paused from its meal to nip at him through the glass. "Endearing little things. The reason I'm showing you is because it's a rarity to receive so many of the same creatures at once, let alone ones killed identically at the exact same moment." It clicked. Less variables and a larger sample size. Relatively. Exactly. An opportunity I intended to put to good use. Vernon wiggled his finger again, leading the ambitious sprite, still trying to gnaw on him, to a small cube of meat that had fallen in the corner. His smile faded. "Unfortunately, these are the lucky ones." He reached past me to another panel, and the frosted glass pane on the left became transparent. From what I could tell, the small creatures in the second enclosure were also sprites, but these only glowed a fraction as bright as the others. Their movements were sluggish. Several were curled up on the ground, unmoving, save small stirrings of breath that indicated they were still alive. Or undead, rather. "Will you eat for me today?" Vernon murmured quietly, repeating the same process, albeit with a much smaller volume. The internal hatch dropped open, dumping the cubes onto the terrarium detritus, where they tumbled to a stop. None of the dimmer sprites stirred. One stood, but only to stumble away from a cube that had landed at her knees, mouth tight in a rictus of pain. Same diet, environment, and I assume reanimation process, but the difference is drastic. Any correlation between the behavior and the rarity of their cores? I leaned forward, all but pressing my face against the glass. Toward the back, one of the small creatures turned to look at me, then glanced away, the tuft of light that formed a facsimile of hair covering her face. In the reflection, Vernon shook his head. "It was the first thing I thought of, but both groups are a mix of common and uncommon cores. If they were more intelligent, the contrast could be attributed to differences in personality. I've studied and tested them in various ways, and in most, they are functionally identical, driven by instinct and a basic hierarchy of needs." "You've had experiments fail before," I said, recalling a few particularly unpleasant visits to the lair. "Every necromancy process you've described is difficult and esoteric compared to the straight-laced arcane. This could be within the margin of error." "As you've witnessed firsthand, failures in this field are as spectacular as they are violent. Obvious." Vernon bit his lip, wiggling his finger in front of the glass by the nearest sprite, to no response. "This is a third result, somewhere between success and failure. I've seen it before. The despondency, for lack of a scientific term, brokenness. Sometimes even as an outcome of routine processes I've perfected." Curious, I reached out to one of the smaller creatures with suggestion, opening the mental connection wider than I typically would, tagging an image of a pleasant meadow with serenity and warmth as a simple greeting. A psychic scream slammed back. "Lies! All lies! The darkness never ends. Can't feel, can't see. It freezes, gnashes with teeth of iron and ice. Don't move, or it will find us again, rip off our wings, slither into our skin, melt our insides to jelly. Quench the light. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it—" A fortified mental barrier slammed down, severing the connection. Azure. In the aftermath of vertigo and mental static, he made a scathing remark about the danger of what I'd just done, my mind too confounded to fully grasp the words. "Are you all right?" Vernon asked, staring at me quizzically. My voice caught as I tried to purge the imprint of terror. Could some souls be more degraded than the others? If reincarnation is a factor, a categorically massive if, but continue, he commented. Hypotheticals are all we have. We know definitively that the system reuses assets, so reincarnation, or some sort of continuation of the soul along those lines, could create an unseen variable. I have two theories. He lingered for a moment before pressing the button on the panel, concealing the crestfallen monsters behind a frosted pane once more.
The first, the one I like, is along those lines, though reincarnation as the vehicle of deterioration did not occur to me. A varying hidden attribute that cannot be measured or identified through means we simply do not have access to. For perhaps selfish reasons, I prefer that to be the case.
And the one you don't like? His eyes panned to the first enclosure.
Beneath all the ritualistic complexity and gruesome mysticism, true reanimation, the practice of reanimating with part or all of the soul intact, is crude, almost workmanlike. Putting it metaphorically, imagine the soul itself as a ball of yarn. When a living being dies, the ball of yarn disappears, embarking somewhere unseen. It doesn't always do so cleanly. It unspools, leaving behind an infinitesimal length of string, an anchor, or core.
He pulled a glowing orb from his pocket and held it up to the light.
For a practice so entrenched in mortality, necromancy cares little for what lies beyond the curtain. It pays no mind to where the ball of yarn comes to rest.
He closed his hand, obscuring the core and yanking it toward his chest.
Instead, its focus is finding the most efficient method of drawing the necessary material back from oblivion.
A slow, dawning horror washed over me as I understood. After the sprites were killed, their souls didn't necessarily go to the same place.
The darkness never ends.
Eschatological pluralism is nothing new. Heaven and hell, Elysium and Tartarus, the House of Song, the House of Lies, Valhalla, and the phone book of possible realms the Viking had. Vernon snorted. The concept of posthumous stratification in the afterlife has been around for nearly as long as humans themselves.
I nodded slowly. He was right, of course, but it was a little different seeing potential evidence for something that previously had to be taken entirely on faith. Colder.
Again, it's just a theory, and not a particularly good one at that, Vernon insisted, still clearly shaken. None of the monsters capable of intelligent thought I've reanimated recall anything but darkness. There's no way to know for sure.
Unless, I hedged as I replayed his uncharacteristic offer in my mind, you could commune with a soul that remained in its resting place.
I'll admit it'd be nice to have confirmation, Vernon smiled thinly. Along with having the opportunity to speak to your friend again, you'd be able to verify that she's, well.
He tapped the glass, and the frolicking sprites stirred and chased after his hand.
And that resurrection wouldn't end up being a tragic extension of suffering.
For a moment I seriously considered it. I'd blindly fought for this for so long that even the smallest breadcrumb of reassurance would mean everything. And if instead you discover it was all for nothing? There was that to consider, yes. But perhaps more importantly, it wasn't my place. It was Nick's. From the description, commune with soul fragment could only communicate with a given core once. If Vernon's second theory was correct, and through an astronomical case of cosmic injustice, the most humane thing we could do for Ginny was to leave her where she was, Nick needed to be the one to speak to her, because he'd never forgive me if I took that from him. Rightfully so. Slowly, painfully, I shook my head. Tempting as it is, we don't know how many points true resurrection is going to cost. Even if you've looked at the tree and worked out what it should potentially be, I wouldn't be shocked if logical progression gets thrown out the window when we're talking about something this game-changing. Better to bank everything you have until we know for sure. He held my gaze. There was something there, an ember of anger, indignation maybe. Before I could work it out, it was gone. Instead of arguing, Vernon sighed and rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed. If it turns out there's enough to get both, we absolutely should. You'll get your answer then. He nodded, satisfied, an odd cheeriness coming over him as he rearranged several implements on his desk. It'd be nice to have the curiosity sated beforehand. I think I'll ask Kingsley to give me a tour of her accomplishments. He grinned at me, eyes hollow as he retrieved a clipboard and held it under his arm, signaling our meeting had come to a close. It's one thing to be told how well she's landed, another entirely to see it for myself. Settling accounts. Again. I resisted giving knee-jerk approval. Just because she's wealthy and well-positioned doesn't mean she doesn't need you. That's exactly what it means.
Vernon shrugged. Children grow up. It's inevitable. There's a world of difference between getting older and growing up early because there's no alternative. I thought back to the most recent fiasco. Then further, to the pavement puddle researchers' supposed attempt to flee directly out of a glass window, and Kinsley's emphatic claims that she hadn't ordered him thrown. She's struggling. Vernon stilled. What do you mean? I hesitated, trying to find a way to convey what I wanted without fully understanding it myself. I mean, she's struggling. She bends over backward to cut deals, cooperate with others, only to see it thrown in her face. Everyone wants what she has, and is looking for a way to take it from her. Kinsley, aware of the threat, eats like shit, never stops working until she passes out, and wakes up for work again. Keeps taking on more and more responsibilities even though she's already drowning. But she's a survivor, so she sucks in water and keeps going. Slowly, Vernon ran an idle hand through his hair, unknowingly leaving it askew, giving him a slightly unhinged look. Funny. He chuckled in a way that clearly indicated he didn't find it amusing in the slightest. When I first expressed my doubts about continuing my work after discovering my daughter was alive, I was informed rather plainly, that she had support, access to everything she could possibly need, plenty of protection, and an impressive accumulation of wealth. You're saying that's not the case. I shook my head, aware that he was repeating some of my wording verbatim. You're not hearing me. She has money and power in spades. Her delegation could use some work, and she's cheap enough that she'd rather black out her schedule than drain the coffers hiring an adequate number of staff. No one's perfect. Then what's the problem? Vernon asked. His voice, while deceptively calm, was undercut by the fists clenched at his side. No one tells her when to sleep? Where the lines are? I said simply, sticking my hands in my pockets. No one challenges her? No one she respects, anyway. She's surrounded by people with their own agendas who won't risk jeopardizing their positions by confronting her, because they have vested interests they're not willing to lose. They smile and nod along with whatever she does, and when she fucks up, rare, but it happens, they say nothing. I see. And you, Mirden? Are you one of the people who nod along? I fixed him with a cold stare. To this point, I'd been doing my level best not to judge Vernon. On the scale of hard left life turns, he'd spun out completely, and in my experience, getting pissed off at someone who was already shit out of luck and more depressed than a Russian novelist was counterproductive. But his reaction and general irritation at the possibility that reuniting with his daughter would require more effort than whatever short, sentimental goodbye he was envisioning? Well, it was really pissing me off. Who do you think taught her how to cross those lines? It's not my place to suddenly flip the script and tell her to rein it in. Kinsley needs a touchstone Vernon. Someone who prioritizes her well-being over everything else. Her soul. Otherwise, she ends up like me. Still staring at a corner, he murmured something I couldn't make out. What? The irony of what you're asking. His teeth ground audibly, and he pounded the desk so hard it made me jump. When any reasonable person, knowing what I've done, would say the best thing I could do for my daughter is stay the fuck away, you want me closer, playing the role of parent and moral paragon. I've harvested people, torn apart monsters, no, living creatures capable of thought and speech, no matter how monstrous they appear, simply to study their biology and catalog potential use cases. I've done other things, terrible things, simply because I was curious. Capone, Escobar, Mussolini, I countered, rattling off names one after another, all inarguably bad people who somehow found their way into being decent parents. Pablo Escobar's a little thin. Vernon rolled his eyes. Yeah, well, Capone isn't. Stayed the same person until the end. Never really stopped doing heinous shit until his downfall, but he wanted more than that for his kid. Tried to show him the road not taken. And that's your idea of a good parent? A hypocrite? I shrugged. Authentic, self-driven transformation is hard. Even if you have the motivation, it takes a level of doggedness and grit that's often impossible to sustain. So sure, it's not ideal. But sometimes being a hypocrite is the most effective role a parent can play. The next best thing. The next best thing, Vernon repeated. He buried his face in a hand. the portion still visible, slack and haggard. "My reserves are still tapped from work earlier today. I need rest." That was my cue to leave. I shoved my hands in my pockets and turned toward the door. It's about to get busy, so this may be the last time we speak in person before we finally get answers, and you get a much-needed vacation. I'll be in a place with a lot of high-level monsters, so if I bag any rare cores, I'll hold them for you. But is there anything else you need?" "No," Vernon said, clearly wanting some space. He spoke again just as I started to walk away, eyes peering over his hands as he leaned forward in his chair. "Actually, your friend was a mage, yes?" I nodded. He stood and walked over to a nearby cabinet, opening the panel and revealing a row of shining, meticulous medical equipment. "If you're going to be around high-level monsters, particularly creatures with magical abilities, I need blood samples for reference. It's not strictly necessary, but if you want to ensure she's brought back exactly as she was, I may need to manually graft ley lines into the vessel. Had to do it for a few of the sprites that were more damaged than the others, and with them, I at least had their original bodies to draw from." Absorbing that, I avoided looking down at his blood-soaked sleeves. "Surprised you're not inundated with samples to study." "Unfortunately, simple monsters are the easiest to capture. I get a lot of those, brought in muzzled and restrained. Anything higher level tends to land on my table as either a corpse or a core. The corpses are usually dead too long, blood compromised by coagulation." He rummaged around for a while before retrieving a small metal tube. There was a button directly below a small LCD display, and 2 circular openings on either convex end, bottom aperture larger than the top. With practiced ease, he took a small glass vial and screwed it into the bottom. Though it was different than others of its type, I immediately connected the resemblance. "Lancing device?" "Essentially," Vernon nodded. "Another new acquisition. Draws more blood than a typical lancet, intended for posthumous use. The interior of the vials is coated with a compound that should halt degradation entirely for at least a week." "Shouldn't slow me down too much. How many do you need?" His head wobbled back and forth in thought. 10, perhaps, to give me the clearest picture." Quest received. Quest, dubious tithes. Primary objective, assist Vernon, necromancer, in gathering samples for his research. Obtain 0 of 10 unique blood samples from high-level monsters. Secondary objective, obtain additional rare cores. Threat level? Unknown. Experience gain? Significant. Time limit? NA. Reward: increased relationship with Vernon, necromancer. Reward: unknown. My mouth went dry, even as I mentally navigated the steps to accept it. On the surface, it was simple enough. A literal fetch quest. It had been a while since I'd received any direction from the system at all, to the point I'd begun to wonder if it was being intentionally denied. Suddenly receiving one after weeks of nothing felt significant. But what was more significant was the absence of something that had always been there. The personal objective that warned me to keep my class a secret from other users, present in every quest I'd received since the dome came down. It was gone. Somehow I managed to form a coherent sentence. "Message when you hit the top of the tree. Won't be able to communicate much, with realm interference, but I'll try to check in as much as I can." Muttering something that sounded like an agreement, Vernon stretched and walked away as I departed, whistling something classical in a minor key that sounded a little like a nocturne. Chapter 300. I left the Order's headquarters in a hurry, taking a portal exit that put me a few blocks away from one of the few coffee shops still up and kicking. After a bit of dark roast and rumination, I came to the conclusion I would worry about what the absence of the personal objective meant later. There was a good chance it was nothing. Supporting that, none of my existing outdated quests displayed the objective as failed. Perhaps it had been long enough that keeping my identity guarded was meant to be assumed, and the objective had only been there as an early guardrail. More to the point, I'd already failed it, intentionally. As a merchant, Kinsley, the first person I'd divulged my secret to, was a bit of a gray area. But Nick and Say were users, and despite belonging to the exact group of people I was supposed to shield my identity from, I'd told them explicitly. Smart or not, Nick needed to hear it. Similarly, Say was so vulnerable and alone at the time that keeping her in the dark would have been borderline exploitation. I told myself it made sense. I'd received unachievable objectives in quests before, but never to my knowledge because the criteria itself was simply inaccurate to reality. I received the quest to help Ginny before she died. Her death was imminent, and given the swiftness with which it happened, there was little anyone could have done to stop it, barring some form of precognition. But up until the moment she died, it was still achievable.
You're going to bring me back, right?
I drained the coffee, trying to force the caffeine to clear my head through sheer power of will. All it left me with was jitters and an empty cup. I'd been too deep in my head lately, and when I found myself lost in the feedback loop of my thoughts, there was generally only one thing that helped. Getting back to basics, I pulled up my UI. Matt, level 24 Ordinator, 25 pending. Strength 6, Toughness 12, Agility 33 plus, Intelligence 20 plus, Perception 14, Will 21, Companionship 3, Active Title Jaded Eye. Feats Double Blind, Ordinator's Guile 2, Ordinator's Emulation, Stealth 2, Awareness 1, Harrowing Anticipation, Vindictive, Page's Quick Draw, Squelch, Acclamation, Hinder, Escalating Fire, Assassin 2, Mind Spike, Decisive Action. Skills, Probability Cascade, level 21, Suggestion, level 32, Command, level 15, One-Handed, level 34, Negotiation, level 29, Unsparing Fang, Emulated, level 23, Bow Adept, level 13, Twilight's Nocturne, level 16, Subjugation, level 31, Riposte, level 11, Boons, Nycta's Veil, Eldritch Favor, Ordinator's Implements, Retainer's Guiding Hand, Summons, Audrey, Flowerfang Hybrid, Bond, level 11, Talia, Eidolon Wolf, Bond, level 15, Azure, Abrogated Lithid, Bond, level 20. I'd noticed the pending level earlier, a little after my horrific hangover had loosened the vices on my mind. It wasn't like me to miss a notification, especially one as significant as a level up. So it had to have happened in the tower after Julian's boss one-shot caused me to lose consciousness. Unamused by the memory, I lingered on Vindictive, silently cursing the problematic perk. Keeps the user conscious until the moment of death, my ass. It had been a questionable selection from the beginning. I picked it out of pure necessity, needing a way to keep myself conscious and functional in a critical moment. Having endured the unpleasantness of patching me up after the fact, Dr. Ansari railed on the stupidity of the perk with searing veracity. The mind loses consciousness for a reason, Mr. Matthias. It may keep you conscious, but it could kill you just as easily. Elevated stress hormones and the potential for psychological trauma alone are not to be trifled with. Maintaining awareness in the midst of something truly agonizing could easily give someone as young as you a heart attack. It could kill you, even when the physical trauma itself would not. Despite that, I'd been hesitant to get rid of it. If it hadn't so recently shown itself to be unreliable, I probably still would be. With lingering reluctance, I pulled the respec charm from my inventory, a gift from a crafter in my region, and selected Vindictive from the drop-down. Vindictive removed. Consumed feat points are now refunded. Huh. Not what I expected. The system was so often malicious that it was a surprise when things worked in a logical, not-out-to-fuck-you-over manner. The additional points opened up some options. I planned on banking the feats for this level, but there were a lot more expensive options that were suddenly viable choices. As I scanned them, I felt the familiar buzz behind my eyes that indicated Azure was looking through them directly. "Need a consultation from a nosy summon?" Azure asked. "By all means." I leaned back in my chair and scrolled to the top of the list. Gonna take the whole night otherwise. A slight shudder went through me as Azure assumed control, glancing over the level information as he went down the list. My eyes glanced toward the pastry bag that now housed only crumbs. If I was petty and unwise, I might demand another scone as payment. "Take human form after we're done. I'll buy you one." He said nothing, and I internally sighed. "You want to eat it in my body?" "I just want to taste it the way you taste it. Mimicking a human is easy. Recreating functional taste buds that are as vast and complex as a human's is pretty much impossible. But I won't ask for that, because you'll say, 'It's weird, yeah, especially when you start moaning. With my voice.'" It was my first time experiencing pizza, but fine. Keep holding it over my head.
Azure whined, continuing to scroll the list. You don't really need more perception, or feats that latently achieve increased perception. It's a little low, and I know you're worried about it, but the fact that you have both awareness and summons, multiple sets of eyes watching all around you at any given time, all of whom are capable of sending an immediate silent warning, puts you far above average. Great. What else? The many feats blurred as Azure scanned through them. There were a few promising options. Low blow, potentially paired quite well with unsparing fang, ensuring any attack to a pain or nerve center was more likely to disorient and stun the target. It wasn't a straight damage increase, but it created more potential windows for attack, so in an oblique way it kind of was. Azure spent a few minutes arguing for Sword of Damocles, the feat that bestowed enhanced melee accuracy and critical chance while dealing damage from above, until I sent him a mental image of me jumping down from the rafters on top of a gnoll who moved at the last second and left me face-planted on the ground, and he begrudgingly moved on. Azure idly flicked from one page to another. There's an obvious choice, not something you'll go for, but it makes a hell of a lot more sense than bulk dumping points into intelligence. My stomach dropped. No. Yeah, it's a touchy subject, Azure sighed, still toying with the feat page. But the point is, there's options. Some of them actually make the core ability more palatable. I paused, but only for a moment. The only reason I have Mind Spike is because we needed a trump card. The capacity to tip the scales in a critical moment after every other avenue fails, and only after. Perhaps, Azure said, in the way he often did when there was more coming. But by creating such tight criteria, you are, in a way, admitting that if specific circumstances occur, you are willing to use it every time they do. Yes? I caught a glimpse of him in the window's reflection, leaning over my shoulder like a concerned sibling. A bit inaccurate, so far as I could tell. When Azure and I communicated mentally, it was entirely internal. He wasn't hanging over my shoulder like Casper, but these projected hallucinations were common, likely a subconscious rumination on his part that communicated a sense of camaraderie. Begrudgingly reminding myself he was looking out for us, I forced myself to answer honestly, yes. Then I'm not understanding why you're so vehemently against making that, arguably inevitable outcome, less horrifying. I wrested control from him for a moment to rub my temples. Let's just stop talking abstractly. This is already giving me a headache. The variant of Mind Spike you want me to look at, does it offer any practical benefits to us beyond lessening the long-term impact? It does, Azure said immediately, the pitch of his voice rising with cautious excitement. It slightly lessens the initial damage, but the real kicker is it won't permanently disable ranking up the stat anymore. Obviously a big benefit to the target. Simultaneously, if you Mind Spike and subjugate a mage, they have the potential to build themselves back up. Eventually, given enough levels and steady commitment to recovery, they could be as capable as they used to be. It's a... Ah, fuck, you're baiting me, he realized, sourness seeping into the mental connection. Just making a point. I smiled at the waitress as she filled my coffee, suddenly in control of my faculties again as Azure retreated. The entire point of a nuke is the capacity for catastrophic destruction. It shouldn't be conventional, have multiple use cases, or be easy to justify. The second you get comfortable with the idea of pressing that button is the second you've lost. Please spare me the Kissinger rant, Azure said, still sulking. I sipped the coffee. Dead motherfucker aside, I always found the counter-arguments to the tactical nuke take kind of compelling. Escalation, for one. Slap someone across the face and they punch you in the jaw? Take it to civil court all you want. Maybe there's even a case. But no one's going to genuinely believe you didn't have it coming. Because escalating is human nature. Azure drifted into my sightline and lounged beside the table, mental apparition ghostly and orange, his expression the picture of false calm. I'm aware of the necessity of rules when it comes to engagement. There's a reason you let Sonny's boy go. Why I've never considered proposing we go after Aaron through his only obvious weakness. Careful. If Daphne heard that, she might beat you to death in an alley. She's not weak. Azure rolled his eyes. Just more vulnerable than him. But I get it, why we can't use her. For the same reason I wouldn't rather it be literally any other human on Earth than the necromancer who targeted your sister. The gloves tend to come off, and they always take it farther than you think they will. What I don't understand
Azure said, hovering closer to the ground and literally putting his foot down, is why you can't recognize the difference between a weapon capable of ending countless lives that is impossible to conceal and an untraceable, single-target ability that affects one person at most. Does it, though? I set my coffee down unevenly, sending ripples across the surface. Because I'd argue it affects the lives of everyone they rely on, people dependent on them, the victims of any accidents their diminished acuity may cause, their children, as it would if they were killed or maimed in a pedestrian way. Azure's head lolled to the side, eyebrows knitted in exasperation. I felt for Azure, I really did. To him, my caution must have seemed utterly irrational. It just wasn't something we would ever see eye to eye on. His logic and reasoning excelled at mimicking a human's, but like his sense of taste, lacked nuance, spared little room for undefinables. And somewhere between subjugation and mind spike was an undefinable I couldn't shake. Subjugation wasn't permanent. It could be used in a way that instilled a dogmatic sort of loyalty, but that was entirely optional. Suggestion, subjugation, and command, if used responsibly, all had the potential to leave the victim's psyche unharmed. Mind spike was the complete opposite. It battered the psyche, inflicted permanent harm to the sheer, ruthless purpose of lowering the target's stats enough to give my other abilities a foothold. I tried it only once, on a small group of hostile goblins in the tower. At the time, I figured testing on dumb hostile mobs was kinder than targeting something neutral. It was necessary, for one thing. I could have never realized, possibly until there was zero room for error, that it was the only Ordinator ability I'd encountered that deployed a visible projectile. As it worked out, neither was kind. I don't want to make it easier to use, more convenient or justifiable. Easier to stick to the rules that way. And I'll respect that, for now. Azure phased through the booth's wall, checking the perimeter for the second time that hour, his troubled voice still perfectly clear. Because it helps you function. Right and wrong don't factor for me. We could dangle Daphne off a building by her ankles tomorrow for all I care. I abide by your wishes because I care about you, and objectively, there's wisdom in being careful. But, I promised. Asher, still facing away from me, breathed out, his shoulders slumping. There's too many rules. They're too restrictive, and eventually, you're going to paint yourself into a corner. I'll break them if I have to. Exactly. Azure looked up, watching the fading golden glow of the skyline, hands stuck in the ghostly manifestation of a hoodie. You're capable of it, sure, but it weighs on you. Every time you cross a line you've set for yourself, the hope dulls a little more. It's dim enough as it is. Maybe this is a stupid sentiment, but I don't want to see it gone. What hope? I pretended not to understand. Not out of cruelty. It was just easier than the alternative. Azure rubbed his face with his sleeve, then snapped out of existence. After a few seconds, I felt the buzzing behind my eyes again. Just take Low Blow. It pairs nicely with Unsparing Fang, and you'll get practical value out of it quickly. Was thinking the same thing, I said quickly, scrolling down the page. Still leaves us with 2 points, though. Nothing else stood out. Maybe just bank them. What about this? I pointed out a feat I'd been considering for a while. Transmogrify equipment? Azure asked, puzzled. Why, it's entirely cosmetic. I pulled up the description while I waited. Transmogrify equipment. The user can change the appearance of any weapon or item they possess to match that of any other weapon or item within the same subcategory. This ability is limited to items the user has previously owned or held, even if only briefly. Requirements: 20 intelligence. Cost: 2 feat points. The light came on. Unless, Azure realized, you've recently upgraded your arsenal and don't want those recent, rather distinguishable acquisitions locked to Mirrodin. Like you said, I have too many rules. I tried to offer it as an olive branch. Maintaining different sets of equipment, leveling up skills for said equipment, it all puts too much focus. I've been pissed as hell at the Adventurers Guild for dragging their feet, when in reality I've been doing the same thing in a different way. I'll still work on archery, of course. That'll only open up more options for me, and bows are a good fit. As we've observed before, knives and crossbows are relatively ubiquitous. Azure disembarked, reclining on his back and floating in front of me with his hands beneath his head as if carried by an invisible cloud. But the list of skilled, high-level users who rely on them instead of switching to a sword is far shorter. Mirton sits at the top of that list.
Yeah. Gonna need to misdirect. People have already noticed that my page abilities aren't that different from a rogue's, so no point in going overboard. Need to style myself differently without sacrificing effectiveness. Just can't stand in the middle of the storm the same way. I'll give it some thought.
Take your time.
Azure raised his wrist, looking at an imaginary watch.
You've got 12 hours, give or take.
I tried not to let that get to me. Tomorrow needed to go well. I didn't even want to imagine the clusterfuck that would play out if there was a repeat of the last floor. It was a defining moment, and there were only a million more things I needed to do to get ready. Chapter 301. Fog rolled in from the east, darkness of the early morning bestowing the festive, carnivalesque atmosphere of the tower with a decidedly creepy flair. The tower was still up and running. As far as anyone could tell, it never closed, and even now there were 4 early risers decked out in system gear making their way through the empty queue. Ravens, or crows, though they seemed too big to be crows, flitted around the sticky, confetti-littered square, pecking at detritus, eyeing their fellows with jealousy as I tossed the small murderers, hopping around my feet, bits of torn-up bread. They gobbled it down, sparing Talia fleeting glances when she curled up and dozed a few feet away. I'd arrived a little after 4 in the morning, sleep already a distant fantasy. Most of the previous night had been spent messaging everyone I could, calling in favors, coordinating. It still didn't feel like enough. But as much as it felt like I should be doing something, there was nothing left to do now but wait. Heavy footfalls scuffed concrete. Nick approached the tower from the front, looking half awake and a little lost. From the looks of it, I wasn't the only one who'd used the recent lull to upgrade. Both the sword and gleaming silver armor looked entirely new. More unexpected was the small, luminescent creature wiggling under his arm. I whistled low. He started a little, then made his way over to me. "Couldn't sleep?" I asked as he took a seat on the stool beside me. "Nah." Nick grunted as he hiked himself up the adjoining stool, metal support beam groaning beneath the heft of his armor. "Two in my head. Got the yips, as the old folks say. Haven't felt like this since the night before my last game." "And the +1?
Oh, right."
Nick removed the creature from beneath his arm. It looked to be a semi-translucent, lightly glowing crab, identical to the planners, only larger. He placed it down on the metal counter of the cart, where it skittered back and forth, rotated a few times, and plopped down. Active camouflage adapting to the stainless steel surface has now barely visible eye stalks flitted between us and the region beyond.
"Mr. Crabbington."
"Mr. Crabbington," I repeated slowly.
"Remember all the detailed 4K borderline cinematic footage Slender Man and Co. had of the last event?"
"Trust me, I remember." He chuckled.
"Well, I've been brainstorming our Adventurers Guild problem, and in the middle of that I got a bug up my ass about it. Didn't seem right that they could sling highly edited shit at us from the skies while we're down here stuck in the Stone Ages. So, after asking basically everyone I could think of, I reached out to the big man himself."
Nick reached over and patted the crab on the head.
"He hooked me up."
I stared at the creature. "It records?"
"It does."
"Is it recording now?"
"No, it's pretty much a magic robot with organic bits. Doesn't even have to eat. There's a command phrase to start and stop, and it can only hold so much before it has to offload it somewhere, so it's inactive."
You, sure he wasn't just fucking with you?"
"Yeah."
Nick trailed off, brows furrowed.
"It was weird. He had it all locked and loaded. Sybil brought one in as soon as I said something. Like, he knew I was going to ask. Answered every question I had."
"Even if Hastur isn't perfectly omniscient, he has more foreknowledge than any of us do."
"But why that, though?"
Nick pointed out, puzzled.
"If we're right that his power is limited until he ascends, or whatever, and he only gets, like, snapshots of possible futures and the steps to get them in the current moment, why the hell would he waste 2 seconds of attention on some dipstick coming in to talk to him about a crab?"
He had me there. "You said this had something to do with enticing Tyler and didn't explain how." Nick sat up excitedly, foisting the crab off the counter back onto his lap.
"Right. I was racking my brain, trying to come up with ways going into the tower now instead of later could work to his benefit. Problem is, It's kind of a raw deal for an iffy outcome. He deploys the guild, uncertain of how many floors we have to clear, with only our and the Order's word to go on that it's worth his time. If Tyler commits, he can't really prepare for the second event, and if we fail, he'll be weaker for it.
Yeah, I've been coming up empty on that too, I admitted.
But what if going into the tower and fucking up monsters for the common good actually bags him more recruits? Think about how fucked up people were over the footage. Part of that's because it was explicit. Footage of a violent tragedy, sure. But part of it was also because most people haven't had shit to watch since the streaming services croaked. Video affects us more than it used to.
Nick shook the crab for emphasis, which wiggled its arms unhappily in response. Huh. It was out there, but not so much that I couldn't smell the opportunity.
We have it filmed the big battles, make the Adventurers Guild out to be badass heroes, raging against the fading of the light.
He puffed himself up, comically heroic, before slowly slouching back again.
Of course, I have no idea how to go about distributing it, or how to edit it even.
He rubbed the back of his neck, tired and a little shell-shocked.
Was so convinced that I had something, but this was all probably a stupid idea to begin with. Guess I ran out of time.
Splitting my attention, I pulled up my DMs and composed a message. Matt. Probably about to step directly on an anthill here, but need to ask something anyway. I'm aware embedding is a thing, and most forums and aggregate discussion sites on the old web didn't devote resources to it. But is there a snowball's chance in hell your forum project has video hosting capabilities? The answer, one I'd expected back by noon at the earliest, came back lightning fast. Mom. It's 5 a.m, Matthias. Matt. Didn't think you'd be awake. No rush. Hit me back when you can. Mom. I only just drifted off. Matt. Deep breaths. Count some sheep or something. Mom. Don't try to help me when you created the problem. Okay. Message received. That why you didn't message me about it? Worried it was stupid? I guessed, feeling a little guilty.
No. Well, is it stupid?
Seizing the enemy's propaganda machines and repurposing them for the common good? Not even a little.
Oh,
Nick said, encouraged, then scrunched up his face.
Wasn't afraid of making a fool of myself. Not just that, anyway. You're doing a lot you can't tell me about, and even if I'm not getting the play-by-play, I can see how busy you are. Just trying to be choosier about when I blow up your DMs.
I held my fist out on my leg silently, and he bumped it. As much as I appreciate the discretion, never hold back when we're talking about something with this much potential.
Look at us. Nick slapped me on the back with a grin. Communicating, establishing boundaries like grown-ass adults.
Get the ass part right.
I always get the ass part right.
Nick grinned, in a manner not so different from his old self, before the smile faded.
We have to show up today.
I agreed. Carry, if needed.
I think, Nick hedged, I'm gonna cut loose, really tackle the first floor full bore. Inspirational hero shit. Opinion?
It was obvious he was waiting for me to advise caution, expecting a warning to pace himself. But we were past that. The AG was already on the verge of throwing in the towel. Their members had likely already picked up on the uncertainty from leadership. We needed more than a win. We needed a victory. A lot of bad shit happened in the trial. Noticing the way he immediately stiffened, I hurried on. Because of that, we don't think about the rest of it much. And it wasn't all bad. Nick scoffed, gaze unfocused, full of regret. You saved my life. He rolled his eyes.
Another hour and you would have figured out a way to handle old Stretchneck yourself.
These days, maybe. I shrugged. Back then, I'm not so sure. It was a weak start. Fewer summons, less resources and contingencies. And the spider wasn't weak. She had me in check. I've never told you this, but I was watching the whole time. He took a second to recall it, but once he did, his face flushed bright red.
How?
We had the same patron. Convinced her I was on her side, and she let me hold the strings. Had front row seats the entire time.
Oh.
Nick covered his eyes with a hand.
It's always hazy when I'm that pissed off. But from what I remember, it got a little crazy. You saw that, huh?
I didn't just see it. It was everything I could do to not just gape, slack-jawed.
Stop.
I'm serious. And sure, parts of it were a little terrifying. Never going to forget you beating a bug to death with another bug.
Come on, man,
Nick groaned, but it was inspiring. You had this placid fury, this flow that was humbling to watch, utter purity of purpose. You were good when we fought together before that, but as soon as I was deep in shit, it was like someone flipped a switch. I realized two things at that moment. The first was that I never wanted to fight you, ever, for any reason. And the second was that I trusted you implicitly. He trotted out the beaten puppy expression.
You didn't trust me before that?
I pushed him lightly. Shut up. There are levels of trust. What I'm getting at is, if you want to bring that guy back, start the camera up and go for it. Even if we don't find a way to use the footage, it'll wake the people who are there the fuck up. So go nuts, take chances, be flashy as hell, and I'll make sure the cards come up in your favor. Be who I know you can be. Much as I appreciate the support, Nick stared at the ground, his smile fragile.
I'm not sure I have that guy in me anymore. It changes a lot, knowing
how quickly you can lose someone, I finished. In the recesses of my mind, jaded eyes stirred. Tell him no. I shook my head ever so slightly, trying to banish the thought from my mind.
We just said that we need to give this our all,
Nick said, voice strangely calm.
If you thought of something that could help.
It won't help, I snapped. It's cruel and shitty and manipulative. Nick was already holding the weight of the world on his shoulders. Add any more, and there was a real chance it would break him.
Damn, I didn't realize it was all lip service.
Fuck off.
Matt, we've been here before.
Nick lowered his arms to either side and pushed a few times, mimicking rolling a wheelchair.
No one's ever been honest with me, the way you were then. It scared the life back into me. If you have a way to get in my head and let me lock in, cruel or manipulative doesn't matter.
I don't want to. My voice wavered as I slipped off the stool and backed away from him. He was nothing to me when we met in rehab, an idle curiosity with an inevitable end, and even then I'd gone through with it because nothing else seemed to work. Funny how different things are with time. Now, hurting him was the last thing I wanted.
Okay.
Nick gestured with both hands, palm out, as if warding off an attack, suddenly looking haggard and fatigued.
My bad. That was a shitty thing to ask. You only came at me that hard because we weren't really friends yet. I just thought, you know.
Talia's voice echoed in my mind. I cannot know how you intended to motivate our packmate. With the recent developments, I can only guess. What is certain is that he will continue to wonder what you might have said, and imagination is often far crueler than reality. Fuck. Talia sprang to her feet and took off, heeding the mental command to scout the perimeter. I waited there quietly, praying that I'd somehow been lacking, and there was an entire survey unit parked on a roof somewhere. Eventually, confirmation came back. We were in the clear. I reached into my inventory and withdrew the Allfather's mask, feeling the signature coldness as it tightened beneath my chin. This really what you want?
Yes.
Vernon's close, Nick. I didn't bother turning around. Didn't need to. His jaw was on the floor, and he was on the verge of falling off his stool. All signs point to resurrection being the next skill he unlocks. Like clockwork, metal smacked against metal as he held onto the counter to steady himself.
What?
Did I stutter?
You told me he was at a progression wall, that it wasn't promising.
His eyebrows furrowed, surprise shifting to anger. I turned, then, giving sound to the silent voice that tormented my fears, my failures, my every doubt. Aiming outward instead of in, leveraging it like a weapon. Yeah, I fucking lied. That really surprise you at this point?
Why would you?
His lip trembled.
What the hell is wrong with you, man? I've been worried sick.
Nick put his hands on me, but I knew the shove was coming long before he moved. I broke his grip, slamming against his center plate with my palm, sending him backpedaling until his armor collided with the cart and he hit the stool. Come on, let's hear it. Go ahead. Tell me how it wouldn't have been a problem. How you wouldn't have started counting down the days, dropped in on Vernon at every opportunity and tipped our hand. That the dim prospect of resurrecting Ginny becoming not only real but imminent Wouldn't have been a constant distraction that could have easily gotten you killed." He bit his lip and looked away. "Exactly. So yes, I kept it from you. The only reason we're even talking about it now is because I can't stomach the sniveling anymore."
You don't mean that.
"Sure I do. For once I mean every fucking word." I grabbed him by the collar of his chest plate, pushed him back. "This is what you wanted? Honesty? Well, how's this for honesty, Nick? You've been so screwed up over whether or not you might be able to bring back a dead girl that you haven't even considered what you might be bringing her back into." "Of course I've considered it. We've been trying to make things better, trying to put an end to this," Nick snarled. He had a lot more fight in him now than he had in rehab. That meant I had to peel the resistance back layer by layer. "Then actualize, motherfucker. Because we are running out of time, and the difference between you stepping up or tripping over your own feet could be the difference between bringing Ginny back to a mending society or a hellscape." He gripped my wrist tightly, trembling with rage. I leered at him outwardly, feeling nauseous as the guillotine's blade began to slide. "The second event will be worse. I barely lived through the first, Nick. Me." I jammed a thumb into my chest. "Ginny had a lot of firepower in the early days, but every user still breathing has come a long way since then. She'll be weak at first, vulnerable. Maybe you can protect her, maybe you can't. But if you really care, you can't just fixate on her alone. You have to end this, save everyone. And if you're too selfish to see that, then you may as well not even try." His grip around my wrist relaxed, but his eyes were fathomless, cold as forged iron.
Remove your hand.
I almost didn't, but the message beneath his impassive expression sent was crystal clear. If I kept going, finished the thought, I don't know what he'd do, but it scared me. He reached out, too slow to be anything aggressive, but I still fought the urge to back off, create space. The sense of danger he was giving off was almost palpable. Fresh air hit my skin as he tugged the mask off. "The last time someone tried that, it didn't end well for them," I joked, catching a chill. Nick embraced me in a rough hug, the cool metal seeping through my armor.
Sorry I pushed. It wasn't fair.
"I wanted to tell you the necromancy details. It's been driving me crazy. But you'd already been through a lot, so I held off, and the right time never came."
You were right,
Nick said simply, sitting back down on the stool, "about everything. I've never been short-sighted, just completely focused on an end point that isn't even the end. Even if it doesn't pan out, and the next ability Vernon unlocks is sentient jack-o'-lanterns, it'd suck to say goodbye to her without knowing I'd done everything possible to end this." Ginny didn't talk about her life much. Nick was saying all the right things, making jokes, setting low expectations, engaging in self-deprecation. But I knew what I'd done. The cruelest thing you could do to a person when the future was uncertain, beyond the cajoling and crudeness of the wake-up call. I'd given him hope, and he burned with it. Nick held his arm out, checking how steady it was, lowering it, satisfied.
Good news? The yips have been vanquished.
In the distance, the fog brightened, parallel high beams casting long fingers through the haze. Another pair appeared behind it, and another.
They're here.
My friend stood, somehow seeming both younger and older than he had minutes ago.
Let's get this party started.
Chapter 302. The turnout was astounding. I'd expected a fraction of what we had, 2/3 on the upside. Looking around the lobby now, it was like half the people I personally knew in the city had shown up. Miles arrived first, fully decked out, Audrey hanging from his belt like an organic satchel. He was chatting with Azure, whose chosen form for this particular assignment was a muscled but slight-looking goblinoid with gray hair in rogue's clothes, flanked by several users who read as feds I didn't recognize. In a completely unexpected move, Miles had reached out to me, to Mirrodin, late the previous night, and invited Mirrodin to help with the tower, guaranteeing oversight and protection from any potential hostilities. All told, it was a good sign that my once pursuer-turned-mentor no longer felt the need to keep Mirrodin at arm's length. I was naturally forced to decline, but the request presented an opportunity to get all my summons on the board without arousing suspicion when I'd already been brainstorming a way to do exactly that. Mirrodin couldn't make it, but his summons could. Both the Adventurers Guild and the Order of Parsi had mobilized en masse, guild heads both present. I didn't have to guess why Tyler was there. The perpetual scowl and mask of skepticism made it perfectly clear. He was here to make the call on whether or not the tower was worth pursuing, evaluate the floor on a hair trigger. Aaron was the bigger surprise. Delegation was his religion, and he was the very picture of devout. Seeing him here, roaming around in his high thread count business casual, working the room, slowly gravitating toward me, was both irritating and disconcerting. If he was going to act as a force multiplier, I didn't have a problem with his presence, but I had a feeling when shit hit the fan he'd be lingering in the back as usual. I caught glimpses of Astrid and Astria on the periphery. Miles spotted them just as quickly, and never forgetting a face, sidled up to them, likely reconnecting over their joint efforts during the transposition. No sign of Max. He hadn't responded when Mirden messaged him, so to some extent that was to be expected. It rankled because Max was probably one of the few people in the dome who could have set Tyler's mind at ease, if the numbers were good. But he was either busy or ready to move on from strike team business, even if our purposes here were pure. Julian and Charlotte showed with the rest of the court, Queen Mari striding before them, giant club resting on her shoulders as she pursued a cotton candy vendor who seemed to be doing his best to evade her. There was no sign of the dusk-blade knight, but if that was the court's only absence, it wasn't a big one. Somehow, there was less division. Everyone seemed more keen on socializing, groups mixing and merging in a way the previous cliquey, standoffish atmosphere hadn't allowed before. They got their asses kicked, collectively. In a way, one specific group can't be blamed for. Somehow it turned into camaraderie. There were shockingly few people on the outskirts. Nick separated from me almost as soon as we got in the doors and was parked on a bench, his armored fingers steepled in front of him, head bowed. Part of me wanted to check on him. The other part was too distracted by another person mingling on the outskirts. Bandages on his arms, an odd cloth cloak, and curly hair. I'd only seen him once, but he'd left one hell of an impression. I was less concerned with where he was than where he wasn't. At my brother's side, deeper in the tower. If he was here, there was a good chance my vision was correct, and Ellison was completely alone. Being angry with him was irrational. I had no information and didn't know what the relationship was. For all I knew, Curly was a hired gun. Which was something I reminded myself as I approached from the side, forcing myself to unclench my fists. "Haven't seen you around here before."
"We've met,"
Curly said matter-of-factly, seemingly completely unconcerned with the bolt of anxiety he just sent down my spine. His voice was wistful, and quiet enough that it was difficult to make out over the din. "Fine." "Where's my brother?" I tried, offering it conversationally, like we were talking about the weather.
"The keeper is the wind. He waxes and wanes, going where he likes when he chooses, motives and predilections beyond the comprehension of the corporeal."
"Oh, good. He's insane." "Any information you have could help." I tried again, the floor number, or why he pushed so hard into the tower by himself.
"Will there be vampires today?"
Curly looked at his nails. His eyes were milky, and if it wasn't obvious from the way he surveyed the room that he could see, I'd wonder if he was blind. "No." I paused. "Is that a warning?"
"It is a question,"
Curly replied, bolstering my annoyance to biblical levels. "Well, we haven't been to the next floor before, so no one knows what we'll be up against," I said, biting my tongue before I could reflexively add, "asshole."
"The keeper often knows that which he should not. You do not share this trait. Disappointing."
"Mother—" I cut off, grinding my teeth, switching to a customer service voice. "Whatever we're fighting, we'll be glad to have your support."
"Support,"
Curly repeated, as if trying out the word for the first time. He drew out a pack of Marlboros from within his haggard, raggedy tunic and parked a cig between his lips, absent-mindedly holding the pack out to me. I took one as he lit his own and made no offer to light mine. He took a deep breath and breathed out smoke.
"You'll be heading to the highest floor currently available?"
I nodded, pocketing the cigarette and making a mental note to throw it away before we started climbing the tower. It seemed perfectly pre-system ordinary, and Jade and I hadn't activated, but being handed something that I was, in a way, forced to hold on to set my paranoia on edge. Then I will climb with you until you lose pace. I scanned the room, looking for literally anywhere else to go before I said something regrettable, only to look back and see that Curly had disappeared. Motherfucker! I groaned. A light, likable chuckle filled me with dread.
The eccentric types are always a pain in the ass.
Aaron had finally made his way to me, casually surveying the room. He was focused on the cue for the cue counter, smile drooping a bit. Curly was somehow already there, slouched and lethargic as he exchanged salve for a monstrous turkey leg.
The way he moved, though. Well, it doesn't matter. Theme of the day is come one, come all, right?
The double meaning wasn't lost on me. He was testing the waters, seeing if I was desperate enough to disregard our history and ask directly for his help. That why you're here? To rally the troops?
Not at all.
Aaron chortled, brushing off the snipe.
I'm here because my deity believes that climbing the tower will lead to a better future.
Of course, Aaron the Devout, I mused.
That, and the problem dog skulking around my home seems to have lost his teeth.
Fancy that. He looked at me directly.
I don't know how you did it, or how involved you were. The fact that you have so much sway over such a frightening individual continues to vex. But thank you for returning Cameron to me. The last time we spoke about him, I made a decision in haste, and came to regret it. It's a great relief to see that mistake undone.
Translation. You delivered, and I'm returning the favor in kind. I stuck to the script. Like I said before, all I care about is winning and getting out from under the game show from hell.
Ever the pragmatist. Best of luck out there today.
The edges of Aaron's eyes crinkled, showing the ghost of a smile as he strode toward Tyler. Seeing that Say had arrived, and fighting the ever-present urge to flip the bird at Aaron's back, I moved toward the center, where Miles had waved Say over moments ago.
The old cowboy says, "Yep, that's about as far as I got, too."
Miles delivered what sounded like a punchline. Astrid and Astria cackled, while the other feds rolled their eyes, and Say looked vaguely green. Well, I was hungry enough to see what I could scrounge up from the county fair buffet, but suddenly my appetite is gone. Say rolled her eyes. Astria wiped a tear away, shoulders still heaving in amusement. Just, avoid the chili and you'll be fine. Say shook her head, glancing at me. If you still need to eat, I'd steer clear, helpline. Miles telling weird jokes again?
Come on. A little humor to lighten the mood never hurt anyone.
Miles stretched, seemingly without a care in the world, but the single worry line etched into his forehead.
Ever hear the one about the woman walking home with her 3 daughters?
Miles asked, and when Astrid and Astrid both confirmed they hadn't, he launched into it. Tuning him out, I turned to Say and pitched my voice low. When I said you didn't have to come, I meant it. I know. Say crossed her arms stubbornly, trying to project confidence and failing. But this is important. Can't dodge the realms forever. Take a back seat if you need to. Say had grown exponentially over the last month. In terms of level and experience, she was hard as nails and showed no signs of cracking. But everything we'd done together had occurred almost entirely within the real world. I wasn't sure if the nerves came from showing her face in public after weeks of hiding, or because this was the first time outside of the adaptive dungeon she'd set foot in a realm of Floros. A text from Miles popped, directed to Matt. Miles.
You trust this group?
Matt. Say I can vouch for. The twins showed up out of nowhere and helped out during the necromancer attack, and I think they may have pitched in for my old region during the event, but that's the extent of our involvement. Miles.
They're solid.
For what it's worth, Miles said to Say, transition from text to spoken conversation perfectly smooth.
We may not be in there long. Tyler's putting caution first. Wants to make sure no one's rushing into something that could clap back on us the way the last floor did. It's a shame because there's a big opportunity here to stop what happened last time from happening again. Totally understandable where he's coming from. Just a damn shame.
Apparently his talks with Tyler hadn't inspired confidence, but I had to smile a little, realizing he was already doing what I'd intended to do. Matt, that the angle? Make Tyler out to be reasonable but overly cautious? Get people talking about what that hesitation might cost them in hopes that they break ranks? Miles.
Yep. All I got. Want to help?
Matt. Naturally.
It took nearly an hour of near-constant crowd work between the two of us before I started hearing things that showed promise, organically emerging from conversations neither me nor Miles had directly interfered with. Doubts about the Adventurers Guild being here in any serious capacity. Fears centered around what would happen if we simply walked away empty-handed. Glimpses of rebellion and determination stemming from that fear. Tyler called everyone over to where he and Aaron stood near the elevators and began to speak, straightening up from the slouch he developed and exercising a level of gravitas I hadn't seen from him in a while. Sarah stood behind him, monitoring the crowd for threats, her expression otherwise immutable.
Well, I was going to wait until 9 to do this, but somehow most of you were actually on time, Tyler announced, smiling a bit as his observation drew laughs. There's a lot of new faces, some of whom belong neither to the Order or the Adventurers Guild. So, I'll give you a quick rundown of where we're at. We believe, collectively, that there's an artifact near the top of the tower worth pursuing, not for its inherent value. From what I understand, the artifact itself holds little beyond value, being a slight improvement on the average sword. That was a clever bit of misinformation. If he outright announced to the crowd that Excalibur was at the top of the tower, it'd kick off a gold rush on the name alone. A few artifacts I'd encountered had been completely game-changing, but they were rare enough that it wasn't common knowledge. By now, it should be obvious to anyone that the kind folk of the tower are methodical with their screening processes, so I'm sure no one's foolish enough to try and smuggle something out,
Aaron added, eyeing a few members of the crowd meaningfully. They shifted uncomfortably under his gaze. Tyler stepped forward.
Even if they weren't, I'd like to believe that not a single person in the group assembled here today would be tempted to do so, given what we stand to gain. An end to the madness. An alternative to simply forging ahead, charging head first through the meat grinder that has, for the last few months, kept us and the people we care about in a state of constant peril.
He faltered, pausing to adjust his eye patch.
This is a critical undertaking, one we cannot afford to rush. I want to be clear. The last time we made an attempt, there was a biohazard incident, one with the potential to threaten the lives of every person within the dome. Given that, Aaron and I are placing serious emphasis on the importance of caution. Several experienced scout teams will survey the floor first, while the core force holds at the entrance. After we have a clear picture, a decision will be made.
I groaned, and unexpectedly realized I wasn't the only one. There were disapproving murmurs, even a solitary boo. Miles and I had talked to a lot of people, but not that many, and no matter how persuasive you were, it was impossible to start a fire from stone. The kindling had already been there, dry and bristle beneath the surface, ready to ignite. Everyone here had their lives changed by the dome and the transposition in some way. Every single person was tired of being at the whims of the unknown.
Make no mistake, we will climb the tower,
Tyler insisted, feeling the resistance and trying to counterbalance.
It's a question of timing now. We cannot afford to expend ourselves on the precipice of disaster, but even if now is not the right time, we will return.
He continued on for a while, battling the growing sense of unease and irritation before seeming to grow tired, and calling for everyone with us to embark on the elevator. Despite the massive circumference of the lift, by the time everyone filed on it, the spacing was tight, cramped. Knees bent and whispers circulated as the elevator rose, picking up speed, walls blurring with the acceleration. We emerged at the top of a tall hill, verdant meadows extending out toward the horizons, a large circle of trees encapsulating the distant perimeters. At first I was relieved. This floor looked exponentially larger than the last, but the sightlines were wide open, meaning I'd be able to alter the flow of any battle more effectively than the previous floor's cramped interior. "Holy shit," someone mouthed. I looked down
and spotted the war camp.
Chapter 303. I scanned it through a pair of binoculars I'd bummed off a scout, lying prone at the ledge that led to a steep descent downward, scanning the structure. Wooden stakes carved from tree trunks formed high walls, thankfully not so high that they obscured our elevated view. What was visible was grim regardless. Hobgoblins, the goblin's meaner, smarter cousin. Excepting a few loin-clothed, malnourished variants that seemed to be of a lower caste, they were all either fully or partially armored, and the weapons I could see were of decent quality. It was, by an order of magnitude, the largest group of monsters I'd ever seen in one place. 500, give or take.
though the real head count was difficult to establish as they appeared to be sleeping in shifts, numbers obscured by the large barrack tents. There was a considerable armory, a forge, even a mess hall. Beyond the numbers, there were two massive problems. Separated from the rest of the camp was a small defended square that housed 8 catapults. Their payloads were nothing special, judging from awkward mounds of ammo. They were using ordinary chunks of rock. Somehow, despite the considerable noise this many people made, the hobgoblins were still completely unaware of our presence, and the catapults weren't pointed at the mountain. But the artillery weapons were on wheels, and we were absolutely in range. Not good. The second, arguably bigger problem were the prisoners housed in various cages scattered around the camp. Nearby, Aaron and Tyler were arguing.
Relax,
Aaron insisted, dismissing some point Tyler brought up.
We have elevation and enough firepower with all the mages to level a building. It'll be bloodless on our side. Just bomb the hell out of them and wash our hands of it. They have hostages, Tyler fired back. No one's been this high in the tower before, and even if someone has, look at them all. They're obviously system-created entities strategically placed to stop us from taking the obvious solution.
Hearing this, I murmured to Miles, who was doing the same thing I was a few feet away with an expensive-looking rangefinder.
Every word, Miles repeated.
Got info, but it's more likely to hurt us than help us. Casually, Miles shimmied sideways until he was close enough to whisper, resting prone beside me.
What's up?
I hesitated, not sure whether to share what I was about to. I've seen this setup before.
The hobgoblins?
I shook my head. The hostages. Found my way into a dungeon once with a small group, shortly after I got the class. Owl bears. Had a human hostage in a cage. We were the first ones in, according to the system notification, so I came to the same conclusion Aaron did.
Fake human, generated by the system to create an additional obstacle? Reasonable conclusion to come to?
I hesitated.
Oh, fuck.
Miles stared down at the camp.
How'd you figure it out?
Vitiligo?
Sorry, what?
He had vitiligo.
So does my aunt. The hell does that have to do with anything?
Your aunt and less than 1% of the human population, I said, blending truth and fiction as smoothly as I could. It just stuck in my head as odd. Why would a generic system-created hostage have such a specific trait?
Pass the binos. Rangefinder keeps fogging.
He took them from me and surveyed the cages in the camp, pausing on each one.
C-section scar. Tattoo. Another tattoo. Different color, different artist. Really terrible glasses. Surprised they let him keep those.
Fuck me. Miles lowered the binoculars, wiping a bead of sweat off his forehead.
Bureau likes to blame every missing person on a necromancer, but I'm willing to bet a lot of people who disappeared right at the beginning met a similar fate. You gonna... Oh.
He leveled a cool gaze at me, seeing without judgment or affirmation.
Horrific as it is, flattening that camp is the easiest way from point A to point B, and if Tyler finds out, this could be the excuse to back out he's searching for. A reasonable person might be considering keeping that to himself.
I looked away.
Well, shit, kid. Really front-loading the heavy stuff.
Miles sighed, giving the camp another once-over before he shook his head.
I don't have to tell you, of all people, that sometimes life gives you shit choices.
A slow chill crawled up my spine.
You're thinking about the lives at stake. Trolley problem logic. If you keep your silence, let those 20 people suffer whatever's coming their way, you stand to save hundreds of thousands of lives. What you have to realize is that's a false binary.
How so?
You're not leveraging the lives of the people down there, Miles pointed, against the lives of the people outside. You're leveraging the lives of the people down there for a single step in the right direction.
Fuck. It was a relief, in a way, even if it didn't make the current situation any easier.
You want to tell them, or should I? Miles asked.
I stood to my feet, brushing bits of detritus off my armor and approaching the 2 guild leaders with my hands in my pockets. I've encountered a similar scenario before. The hostage was a real person, abducted when the meteor hit and we all got our classes. Tyler leveled me with a frown.
You're sure?
Aaron looked between us, unconvinced.
Just because it happened once doesn't mean it's the case here.
Too quick on the comeback. He already knew. I turned my attention to Tyler. Confident. The hostages all have distinguishing marks. Why the hell would they give a system-generated human a C-section scar?
To make them more convincing, Aaron argued. Isn't that the entire point?
Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Nick hold the crab up, peering at it intently before placing it down on the ground, where it blended perfectly with the grass. My pulse spiked. Now?
Much as I appreciate you bringing this to my attention, Tyler rubbed his head. It changes things. We can't blindly fire into the camp without risking innocent lives. There's no approach with cover of any kind, and they have braziers scattered around the meadow, so stealth is out of the question. Even if we descend down the back of the mountain and circle around, they'll see us coming, and the catapults will do the rest. What about the people?
Heads snapped around, the tone and authority in the voice immediately striking. As far as I could tell, Nick wasn't doing anything differently. He was standing casually, one foot slightly in front of the other, gauntlets resting on his belt.
The situation is tragic, Tyler said, scanning Nick up and down uncertainly. But we can't help them without putting our own in serious peril.
Nick chuckled, running gloved fingers through his hair.
Guess I'm just confused. I'm not the brightest guy in the world, or the dome. Sometimes things that should make sense to me don't. So help me out a little. If we're right, and those people down there have been stuck in cages since this all started, they've probably suffered a lot. I've been held against my will before. It was a picnic compared to what the folks down there are going through, and I'll still never forget it. Guess I'm wondering if the assembled force of two of the strongest guilds in the dome aren't going to save those people? Who is?
The challenge in his voice rang, clear as day. Tyler glared, swatting at his eye patch.
You would understand better if you bothered to listen.
Beside him, Aaron slowly began to smile.
Nick shrugged. Happy to get my ears checked after, but I'm pretty sure I heard the catapults and elevated firing positions were the biggest problems, no? Well, yes, Tyler admitted. And if they weren't a problem, you'd feel more comfortable swinging that sword around. There's a difference between comfort and knowing I'm not marching the people I'm directly responsible for to their deaths, Tyler countered, off balance, starting to sense the powder keg but not fully grasping what it was yet. Then I've got one thing left to say to you. Nick leaned forward. Here it comes. I dropped into a crouch, mimicking adjusting my boot. There was a blur as Talia darted away, sprinting from Nick's side toward the twin mages. For Frodo, Nick said, letting it hang for maximal confusion. Just as Tyler had recovered enough to speak, Nick turned and took off running at a dead sprint, directly toward the ledge. Chapter 304. Talia, give Astria a message from Mirden. Tell her if the hobgoblins try executing hostages, send a strong reminder why they spaced them out like that in the first place. Keep it vertical and off target. Hit Say, Julian, and Charlotte after, from me. Tell them they don't have to help, but if they feel like pitching in, we've never needed it more. Talia broke off from us, darting between onlookers, ducking beneath the wide gate of a gaping tank, and she tore hell toward the twins. I ran parallel to Nick, keeping pace, but only barely. My agility was closing in on double his. How he was managing the speed was beyond me, until I noticed the way his armor had changed color. He was glowing gold. "Whatever the hell you're doing, I think your patron approves," I yelled over the cacophony of clanking. "Yeah, got a lot of juice," Nick panted, sparing a glance at me. "Don't know how long it's gonna last. We need to go in hard, fuck 'em up as much as we can with the time we have." I glanced at the rapidly approaching ledge. "Maybe worry about the cliff first?" "Nah," he grinned, a manic gleam in his eye. "Just aim for the bushes." "It's a 90-degree incline, motherfucker." "You trust me?" "Fucking obviously." "Drop back a bit. Follow my lead." "Already?" "Am." I trailed off as Nick pulled ahead, gaining ground without any adjustment of speed on my part, sprinting toward the ledge without so much as a flicker of fear. He hit the ledge and leapt, no hesitation, catching enough air that I knew, instinctively, the landing was going to be fatal. "What?" I cut off, slack-jawed, as Nick shot straight outward, fists out behind him. The friend I'd once watched struggle to walk flew. "You idiot," I murmured, popping my flight charm, trying not to think about all the ways this was a terrible idea, fighting the wind to catch up with him. "Now that we're weightless and it'll be 3 times harder to do a damn thing, any other bright ideas?" "Think they realized I didn't take the short way down?" Nick glanced back at the mountain, wincing and wobbling a bit as the motion redirected the wind current and nearly knocked him off course. "Yeah, they're aware," I said dryly. "Then we go low."
He swooped down, dropping altitude until we were unnervingly close to the ground, weaving through the waist-high grass and drawing his sword, holding the hilt with both hands, sweeping side to side at seemingly random intervals like he was searching for something. In seconds, he found it. One of the hobgoblin rogues skulking through the grass, clad in leathers, staring at the oncoming hurricane, frozen. The collision was a horrifying squelch and resulting squeal as Nick's sword speared all the way through his shoulder, crossguard acting like a fishhook as the hobgoblin was dragged, kicking and screaming, the back of his legs plowing through the soil. "Got you a present," Nick said, shifting the sword slightly so the monster was closer to me. The hobgoblin's beady black eyes hopped from me to Nick and back again, panicked. "I don't want it.
Just fuck with him. I'll evade for a bit."
I bit back a sharp retort, catching his meaning. He knew the Ordinator abilities required a lot of setup and was trying to give me a window to use them. Granted, it was a depressingly small window and only a single goblin out of a camp of 500, but it was better than nothing. Subjugate. I reeled, nearly hitting the ground as psychic feedback snapped back on me, the inhuman squeal breaking my concentration. What the hell? Intelligence, agility, hybrid.
Matt, I don't mean to rush."
"Then don't pick up the world's smartest hobgoblin and expect me to work quickly," I snarled, grabbing the goblin's head and twisting his neck to the side, giving me a better angle. Drawing a knife, I carved his ear off, ignoring both Nick's horrified look and the goblin's crescendoing howl.
"Can you go 5 minutes without committing a war crime?"
Nick shouted. I ignored him, opening a connection through suggestion and forcing my way through, feeling for weaknesses and fears. The hobgoblin, whose name was some guttural, multi-apostrophized grunt I couldn't pronounce, was a hedonist first. And hedonists were easy. Protect your chain of command, especially the ones these interlopers get close to. If you fail, you'll never see the inside of a brothel again. His arm was in bad shape. His mind was chaos. If it worked, he'd run himself ragged, haplessly pointing out every goblin that outranked him while doing very little to actually protect them. Again the goblin screeched in fear. Nick carried him in a low circle, squinting at the camp. It was difficult to see anything with blades of grass hitting me in the face every 5 seconds, but I could hear the footfalls of armored troops converging toward us, and unless I'd completely lost my sense of direction, I was pretty sure we were on the opposite side of the camp from the catapults.
"It's working," Nick smiled, wind whipping through his hair. "We're pulling them away from the artillery."
He glanced at me, wincing a little as he said it.
"Any chance you can turn him up a little?"
I considered the hobgoblin's remaining ear, then quickly disregarded it. The monster was in a lot of pain already. More, and he was at risk of falling unconscious. Instead, I hammered his mind. There will be no women. Only men. Somehow the hobgoblin's screams rose another octave. Nick corkscrewed, holding the creature straight up, carrying him upright above the grass as he flew blindly on his back, zigzagging through the grass on a random path. I tried to imagine how it looked from the fort. A single hobgoblin carried at breakneck speed on an unseen mount, screeching bloody murder. It was one hell of a distraction.
"Ready?" Nick said.
"Almost." "Warn them. Scream until you can't scream any more." In a manner that was almost compliant, the hobgoblin sucked in a deep breath. Nick spun, letting gravity do most of the work as the goblin slid off his sword, tumbling across the ground. It spit out a mouthful of dirt and immediately started raising a racket again. "Guard towers first?" I asked, fighting a growing thrill.
"Just like the Wildlands days,"
Nick winked. We split to the left and right, swooping through the low grass as our abandoned abductee continued to provide cover. I flew low enough that the toes of my boots threatened to catch the ground. That was the point. If we were too obvious, it would undo the entire gambit for reorganization. The hobgoblins in the towers weren't heavily armored, but that mattered less than it usually would. That was the downside of using the flight charm in combat. It was all about momentum. If you were floating and struck a static object, it'd do almost nothing to the object and end up pushing you back. Even if you were flying directly at them, it was hard to get a knife to stick. With that in mind, I drew Luciana, spinning once from the ring to dial in the heft, and spotting the rickety construction of a tower above me through the grass, I shot straight up, evening out in a tight curve, hoping the momentum was enough. The tower hobgoblin's mouth dropped open in surprise as the horizontal slash parted his throat, a curtain of black descending from the wound. There were 2 more, equally surprised but much quicker to react than their companion had been. Still floating a little off the ground, I slammed the karambit back into my inventory and quick-drew 2 of the new crossbows, firing them both, feeling a mix of satisfaction and panic as bolts struck home, dropping the monsters.
but the combined force of the shot sent me flying back toward the wall. I flailed, dropping one of the spent bows and inventorying the other as my hand caught purchase on one of the spikes of the log wall, waiting for the world to stop spinning, unsure how much attention I'd drawn, if any. The next guard towered over, a pale, terrified-looking hobgoblin openly gawked, shakily raising a giant sheephorn to his lips and inhaling. "Hold your breath," I commanded. It froze, wide-eyed, cheeks inflated, lips still planted firmly on the horn. Unlike the previous sentry, this one had taken the dress code more seriously. An amalgam of iron and leather armor that covered both neck and head, limiting my options. Taking an extra setting to line up the jump, I cast Probability Cascade on my legs and launched toward the tower, accelerating, then rotating in midair so my feet were in front of me. My boots landed square on the horn's rim. I grabbed the overhang for leverage and kicked with both feet, breaking teeth and sending the horn down the goblin's throat. He fell with an echoing gurgle to the ground. This pace was too breakneck. I needed to take stock, get an idea of how Nick was doing. Crack! Across the camp there was a thundering splinter of wood and shrieking voices as a guard tower on Nick's side splintered, armored monsters scattering beneath as it plummeted to the ground, partially collapsing on another fallen tower I hadn't even heard go down. A glowing gold blur shot out from beneath the wreckage, zipping above a small squadron of archers coherent enough to aim before they fired. Okay, so much for drawing their attention away from the center. Probability Cascade activated, and every arrow went wide, missing Nick by a wide enough margin that he may not have even noticed they fired. He, probably realizing his tower solution had been too bombastic, made the best of the situation, deviating from the original catapult destination and flying along the elevated catwalks, holding his arm out, grabbing, yanking, and clotheslining goblins off their elevated positions. Not something I could do half as effectively with my current strength, but there was another option. I took flight, dodging an onslaught of arrows from below, sticking to the shadows beneath the catwalks, planting more than half of my incendiary charges on the thick support beams that supported the catwalks. Below, the one-eared goblin from before was planted in front of a larger variant, a cruel-looking brute with a large mace, never taking his eyes off me, holding a shield with both hands. "Thanks, pal." The brute was in the midst of shouting directions and harsh guttural commands, recognition lighting in his battle-hardened face. "They're targeting our defenses. Regroup!" I dipped low, and bypassing one ear entirely, quick drew a crossbow and shot the commander in the face. He toppled as I moved on, building momentum back up after nearly diverting into a wall of waiting swords and shields. The incendiary charges went off, one after another, lighting a fire I coaxed to burn brightly until segments were falling away. Through one of the newly opened holes, I saw Charlotte alone in the distant field, holding her staff skyward. A shower of sparks, spanning the central camp, drifted downward like snowflakes. I steered clear, Nick following my lead. Below, in the midst of the churning chaos, I saw a single goblin reach up, catching a spark on the back of his finger. He recoiled as it flared, leaving a purple afterimage in my vision, grabbing at his face, mouth twisted in a rictus of pain. Naturally, I looked away as soon as the sparks went off, grabbing at Nick's arm as we met above the catapults. "Flight is getting dodgy. They're shooting skeet, and I can't stop every arrow. We need to play it tighter." "Yep," Nick mused, seeming to weigh a few options before deciding on one that involved dropping straight down, toward a mass of hobgoblins spread out amongst the catapults. He kicked a spear aside and landed on top of the spearman, full force, the spearman's skull cracking beneath his boot. I was about to assign that particular impossible feat to patron bullshit until I saw him drop the remnants of his torn-up flight charm on the ground. I'd wondered how he was going to deal with the weightlessness problem. Saying it now, though, was sobering. The flight charms were an invaluable form of retreat. We could get more through the AG connection, assuming Tyler didn't send us both packing after this, but that didn't help us now. And once the charms were gone, there was no backing out. No tactical retreat. We were committed. I tore mine and landed, ducking beneath the sword, grabbing the attacker by the neck and subjugating him. "These two are a distraction. There's a larger force that way, hidden in the grass. Gather up as many as you can and go!" I sent him a mental picture of figures hidden in the sprawling field on the other side of catapults, in the opposite direction of the mountain lift. He nodded briefly before taking off, barely dodging beneath Nick's wide, savage swings and high-stepping over the snapping jaws of a canine. Talia watched him go, cocking her head before she turned back. "Help is on the way." "How much?" I shouted, catching Nick under his arms as he stumbled back, fresh dent in his armor. Talia waded in with a snarl, locking her jaws around the club wielder's throat and tackling him down, tearing at his throat, releasing once the struggling stopped.
dark blood dripping from her fangs. "More!" Her eyes widened. "Look out!" Amidst a new storm of sparks, a massive projectile plunged toward us, argent-blue corona shimmering with sheer destructive power, and for a moment my crazed mind thought it was another comet. I dove to the side, taking Nick down with me as Astria's projectile impacted a dividing wall and exploded with an ear-shattering boom, a radius of flaming shrapnel peppering the dirt and catapults around us. "I said vertical and off-target, goddammit!" I shouted, my own voice barely perceptible over the ringing in my ears. The explosion left a wake of goblin bodies both in front of and behind the retaining wall. Heated as I was, I knew Astria was deadly accurate. If I had to guess, the hostage in peril had been toward the center of the camp. She'd limited the range of damage by targeting the top of the wall. The hostages on the other side seemed terrified but unharmed, and by some miracle neither of us had been hit. "Matthias," Talia said, approaching us cautiously. "Think I may have fucked up," Nick said, his voice pained and ethereal. "No." A twisted, blackened chunk of metal jutted from Nick's abdomen. He touched it, grimaced, then gripped it tightly. Automatically, I knocked his hand away and upended a health potion into his mouth. "Leave it until the potion kicks in." "Look at them all," Nick murmured. Beyond us, through both the original entrance to the artillery section and the retaining wall, the hobgoblins had mostly recovered. They were climbing over the remnants, more approaching from the side. Compared to before, they were moving slowly, cautious, but the caution wouldn't last for long. He was in shock. The wound wasn't fatal, but I'd wager it hurt like hell. I withdrew a sack of incendiary charges. "Come on, buddy. Need you to set these while Talia and I hold them off." Nick shook his head, trying to shake it off and failing. "Bad idea. Remember the fireworks?" I snorted. The first and only time we'd celebrated the 4th of July. His idea. And Nick had almost blown himself up with M80s. Twice. Well, somebody's got to do it. "You go. I'll..." Nick tried to push himself up and fell back, harried and disoriented. "Shit." It was the shock. He wasn't dying. I checked his vitals with Blade of Woe, and we couldn't just retreat here without taking the catapult out of play. I needed to snap him out of it somehow. And without using my powers, in my panicked state, there was really only one thing I could think of. Talia barked at the encroaching goblins, alternating between the advancing groups as I whisper-yelled in Nick's ear. "You, me, nobody's gonna hit as hard as life. But it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. So get up, motherfucker." Nick laughed, cutting off abruptly from the pain. When he recovered, his eyes were more focused now, and the franticness behind them seemed to fade. "Think you ad-libbed at the end there, Coach." This time, when I tried to pull him up, he worked with me, boots catching perches against the ground. Nick straightened, downing another potion before he gripped the shrapnel in his abdomen and pulled, grimacing as it came free, leaving a spatter of red across the soil below. Decision time. Charges or pointy-eared bastards? I prompted. "Well, I can't chicken out after all that," Nick grinned, drawing his sword shakily and banging it against his shield. "Talia! To me!" Talia skipped away from the encroaching goblins, taking her place at Nick's side, glancing at him with concern. I saw it too. It was a brave face. Nick was amping himself up and trying to set me at ease, but the wound had been serious, and health potions weren't a cure-all. Whatever time we had left, the accidental friendly fire had probably cut it in half. I sprinted away as Nick drew first blood, drawing charges from the bag and placing them on the catapult, only catching glimpses, worry growing by the minute, because Nick wasn't glowing anymore. His patron's favor was apparently fleeting. That didn't matter, because he had mine. His sword found throats, gaps, openings. Every impact his shield took resonated, jarring the attacker to their bones. The goblins crowded in, bloodlust stoked, pushing and shoving to get to Nick when they'd been cautious and orderly just moments before. The fallen clung to those still standing, begging for help or trying to right themselves, only to be stumbled or tripped over. A spearman that got through the gaps in between the critical moments I spent between focusing on Nick and working on the charges jammed his weapon into Nick's back, eliciting a roar of rage as Nick pivoted and rang the hobgoblin's head with his shield like a gong. "Matthias!" Talia roared into my mind. "I see it." My vision began to gray, signaling my mana was running low.
I placed the final charge, retreated, and blew it, covering my ear and the back of my head with an arm. The already sweltering temperature skyrocketed, searing my back as I drew my saber and began to fight, swinging the saber defensively so Nick could afford to retreat. But more goblins were pouring into the square by the second. Retreat where? Searching, desperate for anything that resembled a choke point. But beyond the burning catapults, the artillery square consisted of nothing but a shack in the corner. It was either that, or running out into the open and hoping the AG had made up enough distance to assist. Another round of Charlotte's sparks bought us a moment of breathing room. If we were going to move, we needed to do it now.
Talia, I'll hold them for as long as I can. Go, Talia urged.
I supported Nick, back straining as I steered us toward the shack, firing my last 2 loaded crossbows behind us, killing the front runners. As we half limped, half ran, I lowered my head in supplication, never taking my eyes off the destination. Necta, grant me strength. The low, menacing pitch of a woman's chuckle echoed in my ear, confirming what I already suspected. I hadn't pinned down all the details, but I knew she was drawn to battle and carnage. She'd be watching.
And here I wondered if you forgot about me, little ordinator,
Nicta whispered. I didn't.
Perhaps. What will you offer for this request?
A sacrament.
Harvested with the blades you hold so dearly?
If that will suffice.
Dance beautifully to the drums, my sweet. Your wish is granted.
A surge of acid roiled in my gut. My fingers twitched, every part of me straining to turn around and face my attackers, to demonstrate every facet of the foolishness of their pursuit. I kept moving, somehow retaining enough of myself to help Nick into an overturned crate in the back. Nick stared at me, panicked. We're trapped. I shook my head. We are the trap. Tell the camera to stay away. Cover the rest of the camp or something. The running footfalls grew closer. They'd be going from bright midday to pitch black. Goblins and goblinoids had better night vision than humans, but the difference was stark enough that it would still have an impact. Harrowing anticipation activated. Threads expanded from my vision, the aggressive, percussive beat of Twilight's Nocturne thrumming alongside it. Nick, I said, teeth gritted as some outside force tugged at the back of my skull, forcing my face into a smile.
Yeah?
Nick asked, chugging more potions. Don't watch, okay? If he responded, I didn't hear it. I was completely focused on the plan. It wasn't the worst plan ever, but it was close. Harrowing anticipation wasn't cheap. My already depleted mana was lower than it had been. To make matters worse, the supply shack was the definition of any port in a storm. It wasn't at all secure. The walls looked thin. If the catwalks and catapults were any indication, a single torch in the right place would set the entire thing ablaze. With a sudden light level change, it'd be easy to kill the first few hobgoblins through the door. But if I did that, they'd get smart, smoke us out, or start shooting. So the answer was simple. Take advantage of the initial bloodlust, and kill them slowly. Keep the bodies that did fall away from the door, and let the goblins that persisted raise enough din and ruckus that the battle appeared to be ongoing. It wasn't perfect, but it was all I had. The first group pushed through the door in an angry cluster, not even bothering to slow down. My turn. I slashed from shoulder to sternum, to shoulder again, and threw him aside, moving smoothly now, aches and pains from the previous encounter all but forgotten. Luciana carved through armor straps and tendons alike, every strike accelerating, the small resistance I did feel paltry, almost nothing. The artifact was unlike any blade I'd ever used, and at that moment I cherished it. In the low light, many of the attackers didn't seem to notice the extent of their injuries. They tried to keep fighting as their legs buckled on severed Achilles, their guts spilled out, and nicked arteries pumped black life's blood onto the ground. Mirden didn't fight like this. Mirden was about efficiency. He killed, but he killed humanely. This was something else. But the drums beat, each strike a swell, drowning out all rational thought as the gods themselves bore witness, and I was undone. The first clever goblin tried to run. Would have made it, but he lost footing on the viscera-covered floor. I fish-hooked him with a karambit, flesh and bone of his upper palate providing enough resistance to yank him back before it parted and gave way. The second clever goblin stuck his head in, wide-eyed, and turned to shout a warning. I risked a subjugation because it didn't matter. If I died, I died.
Long pigs back on the menu, boys. They're on their last legs. Get 'em! The converted hobgoblin charged in, blade lowered, directly into another goblin crawling toward the door, who howled and fell still. More followed, trickle renewed to stream, and I met them. Luciana began to wail, glowing dull red in the low light, her voice merging with the beating of the drums, 2 songs becoming one. This was who I was, who I always had been, a blade in the dark, waiting to be drawn. Nothing else mattered. The subjugated goblin fell, ganged up on by its enraged fellows, before I capitalized on the distraction and put them down. It didn't matter. No one mattered. Something was wrong with that. It bothered me. Dissonance in the song. I tried to kill it and found that while it wasn't as loud as before, the atonality was impossible to snuff. It remained, buzzing in my ear, marring the melody, even as the bodies of maimed hobgoblins collapsed from their injuries, one after another. Why aren't there more coming? Surely there's more.
From the sound of it, the cavalry's here. Take a breath.
Someone? No. I knew them. Nick snapped his fingers in front of my face, smiling sympathetically. The words registered late, din of battle becoming audible over the roaring of blood in my ears. The ground shifted beneath me, and I realized we were standing on bodies, simply because there was nowhere else to stand. They littered the floor, stacked too high in some places. Black blood and other viscera dripped from the ceiling, coated the walls. I started.
You don't have to explain. My dumbass fell short again. All you did was pick up the slack. It'd be kind of messed up if I climbed up on a high horse and complained about how you did it.
Come on. I wanted to believe him, but everyone had a limit. His smile slipped a little, and he seemed to be intentionally avoiding taking in more of our surroundings than he had to.
It's another bullet point in the let's never go at each other for real column, if I'm honest. But we're alive, and once we see this through, you can hang the dark shit up for good.
He reached for the tent flap, ready to leave. I blurted something out, something that had been gnawing at me from the beginning. And if I can't? Nick paused, turning back to look at me as if the answer was the most obvious thing in the world.
Then I'll do the same thing you did for me. Drag you kicking and screaming back into the light.
Between the joint efforts of Charlotte, Julian, Say, and Miles, the goblins were reeling. I'd initially asked for their help because they were all, to some extent, people I trusted. The fact that the 6 of us worked so well together ended up being a happy accident. Despite varying ages, backgrounds, and philosophies, we all brought something unique to the table that somehow added up to a greater whole. Say and Nick alone were a complementing martial powerhouse. Nick of the hit-me-and-see-what-happens variety, Say of the good luck hitting me at all. They'd found their tempo first, likely because after her alteration, recovery, and the strike team work, Say was most similar to me. The difference was, where I excelled in hammering down single targets, Say had more sustain and endurance. And unlike me, she was a lot more comfortable digging her heels in on the front lines. The two fell into a comfortable rhythm almost immediately. Say shredding through monsters at close range, baiting and taunting them, into Nick, who absorbed the reprisal and returned it exponentially, heaping affirmation and praise onto Say all the while. Granted, they kept high-fiving in the middle of combat, more than once with a number of sharp objects barreling their direction, but that was more Nick's fault than Say's. Together they drew a lot of aggression, more than double what they would have individually, which was good because without the redirected attention, there would have been an abundance of repeatedly blinded, infested, or disease-stricken monsters that, if not otherwise occupied, would be highly motivated to look for the user pointing a wand or staff their way. The sheer value of Charlotte's utility was insane, coupled with the sheer nastiness of some of the more visceral hexes and a detached, almost scientific commitment to experimenting and finding the most debilitating combination of effects. She was terrifying. Some of her magic, the mass blind spell for one, was telegraphed. Others, like the painful-looking boils and a sudden area of effect pressure shift that ruptured the eardrums of anything with the misfortune of standing in it, were either imperceptible or almost impossible to trace. Not to say some of the more afflicted and understandably pissed-off hobgoblins didn't try. Which was where Julian came in. I liked Julian as a person. He was friendly, agreeable, less impulsive than Nick, and just as quick to listen and contribute to discussions without dominating them. After what I saw on the last floor, however, Julian was the only person I'd half expected to stay on the mountain. He had some sort of hang-up with violence, even when it was clearly justified, either due to class, personal beliefs, or both.
Frankly, if he was going to repeat his previous behavior incessantly, insisting on dragging every monster we encountered capable of speech into drawn-out negotiations, I would have preferred he stayed there. Where Julian actually landed was somewhere in between. He engaged almost purely defensively, fully committed to safeguarding Charlotte, aiming to disarm and dissuade. His mercy had limits, which, in my eyes, changed things a great deal. If one of the aforementioned, repeatedly blinded, eardrum-ruptured, disease-stricken hobgoblins mistook mercy for stupidity, Julian put them down. The prince was willing to take a hell of a beating for whatever ideals or rules he followed, but he wasn't callous enough to expect others to do the same. I could respect that, even if I didn't fully understand it. Before the Dome, it might have annoyed me, in the context of an online RPG or tabletop game. Having one person fully committed to safeguarding another felt like a waste in the context of gamified bullshit like damage per second or encounter scaling. But I've seen the way system monsters and other users aggressively targeted magic types. I'd been on both sides of it. It was the natural course of action, given the low defenses and sheer power they wielded. So, if Julian wanted to stick to Charlotte's ass, I was all for it. Hell, I'd bring the glue gun. It freed me and Miles up to do what we did best. Interestingly enough, Miles' rules of engagement varied compared to what I'd seen in the real world. With people, he played around awareness religiously, exercising caution and a slower pace. With monsters, the easiest way to locate Miles was to look for the place where hobgoblins were dying in a rhythm, one after another, searching for an unseen assailant before an arrow found their hearts, throats, or foreheads. I mainly stuck to my crossbows, staying near the members of the group furthest from Miles. In part, it was tactical, ensuring one of us could rotate to help at any given time. The other part was nerves. Miles didn't seem as thrilled or engaged with the team as the rest of us were. Unless I was reading it completely wrong, he was overtly pissed off. It could have been the fact that no one warned him beforehand, but I doubted it. I'd made the decision to cut loose in the tower, leverage every resource I had, every ability, every summon. What we were doing was too important. If we failed, I didn't want to look back and regret that decision. I tried to be smart about it. Having Mirrodin lend his summons to Miles, letting everyone think Talia was Nick's spirit guardian, deploying Ordinator abilities in a more subtle manner. Disguised and obfuscated as they were, my cards were on the table. And if anyone was going to connect the dots, it was Miles. There was no real friction. He was polite to everyone, responding to call-outs and proactively rotating for assists. But I didn't miss the way his eyes followed me, sliding away whenever I looked in his direction. By the time the combined force of both guilds arrived, the goblins had been halved. It wasn't all us. Several adventurers' guild mages had followed Nick's lead, popping their flight charms and peppering monsters from the air. Queen Mari had, apparently, done exactly what I thought Nick was about to do. Ran down the mountain, across the field, and into the fort, leaving a trail of bashed-in skulls behind her. Within minutes of the reinforcements arriving, it was over. The elevator's appearance in the center, and a system announcement indicating that the hidden criteria was met, and the floor had been cleared. Everyone from the impromptu group stuck together, some mix between camaraderie and the awkwardness of knowing that we'd broken ranks and an administrative thrashing was inevitable. Say had Nick in a headlock for some comment he made, while me, Julian, and Charlotte watched from the cheap seats. Tyler's imposing figure, head and shoulders over most of the users overrunning the camp, made his way toward us. Almost every few steps he would pause, draw his sword, and deliver a killing stroke to a hobgoblin still suffering on the ground.
Okay, am I wrong, or is that a really intimidating way to approach a group of people?
Nick asked, looking a little pale. Probably just nervous because you thumbed your nose at him less than 2 hours ago, I told him. No, it's, kind of intimidating. He's not even my guild leader, and I'm all kinds of intimidated. Charlotte laughed nervously. Horror overtook her expression as she turned to Julian, who was leaning against the same railing she was perched on. Oh, God, do you think Aaron's pissed? It's Aaron, Julian shrugged, wincing as Tyler killed another hobgoblin in the distance. Not even God knows if Aaron is pissed. I tapped behind my ear. Neck gets all bulgy. Pretty much his only tell. Both Julian and Charlotte turned to look at me sharply. You knew each other before? Julian asked. Yep. And that was as much as I was willing to say. But from what I was hearing earlier, he wanted this anyway. You guys are in the clear. Lucky fucking you. Say watched Tyler's approach, growing glummer by the second. I was chatting up one of their recruiters, planning to join them before this. Fat chance of that now.
Miles said. Depends on how he interprets it. If he sees it as an act of rebellion, you're screwed. But Tyler's a reasonable guy. If he sees this as a tryout, you might even get to skip the assessments. Either way, you're not going to get torn up like these two.
He chucked a thumb at me and Nick.
Not trying to narc, but you were the first one down here with us, Nick said, frowning, and I'm not even a member of the Adventurers Guild. No, but you're an accessory to Matt, so you're liable to take some blowback. Hey! As for me, I'm a Fed. Miles shrugged. Punishment isn't really a thing for us. If the fuck-up isn't to Waco levels, we usually just get promoted in a backhanded way. Asshole, Nick snorted.
Fascist, Julian added.
Uh-huh, Miles agreed. Y'all want some popcorn?
He pulled an already popped bag from his inventory, grabbed a handful, and passed it back just as Tyler arrived.
How's it hanging, Chief? Shut up, Tyler growled. Okay.
The guild leader gave us all a hard look before his gaze came to rest on someone in particular.
Say, right?
Caught completely off guard with a mouthful of popcorn, Say hopped off the fence and straightened. Yes, sir.
You're in.
Tyler flicked something on his UI, and moments later a very stunned Say did the same.
Let me be clear. The Adventurers Guild does not endorse the sort of maverick, backbiting chicanery that went down today. If I get wind of any issues along those lines, you'll be out just as easily. But I understand you had no previous affiliation and relationship with the people who so foolishly put themselves in danger. With that in mind, the loyalty and skill you demonstrated today is commendable.
No maverick chicanery. Say nodded. Got it.
Or backbiting,
Nick added, unable to suppress the snicker.
And you.
Tyler closed the distance, his forehead inches from Nick's.
You're not a member of my guild. I cannot discipline or admonish you for your behavior. I certainly cannot tell you you're an irresponsible, self-centered little shit who put the lives of at least 20 people, arguably more, in mortal danger for the sake of his own vanity.
Nick winced.
If you could, I'd tell you I'm very sorry.
Tyler bristled, mistaking Nick's sidelong apology for lip, and looked ready to pile more on. Beside me, Miles raised his hand like a grade school student with a question.
Yes,
Tyler asked, his tone dangerous.
It got chaotic for a while. Just been wondering, how many hostages did we lose, Chief? None,
Tyler admitted, almost begrudgingly.
Glad to hear it.
Tyler sighed and moved on, pausing in front of me. Unlike the way he was with Nick, he seemed more frustrated than angry.
I'm not even sure where to start. In recent days, you've been the most vocal about devoting resources to the tower, so my first inclination is to pin all the blame on you and nail you to the goddamn wall, especially knowing how persuasive you can be. But you're not a god, capable of enthralling the masses to your whims.
Coughs echoed as Nick choked on a piece of popcorn,
and in the end, every person here who broke the chain of command made their own decision. Looking at that objectively, I failed as a leader to correctly gauge and assess the needs and desires of my own. Your selfless actions in the last transposition go a long way, and your status, as both a region leader and a high-placing member of the Merchants Guild, makes you borderline invaluable. Beyond that, we have history. However,
his tone changed and he loomed over me.
If you think those connections are enough to stop me from throwing your scrawny ass to the curb if necessary, you've got another thing coming. Got it?
Reasonable. Fair. Tyler always had been, to the best of his ability.
Understood,
I said.
Good.
Almost casually, Tyler reached over and slapped the bag of popcorn out of Miles' hands.
That was pre-system popcorn, Miles said calmly, staring down at the bag. You think you're cute? Tyler asked, restrained, calm, masking fury. All the glad-handing and congeniality to my face while you stir shit up behind my back? I'm at least a little cute. Ex-wife 1 and 3 thought so. 2 women who hate each other but agree on something can't be wrong. Uh-huh. All of a sudden you're in my business, dry fucking my ass, because someone mentioned a necromancer, and now you need somewhere to put the heart on.
Miles pushed off the fence, getting far inside Tyler's personal space.
Now that you mention it, it is getting a little stiff downstairs. Stiffer now, because I don't think I mentioned that particular detail to anyone.
One of the girls made a gagging noise, probably Say.
You're not the only one with sources.
Tyler rolled his eyes.
Every time I leave the real world, some fresh hell gets thrown in my face. Downside of being a visible leader. We've decided to run advance teams before committing so many people. It's just too much power off the board at any given time. Coordinate with Sarah. She wants you to spearhead this, given that you're so motivated to find this fucker. I can't do it without leaving us open to opportunists, and I don't want my people going up against a necromancer without every Fed available. Once we know where he is. Yeah, got it.
Miles nodded, blowing air out.
So, an advance team, acting in a scouting or clearing capacity. We call in reinforcements as we need them once we've established threat. Can I have my pick of your and Aaron's people, or is this a just yours situation? It was his idea, so I'd say he's on board. It'll spare us both a lot of grief, though I was told to tell you that members of the court may opt out if they wish.
Miles shifted his head back and forth.
I'm thinking 10 people, so we have enough for a solid rotation.
Fine by me. Tyler turned and walked away.
There a time limit?
Miles asked.
You have them for a week.
With a sigh, Miles bent down, picked up his involuntary litter, and shoved it in his pocket.
Not a lot of time. We worked pretty well together. You guys down to be Team 1?
Nick and I immediately agreed. Julian and Charlotte followed suit shortly after. If Aaron really gave the green light, it beats being rarefied around Order HQ all day, Julian smiled. Plus it's for a good cause. Charlotte nodded agreement. Say wrinkled her nose. Only if you promise to never talk about your dick again.
Reasonable and wise.
Miles shot a finger gun at her.
Done.
He clapped his hands, signaling dismissal.
Everyone go home, pack your shit, keep some inventory space clear, but as a rule, take more than you need. Only gonna come down for air if we have to. Think of it like a camping trip. Run out of food, and we will resort to kobold sashimi before we take the time to stop by Little Debbie's eBay extravaganza, so bear that in mind. Gonna do the same. Scrounge up Team 2, and we'll all meet in the lobby at 0800 tomorrow.
Nick left first, pausing when I didn't follow him. I'll catch up.
All right. Thanks again for everything today.
Nick shifted, taking in the whole group, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly.
I was completely cooked if you guys didn't follow me down.
Had to. We built a dog tree together. Julian waved back at me. See you tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Would I see him tomorrow? Any of them? It was hard to say. Think I'm hungrier than before I ate the popcorn, Say complained. Same, Charlotte said, skipping over to walk next to her. We're not expected back for a while. You guys want to grab something to eat on the way home?
As long as it's not kobold.
Nick walked backward.
I'm thinking barbecue, burgers.
Their voices faded as they grew more distant, figures merging with the din of users picking at the charred camp. Conversation melding into the noise as though it was never truly there at all. We watched them go for longer than we needed to. A cool breeze rolled in, sending us sway through the golden grass. Above, the twin suns drifted toward the horizon, light dimming as the long shadows of the surrounding trees crawled across the field.
Am I that
obvious? Miles asked. The usual charm in his voice was gone, wrinkles around his forehead and mouth more pronounced, like he'd aged years in minutes. I shook my head. Just got the sense you had something to say.
Come on. Let's not do this here.
We trekked away from the camp, perpendicular to the mountain, away from the setting suns. The copse of trees, likely impassable if this followed a typical dungeon format, were decked with round, light green leaves that didn't look entirely real. Once the camp was a distant anthill of activity, Miles slipped his pack off his shoulders, placing it at his feet and unzipping it. He grunted as he hefted a sleepy-looking Audrey out, patting her gently on the back of the head.
Good morning, sweetheart.
Meat, Audrey said, pouting.
I've been told you have a big appetite.
He pointed to the corpse, some 30 yards away.
Spotted some birds in those trees earlier.
Feel like going hunting? Judging from the way she snapped to attention, mobility vines propelling her across the field at breakneck speed, Audrey did in fact feel like going hunting. Miles looked down at his shadow.
Azure, you feel like watching over her?
I could. Azure solidified into his goblinoid form, looking between us. Everything all right here?
Yeah. Miles put his hands on his hips and stretched. Yeah, no big deal. Just gonna have a chat.
You can go.
Azure nodded to Miles, eyes flicking back to me.
Call for help if you need it.
Then Miles raised his arm. A falcon landed on it, puffing out its fluffy white chest and cawing into Miles' face. He grimaced and reached back into a pouch on his belt, pulling out a strand of stringy meat and handing it to the bird. He'd been wearing the same pouch the day I met him. During the transposition. My mouth went dry. Only this one's my summon. The other two are loners. Greedy little thing. Helpful but greedy. Tends to get himself into trouble if I let him roam too long. Eyes far bigger than his stomach. Miles stroked the falcon under its chin. Isn't that right? It squawked, offended, then took off. I said nothing. They're rare, from what I understand. Summons, I mean. Not many people have them, so it's not common knowledge how they work. Miles watched the falcon fly away. God knows I'm no falconer. The reason I can just let him go like that is because summons have a maximum range. He can only get so far from me before he has to come back. It makes the realm situation a little inconvenient. If he's flying around and I enter a dungeon, or any realm of Floros really, poof, he's gone. And I have to tap into my mana pool and summon him again. I closed my eyes, opened them again. When I did, Miles was staring right at me, like he was looking at someone he'd never seen before. How do the loners work, then, if they're not yours? I asked, monotone. I've been wondering the same thing. A new friend lent them to me, with basic instructions for their care and well-being, like I was dog-sitting. He chuckled. Audrey kind of fits that bill. She's sweet. Bristles when anyone walks by the door. Talks about as much as a husky does. Totally unlike the flower fangs in the dungeons. And the other one? Not dog-like. Very, very person-like. Acts more like a teenager than a monster. Cryptic, vague. Doesn't seem to like me much.
Maybe he'll warm up to you.
Probably not. Miles rolled his eyes. I'm terrible with teenagers. And if he finds out I used an analysis ability to piece together what he was hiding behind those question marks, well, might as well cue up Truth Hurts. Dunzo. There's nothing teenagers hate more than nosy caretakers.
He was hiding what he was? The monster type?
Uh-huh. So around 5 this morning, I had 2 burning questions I really wanted to get answers to before I came down here and put my life on the line. Miles held out fingers, enumerating. What the hell is an abrogated lithid, and are there multiple types of summons that can persist across realms? So I started making phone calls, pissing off pretty much everyone in my contact list. As soon as Miles said the word lithid, I drew Luciana and held it casually behind my back. Find anything? Oh yeah. More than I wanted to, if I'm honest. At its core, a lithid is a parasite. Feeds off suffering. A friend of mine, former cop at the DPD, who hopped careers to the 24-hour shift at the psych ward, really didn't enjoy her time with one. Said it read her thoughts, twisted her fears into nightmarish realities, tortured her. The only reason she's alive at all is because she was with someone who ran slower. The 2 guys in the bear in the woods joke.
Jesus.
Again, my delivery was B-tier. Fucking get to it, Miles. The effects lasted a long time. Certain compulsions extended far beyond that initial experience, hence psych ward. Freaked me out a little. He gave me a thin smile. We're both cerebral guys. You get it. Anything that fucks with our heads is a no-go. Guessing that's why you're straight edge. His hand dangled, shifting ever so slightly, revealing the slightest glint of a blade behind his thigh. Kinda ballsy, I observed, knowing that and bringing it with you anyway. Well, I'm more insulated than the average user. Took additional precautions, too. Thought my new friend might be trying to get the one-over on me, Trojan horsing his way into this mess of neurons. He tapped his head and looked away. But I didn't notice any attempted intrusions. And they really helped out today, the summons. So now I have no idea what to think.
Could have been a genuine gesture of goodwill. I tried.
A gesture of goodwill? Yes. Genuine? He shook his head. Not so sure. Because I talked to a lot of people.
got in contact with or directed to 9 users with the ability to summon, and it's interesting because apparently they do vary. Range, difficulty, power, how verbal and cooperative the summons are. There's a ton of discrepancies, but every one of them, from the first to last, were consistent on one point and one point only. Summons don't persist across realms. Which is why I had to take the risk with the Lithid. See what happened. Because if the summons disappeared on the elevator, well, whatever, it was bullshit, and bullshitters are a dime a dozen. But if they didn't disappear, it meant my new friend was blowing a different type of smoke from very close by. It was circumstantial, and there were holes. Sample size of the summoners, potential interference from the Lithid, the hundreds of other people who crowded onto the same massive elevator, the fact that he'd come after me over this before and failed, it wouldn't hold up in a court of law. But there was no court of law. There was nothing but me, and him, and the knives at our sides. It's getting late. Why don't you say whatever you've been circling, Miles? Fair enough. Miles' forced smile faded beneath his tired eyes. Are you the Ordinator? I am. The end. This is Ramon Diocampo. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Double Blind 3, Nicta's Favor, a modern lit RPG by J. McCoy. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books. Recorded Books presents Double Blind 2, Gilded Tower, a modern lit RPG by J. McCoy. Narrated by Ramon Diocampo. Chapter 115. Quest received. Quest. Helpline. Primary objective. Locate Say. Secondary objective. Question mark. Personal objective. Remain unidentified by other users. Threat level. Low. Experience gains. Time limit? Question mark. Reward? Question mark. The quest objective was so vague it was almost non-existent, to the point that I wondered if the non-specific nature was some sort of mind game. The objective simply called for locating the target, alive or dead, and the rest of the text gave nothing away. Contrasting this quest with Ginny's, there was no allusion to a positive outcome, implied or otherwise. It could just be coincidence. But if the system was self-aware and malicious, keeping the description limited following the deceptive bundle of horse shit that was light in the darkness would be a decent method for catching my eye. If anything, it felt like I'd made the right call, waiting until after the transposition to read it. I was in a better headspace now than I had been at the time, though I was still obsessing over every little detail in the text. Even though it was cryptic, there were a few things that stood out. It explicitly stated the threat level was low. From my experience, if a quest was either complex or exceedingly difficult, the system would typically tag it with a question mark threat level. Granted, low didn't always mean easy. My early quest in the hospital could have easily proved fatal if it went wrong, but it probably meant this wouldn't be a complex quest. The fact it wasn't a chain supported that theory in tandem. If I wasn't wheelchair-bound, I might feel better about the possibility of having to retake the trial. On some level, I knew what I was really doing. I was distracting myself from the very real possibility that Say was gone. Any doubt remaining in my mind had evaporated once the transposition started. Whatever was happening, it wasn't about correcting or fixing us, as the Overseer implied. It was a meat grinder, pushing us head first through motorized blades, intending to use whatever survived the process to some unknown purpose. And I held little hope for a meat grinder's mercy. Race cake! Our driver shoved the open mouth of a cylindrical plastic bag toward me and wiggled it, so the wrinkled plastic seemed to wave. I took the opportunity to study Kinsley's henchman, Steinbeck. That was how he'd introduced himself. Last name and nothing else. He was sporting a military crew cut, black cargo pants, and a gray t-shirt that seemed vastly uncomfortable, with the bulging shoulder muscles that rippled as he moved, threatening to shred the shirt at any given moment. No. Cap?
He twisted his arm to aim the bag at Kinsley, wiggling it again, all the while never looking away from the road.
Later. Save me a few.
Kinsley shook her head. She looked similarly stressed, though likely for different reasons. Her eyes were glazed over, and she was navigating system screens furiously, probably messaging. 10-4. Steinbeck feigned a lazy two-finger salute and returned his attention to the road. I didn't like involving outsiders in something this personal. Not to mention, it was the one timeline discrepancy that could still trip me up. We'd fed him a line about my friends being overdue after telling me about the trial, that they'd disappeared before the transposition started, and I wanted to check on them after. It still felt like an unnecessary risk, but Kinsley either trusted the man or had enough leverage on him to vouch for his short-term loyalty. Considering how she handled me, there was a good chance of a contract being involved. Problem? I muttered under my breath to Kinsley.
Negotiating with other merchants for market access.
I respect the hustle, but is that really what you need to focus on right now? I asked. There were half a dozen things off the top of my head that seemed more important. Kinsley's expression soured.
Once the transposition ended, automatic restocking stopped completely.
I took a drink of one of the tall glass potions and fought down a gag as the thick, acrid fluid worked its way down my throat and into my stomach, a process I could vividly feel all the way down. Something about what she'd said suddenly clicked. They handed us the means of production, and now the training wheels are coming off.
Right, Kinsley said, only half paying attention. And I'm working on getting the vocations we need. Armorers, smiths, alchemists, and so on, but they'll take time. Countless people are still hiding out due to how heavy-handed the guilds were early on, so there's a shortage. Anything I put up on the store is getting bought up immediately. A few extra merchants would go a long way to fill the stopgap. Enter the Merchants Coalition. A couple chucklefucks that figured out the position I'm in and have every intention of holding me over a barrel until I agree to their terms.
Their terms that bad? I asked.
Highway robbery? Kinsley huffed back in her seat. I offered 20%, prepared to negotiate down to 10. They countered with 2%, final offer.
When did that happen?
This morning?
So you've been arguing with them since then? I asked.
Kinsley nodded. They won't budge, and they keep talking down to me.
It's a power play. They insulted you with their terms, and they know it. This is about testing how much shit you'll put up with.
Then what am I supposed to do?
I thought on that for a moment. Cut all contact. Keep pursuing other merchants, regardless of how good their selection is and how useful of an ad they would be. Don't respond to anything the Coalition sends you. Don't say anything to them for the rest of the day. You have to show you're willing to walk away from the table. Kinsley sighed, visibly struggling to accept the idea.
I'll think about it.
We're here, Steinbeck called from the front. After some debate and argument, Kinsley had agreed to stay in the car, leaving Steinbeck to escort me. Reason being, he could easily throw me over his shoulder and escape if the monsters in the tunnel had repopulated. Factor protecting Kinsley into that equation, and the odds became much more questionable. Steinbeck had changed into his gear as we descended, a full-on suit of armor with two bronze-colored, scythe-shaped swords crisscrossed on his back. He'd easily picked me up, wheelchair and all, navigating the stairs, and dropped into the train tunnel as effortlessly as if he'd been carrying a box of clothes. He snacked on a bag of goldfish as he wheeled me down the tunnel with one hand. "Do you ever stop eating?" I asked. It was meant to be a joke, but came out more harshly than intended. "Not when I can help it," Steinbeck admitted. "Ain't much in life that isn't improved by a full stomach. Or sharing." He held the bag out to me again. "Come on, that growling in your gut is going to ring the dinner bell for any monster down here." I shook my head, appreciating on some level that the man was distracting me. "I'll eat something after." "Had a few squad mates like you, once upon a time. Usually the first ones to lose their lunch when we got into combat. Nauseous types, you understand? The thing we all sort of collectively figured out? If you're going to puke, you're going to puke. Full or empty makes no difference. So the question is, Matthias, do you want to taste bile and acid when you puke? Or that light snack you indulged a second time around?" I bit back a smart-ass remark as we passed a section of wall that showed a small patch of red blood I was intimately familiar with. The place I'd sat for so long after regaining consciousness. The blood from bashing the back of my head against the wall over and over, trying to summon the strength to get up. Fine, give them.
That's the spirit.
Steinbeck grinned and dropped the bag in my lap. He spoke again, after I'd shoveled 2 tasteless handfuls into my mouth.
Could be wrong, but if I were to make a door for a trial, it'd look something like that.
Up ahead was the ornate door, and 20 feet from it was the slab of cement Ginny had died on. Just like before, there wasn't a single trace of her. My jaw tightened. The suits were thorough. They'd erased any evidence. For all but a small handful of people, it would be as if she'd never existed in the first place. Gotta be, I agreed, reaching down toward the wheels. I'll take it from here, Steinbeck.
You sure?
Yeah. Just going to open the door and call in after them. I won't go in. Steinbeck studied the door, then looked back at me.
And if you open the door and some monster decides to give you a Colombian necktie before I can cross the distance?
Then you can tell the leader I refused your help out of stubbornness. Unsurprisingly, Steinbeck wouldn't go back to the entrance of the tunnel, but he agreed to stand 30 yards back and placed a pair of earbuds in his ears of his own volition. He must have raised the volume significantly because I could hear snippets of something orchestral and bombastic. There was a hollow emptiness in my chest as I grabbed the handle of the door. Some part of me expected to find her there immediately, lying dead on the floor, worked over by monsters and whatever else the trial had repopulated with. Bracing myself, I threw the door open, finding nothing. Unless the format had changed, I knew the initial room opened up after a length of hallway. The hallway was still gray and mottled with chitin material. Beyond the hallway, I could see just enough of the room to pick out the reflection of green torches on dark water. Something scurried away just out of sight, leaving ripples in the dark water. The trial hadn't changed much. It was impossible to say if that was a good thing or a bad one for a person who'd retreated inside. Say? It's Matt. Came back for you like I promised. My voice echoed off the walls back toward me. I turned one ear toward the hallway, listening intently. No answer. Just the smallest ripple in the water. I kept talking. You, missed some things. Nick is still alive. The suits took him, left me in the tunnel. I regained consciousness just in time for the transposition. It was a hard day. Harder than any I can remember. We lost some people. What was I doing? It was painfully obvious Say wasn't there. Either dead or just gone. I grabbed the handrims and prepared to leave. Then, unbidden, the words began to flow again. You, want to hear a joke? I chuckled, putting a hand on my forehead. This probably won't surprise you, but I'm a loner. Always have been. It's easiest for me to operate that way, so going into the transposition solo should have been a return to form. Me, on my own, trying to contribute as much as I could. I leaned my head back and looked at the ceiling. Only this time things got really dark, and desperate, and painful. I had to make some decisions that are gonna stick with me for the rest of my life. And here comes the joke. All I could think about during the worst moments was how much I missed having all of you at my side. People willing to share the burden. Friends I could rely on. Maybe for the first time ever. I know it's stupid. Outside of Nick, I didn't know you or Ginny long enough to call you that. But the more I consider it, the more likely it seems we were headed that way. My voice cracked at the end, sounding pathetic as it echoed off the walls. Before the suits ruined everything. I crossed my arms over my aching gut and leaned forward in the chair. I keep thinking about stupid shit. Like the 4 of us training, running dungeons together and eating barbecue or pizza at Nick's after. Trivia nights. Maybe that makes me an idiot, I don't know. It's hard to say how long I waited for an answer. Seconds, minutes, all blended as I accepted the reality. Say was never coming back. I'll be out of commission for a few more days, but when I'm back on my feet, I'll get a group together to run the trial for a more thorough search. I know it's pointless,
that you're probably gone. But that doesn't matter. I have to know for sure. I wiped my face and spun the wheelchair around slowly, cursing myself for the weakness I'd shown, even if no one had been there to see it. The pain I was feeling was a result of my foolishness, my hubris in believing that things could be different, ignoring my carefully curated rules and allowing my mental armor to soften. Never again, Matt. I'm still here. The voice that emanated from the doorway and interrupted me mid-thought was faint, barely more than a whisper. Before I could turn back, Say whispered again, more fervent than before. Don't look. Chapter 116. Okay, I have my back to you. I looked out over the grounds my first team had been decimated on, seeing each of the suits present in my mind's eye. Other than a few inevitable glances, I'd been doing my best to avoid it. Now I was forced to fully take it in, to remember and relive every moment of what had happened. Beyond the tracks, Steinbeck had caught the movement and began to pull his earbuds out. I signaled for him to stay where he was, and he got the message, shrugging and replacing the bud. Somehow I'd managed not to turn around. For all I knew, there was some monster mimicking her voice, luring me into dropping my guard. It was something in her voice that stopped me. The Say I knew had been a proud person, bordering on arrogant at times. When she'd spoken, if it was her, the last two words, "Don't look," had been suffused with so much shame and pathos, she'd sounded like someone else entirely. I'd been so convinced she was dead, just seeing her would have made all the difference when it came to silencing doubt. It felt like some ancient Greek or biblical parable where the simple act of looking would cost me everything. Still, don't look. Why wouldn't she want me to look? If it were me, and I'd been trapped in a dank, fetid dungeon for over a day, very little would stop me from racing out the moment the door opened. Greyhair said he had no idea what happened to a user if they stayed in the area during a trial collapse, only that he wasn't sure whether they could survive. Joshua Denbrough came to me again, his flayed arm reaching up from the floor of flesh. There were a million different possibilities between alive and dead, each uglier than the last. To add to the complexity, this sort of situation was not my strength. Interrogation, intimidation, manipulation, and shock tactics came easily. Gently coaxing a scared and possibly injured person into doing something I wanted, with no leverage to speak of, was entirely uncomfortable. While I understood the basics, it would be too easy to slip back into old habits. Should I use cruel lens? Something floated to the surface of my mind. An image of walking through middle school corridors looking for my sister, eventually finding her stowed away in her locker, unwilling to come out. It would have been easier to force her, but I didn't. I'd been uncharacteristically patient, enunciating carefully in front of the vent so she could see and hear me. Eventually, I'd said the right thing, and she'd come out on her own, an aspect that hadn't seemed important to me at the time, but Iris had taken me aside to thank me for later. This was different. Say was an adult, and my sister was a child. But cruel lens was a bludgeon. Maybe a more subtle version of that passive approach I'd taken with Iris was the better course. Is Ginny really dead? Say asked. I cracked the door to look out once. Her body was gone. Yes, I did everything I could, but she's gone. Got a user core and hid it, just in case there's a chance we can bring her back. Do you think that's really possible? Say asked. I hesitated, then answered, Probably not. She was the best of us, I think, Say replied. She sounded more distant than before, as if she was drifting away. What do we do now? I asked, mindful to keep my voice low and gentle. There was a long, painful silence before Say spoke. You showed up, like you said you would. Promise fulfilled. Now leave. I ignored the knee-jerk dismissal. If she really wanted me to leave, all she had to do was stay silent in the first place. Are you hurt? No. We didn't bring much in. How are you doing on food? I'm fine. Matt, there's plenty to eat. There was a hint of revulsion in her voice. I ignored it, and all the horrible implications carried with it. That's not what I was asking. Anyway, some businesses are opening up again, courtesy of Selve circulation hitting the public. I reached in my inventory and pulled out a bag marked with golden arches. I had to drive all the way to Northside, but I got you something. I held the bag out to the side and wiggled it. My favorite, Say said dryly. How do I get the feeling you already knew that? I shrugged, opting for honesty. Observation is my strong suit. People watching's part of that. I'm not some freak, I don't usually notice diet, but you stuck out a bit. Every few weeks you ditch the perfectly composed salad and whip out a quarter-pounder in the cafeteria while your friends acted like you were killing the cow in front of them. God, what a stalker. The accusation was a weak jab by her standards. Is it really stalking if I do it to everyone? Who knows? Say said. Want it or not? I asked, realizing I sounded like a grumpier version of Steinbeck. I could eat, she confirmed, a bit too quickly. I considered the current situation. My wheelchair was blocking the door open, and I was holding the bag in one hand. Say hand to God, I'm not fucking with you here, but I don't know how to get this to you. That black water's still on the ground and will bleed through the bag and ruin the food if I just put it down behind me. I checked to see if there's anywhere to place it, but I can't turn around. Just hold it there. Simultaneously, I sent a message to Steinbeck. Matt, get behind something. Don't react or draw your weapons, regardless of what you see. Had to hand it to his professionalism, Steinbeck didn't blink or ask questions. I watched as he read the message, then immediately dropped into a crouch behind a cement pylon. A small hand mirror appeared to the side of the pylon, pointed toward the doorway. I held the bag out further from my side. Suddenly, there was a presence behind me, unlike anything I'd ever felt. A quick blur of motion flashed by the fringes of my extended periphery, and the bag was gone. Something about the exchange shook me. I'd never heard her footsteps in the water. She was there for one moment, then gone. Across the tracks, the mirror was still hovering on the same place. Only now it was vibrating somewhat, as if the hand holding it was shaking. Steinbeck. We need to leave, now. Matt, fuck off if you'd like, I'm staying. Steinbeck. You didn't see it. Matt, I don't care. There was a rustling noise from further back in the hallway, followed by a gagging sound. Ugh, pickles. Guess I'm a bad stalker. Sorry. It's good, Matt. Really, really good. There was a muted noise that could have been a stifled sob. The exchange hadn't been quite as simple as it seemed. I'd positioned myself outside the doorway, intentionally holding the bag a few inches from the entrance. Say had simply taken it instead of asking me to move the bag inside the doorway. I had no way of knowing if there was some psychological restriction or system fuckery binding her to the trial, but I now had confirmation that there was no physical barrier keeping her from leaving. Still, we were at an impasse. She was completely withdrawn into herself, either unable or unwilling to volunteer more information. I'll leave you alone if that's what you really want. But I have to ask, why won't you just come back with me? The suits are gone. It's safe now. Nothing is safe anymore. And even if it was, there's nowhere for me to go. Helpline, Say whispered. My mom and dad. They barely tolerated me before. If I went back to them like this, they'd never forgive me. Nick's place was unoccupied since the kidnapping, but seeing as how it was likely still on the suit's radar, that was probably a bad idea. My lip curled in irritation at the idea of Say's parents turning her away in a moment of need. Fuck 'em. I have a whole goddamn region of people who owe me. The least they can do is help find a place for you. I don't want anyone to see me like this. No, we can't. You don't understand. She raised her voice until it was a strangled cry. You can't possibly get what it's like. Then tell me. I want to understand. She struggled through it, voice breaking. I waited my entire life to not look at myself in the mirror and hate what I saw, for my reflection to match the person I am inside. slowly suffocating over a lifetime of living in someone else's skin. And finally I got the chance to be who I wanted to be. I could breathe. Several things clicked into place, least of which was the reason Say felt so uncomfortable with the idea of going home. I knew from the moment I saw my title that the system was cruel. And I was right. It's all gone. Everything I fought so hard for. And now I'm suffocating again. It took everything I had to temper the rage growing within me. Just like with Astrid and Astria, the system seemed to enjoy doing this, taking people's worst fears and throwing them in their faces. You're right. I can't begin to imagine what it's like. I tapped my fingers on the armrest. But I can tell you this, Say. I'm living evidence that the system can be beaten. I managed to stop an event that should have been inevitable. It's neither perfect nor infallible. We just have to find the loophole. Do you really believe that? Helpline? I nodded. It's not promising a fix, or whatever's happened can be reversed. There's no way to know for sure, but there's a chance. And if there's a way, we'll find it. I want them to hurt. Her voice was raw. The people who killed Ginny and kidnapped Nick. I want them to feel what we felt. Now that, I smiled coldly. That I can guarantee. The wheels are already in motion. They'll pay for what they did, one way or another, but for the best chance of that happening, I need you in my corner. I'm not an idiot. I know you're manipulating me. Guilty as charged. That doesn't make it any less true. Ginny won't be the last person we lose, Say said. Her voice trembled. And from what little you've said, it sounds like you just went through hell. People stumbling over each other, squabbling over pieces of this shit city. What are you even fighting for? I considered that. In reality, there were more than a few times I nearly gave up. What kept me going was the same line of thought that struck me in the beginning. When was the last time you watched the news, or pulled it up on your phone before the dome came down? I don't remember. Me neither, I admitted. And I think it's because we all learned to stop caring. Apathy is a defense mechanism. The people in charge never gave a fuck about us. Things rarely changed, and when they did, it was either too slow or directly to our detriment. But now everything is changing. And there's not a room packed with out-of-touch fossils driving that transformation. It's us. Yes, there's opposition, both human and otherwise, and an agenda beyond our capacity to understand. Yet, for the first time, we have the power to effect that change. My thoughts went to the All-Father and the unique role I'd been entrusted with. I don't know how it'll shake out. Realistically, whatever we end up with could be far worse than what we had in the first place. But even if it drags us into the dark, I think we have to do everything we can to guide that change. You might be delusional, Say groused. Entirely possible. Haven't taken my meds for like 3 days. I half-joked. Born Nihilist did an excellent job warding off my more harrowing symptoms, but I had no idea if it worked as a long-term replacement. When she didn't laugh, I lowered my voice and prompted her. Come back with me, Say. Okay. Her voice was closer. She was standing right behind me. Slowly I turned around, affirming over and over again how necessary it was to not visibly react, no matter how bad it was. My mind didn't process the image correctly, at first. It almost looked like she was wearing a black diving suit, complemented by strange, stalagmite-ish shaped spikes of dark face paint around her chin and jaw. Her face and hair were largely the same, but the entire surface of her eyes was dark red, with an almost octagonal pattern. 2 appendages extended from the sides of her mouth, similar to mandibles. It was only then, when I realized they were mandibles, that I realized the black bodysuit wasn't armor. It was carapace, or chitin. She'd been changed in accordance with the theme of the trial. I looked down and found that, along with an extra joint, her legs were unnaturally thin and seemed to naturally bend backward now. "How bad is it?" Say asked. Despite her fierce exterior, she looked uncharacteristically fragile, like the wrong word could easily blow her away. "I couldn't see everything in the water. Just bits and pieces. Jesus Christ, help, Line, your face is frozen like it's stuck that way. Fuck, just say it. I'm hideous, right?" I wanted to tell her she was beautiful. But when she finally got a good look at herself, she'd probably assume I'd lied. She wasn't monstrous, as I'd feared, just foreign, and different, and difficult to describe. But we're always our own worst critics, and what she saw in the mirror would be vastly different from my impression. Not at all. You're still you, still the friend who kicked the trial's ass with me. I pushed myself out of the chair, grunting from the pain and exertion. Then I reached out a hand. When she took it, I pulled her out of the trial hall into me and hugged her gently. She clung tightly back, sobbing a handful of times before she fell silent. Welcome back. Chapter 117. The apartment was more or less the same as how I left it, save a stack of oddly warped hammers in the corner. "Doing inventory?" I questioned Kinsley, pointing to the stack. "Nope." Kinsley closed the dimensional door, glancing at Say, then back to me warily. She crossed the room, picking up a hammer with a handle that literally curved in on itself like a pig's tail. "Not really the quality I look for. How the hell did they get here?" "Maintenance or housekeeping?" I guessed, glancing toward the kitchen confused. "The stools are gone, too." I shook my head, returning my focus to the matter at hand. Contingencies. That was the name of the game now. I hadn't forgotten what happened the last time things were going well. I'd been caught off guard and blindsided. Every second of inaction would cost me. If I wanted to keep the people important to me safe, I needed to move quickly and definitively. There were more than a few action items on the docket. "When you said you had support, I thought you were exaggerating." "Nice digs, Helpline." Say looked around, rubbing her arms furiously. "I hooked him up," Kinsley said. "God, it's freezing in here, and my stomach is killing me." Say stuck a thumb at Kinsley. "Who's Oshkosh Bagosh?" Kinsley almost choked on her tongue. "Bitch, Kinsley," I interjected, rubbing my forehead, "is the leader of the Merchants Guild. She's also the founder of the system site. That's how we know each other. Kinsley needed a way to sell her wares safely. Mom had the technical know-how and savvy to make it happen. First to the top of Ship Mountain." Say's jaw dropped. "She's a guild leader?" "Got something to say?" Kinsley bristled. Say processed that, then stuck a finger at my face. "You knew her before you ran into us. That's how your gear was so good. During the trial, despite being lower level, you were still shrugging shit off that was bodying me." She gave Kinsley an approving nod. "Your stuff is quality." "Oh, thanks." Kinsley looked pleased, the blustering anger vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. "You know, for a Keebler elf." "Look here, cunt." "Say," I cut in loudly, giving Kinsley a warning glare, then lowered my voice. "Full transparency, Kinsley and I are going to have a conversation. It involves you. I know you're dealing with something traumatic, so if you want to give me the benefit of the doubt that I'll advocate for you, you're welcome to bow out, and I can bring you up to speed later." Say considered that, then glanced down at herself. A shadow of distaste crossed her expression. "It's tempting, but if I wanted to hide away from everything, I would have stayed in the trial. Before that, though, I really need a shower." It was easy to forget she'd been stewing in muck for 2 days because the rest of her appearance was so distracting. Still, Her hair was visibly matted, and what skin she had was smeared with grime. I felt like an idiot. Of course. Head toward the front door, take a right down the hall. The second door on the left is a guest room with its own bathroom. Room's yours until we find you a place. Got it. Say headed back toward the bathroom, then slowed. Are you sure it's okay? Me staying here? It's the least I can do. I waved her on. When she'd disappeared around the corner, I lowered my voice. Maintenance took down the mirror, right? Both of them, Kinsley confirmed. The standing one is in the storage closet, and they uninstalled the bathroom mirror. It's gone. She seems fine, though. Tougher than you made her sound. I'd be a mess in her shoes. Kinsley was right. Say seemed fine. Seemed being the operative word. Trauma manifested differently for different people. Some stewed in it, processed for weeks or even months before they returned to normal life. Others put off the processing for just as long, instead fixating on moving forward. I'd put money on Say being in the latter camp, which meant it would hit her eventually. We need to be careful. I shook my head grimly. Thanks to the transposition, most people in this city have had some sort of harrowing experience with the monsters. A lot of the population is apt to shoot first and ask questions later. You're worried about a Frankenstein situation. Frankenstein was the creator. It doesn't matter. Yes, in short, I want her in this building, if possible. With daily care if we can manage it. I have no ideas what complications this new form carries with it, but if it lines up with the usual system fuckery, she may have specific needs. I pointed the remote toward the shutters and pressed the button. Or at least I thought I did. The fireplace roared to life. I scanned the remote and pressed the correct button again. A small vacuum robot emerged from its housing on the wall. It bumped into my footrest, then pivoted and zoomed away. It was V2, right? No, W2. Like W for Windows. Apparently, the app was way more intuitive. Are you sure you're all right? Kinsley glanced from the windows to me, concerned. Not the sort of mistake I made often. Tentatively, I prodded the protrusion of flesh on the back of my head, where it bounced off the cement when I fell. I'd had a concussion when the meteor struck. This would be my second. Don't hesitate to check me, if you sense that I'm off. Do you feel off? I feel fine, but that's not always how brain injuries work. You had my back with Ellison this morning. An old fear bubbled up from my gut. This thing with Say, choosing where she's living, the mirrors. Am I being too controlling? Kinsley thought about that, long enough that I had to respect her for it. She was taking the question seriously. No, so long as you're being genuine when you're giving her the option to decline. And considering what she went through, I think she probably appreciates having someone call the shots for now. She raised an eyebrow suspiciously. And you're not using suggestion. I'm not. The only time I'd even use that on an ally is when they're in danger or they missed something critical. Critical leaves a lot to interpretation. I grimaced. Look, there's... The door to my bedroom was thrown open and banged loudly against the doorstop. Kinsley shrieked, and I nearly toppled the wheelchair. Iris was standing in the doorway, two malformed hammers held at her side. Her face was bright red, and she was visibly fuming, more worked up than I'd ever seen her before. To my absolute shock, she actually shouted, "Ugh! These stupid hammers!" I glanced at Kinsley to see if she had any clue what Iris was talking about. She looked as flabbergasted as I was. "Hey, Iris." I gave her a half-wave, then leaned to the side for a better view of my room. The anger disappeared from my sister's face. She dropped the hammers, ran across the room, and tackled me. "You're not a vegetable." I grunted and patted her head. Definitely not, though I might as well be rooted to this chair. What's with the hammers? I asked, signing simultaneously. Iris scowled. Her hands were a blur. This ability is annoying. They tell me, oh, you can make whatever you can draw. Only no, they leave out the fine print until after a painstakingly detailed sketch of a sword that there are prerequisites, and I actually can't just make whatever. Apparently, I need my own tools and workspace first. To make it even dumber, I don't actually use the tools, just need to be in their vicinity. So, fine, I require a forge, but I have no idea how to draw a forge, so maybe it's better to start with something small and simple, like a hammer. My head spun. Ability. My sister is a user. Kinsley was leafing through an invisible screen excitedly. Iris, Transforger Level 2. Holy shit, you won the lottery! In more ways than one. She smiled wickedly. We should renegotiate your contract. I held out a hand in annoyance. Keep your greedy fingers away from my sister while we figure this out. Also, since when did you understand ASL? I took a translator feat. Kinsley shrugged. Seemed like a worthwhile investment, considering what we're going for. Iris placed a sketchbook in my lap, followed by a hammer. Considering the mess of failures in the corner, I was guessing it was the best one. I picked it up, studying it. It looked right, but the distribution was all wrong. The head was uncharacteristically light in both color and mass. Okay, so it looks almost perfect in terms of appearance. Seems like weight is the issue, even though you got the proportions more or less correct. Something about the grain caught my eye. This wood. Did you make the handle out of Ellison's baseball bat? I needed equivalent materials. The magic reforms it once the blueprint is done. I handed the hammer to Kinsley, and she took it, tapping a painted nail on the uncharacteristically light hammerhead. Ordinator's emulation told me she was using some sort of skill, though the glowing red ring around her pupil made that most unnecessary. Aluminum. That's why you're having balance issues. If only you knew a kindly merchant who would be happy to provide you both workspace and unlimited materials for a nominal percentage. Would you? Iris wrapped her arms around Kinsley's neck, squeezing her tightly until the merchant made choking noises. Kinsley looked uncomfortable with the sudden contact, then seemed to smile and accept it. She glanced at me. If you fleece my sister, I will hurt you, I mouthed. The merchant snorted, but nonetheless gently pushed Iris away. We'll figure out terms later. Let me get in contact with the landlord for now, and we'll get you a space and some basic materials to get started. Is that okay? Iris looked at me with full-power puppy dog eyes. Fine. I put my hand on my forehead. Just don't bite off more than you can chew. And ask for help sooner rather than later. Furthermore, if you're going to take this seriously, we should probably get you an easel and better art supplies. Iris's resulting victory dance looked more like a series of muscle spasms than an actual dance. Which, of course, was when Say emerged from the hallway, towel wrapped around her hair. Now that it was washed, the shiny carapace fitted to her form glimmered, almost reflective. She looked at the two girls, then to me. The Keebler elves are multiplying. My heart went into my throat. If I'd thought about it, I would have warned Iris ahead of time, but I was still barely keeping up with everything that was happening. Kinsley and I both looked at Iris, who'd stopped stock still. She was studying Say, as if entirely unsure of what to make of her. Please don't freak out. I hurriedly pulled up the UI, trying to head off any shocked reaction with a brief message. Before I could send it, Iris spoke. Hi. Did you get that armor from Kinsley's shop? Iris, I hissed. No, it was a drop, Say said, looking visibly relieved. From a dungeon. Iris glanced at me. Is your armor that cool? I'm a new user. I just have the basics. But Iris wasn't even paying attention to me anymore. Instead, she scampered around Say, sizing her up. Can I sketch you? For armor ideas? My future employer will pay you for it. Say what now? Kinsley blinked. Suppressing a snicker at how the tables had turned on Kinsley, I shot Say a message. Matt, feel free to turn her down. She just gets manic sometimes. Say, actually it's okay. She didn't run away screaming, at least. I appreciate you looking out for me. Guessing the mirror didn't just grow legs and walk away, but avoiding my appearance is just going to bite me in the ass. Maybe seeing a sketch of myself first would actually help. I inclined my head. Say bent down and poked Iris' cheek. So cute. Matt must be adopted. You can sketch me later, after the three of us have a discussion. Actually, put a pin in that. Kinsley's expression was all business as she skimmed an invisible screen. The Adventurers Guild and Region reps are in the lobby. She looked up from the message. Before I tell them to head to the conference room, have you reviewed the transposition options for the region? No? There wasn't time. I can stall, Kinsley offered. Delaying would ensure I was well informed, but people were probably already growing anxious. The last thing I wanted to do was squander the goodwill I had and start things off on the wrong foot. Again. Say, are you good here for a few hours? Don't inconvenience yourself on my account. Say stretched. Just gotta get a cup of coffee and pose on the couch. I wheeled myself toward the door. Tell them we're on our way, Kinsley. I'll cram in the elevator. Chapter 118. Region Interface. Region 14. Characteristics. Educated. Central location. High user population. Affluence. Silver. Alignment. Neutral. Core. Undeveloped. Fluorospined. Strong. Incursion chance. High. Vulnerability. High. Luminaries. 4. Allied regions. Not applicable. Patron deity. Not applicable. Statement policy. Case by case. Ranking. 14 of 20. Beneficiary. Not applicable. Low-grade transposition available. The usual vein stuck out on my forehead. There wasn't nearly enough information to draw from here. Apparently, Region 14 had a high vulnerability, but there was literally no explanation as to what that meant, what the underlying reasons were, or how to fix it. I hypothesized that fluorospined and incursion chance were probably correlated somehow. If we had a strong connection to the Floros realm, that likely meant dungeons and trials would be much more common in this region. Thus, monsters were more likely to break free and attack. No clue what luminaries were, apart from the vague hunch that they were most likely individuals. Core and the significance of ranking was also lost on me. Something about the number of regions was bothering me now that I saw the total of 20, but I made a mental note to return to that when I wasn't in a time crunch. I reached out and blindly pressed several more buttons on the elevator, slowing our descent. What? Again? Kinsley squawked. Why didn't we just make them wait before we got in the elevator? Excuse me for expecting this interface to be intuitive, I muttered, scanning more text. While the region having no patron deity was good for me, it was probably bad for everyone else and the region in general. I had no idea how one went about getting a deific patron, but even if I knew, the All-Father of Chaos was out. It would be too obvious of a giveaway, and the last time I'd spoken to him, he'd made it clear he was weakened and dying, limited use. Nikta was a better choice, but only relatively. I knew nothing about her, which made even considering the option dangerous. Better to leave that for now. Transposition electives. Balanced stakes. Quests assigned in the region become far more common and rewarding. However, the time limits are reduced, and penalties for failures grow significantly more severe. Increases. Floros bond. Vulnerability. Potential core development. Decreases. Security. Restricts settlement policy to proportional. I furrowed my brow and reread the description. In a perfect world, this would have been the immediate pick, regardless of the other options. Quests were, by and large, the best way to rack up experience, and having more of them meant faster growth. Anything that put us that far ahead was worth a look. However, the penalty aspect severely tainted it. I knew from personal experience that quests weren't always fair, or achievable for that matter. The only reason I hadn't failed most of mine was thanks to extended or unspecified time limits. If those time limits became more severe and we weren't perfectly organized to handle it, people would start failing more quests, or rush in unprepared and die trying to complete them, costing us a user and a penalty. It'd be all too easy to spiral. Dark Lord's Descent. The region flourishes. Materials rare in other regions become bountiful, along with rare monsters and items. A random ungifted is uplifted to the Dark Lord class. All benefits remain if the Dark Lord is vanquished. Increases. Affluence, Floros bond, security, potential core development, luminary propagation. Decreases. Alignment, vulnerability, incursion chance. Everything about the option set off alarm bells. When it came to increases and decreases, there was practically no downside save alignment, which was obscure in contrast to the clearly defined gains. All we had to do was allow a dangerous user into our midst, with the implication that we could face no consequences if we dealt with them early on. Nick scared the hell out of me, and in terms of ranking, he was only a knight. I would rather not see what a Dark Lord was capable of. It was an almost automatic no. Resource paradox. A precious resource is discovered to be bountiful within the region. Acquiring and processing it will take considerable effort, but the rewards for doing so are exponential, so much so that other regions may take notice. Increases. Affluence, significant. Vulnerability. Floros bond. Incursion chance. Potential core development. Decreases. Security. Luminary propagation. Another legitimate option I didn't trust, mainly because it was leaving a lot of shit out. The implied downside was that we'd be so wealthy it would cause trouble from other regions, but what it was actually invoking was a phenomenon known as the resource curse, which had far more downsides than the option inferred. There are countless examples of this. Just off the top of my head, Nigeria and Angola both rank incredibly high on the list of oil-producing countries, yet their currency value and GDP per capita are astronomically low. With Selve being a universal currency, the currency deflation issue wouldn't necessarily apply to us, but developmental slow and industrial pigeonholing would, along with external region interference once they discovered what we had. It was hard to say if the pros outweighed the cons. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Jesus fuck, I'm not an economist. Give me a break here. First day and you're already scaring the tenants, Kinsley commented in amusement. The elevator had opened on a lower floor. An old man with a cane waited outside the doors, staring back at me. There's plenty of room, I offered absent-mindedly, still mentally running through the region options. The man shook his head, wispy white hairs from a barely-there comb-over floating before they settled back down. No, I'll get the next one, son. You're him, right? Tentatively, he reached in his pocket. I immediately reached down to my back and partially withdrew my crossbow, prepared to activate Page's quick-draw. The old man withdrew a golden oblong object with trembling hands, gave an obvious backswing, and tossed it to me. Adrenaline washed through me, but I nearly threw myself from the wheelchair to dodge it before Born Nihilist interfered. He's obviously not a threat. I caught the object at the last second. It was somewhat shaped like a UFO, so reflective I could see the deep bags under my eyes. Item: Charm of Recall. Craft level. Masterwork. Description: the result of the purest inspiration and deft technique. This small piece of unknown metal allows the user to roll back a single feat and refunding their expended points. Once the process is complete, the charm will disintegrate. Item class: Rare. By the time I looked up from the description, the doors were already closing. Wait! The doors closed, leaving me with the image of the old man waving, with a twinkle in his eye. Annoyed by the abruptness with which the exchange had ended, I leaned back in my chair. The red ring around Kinsey's eye faded, and her mouth dropped open. That's incredibly valuable, I finished. I've seen crafted items before, but never a masterwork, Kinsley mused. I passed the item to her, and she studied it. This is pristine. Crafted items almost always look shoddier than system-created counterparts. Maybe that's because most vocational users are still getting started. The system seems slow in general to assign vocations unless you start with them, I agreed. I was supposed to get a vocation with my chain quest for helping you. You were? Yep, still hasn't happened. Look him up later? Already on it, Kinsley nodded. No way I'm passing up any crafters at this point, let alone one who can make something like this. If he's not already attached to a guild, I'll snag him. Still split between the region options, I rattled them off to Kinsley. I was tempted to screw the wording of Dark Lord's Descent to poison the well and push them away from it, but Tyler would be present. Working around his truth ability was difficult enough without sprinkling in more lies. Kinsley transcribed the region options into a message to be sent to anyone present. Before we get in there, do you have a preference? I asked. With a sigh, Kinsley skimmed the text again. I'm leaning toward balanced stakes, split between that and resource paradox. You? Narrowed it down to the same two, but leaning toward the opposite. Anything else? She let out a long, grumbling noise. I'm worried the others may push for Dark Lord's Descent. The other two options create short-term problems and hurdles with big payoffs if we can stick the landing: organization and production. Descent offers a lot of short-term gain with a long-term concern. If you don't have any experience with them, it's impossible to know how dangerous these special classes are. We're familiar with that issue, but they may not be, and we can't exactly explain why.
Right.
The elevator doors opened on the first floor. The lobby was covered in dark marble flooring and pillars, and scattered with multiple couches and tables for impromptu discussions and get-togethers. I wheeled myself out, Kinsley walking slightly ahead. It was eerily silent. When I surveyed the atrium, I realized why. Everyone was looking in our direction. Great, I groused quietly. You really are famous. Maybe check again before you blame it all on me. Kinsley half-skipped, moving ahead. Sure enough, the assortment of eyes didn't follow her. They weren't watching Kinsley. They were watching me. A few people approached to voice appreciation. Others followed with gifts, a handful of potions, and salve. I found myself on the receiving end of multiple handshakes. Weird. This is really weird, I whispered to Kinsley. I've never seen you so uncomfortable before, Kinsley snickered.
Allow me, a male voice said from behind me.
Someone took the handles off my wheelchair and began to push me in the direction Kinsley was walking. Like the old man, they probably didn't mean any harm, but I still felt my anxiety climbing to a peak. It didn't stop until Kinsley, reading something I'd let slip through, thanked the man pushing the wheelchair and took over, maneuvering me toward one of several conference rooms. That wasn't just discomfort, Kinsley said, the levity in her voice gone. I'm fine. You weren't fine. Ask for help if you need it, idiot. Never been good at asking for help. Kinsley opened the door and revealed the conference room. It looked more at home in a corporate office than an apartment. A long, brown table with rounded edges was surrounded by rolling office chairs. The far end of the room was crowned by a projector screen. The projector itself hung in the center ceiling and powered down. Sarah and Tyler stood as we entered, all smiles. Tyler was dressed in business attire, a simple suit that looked off the shelf but fitted. Sarah was wearing armor that looked more fantastical in nature, but the hint of regalia and the silver chain accents on the flowing garment still gave it a dressed-up air.
There he is, Tyler boomed, the conquering hero.
Sarah's smile was genuine but more reserved. Glad we're finally meeting in better circumstances. My heart jumped into my throat for just a moment before I realized she was referring to the meeting at the region barrier, and before that, the open forum. Sorry we're late. Tyler shook his head.
Considering the circumstances, you have nothing to apologize for, and you aren't even the last to arrive.
As if on cue, the door behind us swung open. A man entered with a leather folio under his arm. The Rolex on his wrist glinted in the soft office light, accenting his light blue suit and tie. The suit was so high-end I didn't recognize it, maybe because I was too fixated on his face. A strong jawline that jutted outward, a $100 haircut, stubble maintained at the perfect length, eyes that saw everything and considered it beneath them. It had been almost 5 years, and aside from the gray streaks in his sideburns, he hadn't aged a day. Aaron Werner. Daphne's asshole father. Probably a suit. And worst of all, the man who'd played a key role in my mother's indictment.
Matthias?
He said, in a perfect simulation of surprise. What are you doing here? I asked, dumbstruck.
I'm the region representative.
Aaron grinned and held out a hand. Chapter 119. Kinsley tensed at my side. I was confident I wasn't showing anything on my face, but she'd seen me go blank like this before. After briefly considering switching to cruel lens, I thought better of it. I wasn't sure I could maintain my composure without my default title. If you said the word enemy, Aaron's smug face would usually be the first association in my mind. He was rarely at the estate when I visited Daphne, but when he was, he'd been kind, eager to play the father figure and give advice. The faux parental aspect was strange, but I put up with it because his lessons were fascinating to me, fundamentally different from anything my parents and therapists had taught me.
In my mind, he'd occupied the same space as Estrada, a valued advisor with no parallel, which is why the betrayal cut so deeply. Aaron had tried to hang the entire Quad Sigma clusterfuck on my mother's neck, accused her of misusing company resources to create what the news at the time called the most dangerous black market in the history of the Internet, solely of her own volition. Thankfully, the DA wasn't an idiot, and offered to knock down the charges against her from what could have easily been life in prison, in exchange for her cooperation if she testified against her former boss and associates. A few of them went down. Low-security bids for a handful of years. I think the highest was 3. But, save a lifetime ban on trading equities and 6 years of probation, Aaron got off scot-free. All his gray money undoubtedly secured in the Caymans. It's stupid, but I used to fantasize about hacking him, wiping out his savings, ruining his life. The idea eventually led to a 2-month stint during which I discovered I had no talent for computer science or programming, let alone hacking. Aaron slowly let his hand drop, grin diminishing to an apologetic half-smile. Of course. I saw the video before I came here. It wasn't the best quality. You looked familiar, but I didn't put it together until now. Was that even possible? Maybe, but I fucking doubted it. Do we have a problem here? Tyler looked between us, concerned. No problem. Aaron shook his head. Matthias and I have some history. I wasn't always a lawyer. A lifetime ago I ran the hedge fund, and his mother was one of our employees. He glanced at Tyler. I'm not certain how much you know about finance, but hedge funds generally operate in something of a legal gray area. As such, they present a juicy target for overeager prosecutors looking for another notch on their belt. Most of the charges were dropped. Because you sold out your associates, including my mother. Clear overreach on their part, but ultimately it was my firm, my responsibility. It would be totally reasonable if you resented me for the part I played. Aaron frowned, all sympathy and regret. If you'd prefer, I can recuse myself. Pull another representative from the city council. They may not be as familiar as I am with the area, but it's more important that things run smoothly. They let you practice law? I asked, genuinely shocked. Aaron smiled. Life's little ironies. My firm is just down the street, and I live on the other side of the region. I was trapped in here with the rest of the ungifted during the transposition. Same shelter as Lizette. When I didn't react, he explained. Tyler's wife? I tried to ignore the fact that by fortifying the region, I'd unintentionally saved Aaron's life. There were things that didn't make sense that took precedence. I'd assumed for as long as I knew of them that Aaron was a high-up in the suit's hierarchy. Daphne's presence was too strong of a connection, and I was certain I'd overheard one of the monks tell Daphne her father would be pleased that first night in the alley. But if that was true, what the hell was he doing here, in a region that had missed the fortification deadline? They had a surplus of Lux in Region 3, and I doubted that was all they had. If they wanted to avoid suspicion, they would have just waited until late into the transposition to fortify. So what did that mean? Was it possible there was some sort of power struggle within the suits? Had they left him to die as a part of some internal coup? Do you want to move forward with the meeting, Matt? Sarah interjected. Or roll the dice with another member of the city council? Kinsley nudged me. I shook my head slowly, then stuck out my hand. No reason to hold on to pre-system baggage, right? I had no doubts that whoever Aaron selected would be firmly in his pocket, and at the end of the day, I'd much rather deal with a source than a proxy, as unpleasant as that source might be. Aaron returned my handshake with both hands, his megawatt smile returning full force. I'm so glad you feel that way, Matthias. I go by Matt these days. I reared the chair backward and slid into the table, resting my arms across it. And now that I feel completely underdressed, why don't we get started? I signaled for Kinsley to send the message containing the developmental options for the region. All 3 of them pulled up their UI, reviewing the options. I went over it as well. A message appeared. Tyler, are you under duress? If you need me to act on your behalf, I can fabricate a reason to pull another council member. I glanced up from my reading. Tyler caught my eye and gave me a reassuring nod. In the aftermath of the transposition, I'd forgotten how much I liked the man. Matt, it's complicated, but it's better that he stays. I'll fill you in later. Tyler, understood. The suits were going to find out one way or another. They knew I had a connection to Daphne. It was possible sending Aaron in particular was a straightforward flex, letting me know that regardless of where I went, they were still watching. But it felt more complicated than that. Plus, when it came time to broach the topic with the Adventurers Guild, Tyler was going to fly off the handle when he discovered how brazenly they'd stuck a thumb in his eye. Tough, Aaron commented, looking around the room. None of these options are shoo-ins. Dark Lord's Descent. For one thing, it's too long, so let's just call it DLD. Looks promising, Sarah said, still engrossed in her reading. If we make Region 14 our primary base of operations going forward, a single user shouldn't be much of an issue. You say that because the only special class you've dealt with ran away and jumped in a car. You've never dealt with a special class, Aaron said. I stared at him, gobsmacked, as he paraphrased the exact point I'd considered. And you have? Tyler asked. No, but I hear things. Aaron leaned back in his chair, his hands steepled. The Ordinator is the big one we all talk about, thanks to that little dog and pony show the Overseer put on, but he isn't the only one. And from the reports I've heard, these fucks hit hard. Maybe you get an idiot who runs out in the street screaming, "He's the Dark Lord," and the problem takes care of itself. Maybe you don't. It's a total roll of the dice. And I don't like betting when I don't know the odds. Don't get me wrong, I think consolidating the Adventurers Guild here is still a good move. 14 lacks a guild, so it's free real estate. And we could certainly use the protection. I'm inclined to agree. Vetoing that option. Kinsley swiveled back and forth in her chair, glancing at me for confirmation. Same, I added. What world did I slip into? There's already too much we don't know, I continued. Adding another variable would be unnecessarily dangerous. 14 didn't fortify in time, so every option is going to have a drawback. There are too many benefits for the special class not to be a significant threat. I like the way you think. Aaron pointed at me. Die in a fire. Tyler nodded. I agree that the risks are too high. We're in accordance, then. Then that leaves us with two options. Sarah skimmed through the invisible text. Tyler and Kinsley both made strong arguments for balanced stakes, positing that if we had a system in place with users prepared to assist with any quest that had dire consequences or was about to be failed, we could mitigate any potential spiral. Aaron and Sarah both argued for resource paradox. Aaron seemed to consider the resource curse a total myth, and even if it wasn't, argued that it was most damaging to nascent countries, and we were too developed to be affected. I pushed back, stating that by the standards of this new world, we were underdeveloped, something Aaron vehemently disagreed with. Sarah was less concerned with that, more comfortable with the idea of increased penalties for quests, guessing any system we put into place would be easily overwhelmed if the time limits were as unforgiving as the option implied. Which, of course, left me as the swing vote. Chapter 120. I felt all four of them staring at me. Aaron was still leaning back in his chair, completely relaxed. Either he was fine with both, or whatever outcome he wanted was assured. We'd had arguments before, more for the sport of it than actual engagement with whatever the topic was. None of them particularly heated or high stakes, but he won more than he lost. 70-30 in his favor. Occasionally I'd realize after that he'd maneuvered me into taking a position that seemed reasonable at first, but one he knew to be ultimately indefensible. If anyone was a shoo-in to beat me at my own game, it was Aaron. I fidgeted with Broken Legacy absent-mindedly under the table, letting it fall and then bidding it back to my hand. Laying whatever extraneous elements led to Aaron being trapped in a doomed region aside, I had to assume he was involved with the suits, and that he still held some power. At some point, I'd work through the minutiae to see if there was anything I could use, preferably after my necromancer gambit bore fruit and I'd gleaned more information in general. For now, I needed to make sure he didn't get whatever he wanted from the region. And what he wanted wasn't necessarily the resource paradox. If he hadn't trotted out the regretful apology right out the gate, and I got the feeling he legitimately didn't remember me, that would be different.
but he'd lampshaded our previous relationship, hung it out there for everyone to see. There were too many possible mind games for me to narrow down which one he was playing. I needed to shake up the room. I didn't ask for any of this when I meddled with the region. Had no idea the sort of responsibility and spotlight it would bring. "Saved," Sarah said quietly. "What?" I asked. "Look around. You didn't meddle, you saved the region," Sarah insisted. "That being said, if you'd prefer to let us drive the ship, no one would blame you for it." "And the opposite? Pardon?" Sarah asked. "If I said fuck voting, the system established me as region owner. I'm going with Dark Lord Descends." "Matt?" Kinsley stared at me. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Aaron smirk. It was small, almost a micro-expression, but it was there. Sarah and Tyler both looked at each other, and Sarah gave him an almost imperceptible nod. Tyler rested his big arms on the table, and the wood beneath creaked.
"This vote is mainly a formality. Like Sarah said, you saved this region and nearly paid for it with your life. If you chose a transposition elective that directly harmed the region, the Adventurers Guild would need to withdraw support and possibly interfere. However, none of the options you've presented directly harm the region. DLD is concerning long-term, but causes no direct harm, so if you decide to go your own way, I see no issue." Eloquent, reasonable. 100% rehearsed. They discussed the possibility I'd go off script before they'd even walked in the room. I crossed my arms, rubbing my thumb against my bicep. It was a movement that used to be my tell. Not bicep, necessarily. Thigh, face, and index finger were all common mutations of the same giveaway. I picked my bicep because I needed something visible and above the table, something Aaron would see. His eyes flicked down toward my arm, then bounced back up. Face utterly neutral. "Just curious. I have no intention of going that route. But I'm of two minds. I was committed to balanced stakes before I walked into the room. The resource curse is nothing to fuck with." Nonetheless, Aaron and Sarah both made good points. Both the Merchants Guild and the Adventurers Guild have a positive reputation coming out of the transposition and are growing exponentially. We might be able to handle it. "As much as I appreciate your ability to overlook personal biases, you should go with your gut." Aaron shook his head. "I'm just a lawyer, not a professor of socioeconomics or political science." Right. Kinsley was selling Girl Scout cookies out of the back of a minivan before we met, and I'm a high school student. None of us should be in the position to call these shots, yet here we all are. "Tyler, the Adventurers Guild consolidating in this region a sure thing?" Tyler's lips tightened. "Yes. Most of our current territory is spread out and contested, which caused issues during the transposition. Consolidating is our best bet for now, then slowly establishing forward operating bases near allied groups." "Good. We'll need the firepower." I rubbed my bicep again. "Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to break the resource curse." Aaron didn't react. But for the rest of the meeting, he sat up straighter. "That's it for me. I'd love to stay and chat, but I have to report to the city council." My once mentor gathered his documents, then fastened the top button of his suit jacket and readjusted his tie with a practiced motion. "Whenever the local government decides to get off its asses and actually do something, they'll appreciate that you heeded my guidance." I waved him off, parroting words he'd so often said to me. Happy to listen. His smile grew wide. "Look at us, maintaining civility in the face of the apocalypse. A cut above, as always, Matthias." He paused at the door and turned back to me. "You're in an advantageous position now, a place where you can finally use that mind of yours to its fullest potential. If you have time, swing by my office. I've missed our talks." My lip curled. "If I find the time." "Ciao." Aaron waved as he left, his Rolex band clinking with the motion. "Kinsley, you said you were leaning that way before, but I get the feeling you chose it for an entirely different reason than whatever you thought of on the elevator." "Matt, I'm reasonably certain that Aaron's a suit." "Kinsley, what?" "Matt, I'll fill you in later. What's more important is that he left with the impression I was lying about picking Resource Paradox and intend to choose Dark Lord's Descent without informing the others." "Kinsley, I didn't get that impression at all.
Matt, neither did Tyler or Sarah. That was the point.
Kinsley, oh. DLD does something similar to resource paradox, only more and in greater volume, without lowering the security of the region. It'll take him a while to realize you were bluffing, and just did exactly what you said. Or would that be a reverse bluff? My head hurts.
Matt. Plus, I'm betting they'll want to get their hands on the Dark Lord. The more of the suit's time and resources I could waste, the better. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I heard a distinctly feminine chuckle. During our text exchange, Kinsley crossed the room and shook Tyler's and Sarah's hand.
I know this is a sore point, but it needs to be said. Thanks for leaving Mirrodin out of that conversation. He was a monster for what he did, but I doubt he'll be an ongoing threat.
Tyler's smile was strained. You weren't there. If he decides to come after us out of some twisted sense of revenge, trust me, that would be a serious problem. No need to drag your reputation over a hypothetical, however, considering the good your guild did. There was probably too many witnesses to suppress the information completely, so it may still spread. But we won't be the ones spreading it. Sarah nudged him. Tyler gave her a tired look, then continued. We're still investigating. Unfortunately, our focus is split between that incident and whatever happened to Region 6.
Everyone looked distinctly uncomfortable at the mention of the quarantined region.
Tyler continued. Mirrodin killed 3 of my men, and lied about it being self-defense. That much is ironclad. However, from some initial inquiries, there are elements that don't entirely line up. Gossip around the 3 dead members that paints a less than generous picture of their character. It's possible there's more to the story than a robbery gone bad. He sighed. Do you have a way to contact him?
Ordinator's emulation flashed. Matt, polygraph skills up. Be truthful and keep your answer short.
A bead of sweat appeared on Kinsley's hairline.
Yes, there's no guarantee he'll answer, though. He tended to keep me in the dark even before the clusterfuck.
Tyler nodded, apparently unbothered by whatever it was he saw. No sabotage of his ability this time. It made sense. And confirmed that whoever, or whatever, had screwed with his title ability during our altercation had crossed a line. The deities could break the rules. It had happened more than a few times at this point, but they didn't have free rein. Even they were beholden to the system to some extent. If he does get back to you, Tyler said, tell him we want to talk. No setup, no bullshit. Man to man, at a place of his choosing.
My instincts said trap. It was the 3rd time in an hour I was tempted to switch titles. Jaded Eye or Cruel Lens would have been worth their weight in gold for this discussion. But the pain from both my healing injuries and my seething stomach from the witch's potion was already a constantly needling distraction. Coupling that with the way I kept jumping at loud noises and forgetting things, swapping away from born nihilist seemed like a terrible idea at the moment.
I'll let you know if Mirrodin returns my messages,
Kinsley said.
When are you planning to lock in the region option?
Sarah asked, watching me curiously. I blinked. As soon as this meeting's over. No reason to delay, really. There's no timer, but the system doesn't clearly state any of its rules, so the sooner the better. Sarah looked to Tyler.
We're done here.
Tyler nodded. Sarah stood. Let's go outside, then. You can lock it in and see what happens.
Could be glaringly obvious, Tyler said. Region 4 was overrun with machinery and mechanisms, for example. Could be almost imperceptible. Still, I am curious.
Why not? I wheeled myself out of the office and through the lobby, trying to ignore the blatant stares and whispers as the others followed alongside me. The double doors slid open and wind rushed in, the scent of smoke and blood lingering on the outside air. Nervously, I pulled up the region interface. Transposition staging, resource paradox. Confirm? Yes or no? I confirmed the prompt. Chapter 121. Region 14 was simultaneously spectacular and minimalistic. The entrance to my apartment complex looked more like the entrance to a high-end hotel or downtown bank building. The buildings nearby were dozens of stories tall, and save for the occasionally recognizable logo, it was impossible to tell if they were now defunct office buildings or residential. The timer ticked down from 5 minutes. "And you're sure we shouldn't bother with an announcement?" I asked. "What if one of the buildings comes down?" Kinsley added nervously. Sarah shrugged. Despite her casual air, the tip of her foot tapped rapidly against the cement. "So far, nothing like that has happened. Everyone's aware that rapid changes may occur. They saw what happened to Region 13. "What happened with Region 13? I asked, more than a little annoyed with how much I'd missed in a single day.
"It was grim," Tyler sighed. "The civilians tore each other to pieces, and they still barely filled the receptacle in time. Then things got weird. Really weird. Surprised the girl—"
Sarah elbowed Tyler. He rubbed his side, giving Kinsley a sheepish look.
"Guild leader. Didn't fill you in."
I glared at Kinsley, who suddenly appeared completely invested in something on the other side of the street. It was obvious that Kinsley wasn't just being practical. She wanted to live here. She'd been pushing for it since I'd awakened. I'm sure she had her reasons. "How weird are we talking?" "I'll show you." Sarah stepped out into the street and pointed down it with her one good arm. The reflective glass of a nearby building was blocking my view. I wheeled myself down the ramp for a better look. I breathed out in a hiss. Up to a certain point, it was like any other downtown street. Cars parked next to meters, a food truck, and people going about their daily lives. There were far more vendors than was common for this part of town. Their stalls strangely medieval-looking in a way that didn't really match the setting. People were wearing armor and robes in the open now, which gave the strange feeling that we were adjacent to some sort of massive fantasy convention. Around a dozen blocks away, it stopped. The midday light ceased as deep shadows overtook what I assumed to be Region 13, as if the sun itself had abandoned it. There were silhouettes barely visible at this distance, tiny specks of people, or things shaped like people, milling about. "What the hell?" I muttered. "We don't know," Sarah said, still transfixed on the darkness. "From what we've seen, none of the surviving civilians are under visible duress, but they don't seem interested in leaving their region or even talking."
"A few of ours were on the scene," Tyler said regretfully. "But most walked away at the peak of the violence. Watching something like what happened there and being unable to do anything, well, you can see how that'd be difficult. Can't say I blame them."
"Most?" A shadow flitted over Tyler's face.
"Yes. Owen, a boy not much older than you. Our only surviving member from Region 13. He had family there."
"Past tense."
"Yes," Tyler confirmed. "He stayed until the end. Supposedly the last thing he heard before the lights went out was a voice."
"The Overseer or something else?" "Different voice. No one's heard from the Overseer yet," Sarah said.
"According to his report, there was a gap of time between when the receptacle was filled and the result. Probably whoever owned the region making their decision. The voice announced, 'The prophet has been chosen.' Blackout hit immediately after."
Tyler finished. "Great. Not foreboding at all." I wanted to go look, investigate. But that wasn't going to happen while I was still stuck in this chair. "We sent a scout." Sarah chewed her lip. "She was supposed to check in." "Let me guess," I said drolly. "You haven't heard from her."
"Still giving her some time," Tyler said. "She's good at what she does. Might just be waiting for a good time to come up for air."
"Of the 20 regions, 13 and 6 are the biggest question marks." Kinsley finally joined the conversation, though she wouldn't meet my eye. "Dungeons are popping up all over 5, but the monsters are contained. Region 15 seems to be doubling down on being some sort of trading and crafting hub, and the others are still either figuring it out or being cagey about what they have." "Region 3? I asked, my voice cold. It wasn't so much that they were poaching Lux. As desperate as the event was, some degree of strife and conflict was understandable, even justifiable. It was that they continued to do so even after their receptacle was filled. And, the whole killing users for cores thing didn't really work in their favor either. Totally isolationist, hostile to anyone not local to the region, which means we have no idea what they have or don't have." Fantastic. Even if I decided to throw this all away and go home, I'd still have a problem neighbor. I eyed something else.
a construction crew at the end of the street, and several open-backed trucks. Are they putting up a barrier? What if 13 sees that as an act of aggression?
A lot of the regions are throwing up walls and checkpoints, Kinsley confirmed. What we're doing is nothing out of the ordinary. Region 5's the big exception. They seem to want users to come there in droves, as many as they can get. They're charging for dungeon entry, but not nearly as much as they could be. Still figuring out the angle.
I thought about the information I had, and came to a decision. Get me in a room with Owen.
He's traumatized, borderline catatonic, Sarah said. I'm not convinced he has any more useful information than what he's told us.
Maybe, but it can't hurt. If you make it happen, you'll talk to me. I grimaced. Whatever the next event is, we need to be ready for it. That means strengthening our positions on all fronts, and ensuring that what happened in Region 6 isn't going to spread. Being proactive is the name of the game from this point onward. If they don't give us enough information to prepare for whatever's coming, fuck it. We'll prepare for everything. There was an odd reaction, and I realized I'd erred. I looked around, suddenly self-conscious. It's been a rough week. I've gotten used to calling shots without any real regard to hierarchy. After a pause, Tyler rested a hand on my shoulder. Kinsley says you're her primary advisor, and that she owes much of the success of the Merchants Guild to you, and given that your guild not only took a pay cut to help the entire city, but also managed to fortify your region and save this one, he shrugged. I'm prepared to seriously consider any advice you might have. The nagging puzzle piece finally fell into place. What I'd been missing this entire time. There are 20 regions, but at the beginning of the event, the Overseer said only 16 needed to be fortified.
We noticed that too, Sarah said. As far as we can tell, every region had a receptacle. Haven't made sense of it yet.
I see. I rested my head on my palm. Whatever the reason for the discrepancy, it wasn't a mistake on the Overseer's part. Either the system had plans for the 4 regions that didn't have to be fortified, in which case it was strange they didn't just gloss over that in the announcements, or 4 of the regions had achieved some sort of clemency before the event began. And it was a total hunch, but I had a strong feeling that wherever the suits resided was probably one of those regions. Not a fan of the way they're dividing us, or the timing. Same here. Hopefully we'll know more in a few days, Tyler said. My wheelchair jostled as Iris arrived at my side, landing with both feet. Only after did she seem to notice the group that had formed, and her smile lessened somewhat.
You called?
She signed. I checked the timer. Less than a minute remained. Yep, something might be happening soon. Figured you'd want to see. Where's Mom and Ellison? The double doors behind me whooshed, and I turned to see my mother step out from Iris's wake. She looked glassy-eyed and bleary, as if she'd just woken from a deep sleep. He's not coming, I asked Iris, more statement than question.
Haven't seen him since this morning,
Iris confirmed. She scrambled carefully up on my lap, eyes almost comically wide as her head swiveled back and forth.
Sister? I heard Sarah whisper to Kinsley.
Kinsley murmured an affirmative. The first thing I noticed was a shift in temperature. It was almost always hot, but this was different, more humid somehow. A single green sprout emerged from the crack in the sidewalk before me. Dozens more followed suit. Thin green fingers scrambled for purchase. There was a resounding crack as the sidewalk itself shattered. Someone grabbed the handles of my wheelchair and yanked me backward before it tipped over. When I looked back, something gnarled and brown was emerging from the concrete, widening the hole as it grew. People avoided the sidewalks and roads as more greenery emerged, wrapping itself around anything nearby, cars, meters, and drains. The unending orchard of trees sprouted gray-blue leaves and golden blossoms as they reached their apex of 20 to 30 feet. I caught a flash of movement from above and looked up. Behind a nearby skyscraper, a massive trunk, expansive in diameter, extended above the building and up into the clouds. Iris stared up at it in wonder. Countless car alarms were going off, all at mixed intervals. Civilians and users alike had stopped running from the chaos and were gawking at the scene, unsure what to make of it. "Holy shit," Tyler said.
"It's beautiful," my mother whispered. "Going to be a bitch to commute."
Sarah approached the tree that sprouted from the concrete before us.
She poked it once, then tentatively reached up to a thin, low-hanging branch, testing it. Eventually, she lifted her entire body in a one-handed pull-up, then dropped and landed with a grunt. "It's strong." I blinked. Regardless of how sturdy the tree was, there should have been some movement. But the branch hadn't budged. Whatever I'd expected, metal deep in the earth, some sort of oil analog perhaps, it hadn't been this. Not even close. "Iris!" My sister dropped from my laptop before I could stop her, approaching the tree as Sarah had. Sarah reached out to grab her, but Iris ducked away, giving the woman an apologetic smile. Before any of us could intervene, Iris touched the tree. Her palm was flush to the wood, her face a mask of concentration. Ordinator's emulation ticked in the back of my mind. Chapter 122. A small nova of near-transparent energy erupted around Iris. The display was as impressive as it was highly visible. I moved forward, trying to break line of sight. Kinsley beat me there, accompanied by 2 members of Roderick's Lodge I had previously taken as unaffiliated users. Quick on the uptake, Tyler barked out a verbal command, and Sarah, along with a couple other Adventurers Guild members following in their wake, filled out the wall. Before I could even shout, any view of my sister was blocked by a wall of bodies. I approached, and 2 people parted, letting me through. "Iris, what the fuck are you doing?" I hissed, and immediately regretted the outburst. My sister knew there was danger. Everyone did at this point, but she didn't know the face of it. Not yet. Thankfully, she wasn't able to hear me. Her face was a mask of concentration, bordering on a frown. "What's wrong?" I tried again, calmer than before. Iris started to fingerspell in ASL, then grew frustrated and spoke out loud. "I thought it would make a nice handle for my hammer, but it's more difficult than absorbing regular metal. Almost like the wood itself is fighting me." She swiveled toward me, a horrified expression on her face. "Does that mean it's alive?" I shrugged, glancing around to make sure our human barricade was still intact. Probably. It's a tree. Hard to say more than that. Not like we can ask it. To my surprise and embarrassment, Iris did exactly that. "I'm sorry. I tried to take from you without asking permission." Someone snickered, and I felt my cheeks growing red with embarrassment. Still totally focused, Iris cocked her head. "Oh, I see. You don't like the idea of being a hammer. What would you like to be then?" A single branch pointing east stirred, as if by a gust of wind. Even though I knew from Sarah's demonstration that the branches were far too sturdy for that. Iris looked in the direction the branch was pointing. "You want to help hold back the dark? I don't know what that means." "Region 13, Sarah realized, glancing toward the neighboring region. It was firmly obscured from view now that we were effectively entrenched in a forest, but the blackness on the horizon was still visible. "How would it even do that? Hold back the dark. It's a fucking tree." Kinsley scratched her head. A thin branch lashed out and smacked against the back of her neck. She jumped straight up with a shriek, then glared at the tree. "Don't make me get a lighter, Stumpy." I considered what Tyler had said about the regions erecting walls, and a thought occurred to me. Does it want to contribute material to our defenses? Iris relayed the message. There was a tinkling of leaves that sounded suspiciously like an affirmative. "Small problem. I want to help," Iris chuckled nervously. "But I don't have the tools, and I could get other material to make them, but if you're as strong as you are, I'm not sure they'd work on you." A branch shifted again, this time pointing to a smaller sapling with a trunk that was a lighter shade of gray. Iris started to head toward it. I caught her shoulder, considered the fact that we had an audience, and looked at Tyler. "Give us a minute." Tyler nodded, and the group dispersed as Iris stepped away from the tree. "What?" she signed. "I don't want you involved with this, not so directly." Iris's eyes narrowed. "Why?" "Because it makes you a target," I signed, my hands moving in sharp motions. "This isn't something to take lightly. There are people out there who want your abilities and aren't above kidnapping a little girl to get their hands on them." "And you controlling a region doesn't already make me a target?" Iris responded, a streak of rebellion in her eyes. "That's different." "It is dangerous, Iris. Kinsey said, backing me up. "More dangerous than you can imagine. People took me and hurt me just for being a merchant." Iris made a wide sweep with her arm, staring both of us down. "Everything is dangerous. The world is scarier than it ever was, and that's saying a lot." She stuck a finger at me. "I love you, and I know you've kept us safe, and I understand how hard it's been. But this is probably why Ellison has been so standoffish lately. You can't protect us from everything." Anger built in my gut. Iris was just riding the high that came from being a user. She felt optimistic and elated at the possibilities, the same way I'd been before that first experience with a bounty brought that crashing down. I reached out with a suggestion, pushing past her mental defenses, and found that Iris was terrified. There was so much fear that it was a miracle she wasn't a hyperventilating heap curled on the ground. The only thing keeping her going was a determination so strong it was almost blinding. It took me a minute to get it. Iris had never been useless, but in the context of a crisis, she'd always played third chair to me and Ellison, generally out of the way, supporting and observing. It was just the nature of how things had fallen into place. Ellison was far more comfortable taking risks and putting himself in difficult positions. Iris was clever but prone to anxiety and panic. I'd never really considered how that must have felt, watching your family struggle, fight to survive, and feeling like your contribution was next to nothing. Reading people was my strength, but there's always blind spots for the ones we love. Her fear was probably heightened, considering everything we'd been through. She never complained or broken down, but there were times in the past when things were hardest, where her cheery disposition had come off as artificial. Was the Ray of Sunshine Act a facade? Has she always been afraid? I withdrew suggestion immediately, somewhat nauseous at how close I'd come to breaking my own rule. Kinsley was watching us, unsure of how to proceed. "Sidebar?" My mother's voice. The scent of tequila reached my nose, just a trace, rather than the stink that came from a legitimate blender. I broke eye contact with Iris and nodded. "That doesn't smell like gin," I groused once we were out of earshot. "Don't do that." "Do what?" "Launch a preemptive strike because you know you're not going to like what I'm going to say." My mother gave me a knowing look. I rolled my eyes. "Fine." "You're smothering them." I clenched the air in frustration. It's not about control. It's about protecting them. I'm familiar with the concept. Tried my hand at it once upon a time, if you remember. How well did that turn out? I blinked, partially because I didn't remember. She'd been a decent mother until we'd lost Dad. Then everything had gone to shit. But my memories of that time were patchy at best. "Even though I had your best interests at heart, you hated me for it. That's when I learned I couldn't force you to do anything." Mom reached out toward a low-hanging branch, touching the edge of a gray-blue leaf. It left a line of red on her fingertip. She winced and pressed the wound against her waistband. "They're both getting older. Even if it's the best thing for them, you can only advise and hope they listen. If you take a hardline stance, they'll just get better at hiding whatever it is they want to do." I bit back a cruel response. There was a vulnerability in my mother's expression that told me she knew exactly how hypocritical it was that she was giving this advice, how badly she'd fallen short. "Okay," I said. She tilted her head as if not quite believing what she'd heard. "What?" "You might be right." Iris had already started making tools by the time I returned to the group. She stuck a hammer-shaped object behind her back. Kinsley stood next to her, looking just as nervous. "I told her it'd be fine to make a few tools, just to test the materials," Kinsley said. "Let me see." I held out a hand. Iris tentatively placed the handle in my palm. There were issues with the design. Bark formed the handle, which would probably still chip off too easily, even if the wood itself was devilishly strong. But the weight was well balanced, and the head of the hammer looked solid. I thumped it against the metal frame of my wheelchair, and was surprised when it left a dent. The hammerhead was completely unmarked from the impact, no scuffs or imprints. Not bad at all. "And check this out." Kinsley held out a small twig, placing a metal Zippo beneath it. She flicked the wheel, and the spark ignited into flame. The light-colored twig colored red around the flame, but didn't catch fire. It's not flammable? I raised an eyebrow. It's called wraithwood, according to my identification skill. Stronger and more enchantable than ebon scale. Of course, I had no idea what that was, but after a cursory search on the store, it seems to be a material commonly used in high-level armor and weapons. No idea how well it'll hold an edge, but I figure we'll need to test it anyway. Kinsley trailed off, seeming to realize we'd left key business unresolved. Kinsley, I know it's not my business, but she really seems to want this. We could set her up with a protective detail. The sound of an engine grew closer. One of the trucks that had been working on a barrier at the end of the street had stopped. The vehicle stopped at a crooked line of trees blocking the road. The driver, a man in a hard hat and reflective vest, stepped out, swearing like a sailor.
"Who's in charge here?"
Tyler, lingering nearby, left his group to speak to the man.
"Everything all right?" "Pretty far from all right, to be frank. Care to tell me how me and my guys are supposed to work with a goddamn forest in the way? Not even sure we could get the truck out now."
My first thought was that he could simply recall the truck to his inventory, but I wasn't certain how that worked, if it wasn't a system-assigned vehicle. I was the only one who could inventory my bike, for example. Anyone else would have to steal it the hard way.
"We're working on a solution."
Tyler held both hands out placatingly, glancing back toward us.
"Well, work faster," the man grumbled. "We were supposed to get this thing up in a week, around the entire region. That was already going to be difficult without the great outdoors fucking up supply lines. What's up with that, anyway?"
"Can you do it?" I asked Iris.
"Do what?"
Iris asked hesitantly. "Help the construction crew get barriers up? Checkpoints? Observation towers?"
"I'm not very high level." Iris put her hands behind her back. "But as long as the designs are simple, yeah, I think so. The barriers, at least."
She was being guarded, worried I'd snatch the wind from her sails. I pinched the top of my nose. "If you get a weird feeling, like there's someone around you don't recognize, or if you feel like you're being watched, anything, message me and Kinsley immediately. We're also going to get some people to watch your back." "Ow! Thanks, brother!" Iris released me from her stranglehold and bounded toward Tyler and the construction crew leader. Quest received. Quest. A steady hand. I hoped I wouldn't regret this. Chapter 123. Quest received. Quest. A steady hand. Quest received. Primary objective, ensure Region 14 survival. Secondary objective 1, establish short-term defenses. Secondary objective 2, establish trade and alliances with other regions. Secondary objective 3, uncover the region luminaries. 1 of 4. Secondary objective 4, discover the secret of the Wraithwood. Secondary objective 5, question mark. Personal objective, remain unidentified by other users. Threat level, question mark. Experience gain, L. Time limit, before the transposition event. Reward, class-specific boon. The rest of the day passed quickly, but there were some growing pains. At first, the construction crew was clearly irritated, both by having to redo sections of the region barrier and by Iris's presence. Like the rest of my family, Iris wasn't used to mincing words. If there was a problem, she'd comment on it immediately. She was clear and upfront about what she wanted, and that rankled them. After the initial negotiation, tension climbed so high there were multiple times I thought I'd need to intervene. Doctor's warning be damned. Thankfully, that was unnecessary, because Iris's personal debut left an impact. Iris spent a lot of time on a sketch for the barriers, made sure there were supports in the correct places along with other functionality, thanks to Gideon Fenberry, an NPC architect who lived in our building.
"It's not very pretty,"
Iris said, studying her drawing. She seemed to be growing more comfortable speaking aloud. There was a pencil smudge on her chin, and her hair had grown frizzy with the heat. "Doesn't have to be," I replied nonchalantly, still studying the details of the most recent quest I'd received. The secondary luminary objective caught my eye. "Normally I'd loathe the apathy toward creativity," Gideon said, shooting me a curious side-eye. "But considering the scale of this project, your brother is correct."
He was a bit shorter than average, maybe a half-inch shorter than me, if I were to guess, and a bit stuffy. His blue office shirt was wrinkled, but still tucked into his chinos. Large glasses framed his round face, and I had a feeling they were prescription. The only noteworthy element of his apparel were the vibrant magenta, yellow, and cyan vertically segmented suspenders. Iris placed her hand on a nearby felled tree and muttered under her breath, "Looky there, our mascot's communing with nature again." One of the many men in orange vests milling around snickered.
That helps, thanks.
Iris patted the tree in appreciation and picked up her pencil, then began to draw excitedly. I glanced over her shoulder. No one had managed to recreate Iris's ability to communicate with the trees. My guess was that it had something to do with her class, and that her connection to the materials themselves were heightened.
Can you?
Iris started to sign, then stopped and spoke aloud to the man who had just cracked a joke.
Can you help gather leaves?
For what? The man looked at her like she was losing her mind. I was worried. Iris didn't deal with conflict well. With this degree of hostility and pushback, I wouldn't have been surprised if she shrank into herself. But whether it was due to the urgency of the situation or just plain determination on Iris's part, she didn't back down.
For materials, Iris said, they dampen magic. Magic users, along with artillery spells, are the biggest threat to us, according to users I've talked to.
And by users, she was referring primarily to me.
Iris continued, if we integrate the leaves into the wood itself, it should go a long way toward protecting us.
And if one of those wizards can fly? The man challenged. Don't know if you've noticed, but there are people just flitting around up there. Iris glanced at me. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, I mouthed. There weren't many flyers, only a half dozen or so in the sky at any given time. It came without saying that we'd need other defenses. This was bare bones, a foundation for everything that would come after. I didn't like that the regions were all walling themselves off. Iris's smile dampened. She pointed to the eternal darkness of Region 13, now less than a block away.
Do you see anyone flying over there?
The man's expression soured. Well, no.
Then let's just worry about getting the walls up, and we'll deal with the fringe issues later.
Hey, Martinez, didn't you have a landscaping thing? Half-Pint wants help gathering leaves. It was a rental company, you cretin, Martinez said. He was laying in the back of the truck, hat pulled down over his eyes. Yeah.
The more people help, the faster this will go, Iris said, probably missing some crosstalk.
Unsurprisingly, the man's lip curled. He crossed his arms and set his feet, unmoving. His companions were less direct in their misgivings, but still made no effort to start gathering leaves. I sighed and grabbed a nearby bag. How many do you need? Iris glanced at me and the forest that had cropped up behind us.
1,000, give or take?
Total? I asked, surprised by the number.
Per section. More or less, depending on the length, Iris said, clearly concerned for my well-being. But, Matt, you should rest.
Nah. I coughed, deep and painful, then turned to the side and spit blood and phlegm onto the ground. I could feel the workers watching uneasily as I thoroughly ignored them. So what, I just picked them off the ground?
No, they wouldn't like that. The Wraithwoods. Just ask them. They'll understand, even if they can't talk to you directly. It's up to each tree how much they'd like to contribute, if anything,
Iris said hesitantly. I could tell she was about to try to talk me out of it, so I immediately turned and wheeled myself to the nearest tree. The obliterated road was littered with roots and detritus, and I probably made a pitiful sight, maneuvering my wheelchair across the treacherous terrain. Doing my best to hide how silly I felt, I reached out and knocked on the trunk. I need leaves for the wall. A single gray-blue leaf detached itself from the tree and drifted slowly toward me. Remembering how my mother cut her finger against a leaf's edge, I quickly withdrew one of the sturdier bags I'd used to hold Lux during the trial and held it open. Without prompting, a dozen more leaves detached themselves and drifted into the bag. With well over 100 leaves in hand, I moved on to the next tree, and the next. Before long, I saw Gideon standing nearby, holding up a leather satchel. He gave me an encouraging nod.
"Careful!"
I heard Iris shout. She wasn't talking to me, rather one of the construction crew.
The one with the attitude was still standing back, but several of them had followed my lead, unwilling to let the boy in the wheelchair show them up. Before long, we had more than enough for the first section, and many more after that. Iris knelt in front of the materials, a bead of sweat on her forehead. She looked back at me, and I nodded, gesturing for her to go for it. White light emitted from Iris's palms. Someone gasped. The wall wasn't constructed piece by piece the way you'd assume. Rather, a thin gray veneer of wood stretched up skyward until it stopped, around 3 stories tall. Then it thickened. Support beams extended from the wood itself in a near-perfect copy of what Iris had sketched. Small sliding sections that hid a portcullis assembled themselves. Slowly the leaves rose from their various bags. They were oval, naturally, and shed their stems as they drifted toward the wall. Iris arranged them layer by layer on top of each other until the entire section of wall was covered. With the way they were arranged, the wall looked almost scaled in nature. I reached up and tried to pry a leaf loose. It was like attempting to pull a metal pole out of concrete. When I tried again, I noticed the other leaves seemed to compress, locking the one I was tucking in place. That was a minor relief. No one would be stripping the metaphorical copper out of our walls. Iris stood slowly, surveying her work with a distant smile. I ruffled her hair. Good job, kiddo. That was all it took to throw the construction crew into action. With the first section in place, they seemed to recognize how much time Iris could save them and intended to capitalize on the advantage. By evening's end, the district was completely enclosed, with gated entrances on all 4 sides. I would have preferred having a few towers in place, but Iris was asleep on my lap, dead to the world. She'd gone nearly all day, only pausing for a nap halfway through when her mana was low. I shrugged. There were nearby buildings we could use as lookouts in the interim, and considering how quickly the construction had gone, this was more than a win already. She is very talented, Gideon said. He'd offered to push my wheelchair, and despite my previous feeling of weirdness about that, I was too tired to say no. Iris stirred against my chest, curling up tighter. I patted her head. She's always been clever. They both are. Unbidden, my thoughts turned to Ellison. More than just clever, Gideon said enthusiastically. Generally, in my profession, people tend to lean one of 2 ways, artistic or pragmatic. Both are necessary in varying degrees, but most skew one way or another. Your sister seems to understand the balance, even when she was experimenting. Another good sign, if even half of my students were so gifted. He shook his head. You were a teacher? Part-time at Columbia. When I wasn't overloaded with work, Gideon affirmed. Hell of a commute. Not really. I had a summer home there. His expression clouded, though I suppose my days of teaching are behind me. I glanced down at my sister. Everything's changing. We have plenty of existing infrastructure that's obsolete. Yes. Gideon's mouth pulled downward. I have ideas, ways to rectify and salvage what we have, improve it. But the city council seems more interested in sitting on its hands and bracing for whatever comes next than rebuilding. I wondered absent-mindedly if I was being baited, then dismissed the notion. Gideon was smart, not above getting his hands dirty, and, most importantly, patient with Iris. If he'd been more like Miles, I'd be far more suspicious and hesitant to bite, but he seemed too socially awkward to be manipulating me intentionally, and even if he was, he clearly knew what he was talking about. I sighed. You affiliated? He blinked. I'm accredited. Do you have a guild? Oh, no. Before I could talk myself out of it, I pulled up Kinsley's contact card and sent it to Gideon. Reach out to her. Message, not voice. She's swamped right now. Tell her Matt recommended you for membership and explain what you can offer. And what is it that I'm offering? Gideon asked, his eyebrow furrowed. You know I'm not a user. Here's what I'm thinking. You've seen what Iris can do. Take on my sister as an apprentice. Teach her at a college level. Before we could argue, I held up a hand. She's not stupid. Anything foundational you can think of, she's probably already learned. Keep in mind you likely won't be her only teacher, and manage the workload accordingly. In return, she helps with improvements you want to make around the region, as long as Kinsley greenlights whatever it is you have in mind.
Quick point of order. Gideon cleared his throat. This is the Kinsley, is it not? Yes. Unless there's another guild leader by that name I'm not aware of. Is there any contract? Gideon asked, his eyes narrowing. Ah, he'd been to the open forum, or at least had interactions with a guild like the local relief effort. Explained why he still hadn't joined up with anyone. No contract. I'll leave pay negotiations to you and her. I waved him off. There were too many irons in the fire to try to manage things at a micro level. I'd trust Kinsley to handle the recruitment, and more importantly, to get one of her mercenaries to investigate Gideon. Even if he seemed well-meaning and wasn't triggering any red flags, there was no world where I trusted my sister to an outsider without due diligence. By the time I returned to my penthouse, I was spent. Between the physical exhaustion that came with being injured and the hell of drinking the recovery potions, it was hard to keep my eyes open. Say was nowhere to be seen. Her guest room door was locked shut, no light emitting from beneath the doorframe, probably asleep. She'd be just as exhausted as me, if not more so. And she wasn't the only one. Mom was passed out on the couch. Ellison had kicked open a recliner and fallen asleep watching a movie with the volume muted. He opened one eye to look at me as I came in. I gave him a half wave, and the eye closed, as if he'd only woken to confirm that nothing was amiss. Gently I placed Iris down on the love seat perpendicular to the couch my mother was sleeping on, and pulled a plush blanket from the hallway closet to drape over her. She didn't stir at all, further confirming my suspicion that she'd pushed herself too hard. When I thought about it, I found that my reticence to live here had diminished. Iris's walls likely had something to do with it. I made a mental note to talk to the building super in the morning. From what Kinsley said, there were plenty of available rooms, and the building owner seemed ecstatic to dole them out to us. I'd need to talk to them, whoever they were, sooner rather than later. We'd lived cramped together in an apartment for too long already. Now that we had options, they deserved their space. Iris would probably still live with Mom. That was the best case for both of them. My sister would be able to keep an eye on Mom and tell me if her issues started becoming problems again, and she wouldn't be alone. Ellison was a different story. I wanted him completely separate, on a different floor. I thought about it comprehensively. The elevator required a key card, which meant it'd be easy to track his comings and goings. He'd still have access to us, but we'd know he was coming, whether he wanted us to or not. I'd need to be careful how I spun it when I told him. He was more keyed in to how I thought than most people, so I wanted to at least take the night to come up with a plan. With that in mind, I sent him a message. Matt. Talk in the morning. Just bang on my door when you're awake. Either he'd be there or he wouldn't. Hopefully our relationship wasn't that far gone. Say. Well, I wasn't sure what to do with Say. Eventually, I wanted the penthouse to myself. It would be easier to handle everything, as both Matt and Mirden, without anyone else tracking my comings and goings, but I wasn't going to put that over her well-being. She'd been through hell. As long as she was in hiding, her social interaction was limited to me, Kinsley, and my family. Other than our initial discussion, I had no idea where she was at, in terms of headspace, and as Kinsley had so recently reminded me, isolation could be a hell of its own. I crawled onto the hospital bed in my room, feeling profoundly on the back foot. From the moment I woke up, it felt like I'd been managing people and delegating, which wasn't my forte. Hopefully, Kinsley would be able to take more of a leading role as time went on and everything settled. With that in mind, I finished what was left of the recovery potion, gagging at the taste. Idly, I pulled up my character sheet. There hadn't been any changes. I still wouldn't know how much the augmented stats altered my abilities until I could let loose. One down, one to go. Speaking of which, I had 2 levels to distribute. I'd yet to bother with them, considering everything else that was going on. Now that there wasn't an immediate impending crisis, there was no reason not to take my time and consider my options carefully. I read through the Ordinator feats first, noting anything that looked promising, then through the page feats. There was an improved version of Page's Quick Draw that looked promising, along with some general-purpose feats that would help in the short term. I navigated to the drop-down, and stopped. Ordinator. Page. Pending. It suddenly clicked. I was offered a class for completing the receptacle in Region 14. I'd assumed that offer would simply be null due to the nature of my subterfuge. But there it was. I focused on the caret, and text began to scroll. System notification. A new class cannot be selected with unresolved advancement. Please allocate all available stat points before entering the null. Chapter 124. System notification. A new class cannot be selected with unresolved advancement. Please allocate all available stat points before entering the null. Interesting. The system specified that I needed to distribute stat points, leaving feat points unmentioned. That wasn't an accident. I knew from experience it was possible to bank the feat points and use them later. Normally a terrible idea considering the stakes. There wasn't really any excuse for not using everything I had at my disposal at any given time. But in this case, I could safely level and save the feat points in case I unlocked anything worth pursuing. I swapped my local identity to Mirrodin to simplify things for the level. Matt, Level 12, Ordinator. Identity, Mirrodin. Level 10. Strength, 6. Toughness, 6. Agility, 18+. Intelligence, 16+. Perception, 8. Will, 14. Companionship, 1. Active title, Born Nihilist. Feats, Double-blind. Ordinator's Guile, 1. Ordinator's Emulation, Stealth, 1. Awareness, 1. Harrowing Anticipation. Page's Quick Draw, Vindictive. Squelch. Skills, Probability Cascade, Level 3. Suggestion, Level 18. One-handed, Level 16. Negotiation, Level 11. Unsparing Fang, Emulated, Level 10. Summons, Audrey. Flowering Hybrid, Bond Level 3. Talia, Revenant Wolf, Bond Level 4. Selve, 112,000, minus 100 per week. Skill points available, 6. Feat points available, 4. The amount of Selve didn't line up. I'd been around that number before, but I'd spent nearly half of it on the motorcycle and a shit-ton on healing and curative items. I leafed through my notifications and found the explanation. System notification. Guild leader Kinsley has awarded you 50,000 Selve. Listed reason. Event performance. Huh. Kinsley hadn't mentioned it, not even to grouse about it. Considering her miserly nature, I had to wonder how much she'd made on the event itself. Probably a killing. Dismissing the anomaly, I returned to my listed stats, and frowned. I'd been mainlining agility and intelligence, but they were both augmented now. Improvement before augmentation had been significant in an incremental way. There was no question I was capable of maneuvers I wouldn't have dreamed of before. I absolutely thought faster on my feet and was far less vulnerable to the mental spirals that had plagued my adolescence and teenage years. Both agility and intelligence had served me well. Whether growth from here was incremental or exponential, the choice should have been clear. If it wasn't for the adaptive dungeon. I wanted to clear the dungeon's 5th level before engaging the suits. Completing the long-standing quest would likely net an additional level. There was no way of knowing how involved or compromised I would be after the meeting, and I wanted as much firepower as I could get my hands on before entering the lion's den. My safest bet would be boosting intelligence and agility further, but the real gamble, with the greatest reward, was the Lithid. Before I could chase that train of thought further, I had to check something first. Groaning, I grabbed the railings of the medical bed and bore down, sweat beating on my forehead as pain racked through me. It was far worse than any previous instance of summoning. The plucking feeling went beyond skin deep, and it felt as if my very organs were being strummed. I nearly stopped the process. A mist of shadow formed the dark silhouette of a wolf in the corner.
You were not supposed to use magic, human,
Talia growled. I panted, struggling to catch my breath. A bead of sweat dripped down my forehead. No choice. Had to risk it. An incongruity stood out. How would you even know that? The wolf panned the room, taking in her surroundings.
a new ability, or something along those lines. I am still sightless in the void, but sounds and voices make their way to my ears. From what I gathered, you retrieved our pack member. Is she well?
Further confirmation that I was making the right call. There was no way I could hide this from her. As good as she could be, considering.
That is a relief, and cannot have been easy considering your state. Thank you.
Talia approached the bed and lowered her neck, pressing the crown of her head into my hand. Her fur was surprisingly soft. I was suddenly paralyzed, not knowing what to do. She'd likely take any reciprocation as demeaning. "Don't thank me yet," I said quietly. Talia pulled away and took a step backward.
Explain.
"You still want the suits, right?" Teeth glinted in the darkness.
Naturally. They struck me down without cause and decimated a smaller pack that posed no threat to them. I loathe them nearly as much as the wretch.
I winced, suddenly grateful the room was dark enough to hide it. I agree. Beyond what they did, their methods are unconscionable. They can't be allowed to monopolize power on a greater scale.
Yes.
And we agree that we should leverage every possible advantage to make that happen?
On that, we are in accord.
Her voice reticent. By now she probably sensed the catch, but still hadn't connected the dots. "I've been considering this for a while," I said, speaking quickly. "Keep in mind it's impossible to say for sure. The sample size is too small."
Speak plainly, human.
I'd done everything I could to frame the conversation. Now it was up to Talia. "I've killed multiple monsters outside of the dungeon and received nothing but standard drops. Given that, I'm guessing, because of the nature of my class, the adaptive dungeon has a higher chance of dropping monster cores." "No," Talia said immediately, a low growl in her throat. I held up a hand. "Just hear me out. We're talking like this because I value you highly. Too much to spring this on you out of nowhere. You pulled my ass out of the fire multiple times. I'm honestly not sure I would have made it through the trial if it wasn't for you. Doubly so for the transposition event."
Then listen to me when I tell you that a lithid is not to be trifled with, Talia shouted. Their kind thrives on pain, delights in suffering. Acquiring one would be an exercise in self-destruction.
"Not a summon," I shook my head. "Not like you or Audrey. Not even close. From what you've said, it's too evil for that. It would be nothing more than a tool, a weapon to be unleashed on our enemies and dismissed as soon as its work is done." Her silhouette quivered.
It tormented me for days, but it felt like an eternity.
"You saw the suits, Talia." I tried to redirect her to the big picture. "You know how powerful they are. Didn't you agree we needed every advantage we could get?"
If you are correct and follow this path, I will not follow. You will have to compel me for anything," Talia seethed.
I laid my head back on my pillow. "Which is why we're talking about this now. If you decide this path is untenable, I'll discard the core." After a moment, she stopped shaking.
Could you do it? What you're asking of me?
I considered that. If it was my mother or Iris or Ellison who died, absolutely. It wouldn't be easy, but it would be my first course.
Your first?
Her voice cracked. "Revenge is a distraction."
Yes, you've said that before.
I didn't have time to explain what I meant. I pushed myself up in a sitting position and studied her. There are lines that can't be uncrossed. These lines are universal, translated across every society, sophisticated or undeveloped. You don't maim or torture unnecessarily. You don't attack your enemy's family or loved ones if they're uninvolved. And you don't hurt children.
And if they do it anyway?
Talia growled. Then it gets ugly. Suddenly you're unburdened by civility, unencumbered by rules. There's a certain freedom in that. Maybe you use the justification to get a little dark or gruesome. But I think there's a better way.
If you say forgiveness...
No. I shook my head. Aaron's face popped up in my mind. Not even close. It's better, I think. To use them. Ingratiate yourself. Get close enough that they eventually become dependent on you. Exploit them for every benefit and advantage they can offer. Create weaknesses and undermine them in the shadows. And when they start to panic, inevitably overextending in a feeble attempt to cling to their waning power, all you have to do is watch them fall. Talia slowly sat up. At times you frighten me, Pop. That doesn't change the fact that I'm in your corner, Talia. Always. And when this group is gone, Talia prompted. Her eye gleamed in darkness. Assuming any of this actually happens, pull the trigger whenever you want. The only way this works without creating resentment between us is if I give you the option to veto unconditionally. She looked away, scuffing the carpet with her paw. There is sense to your argument. Still, as hard as it is to admit, this is difficult for me. I thought about what I knew about Talia, what I knew about wolves. Even with how the cliched alpha-beta hierarchy had been thoroughly debunked at this point, dominance was important to them. Talia herself embodied that, refusing to take anything that resembled an order unless it was framed as a suggestion. There were some elements of her personality that made me think of her as a Viking at times. The warrior spirit. Take your time. I smiled wider than normal, letting a growl into my voice. In the interim, let me ask you another question. How often have you had the opportunity to destroy your enemy? Twice. Talia's head slowly swiveled toward me. Her teeth glittered in the darkness. She chuckled. This would be the first. I slotted 4 points into willpower, praying that would be enough to meet the requirements for controlling the Lithid. In truth, it was only a short-term gamble. If it didn't work out, I'd be prepared for whatever high-level summon came next. The remaining 2 points went into intelligence and agility, respectively. Leveling was less painful than usual, with willpower as the primary focus, and of course, I'd locked it in 1 level at a time. My vision faded as darkness took me. System message. User. Are you there? Chapter 125. The void was all around me. Nothingness. No sensation. No sense of weight or distance. Black. It was strange to be here again, back where it all started. If I relaxed my mind, it was almost like everything that had come to pass was a fever dream, and I was reset to the frantic moments after the meteor. In reality, it wasn't the same. The overload of panic and existential terror was entirely absent. I'd gotten used to it. Accepting the unknown was almost automatic. The text loomed in front of me, magnified several times larger than what I'd grown accustomed to on the system overlay. System message. User. Are you there? When I went to select the only option, I was surprised to find the text field empty. Before, the options had all been selected for me. They'd all been answers I likely would have selected if I was being completely and totally honest with both the questions and myself, but generally things I never would have admitted to. Other users had similar experiences. Maybe that was meant to be a safeguard. There was no way I'd have taken it seriously enough to answer honestly the first time around. Given the lack of mouth, I didn't speak so much as focus my thoughts on the text. Yes. Welcome, user. I waited. R. The window snapped shut. Confusion formed the beginnings of alarm as it became clear something was wrong. This was either a malfunction or something worse. Hello? There was no response. The silence dragged out long enough for my alarm to turn to dread. If something went fundamentally wrong, did that mean I was stuck here, forever catatonic in my bed? Suddenly, the text reappeared. Are you having fun yet? No. Too bad. Good thing I am.
When our mutual friend informed me how her boon might restrict your ability to consult a consecrator in the null, she seemed to find it nothing more than an amusement. No imagination, that one. A quiet anger swept over me. Apparently the old saying held true. 3 people could keep a secret if 2 of them were dead. Even in the realm of gods. And I was getting really fucking tired of deific interference. More importantly, I needed to know if Nikta had intentionally set me up to fail. And what, if I may ask, would have happened without this intercession? What to say? I could tell you that you'd be trapped in here forever, turn you against her before she even manages to sink a single talon into you. But I suppose she and I are friends, of a sort. In answer to your question, the session would have timed out, and you'd be returned to your body with no penalty or benefit. If I'm filling in the gaps correctly, the gods use the null to grant classes to mortals. Got it in one. Lesser gods usually, though I'm sure you've realized there's always exceptions. He was including himself in that, of course, letting me know he wasn't a lesser god without saying it. Something crucial occurred to me. When I'd spoken to the Allfather at the Shrine of Elevation, his message text had been capitalized. The same held true for my initial venture into this place, after the meteor, and when I'd awoken the Ordinator Summoner variant. It was just a guess, but a grounded one. The Allfather had been my proctor the first time around, and continued to directly oversee anything to do with my advancement as an Ordinator. How do we proceed? I asked. You're not going to ask who I am. Plead for me to keep your secret. The vein above my brow would have popped out if I had a forehead to speak of. First, I'm assuming if you wanted me to know who you were, you would have told me. Your associates, ew, I sighed, the other gods, haven't been shy when it came to introductions. Figured that came with the territory. Secondly, I'm pretty sure you want something. Nikta emphasized that I'm marked. I'm assuming when she told you about me, even though I really wish she hadn't, she did so with confidence you'd keep it to yourself. Not that I have any clue what any of you actually want, or expect for this to be my last deific house call. Almost, but you've got something backward. Smiley face emoji. The symbol appeared on its own, floating toward me in the void before dissipating to nothing. Something flashed through my mind. An image in the hotel lobby of the same symbol emblazoned on a metal backplate behind the reception desk. Nikta didn't tell you about me. You told her. Sigh. I was going to give you something really nasty if you missed the connection. Pity. Oh well, on to business. Business? I'm your consecrator. This position is generally far below me, but I'm not completely irresponsible. I volunteered to get into this space. So it's time to do the work. While the entity talked to itself, I spoke again. Are you willing to tell me anything about the game? Or my brother's class? The text paused. Of course not. That would violate the consecrator's vow. I sighed, figured. It would be completely unprofessional if I told a supplicant, for example, that a person they asked me about has backing from an individual that scares the absolute hell out of me. And that's saying something. A cold chill went through me. And if you were being so unspeakably unprofessional, what would you advise the supplicant to do with this information? Tread carefully. Honestly, they'd be better off disowning them and losing their contact card. You can always get another brother. Everyone's doing it these days. Behind the babbling text, I sensed a grain of truth. It was dubious. This entity wasn't my friend, and had already admitted they weren't above lying for their own amusement, but the already significant concern I felt for Ellison had grown exponentially. No. Minor? They were going to present minor as one of your options. Blech. I mean, I'm not opposed to a resource-gathering class. Well, I am. God. So boring. No imagination there. What do they have in the restricted? Oh, this isn't. Oh, hey.
Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. A wall of laughter scrolled, long and excessive. If I had a body, there was no question I'd be in cold sweats right about now. When the text returned, it was all business.
Let's begin. Are you a raven or a hawk?
I hesitated. On the surface, it looked the same as the sheep and wolf question from the first go-around, only it wasn't. Hawks were generally fiercely solitary and territorial. By contrast, ravens weren't nearly as passive as sheep. They weren't necessarily birds of prey, but in addition to scavenging, they did hunt. Sometimes alone, sometimes cooperatively, and their cleverness was well documented. Raven.
Should judicial action aim for punishment or reformation?
Good, a softball. There was a common undercurrent of thought that more severe penalties worked as a deterrent for criminals. If I remembered correctly, this wasn't the case. Surprisingly, it did almost nothing to reduce recidivism either. It just made people more likely to commit additional crimes to cover it up. If the penalty for robbing someone is already horrific, you're much better off killing them after to reduce the chances of being caught. Reformation.
Far in the future, a man is in a terrible car accident. Along with several crushed organs, his arms and legs are pulverized beyond repair. After the initial surgeries, the doctors discover old fragments from the accident scattered throughout the man's body have infected the surrounding muscles and skin. They replace the damaged limbs with cybernetics and grafted skin, and regrow the muscle with a mix of stem and animal cells. Now, given the extent of his injuries and invasiveness of the replacements, is this still the same man? I wanted to roll my eyes. Really? We're doing Theseus? Invalid answer. Please try again.
Another philosophical problem with a twist. The unaltered version didn't refer to man at all, rather, whether a ship that had all its components replaced over time was the same ship. There wasn't a correct answer to the paradox. This version was further complicated because the question made no reference to the man's brain. No notable damage or otherwise. And with the brain being key to who we are, it was entirely valid to argue he was the same. I changed my answer at the last moment. No, he's not the same.
Why?
Your answer is locked in. This is just to satiate my curiosity. It was a struggle to put it into words. My reasoning has nothing to do with the replacements from the surgery, and there's no mention of brain damage. But his mind won't be the same. Trauma and hardship always catalyze change, good or bad. And after an accident of that severity, grieving over what he lost and undergoing treatments and exhaustive physical therapy, I can't imagine anyone would come out unaltered.
Interesting. Well, this will be fun. Our time's up, Ordinator. See you in the betting pool.
Before I could respond, the darkness faded, and I jolted upright in bed.
System message. Congratulations, you have awakened the Aries cluster. Between the confluence of your answers in the null and your titles, you have unlocked a secondary class. System notification. You have unlocked King's Ranger as a secondary class. Do you wish to proceed? Chapter 126. The sun bathed my bedroom in orange hues as I reviewed the options for King's Ranger. I tried to focus on the positives. It appeared to be a mostly ranged class. As a secondary, it integrated cleanly with Ordinator and was tied to my true level, which meant I didn't have to worry about it lagging behind in level like my page class. It was usable as an additional identity if I wanted to go that route. There were options that served as shortcuts for mastering other weapons, which solved my problem of constantly falling back on a crossbow. All things considered, it really could have been worse. Still, I kept coming back to the same repetitive thought. Nikta's friend was an asshole. Unlike both the Ordinator and Page class, King's Ranger personified the one element I'd wanted to avoid from the start. It was flashy as hell. There were trick shots, massive attacks that drained almost all mana to utilize, even some options for drawing aggression. More problematic was that the name wasn't for show. King's Ranger. Emphasis on king. There were feats like fealty, that gave bonuses to acting on the king's orders. Steadfast granted a massive power boost for coming to their defense.
The potential connection to that court the suits were pursuing wasn't lost on me. I supposed it helped to some extent in terms of providing an additional cover. It would be easy to spin as an alternate reason for seeking the suits out, but I didn't like the idea of being beholden to anyone, especially when I had no idea who they were. With luck, the class being my secondary would diminish whatever pull the king might have with his entourage. There were 2 acquisitions that came with the class: bow journeyman and acclamation, a skill and feat, respectively. Because of the nature of hand crossbows and the clunkiness of their larger counterparts, I'd been limited on range from the start. It was possible to inflict serious damage at considerable range with probability cascade and its counterpart, but it was unreliable by definition as a method of attack. Being able to pepper targets at range, while my summons ran interference, then swapped my crossbow for anything that broke mid-range range, was far closer to ideal than the way I'd been haphazardly throwing myself into fights. It would help differentiate me in social settings as well. Using the same weapons regardless of identity was going to bite me in the ass eventually. If I wanted to distance Matt the Page from the Mirrodin persona, it would be easy enough to have the bow as Matt's primary weapon. Bow and saber for Matt, knives and crossbows for Mirrodin. Acclamation was a little more questionable in terms of benefit. According to the description, it buffed navigation and mobility in familiar environments. I'd lived in or adjacent to cities all my life, so I was most likely to see that benefit in urban environments, which was a serious boon if the skill itself wasn't a joke. No way to know until I tested it. All that in mind, I used all but one of my feat points to purchase Bow Adept, which upgraded the Bow Journeyman skill. It was the first time I'd seen a feat directly affect a skill. I couldn't help but wonder if this was the sort of flexibility the direct combat-oriented classes had access to from the start. I glanced at the time. Just past 7. As antsy as I was to talk to Ellison, waking him up and dragging him off somewhere was the perfect way to start this off wrong. I just needed to be patient. With that in mind, I bought a small training bow and a padded target.
Kinsley, negotiations are going well. People have been noticing how quickly we're building. Got a few merchants from that group of fuckers I mentioned. Not sure what made the difference, but you were right. Walking away from the table made a difference. Tired as hell. Gonna be dead to the world for a while, so VC if there's an emergency.
Still working her ass off. No surprise there. Mom.
I've been monitoring the intranet. Expected a million things to pop up after the market went live and people figured out how to access it, but there's almost nothing. There was something interesting, though. A partially made site that, I think, was meant to be a replacement for SMS after the cell towers went down. Guessing they abandoned it when the system-integrated messaging went live. Mom, it gave me an idea. What if we set up a discussion board? We could have sub-forums for crafting, dungeon sightings, people looking for groups, and user abilities and theory crafting. It won't take too long to make. I cocked my head, considering the possibility. It was an excellent idea. Not to mention it would give Mom a project to work on to distract herself, decreasing the chances of a backslide. The problem was the potential for misuse. Scams, misinformation, or worse. A streamlined method for necromancers or similarly incentivized users to lure others into a trap. Matt. Sounds solid. Just wait to go live with it until we have safeguards in place. My last unread message was from Say. It had come in later than the others, close to 4 in the morning. Say, is there anything I can do to help? I wasn't certain how to answer. The purely pragmatic answer was no. Given what she'd been through and what she was dealing with, any help she could offer was likely to be unreliable at best. But she'd never struck me as particularly proactive before. When we'd formed our short-lived party, Say seemed happy to let Nick and Ginny operate as co-leaders and went with the flow of whatever was put before her, which made this departure from the norm concerning. Matt. Plenty. What would you like to do? I winced after sending it, hoping she wouldn't notice the flagrant attempt to stall. Our main hurdle was her inability to go out, well, pretty much anywhere. There was a very real possibility that anyone who saw Say would misidentify her as a monster and act, or rather, overreact accordingly. After a few more moments, I reached out to Iris. Matt, hey,
I know you're still getting a grip on your power, and your plate is already full, so feel free to disregard if you don't have the time. That being said, my friend Say is in a bad spot. You're not stupid. I know you probably realized that what she said about her armor being a dungeon drop wasn't true. Good job taking that in stride, by the way. Anyway, what we need is some way of making it look more like armor. It doesn't have to be functional, though that would be a future goal. A notification pinged, notifying me that the bow and target had arrived. I eased myself out of the bed and into the wheelchair to place the target on the far side of the room, next to the walk-in closet. I took a position across from it and took a few minutes to study the bow. It wasn't particularly sturdy and had a light pull, which was fine. It was meant for training, after all. I nocked an arrow, noticing how smoothly it locked into place, and, taking in a quick breath, drew the string to my chin and released. The arrow whizzed through the air, landing with a thump in the third ring of the target. Interesting. Unsparing Fang had taken an adjustment period to get used to, and even now there were still times it felt unnatural and unwieldy. Every time I used a crossbow had me wishing for a Glock instead. But with Bow Adept, my movements were instinctive and intuitive, like I'd been doing it all my life. The result wasn't perfect, however. I took a few more practice shots and realized the problem. Horizontally, the arrows were well centered. My issue was vertical. I was compensating too much for drop, still adjusting for distance like I was using a crossbow. Keeping that at the forefront of my mind, I tried again. One arrow landed in a perfect bullseye. Encouraged, I tried to replicate it and failed. Still, every shot I fired after landed in a tight grouping within the center ring. It'd take some work, especially when I added more range into the mix, the entire reason I was considering a bow. I tore myself away from it after an hour of practice. Ellison had a strict internal clock that woke him at 8 every morning, regardless of how much sleep he'd had. It was well past that now, and he still hadn't responded. He was either avoiding me or wanted me to come to him. Fine, if that's how he wanted to play it. I opened the door to find Iris swaying on her feet outside the guest room door, rubbing sleep out of her eyes. She was still wearing the same clothes from the previous day. "Where's your brother?" I asked.
"Woke me when he left."
Iris yawned.
"Said he was gonna go talk to Kinsley about something."
This early? I clamped down on the beginnings of alarm and fired a message to Kinsley, checking to see if Ellison was there. The anxiety grew more significant when she didn't answer immediately. Maybe Ellison had fed Iris a line of bullshit and Kinsley was still asleep, but I wasn't willing to leave it up to chance. Kinsley was my Achilles, the foundation of everything we were building and working toward. Few people knew that, but with his involvement up to this point, Ellison could easily put it together. If he was working to undercut me, he would absolutely start with Kinsley. The gruesome aftermath from the cathedral played on repeat in my mind. "Gotta go. You need anything?" Iris shook her head, stifling another yawn.
"Nah, just gonna talk to Say."
Damn it. If it wasn't for the Ellison issue, I'd ease Iris into this. Frame it so Say understood what we were trying to do. Still, out of all of us, Iris was the most empathetic, which was probably why she'd moved my request to the top of her list. I just have to trust her. Thanks, kiddo. Iris knocked on Say's door as I passed her, exiting the penthouse into the hallway. Chapter 127. My panic faded somewhat as I reached Kinsley's door. There was music playing within, barely audible with the soundproofing, and the scent of cooking reached my nose. That was strange. As far as I knew, neither Ellison nor Kinsley were any good in the kitchen. Ellison was terrified to even toast his sandwiches after an incident where he almost set the apartment on fire. I banged on the door. When there was no answer, I banged again. The electric deadbolt unlatched, and a smiling, dark-skinned woman opened the door. I blinked. Abuelita? Estrada lightly swatted at me.
"For the last time, Matthias, I'm not that old."
What's the historical justification for hitting a guy in a wheelchair again? I straightened my hair, watching her with amusement. My once professor looked different.
closer to how I remembered her from our office hours when she was still teaching. Chiton. Estrada shook her head. Whatever I'd been expecting to find, it certainly wasn't this. What are you doing here? Before she could answer, Kinsley yelled from deep in the apartment. Is that Matt? Estrada twisted in place to answer. Yes. Good. Maybe he can help solve this clusterfuck. Doubt it. Another voice. My brother. Swearing, niña, Estrada challenged loudly. In all the time I'd known her, I'd never heard her raise her voice. Sorry. Kinsley sounded genuinely chagrined, which was even stranger. Well, from the sound of it, Ellison hadn't done anything drastic. I'd been so prepared for the worst that dealing with anything else felt like a relief. What's happening? I asked in a low voice as Estrada let me in. I'm cooking, and your brother and Kinsley are negotiating. Before I could ask the obvious question, I saw them. Ellison and Kinsley were sitting across from each other. Ellison looked irritated. What really took me back was Kinsley. Her typical grumpy disposition was gone, replaced with a dead-eyed stare and neutral expression. Bringing him into this isn't going to help, Ellison sighed. I can't know what's going to help if you don't tell me what you want. Kinsley steepled her fingers under her chin. You can't give me what I want. I scanned the room, considering how to approach this. They'd clearly reached an impasse. Jumping directly in just after arriving would make Ellison feel cornered, like we were ganging up on him. Miss my message? I asked Kinsley. She glanced at me and sighed. Kind of in the middle of something? I noticed Estrada's family photo on the table. When I glanced toward the kitchen, she was still milling about, steam rising above the stove. Estrada's living with you? How did that happen? Oh. Kinsley lost the dead-eyed expression for a moment, suddenly nervous. Guess you haven't looked at the roster lately. Before shit hit the fan, I may have told her a little bit about my situation, and she basically gave me a crash course in economics. Pretty much became a consultant in everything but name, so it was only fair to make it official. Estrada's in the Merchants Guild now. Irritating as it was that she hadn't consulted me on that decision, it was probably the right call. Since it seemed more and more likely we were consolidating here, I'd want Estrada in our region anyway. Granted, I would have tried to do it less directly and kept her insulated and uninvolved with the guild, but I appreciated that Kinsley had recognized her value and put her on the payroll. See? Ellison leaned back on his hands, smirking. The Merchants Guild is growing by the day. You can handle losing one person. It's not like I'm helping anyway. Kinsley's dead-eyed expression snapped back into place. She focused on Ellison, unblinking. Yes, I don't need you, and the Merchants Guild would survive your absence. That doesn't mean I don't want you in it. You're a founding member. More than that, you think fast on your feet, and the information you gathered at the open forum formed the foundation for the alliances we're building today, which is why I'm willing to revisit your contract and adjust it, within reason. If you want more to do, I'm willing to work with you on that as well. Things are entirely different than they were a week ago. Not being able to contribute now means nothing when the world could flip itself on its head tomorrow. I couldn't help but be impressed with how much Kinsley had improved. There was no trace of the desperation that plagued her during our negotiation for the dungeon key. On an average person, hell, even a shrewd person, it would have worked. But I knew from years of experience that you couldn't take a hardline approach with Ellison. He'd just egg you on and stop taking the conversation seriously. Right on cue, Ellison scratched his chin. But if the state of things is so volatile, what if the world flips itself back? I'll just be useless again. Kinsley's cheeks reddened. Look, I'm going to save you a lot of air. Nothing you say will convince me. There's no magic words that will suddenly make me want to stay. There's nothing you can offer me. We're done, kid. Ellison leered. The taunt worked. Kinsley puffed herself up, about to bite down on the kid comment, which was undoubtedly what Ellison wanted. Enough. I looked between them. Neither met my gaze. Ellison? Let's take a walk. Roll, you mean? Ellison tried. I ignored it. Come on, I want breakfast. Sam's, the restaurant that branched off from the lobby downstairs, was apparently a spin-off of Nick and Sam's, an upscale steakhouse in downtown.
I'd never been, but it had enough of a reputation that I'd been hearing about it for as long as I could remember. Sam's seemed to have largely copied the original's aesthetic. The expansive dining area was bordered with a barrage of modern art with price tags in the thousands. Above us, the ceiling curved upward, opening in a large circle where a crystal chandelier hung as the only source of light. Most people came here for lunch or dinner. It wasn't really a breakfast place, though the menu could have convinced anyone to the contrary. Allison stared at me, daring me to say something, probably looking for an excuse to bow out early. With moderate effort, I held my silence.
"This is riveting, really," Allison tried.
I said nothing. The sounds of the kitchen and the couple whispering in the corner booth were the only noise present. Allison ordered bananas Foster Belgian waffles. I wanted eggs, but after my daily dose of recovery potion, I wasn't sure I trusted my stomach to handle an omelet, let alone an omelet with duck confit, whatever the hell that was. Our waitress, a blonde woman with kind eyes, recommended their breakfast soufflé. Again, I had no idea what to expect, but she seemed to think it would satisfy my egg request. When our orders came, Allison's was precisely what it said on the tin: Belgian waffles with fancy quartered bananas. Then the waitress slid my plate in front of me. And all I could think was how it looked like a giant yellow cupcake, sans frosting. Allison clapped a hand over his mouth. I thanked the waitress. He waited until she walked away to burst into laughter.
"What?" "Your reaction. You looked genuinely stumped."
I tilted the plate up toward him wryly, noting how it wobbled. This look like eggs to you?
"No." Allison wiped his eyes. "What even is that?"
Unable to help myself, I poked it with my fork. It's, bouncy? My brother doubled over with laughter. For a moment, the jaded person I'd grown accustomed to faded away. I remembered teaching him how to ride a bike, how determined he'd been to make it happen on his own, despite falling over and over again. I remembered our nights of talking about pointless shit, like Marvel movies and anime power rankings. At some point along the line, we'd lost that, and I couldn't for the life of me remember when. Silence returned as we dug into our breakfast. It turned out the waitress had picked perfectly. The soufflé was definitely made of eggs, but it felt fluffier and lighter somehow. The other ingredients were bits of sun-dried tomato and herbs. With a lack of strain on my stomach, I devoured it, completely unaware of how hungry I was. I leaned back slowly, fully sated, and studied my brother. He'd torn through his waffles just as quickly. Did you ever think we'd be here? Allison set his fork down.
Trapped in a dome indefinitely, surrounded by people with powers?
Not that, I mean, eating at a place like this.
Oh, God, for as long as I can remember, Burger King was luxury. Kind of hard to imagine a life beyond white bread sandwiches and pizza pockets, to be honest, Allison said, studying the remains of his plate.
Then he looked up.
Did you?
Not really. I hesitated. Not for a long time, anyway. With your ages, the timeline didn't really track. As it was, I'd have to land one hell of a job to supplement you and Iris's college funds. I looked around again. Maybe after. Once we all made it through, we could come to places like this. Allison scooted the lone banana around his plate.
You are being tactically vulnerable, hoping a healthy dose of nostalgia will change my mind.
I know I can't change your mind. He stuck the fork at me.
Then what's the point of this?
I wanted to eat breakfast with my brother. And, I guess, I want to know why.
Why what?
Why you're doing this now. I shook my head. Sure, we clash, and there have been times when I've been too heavy-handed or shot down your ideas. But I've always had your best interests at heart. Always encouraged you to explore and discover what drives you, despite our circumstances.
You have? Allison nodded slowly.
The agreement threw me. I'd expected him to immediately push back. What I can't understand is the timing. We built something, all of us, you, me, Iris, even Mom. And now that it's all coming together, you want out. Why? For a moment I thought Allison might leave, push back his chair and walk out the door, never to be seen again.
Instead, he relaxed, shifting in his seat.
Do you remember when I got suspended?
Vaguely.
Really?
He raised an eyebrow,
Because it's one of my most vivid memories. Right up there with the trial and the funeral.
I got busted for letting a friend mooch off me during a midterm. He got a failing grade, and I got suspended for a week.
Do you remember what you said to me?
I did, but I wanted to hear what he remembered.
That was a long time ago.
Ellison smiled to himself.
I thought you'd be furious.
You weren't even angry that I'd let a friend cheat. Just disappointed that I'd taken the risk. After that, you told me I should always put myself first. Always.
That's a weird thing for a kid to hear, you know?
Totally counter to everything we're taught. Sharing, compassion, rainbows, and fucking butterflies. The first shred of guilt I'd felt in years lanced through me. Surviving was day-to-day back then. Ellison held up a hand.
I'm not contesting that. Anyway, because it was so uncommon, the advice fascinated me. I cautiously took it to heart, and after a while realized you were right. Nothing in the real world reflected the lessons Dad taught us. People who share get taken advantage of. Compassion is just a tool others use to feel better about themselves. Dad couldn't possibly know what was in store. He lied to us. Ellison's distant gaze slid to me. And so did you. The longer I watched you, the harder I clung to your philosophy, the more I realized it. You're a hypocrite, Matt. And after I realized that, it was all I could see. The tear in the projector screen, and the more I saw it, the more I started to hate you.
I fell deep into born nihilist and banished emotion, letting the words wash over me.
That doesn't make any sense.
Ellison shook his head.
First, you put your life on the line to save a region that has nothing to do with us. Then you woke up, beat to hell and in a wheelchair, and the first thing you do, bring some broken girl home. She can't even leave her room, and when she does, it's like she's scared the walls will swallow her. There's no endgame in it. You just did it because she was your friend or something. And those are just the most recent examples. You've never practiced what you preach.
I bowed my head low.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Ellison threw his hands in the air.
Maybe I don't.
Could be this is all part of Matt's master plan, but if that's true, it's yet another example of you keeping me in the dark. I'm done. What about your sister? Mom, are you done with them too? For the first time, Ellison hesitated. It lasted a fraction of a second, but it was there.
Yeah, I am. Until recently, Mom's been nothing more than a burden. Iris is too naive.
It was obvious what he was doing now. He was angling for a clean break, one so severe it could never be mended. I held my head up and looked at him. Really looked. He squirmed under my gaze. I know you're trying to twist the knife, make this conversation irreversible. It's not. We can go back, Ellison. To before we sat down at this table, before you asked Kinsley to void your contract. It'll be like nothing ever happened. I'll bury it. Ellison put a hand to his mouth, then slowly lowered it down to the table.
That's not an option, Matt.
My eyes stung. I didn't want to do this, but I had to know. You know what bothers me? About your whole philosophy? The philosophy you say I gave you, and maybe I did, I don't know.
What now?
I seethed. If I was out there during the transposition, if I was a user, I would have run myself ragged trying to protect all of you. There's nothing that could have stopped me from fighting. No cost too high. Maybe that makes me a hypocrite, but who gives a fuck? It's a hill I'd be happy to die on. But you? I glared at him. Someone following the path you're on? I get the feeling they wouldn't raise a fucking finger to help anyone, family included. They'd still go out there, of course, to get theirs. But that's all that fucking matters, right? If he had no idea what I was talking about, it would have sounded like hypothetical raving. But the truth was written all over his face. A wave of rage that surged from somewhere, shattering his apathy. There it was.
final confirmation Ellison was a user. For a moment, I thought he might leap over the table and strangle me.
"Ready for the—"
I jolted at the sound of our waitress's voice. She looked between the two of us, her eyes wide.
"I'll come back."
It's fine. I took the bill and flipped it open. It looked remarkably similar to Kinsley's original invoices before we'd ironed out the store. I signed my name and left a tip. There was a squiggle of text on the upper right-hand side of the receipt. I focused on it. Tara Strickland. Why'd she write down her name?
Probably for you to add her as a friend.
But why? Ellison gave me a dry look, then pointed to where the waitress had dotted the I in Strickland with a heart.
She likes you, idiot. You probably saved her cat or grandma or something.
Oh. Now I could never come back here.
I'm guessing you want me gone, Ellison said.
He turned sideways in his seat to stare at the nearby wall, his veneer of apathy completely reformed. I shook my head. You're my brother, Ellison. That hasn't changed. Go talk to Kinsley. She's cooled down by now. She'll find you a place somewhere in the building.
Some distance would probably be better. It'd be awkward if I keep running into you all after this.
He made a vague gesture between us. I'll let her know.
Great, good.
I couldn't bring myself to look at him.
For once, I need you to take what I'm saying at face value. This isn't a gambit or bait or a guilt trip. Whatever angle you're working, I genuinely hope it goes well for you. But if you get in too deep, you can always call me. I will always be here for you. The door never closes. Just stop. Ellison pushed his chair out and stood. Hell, you should be celebrating. I'm finally out of your hair.
With that, he shoved his hands in his pockets and walked away. I waited there for a long time after he left. Chapter 128. Ellison made his choice. He's an enemy now, same as the rest. I shook my head. That was wrong. Not only was Ellison young, he'd just been through one of the biggest societal upheavals in the last century, if not the biggest. Anyone would be confused. Re-evaluating what you once held as fact and using that as foundation for challenging old thinking was a natural part of learning. Even if that's true, it doesn't excuse what he did. You can say with relative confidence that he was the user at the cathedral, yet no noteworthy contributions to the receptacle before you made your last drop, right before the buzzer. He had every intention of letting you all die. There had to be a reason. Something I was overlooking. Considering how he was already halfway out the door before we'd talked, I'd avoided confronting Ellison in his user status directly, reasoning it would only push him further away. As it was, that was only a partial success. My brother had chosen to remain in the building, unready to strike out on his own yet. Still, that was probably temporary. Ellison ignored both nuance and context and latched onto the most selfish, self-serving aspect of what you taught him and ran with it. Then he followed it to its logical conclusion, with no budgeting for wiggle room or gray areas. You've spent plenty of time ruminating on the far-reaching aspects of your philosophy. You know exactly where it leads. Shut up, I hissed, laying back on the couch and placing a hand on my forehead. There was no one left to witness my frustration. It had taken a large chunk of the morning and afternoon to get my family settled. As expected, Iris and Mom had opted to live together. I'd spoken to them separately to ensure that was what they both wanted. They were still taking up 2 apartments at the end of the hall. Iris was using the adjacent room for a future workshop. According to Kinsley, Ellison chose an apartment on the 7th floor, content with the trade-off of reduced square footage in favor of distance. The only place we were likely to run into each other now was the lobby. Maybe that's for the best. If you need to deal with him, it'll be easier. Shut up! I shouted at no one in particular, then immediately felt stupid. Say was still in the guest room. Iris said their initial meeting was productive, giving her plenty of ideas for how to improve Say's situation. But I hadn't seen Say herself since yesterday. Born Nihilist could go fuck itself. Even if I wasn't overlooking anything and the reality was exactly as it appeared,
There was no reality where I dealt with Ellison preemptively. Perhaps he wasn't an ally anymore, but he was still my brother. The only way I'd ever consider that line of thought was if he posed a clear and direct threat to the rest of my family. As it was, he was just selfish. And frankly, not nearly as rational and pragmatic as he believed himself to be. There were plenty of holes in what he was putting forward. If he was truly that cold and calculating, what he'd done made little sense. Even if the situation was the worst case and he was actively working against us, the smarter move would have been to ingratiate himself with both the Merchants and Adventurers Guild. He was already positioned for it, which made the justification to shut himself off from the resources of both over notions of philosophy, hypocrisy, and pride a borderline idiotic call. And whatever else he was, my brother wasn't stupid. Either it was an emotional decision, or there was another reason. Tired of spinning my wheels and coming up empty, I glanced over to the pile of boxes next to the door. I'd been explicitly forbidden from helping with the moving process. Instead, Kinsley sent some of her mercenaries over to help Mom and Iris pack up the apartment, and they had stopped by afterward to drop off most of the things from my room. With a sigh, I started going through the boxes. One was mostly clothes. I didn't have a lot of variety when it came to wardrobe. Generally, jeans, unbranded t-shirts, and hoodies. As I unpacked, my mind began to wander in another direction. King's Ranger wasn't exactly an ideal fit, even beyond the fact that it implied the king was a real user who would potentially hold sway over me. The immediate issue was one of stats. From the feats I'd reviewed, it prioritized agility, strength, and intelligence in that order. It would have been worse if Nicta's ally had assigned me a class with strength as the primary focus, like a variant of knight or barbarian. But current circumstances still called for reevaluating my leveling strategy if I intended to use a bow at long distance. Heavy draw weight was crucial to both range and penetration. At my current strength, I could probably manage to draw and fire an average compound bow, but the bows I've seen both in Kinsley's store and in the wild were exclusively recurve. Even the training bow I bought took significantly more effort to draw than I expected. It went without saying that the higher quality, harder-hitting bows would likely have a strength prerequisite along with agility. Which rankled. If Ordinator was better rounded, I would have no issue using King's Ranger like I'd been using Page, cherry-picking feats with no requirements that augmented and iterated on my current fighting style and ignoring anything that was tertiary or unsuited, an additional pool to draw from when it suited me. But if the Overseer was to be believed, the Ordinator class wouldn't reach its full potential until far later, which made it necessary to lean on King's Ranger in the interim. Why couldn't it be a mage class? Anything with magic focus would have taken care of my range issues. I could have kept leveling intelligence as my primary stat. Thanks to my experience in the Null, I was going to have to find a way to work around the conflicting goals of two classes that didn't work particularly well together. I opened another box and found it stacked to the top with test prep and study materials. Most of the notebooks were full of half-awake scribblings and bullet points, only a few of them blank or partially filled. I kept the mostly blank notebooks and tossed the others, along with my prep book. It felt strange discarding items I'd once valued so highly, but there was no point in keeping relics of a bygone era. They served no purpose now. There was a high-pitched series of clinks, like marbles mashing together. I reached below the textbooks, searching for the source, and pulled out a brown drawstring bag. It was full of multi-sided dice, all the same variation of dark blue, black, and red. My thoughts immediately went to Daphne, our afternoons of 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons that eventually came to a bitter end. If all went well with the suits, I'd be seeing her soon. Strange to think about. I withdrew a crimson 20-sided die with silver lettering. Back when I'd played regularly, it was always the dice I used for overly difficult skill checks or perilous combat situations. Daff called it the "oh shit" dice, and made a point of calling it out every time I fished it out of the bag. It wasn't superstition exactly. The reason the dice seemed to roll better than the rest was simple. The sample size of a few rolls per session was too small. If I rolled it enough, it'd roll the same as any other dice. Still, after a few sessions, I'd subconsciously started to rely on it. As I fiddled with the dice, rolling it around in my palm, something occurred to me. Probability spiral increased the chances of a certain variable working in my favor. It was a reliable way of creating windows of opportunity and using the surrounding environment to get an edge, and creating unexpected obstacles for any opponent. Without fully realizing it, I'd been using probability cascade the same way I learned to use its predecessor, casting it once in hopes of achieving a specific result. The description was too vague, but the name itself, cascade in lieu of spiral, seemed to imply something more. I held up the dice and studied it. I'd started with something simple to rule out what the skill was capable of. Give me a 20. Taking a breath, I emptied my mind and began to lower the dice toward my kitchen counter with the silver one facing up. This was the control test. If I didn't drop it and set it firmly on the counter, it shouldn't be possible to achieve the goal I wanted. Better to rule out the impossible first before I started testing in earnest. "What you doing, Helpline?" Say asked. I jumped in my seat, sending the dice flying. Say had crossed into the kitchen to talk to me. She'd spoken just before entering awareness's range and made absolutely no sound before that. The shower and night's rest had gone a long way toward improving her bedraggled appearance, though the red compound eyes were still off-putting. Say reached up and caught the dice out of the air without turning her head, then placed it back on the table and slid it across the counter. I caught it beneath my hand, my brow immediately furrowing at the timing. No fucking way. Slowly, I removed my hand and revealed a silver 20. That shouldn't have worked. Too many moving parts, and I had no idea Say was there. The only time I ever tried something remotely similar, it nearly knocked me out, and all the arrow had to do was hit the target, not land in a highly specific manner. Nice. Say raised an eyebrow. Can we retroactively say I was rolling to talk you into raising the thermostat? I bit back a catty response on the table etiquette of calling out what you were rolling for before you actually rolled, and used the penthouse remote to bump the temperature 5 degrees higher. Done. No banter? Say's face fell. Please tell me you're not abstaining from your usual assholery out of pity. I shook my head. Nope, I'm abstaining from assholery because I want something. Oh, well. I did come out here to try to make myself useful, especially considering everything you're doing for me. Iris is far too nice, by the way. Guess I'm game. Say shrugged, and her eyes narrowed. As long as it's not too weird. I thought about it. As an exception to my remain unidentified as an ordinator clause. Kinsley would have been ideal, but she was busy, and I relied on her too much as it was. As the only standing member of my original group, Say already knew my cover story of receiving user status after the transposition event was bullshit, and that in truth, I'd been a user long before that. And from the footage the Overseer had shown, ordinators varied drastically. Even factoring for the possibility that more information came out, it was unlikely she'd be able to connect the dots. There were too many classes and abilities to make that logical jump. Still, I'd need to be careful. Matt? Say tried again. I made a decision and stuck the dice bag in my pocket. Come on. Grab a notepad and pen from the box. Chapter 129. Before I explained anything, I wanted to make sure I could back it up. I called Dr. Ansari first and asked if it was all right to use minor abilities. Ordinator's Guile significantly reduced the amount of mana required to use anything on the probability tree, so I figured it wouldn't hurt. She muttered something disparaging, but eventually relented after I promised to do nothing physically taxing, stop if I got short of breath, and agreed with her requirement to stay in the damn wheelchair. When I asked if there were any early indications beyond shortness of breath to look for, the response was, sudden unspeakable pain followed by loss of consciousness. After that, she hung up. Dr. Ansari really didn't like me. We sat around the coffee table. Say listened as I described Ranger's fortune, outlining probability cascade as clearly as I could without calling it by name. She clearly didn't believe me at first. I understood why. As paradoxical as it seemed, magic required little faith. Most of it was obvious, the cause and effect easily apparent. What I was describing was far more abstract. We've all been under a lot of stress, Helpline, Say said, cutting my explanation off, and with the system throwing all these fantasy elements and powers into the mix. You think I'm losing it, I said dryly. I didn't say that, Say answered quickly, glancing away. But weren't vivid dreams one of the side effects of the recovery potions you're taking? I'd warned Say earlier because I didn't want her to panic if she heard me screaming. Still, I could understand why that was working against me now. Pick a number between 1 and 20. She raised an eyebrow. Between? So I can't pick 1 or 20? I shrugged. Whatever you want, just figured you'd want to go for something less common. Fine, 13, she said. I held up the 20-sided dice and prepared to roll, picturing the number in my mind. Wait. She took the drawstring bag and pulled out a black 20-sided die. It matched the unnaturally dark chitin that covered most of her body. Use this instead. Why? I was curious to hear her reasoning. I instinctively picked a number without really thinking about it. It's possible you forced that choice somehow, subtly suggested it. That was surprisingly paranoid coming from her. You think I'd do that? I asked. No, dumbass, Say rolled her eyes. If the point is to prove something, it helps to eliminate any doubts I might have before we start. Fair enough. I took the dice from her hand and paused, glancing over conspiratorially. What if that's the loaded dice and I arranged it this way because I knew you'd request a substitution? Say gave me an even stare. Don't be a dick. Fine. I pictured the result I wanted. Unlike before, I actually rolled the dice, giving my power plenty of time to work. It came to a stop, spinning on a corner before it came up on 13. Say blinked. Okay. Kinda creepy, but still possible. With a smirk, I rolled the dice again. And again. On the third result, Say stopped me and rolled the dice herself. When she came up with a 7 and 1, she glared at me as if I'd sabotaged her somehow. I'm still swapping your dice. That's fine. She pulled 3 20-sided dice with different coloring from the bag and handed them to me. Go again. She meant for me to roll them one at a time. I had something a little different in mind. So far, I hadn't strained myself at all. I could afford to push a little more. Focusing in, I imagined the result. While red and blue dice would land normally on the table, the gray dice would settle on one and skitter toward her. Whether she caught it or fell to the carpet, it would still land on the desired number. This was the first time I tried for a split result, contingent on what might happen. The blue and red dice landed together, jettisoning the gray dice towards Say. Say caught it in a chitin fist. Redo? I shook my head. No need. She opened her hand and drew in a breath. She looked up and muttered, as if calculating something. Not sure what the exact chances of that are, but 1 in 64 million, Say grinned. If life ever goes back to normal, Helpline, we are so going to the horse races. Testing took most of the day. Say seemed genuinely excited about the possibilities of my power and helped think up ways to test its limits. I described the many ways I'd used probability spiral, couched as hypotheticals, and Say shook her head. You know what your problem is? Say asked. Which one? Lack of creativity. She fell back on the recliner, snapping her notebook shut. Obviously, you've got a lot going for you with this. The potential is borderline bullshit, but you're too practical. Tripping, fucking with car engines, interrupting attacks, it's so one note. She made a winding motion with her hand, like you're so obsessed with getting from point A to point B, you automatically pick the most efficient route. Isn't that ideal? I cocked my head. If you want people to figure your shit out, sure. I stayed very still. She gave me a frustrated look. It's not hard to put together. One of the first things Nick told us about you was that you're very private and tend to hold your cards close to the chest. So far, that's accurate. I don't care why you were lying to the others about being an NPC before the transposition. That's none of my business, though I'll admit I am curious. But it goes without saying that you wouldn't want other people to know about this power. She studied her hands, and her expression further soured. Since that first scuffle, I've wanted a rematch. I've thought about how to fight you, and knowing you have this ability thoroughly changes any strategy I had. Of course you'd want to hide it. Feeling like we were drifting into uncomfortable territory, I asked a leading question. What did you mean, people figuring my shit out? Say held up a finger. 1, you can only screw with someone the same way so many times before they wise up. If I trip once, I'm a clumsy idiot. If I trip twice, consecutively, something's up. She extended a second finger. If I tend to fall all over myself when the same user is around, you bet your ass I'm going to be looking hard in their direction. The same goes for vehicle malfunctions or missing when I know I'd usually hit. I realized Say was touching on a serious blind spot. I had a tendency to fall back on what worked under pressure. Thus far, I'd been relatively anonymous, so employing the same strategies over and over hadn't done much harm. The conflict with the Adventurers Guild and my upcoming infiltration into the suits had made that thoroughly unviable. With enough attention to detail, even if they didn't understand how, it wouldn't be hard for someone to figure out what I was doing and how to mitigate the damage. I'm not confident how to counter that, I admitted. Yeah, Say chewed her lip. I've been racking my brain while we've been testing. Oh? I think it's a question of extremes. Using your powers subtly most of the time, so low-key it's almost impossible to detect. Then, when push comes to shove, and you have to go big, and you have to do something visible, making it look like something else entirely. I leaned forward, resting my chin on my hands. Like another ability. Say grinned, from an entirely different class. Think about it. We're talking about a skill that makes something with 1 in 6 million odds an everyday occurrence. You could confuse the hell out of anyone trying to get a handle on you. Or terrify them. A simple example was telekinesis. Regardless of whether telekinetic magic existed, it would be trivially easy to make people think I had it. I'd been avoiding using gestures ever since I realized they were unnecessary in an attempt to hide my ability. Playing it up instead was an interesting idea, and only the tip of the iceberg. I'd have to dig deep and come up with a portfolio, but there was plenty I could do in theory to imitate elemental magic or advanced melee combat skills. Say's phone beeped. She glanced at it, then at the light fixture above the table. That's time. Want to try the if-thens? Above us, a half-dozen dice were balanced on their edges on the light fixture. The first if-then was my idea. I wanted to see if I could get probability cascade to activate under specific conditions. First, I made the trigger holding a hand beneath the dice for 2 seconds or longer. When that worked for both of us, I specified Say. The dice remained fixed for me, only toppling when Say held out her hand. Next, Say suggested we test how long the command lasted. I cast the ability, trying to keep my mana use even. She placed a die on the fixture roughly every half hour for the last 4 hours. I held up a glass, walking from left to right. One by one, they clinked into the glass, until I reached the last dice, the first we put up. I shook the glass beneath it in case my depth perception was off. I guess that's it. You cannot tell me you're disappointed right now. Say stared at me, slack-jawed. Not exactly. But I'd be happier if there was some way to confirm that the time limit was tied to the ability's level. Its earlier iteration had nothing like this, so there was no way to know for sure. 3.5 hours is fantastic. There's so much you can do with that. Say stood and stretched up to grab the errant dice. The movement lengthened her chitinous body in a manner that looked off somehow. She clenched her fists in excitement. Not to mention, you're not even breaking a sweat. Holy shit! I want to see how this would work in combat. We've got to get back out there. I held my breath, expecting at any moment for her to realize what she said and take it back. Getting the recovery potions down had been brutal, but I was on schedule to finish the second potion tonight, meaning, if she was willing, I could take her to the adaptive dungeon with me. Not to fight the Lithid, of course, considering what Talia said the creature was capable of. That'd be a terrible idea. But maybe to visit the earlier floors to test Say's abilities and ensure I got a level out of it. I had a feeling the dungeon would recalibrate for a party of 2. But that would mean throwing Say into a combat situation she might not be ready for. Is that what you want? I asked. The excitement petered out of her expression, and her hands slowly lowered to her sides. I can't slow down, Helpline. Every time I'm alone and the lights are off, I'm back in the trial. With the whispering walls and that fetid water soaking into me, reliving every mistake over and over. I have to do something. I have to move. That I could relate to, even though the rest of her situation was so far off. I ran through it in my mind, considering the possibility. You realize that's not sustainable. She glanced down. I know, but it's what I need right now. Iris said she'd have something that would work temporarily by late night. I'll be back on my feet tomorrow. If Iris pulls through, keep in mind she's new to this, we'll find a place to spar and see if you're up to it. I stopped mid-sentence as a message rolled in. Kinsley, you watching this? Matt, no. What's happening? Kinsley, get your ass over here. The Overseer's announcement is going live. Matt, on my way. What's up? Say asked. I glanced at her, my expression hardening. We'll talk more later. It's time to see how the assholes behind the scenes are going to spin this. Chapter 130. After double-checking to make sure the hallway was clear, I made my way to Kinsley's apartment. Kinsley let us in, Say trailing behind. In normal circumstances, I would have introduced her to my old teacher, but Estrada was completely focused on the TV, her normal congenial manner nowhere to be found. Instead, she was sitting forward in the recliner, peering at the image with unmitigated focus. On its own, this wasn't completely out of the ordinary. She often acted this way when a student asked a particularly difficult question. The kindly grandmother qualities disappeared when she called on her full intellect. Nina, did you suspend the market for the next hour? Kinsley swiped an invisible screen away. It's done. Put up a down for temporary maintenance message so people didn't freak out. Good. That should ward off at least the initial panic buying.
Can't leave it down for too long, Steinbeck said. He was leaning on the kitchen counter, eyes glued to the TV. If people think their only source of commerce is unreliable, demand will grow exponentially.
I am aware, Estrada snapped. Finally, she seemed to notice us. Her eyes flicked to Say, then immediately back to the TV. Come in, Matthias and company. The monster is showing its face. Say hesitated. She didn't look particularly comfortable, confronted with a new person. I could understand why. Kinsley and Iris were both kids, naturally disarming. She sat down on the far end of the love seat opposite of Estrada. On the television, the Overseer was speaking. He looked much the same as before. His body was perilously thin, with limbs that were little more than twigs, though it was impossible to gauge his actual size. Something about his body language seemed different from before. His pose was the same, but he was drooping somewhat. And so ends the first transposition. His tone was flatter and more irritable than before. Even with a shortened time limit, most of you performed admirably, despite some unexpected irregularities. An image flashed, a barricade of red and blue lights surrounding a squad of police and riot shields. Most of them were unrecognizable, though I recognized Yulia, the woman at the Dallas Police Department recruiting table that was talking to Iris at the open forum. She was near the middle of the huddle. Hundreds of goblins rushed toward them with clubs and rudimentary swords, while taller variants waited at the back, taking pot shots with slings and bows. It was a bad matchup for the goblins. In a formation that looked more like a Spartan phalanx than a modern police tactic, users with pikes, spears, and longswords paired with the police in SWAT gear and riot shields, waiting until the goblins clustered up to the point they were almost immobilized to strike. Jesus, Say poked me, still transfixed on the images. Was it like this everywhere? I shook my head. No. Inner city got hit the hardest. But I didn't know it was this bad. How'd they even manage to gather anything? From what I've heard, certain humanoid monsters were dropping Lux, Kinsley said, grabbing a seat across from Say. No idea if the bastards dropped it naturally or picked it up at some point. Either way, the drop rate was so low the average user probably wouldn't see one. As goblin bodies piled up at the shield wall, they seemed to realize, a bit too late, that they needed to change tactic. A goblin with red face paint raised a cudgel and shouted something inaudible, and most of the throng followed him to the far left edge of the phalanx. Yulia turned back and yelled to someone off-screen. A series of rapid reports rang out, tearing through the ranged goblins on the back line. The attack wasn't as horrific as it should have been.
Instead of dropping the goblins immediately, the impacts were reduced to the same effect as being hit with a frozen paintball, disorienting the goblins and knocking them down at best. Suddenly, the left side of the phalanx parted, allowing two users, one with a giant mace, another with a double-sided axe through, easily laying waste to the bunched-up attackers. When they began to pull back, Yulia leaped over the shield wall, spear glowing a vibrant red as she drove the cluster of goblins against the barricade of police cruisers in a barrage of attacks so quick they blurred together, pinning them against the cruisers while the heavy hitters continued to decimate the goblins. Interesting. There was clear, disciplined strategy at work. The phalanx, utilizing NPCs with firearms with users' attacks. The scene switched, showing members of the Adventurers Guild working together to bring down one of the giants I'd spotted near the city center. Tyler and a handful of other bruisers hacked away at the giant's legs, while more mobile users attacked from range and set traps, dodging in and out as the giant tried to swat at them. Sarah scaled the giant, her dismembered arm replaced with a glowing yellow prosthesis, using her whip to accelerate the process. When she reached the giant's shoulders, she danced around its shoulders and neck, lashing out at its eyes, doing whatever she could to blind it. Eventually, it fell to its knees and toppled.
"Coordination worthy of celebration," the overseer crooned, "but not all of you were cooperating quite so smoothly."
The next scene was a stark contrast. Two massive groups of users that rushed at each other on a 5-lane road, forming colliding walls of violence. They could have easily been a LARP or a reenactment of some kind, before the moment of collision. The impact was almost palpable through the screen, as flesh collided with flesh. As far as I could tell, they had no way of differentiating friend from foe. There were multiple instances of friendly fire. A bedraggled man with wild eyes was stabbing another man on the ground repeatedly. Someone tackled him. A mage who held a wand to his face and seared him until he was almost unrecognizable. The mage stood to his feet, swaying slightly, then stood stock still as he studied a sword jutting out of his chest. I looked over to Kinsley. What the hell happened there? Kinsley chewed her lip. Given the area, it looks like it could have been 19 and 20. No idea why they're fighting. A familiar image came into focus. Our siege of the storage center in Region 3. I felt some relief as most of the attention was centered on the conflict outside the facility. The relief shifted into unease as I witnessed exactly how brutal the diversion had been. The assholes in Region 3 had streamed out at first, trying to overwhelm us with numbers. Astrid launched artillery spells at the encroaching force, aiming at the periphery, trying to do enough damage that she couldn't be ignored, but avoiding the sort of center mass hit that could have easily wiped out users whose defense wasn't up to snuff. Still, it wasn't perfect. A glowing artillery blast landed a bit too close to the group, severing the leg of a nearby user who collapsed to the ground. Another fell next to him, his eyes open. Dead before he hit the ground. A user screamed in rage and rushed at Astrid. Bob darted out from the median and tripped him with a bow before he could attack her shield, driving the end of the bow into the man's head, a bit too hard, as blood trickled from the man's ear. The camera panned toward the building and began to move toward it. Recognizing the direction it was headed, I held my breath, gripping the handles of my wheelchair tightly. It passed through a blacked-out window and into a hallway where Miles and I were working in tandem to take down the users in the entryway. I breathed out quietly as I saw myself, garroting a user. My proportions were off, but more importantly, it looked like I was standing in deep shadow, even though, considering the overhead light, I should have been completely visible. Miles made exactly the impression you'd expect. He looked like an action hero from a bygone age, managing to smoothly dodge attacks and put his targets down with the minimal force needed. The Overseer continued on, detailing the achievements and shortcomings of several regions. Eventually, he shifted gears.
"Many of you took initiative. Put your lives on the line to protect the ungifted," the Overseer narrated. "But there are always cowards."
It cut away from the previous scene and showed a crowded receptacle. A handful of users in starter gear stood around, fear written on their faces, diminishing somewhat as a more proactive group made a deposit and immediately left.
"For those of you who chose to do nothing, who blindly allowed others to carry the weight, ignorant of their toll, well, Let us state this simply to ensure you understand. Everything you're about to see is entirely your fault." The overseer pointed toward the camera. What followed was footage interspersed from Region 13 and 17, the regions that had failed to fill their receptacles. I'd only caught flashes of the chaos in Region 13. Now, viewing it in its entirety made me sick to my stomach. Gangs of people kicked in doors, dragging others out and executing them like livestock.
"It's almost too obvious, the way they're using tragedy to radicalize any remaining bystanders,"
Estrada said, her voice laden with detached interest. "And exacerbating the tensions between new and experienced users." I shook my head. Anyone who wasn't a user before the transposition is going to get lumped in with people who stayed passive, unless they have someone respectable to vouch for them. Estrada looked away from the carnage on screen, locking eyes with me.
"This is pure propaganda, a calculated process of creating division among the masses, when division will hurt us most."
Despite trusting her judgment, I hoped she was wrong. Because if Estrada was correct, the overseer still had another avenue to drive that division home. The footage cut off mid-scream, eerily silent without the cacophony of background noise. Slowly, the overseer leaned forward. With the way he was positioned, the jagged smile on his mask was almost crookedly apologetic.
"What we are about to show you should not have been allowed to happen. It occurred outside the natural order. It is the natural result of a warning, unheeded."
I braced myself for the inevitable, as the blood-red landscape of Region 6 filled the screen. Chapter 131. Steinbeck let out a low whistle from the back of the room.
"What is that?"
Say whispered.
"Gehenna."
Estrada murmured.
"Are those things people?"
Kinsley's face was pale. There's a lot of ugly in the world. Shootings, genocide, apartheid. The list goes on and on. At first, it's nearly impossible to look away. Our minds need logic, some sort of pattern to follow, so at first we stare the horror in the face and search for the reason it exists. Eventually, the reality becomes clear. There is no reason. It simply is. And dwelling on it only harms our state of mind, eroding our worldview, digging talons of anxiety into our psyche. The prospect of looking away becomes too tantalizing to ignore, to forget, to allow ourselves to be desensitized. I didn't want to shut this out. I could see the shambling figures in my peripheral, the endless expanse of crimson. So why was it so difficult to look?
"You were warned of the cancer in your midst," the overseer crooned. "It wasn't subtle. We showed you what would come to pass. This is the cost of your inaction."
The view of Region 6 was a slow, sweeping panorama. It settled on a black dot surrounded by red. Slowly, the recording zoomed in, the black dot gaining more distinct, human-like qualities. His features were cast in silhouette, almost indistinguishable beyond being human. My heart caught in my throat as I recognized the moment the overseer was showing. My foolish display of defiance. If you mess this up, if you fail to take me off the board early, and I gain even a fraction of the power of those ordinators in the footage you showed, I'll find you. The figure tilted his head up toward the sky. Any moment now I'd remove my mask. 174,000 lives, ended pointlessly for the sake of nothing more than hubris. I braced myself as the recording zoomed in closer. With only one potion left, I could be back on my feet in less than 12 hours. I'd need Kinsley's sanctuary. Hell, we both would. This was bad. Worse than I'd feared. The number of people I could rely on was about to shrink to low single digits, maybe less, if they bought everything the overseer was saying. On screen, I reached up slowly toward my mask. Then, the recording cut away. Why? They had me dead to rights.
Neither gifted nor ungifted was spared from his wrath. The Ordinator lingered afterward, sullying what was already defiled.
They showed the silhouetted figure striding among the dead, picking up cores from the ground.
For those of you unaware, there is a small chance that upon death, a gifted or ungifted may drop a core. The core is of little monetary value, but it is not worthless. To some, it might be more precious than anything left in this world. They contain a portion of the person's very soul. Of course, they were careful to edit out any footage that showed the twisted remnants of Region 6 moving said cores, or the tainted receptacle. But that wasn't the only element they were avoiding. I watched myself reach out toward something. My memories of that moment were scattered, but I'd used both Talia and Audrey to speed up the process. Again, the footage cut away. I covered my mouth, hiding a predatory smile. So that's it. You can't show my summons. More importantly, you can't show me without the mask. That's one of your rules, isn't it? And not one you can play fast and loose with. You can tell people I exist, stoke their fear, but you can't land the killing blow. That must be infuriating. An unnatural calm settled over me. I closed the chat message I'd intended to send to Kinsley the moment my face was shown and glanced over at her. She was shivering, fear written across her expression. Her shivering crescendoed to full-blown shaking as the scene changed again, showing a silhouetted figure facing off against the Adventurers Guild, making no effort to hide the connection. Matt, it's okay, Kinsley. This works to our advantage.
Kinsley, how the fuck can you say that? I heard you on the call. You were terrified of making the wrong choice, and now they're fucking lying about it. Making people think you're a monster.
Word would spread quickly. Vernon had probably already told the suits my name. If they were as connected as I expected them to be, it wouldn't be hard for them to make the connection. And with the Overseer implying to the entire dome that I held the power to wipe out an entire region, the likelihood of my recruitment had just skyrocketed. But all of that would be for naught if Kinsley cracked. Matt, Mirden's the monster. We're the only two people in the world who know the truth. Anything else is just conjecture and speculation. Slowly, Kinsley's shaking slowed until she was utterly still. Her fear was gone, but the rage in her face remained. Kinsley,
this won't go unanswered.
Matt, be patient. For now, we play the long game.
The Ordinator must be purged. Unfortunately, we must abide by the restrictions of the system, and this is all we can speak on this matter. But we urge you, make haste. The longer you delay, the more his power grows.
Anyone working out a plan to take this asshole down? Say asked. Her expression was grim. Be careful not to lose focus on what's important, Estrada said. She looked somewhat disturbed from watching the broadcast, but there was steel in her voice. We established that we were being shown propaganda. That hasn't changed. Whether the Ordinator did what they are accusing him of is not set in stone. They did not show him attacking the region directly, only salvaging from the aftermath. And even if he is responsible, he was not the one to put a city into chaos, forcing people into conflict with countless innocent lives hanging in the balance. Regardless of the veracity of their claims, it is unlikely they are using him as a scapegoat.
He doesn't seem like the kind of threat we can ignore,
Say insisted. Our plate's a little full, and I'm still wrapping my head around everything else, I answered honestly. But after this, there will be plenty of factions out for justice. We'll cooperate with them as much as we can.
Yeah, Kinsley agreed quietly. At the very least, we need answers to make sure what happened to Region 6 doesn't happen again.
The Overseer continued in the background.
To end on something of a lighter note, we cannot disclose the exact ranking, as the victor of this event received something priceless for their efforts. That being said, Regions 3, 5, and 15 were the first to gather enough illuminating locks to fortify their areas of operation, and thus were rewarded handsomely for their excellence.
Excellence, what a joke. I knew next to nothing about the other two, but Region 3 had been hoarding lux and preying on users that drifted into their territory.
Whoever the victor was, I hoped it wasn't them. The overseer leaned back on his crystal throne. With that, the first transposition event comes to a close. You might be tempted to recuperate, grieve those you lost, enjoy the spoils of your victory. We strongly advise against this notion. Continue to hone yourselves. Make the most of the gifts you've been given, because this reprieve is only temporary, and the next event could be right around the corner. There was a collective silence that pervaded the room as the television turned to static. Steinbeck broke it.
Son of a bitch needs to eat a sandwich.
Kinsley snorted. That's your answer to everything.
Respectfully, ma'am, if you put me in a padded room and starved me till I look like that guy, I'd probably come out a sadistic motherfucker, too.
This goes a bit beyond hangry, Steinbeck. Say joined in. And what's with tuxedo? Who wears a tuxedo anymore?
Maybe the cosmic horror store was out of suits in his size.
Steinbeck shrugged. If only that bow tie was a little tighter. Kinsley trailed off, swiping through an invisible menu. Her smirk disappeared. Problem? I asked. Adventurers Guild. Kinsley's mouth moved silently as she read through the message. Looks like a mass message to essential members and other guild leaders, calling for an emergency meeting in 2 hours, vague on any details apart from the topic being a joint threat. It wasn't hard to guess what they planned to talk about. I glanced over at the open window. The sun had set, and the last vestiges of gold and orange were fading fast. I'd planned to get plenty of rest for my venture into the adaptive dungeon tomorrow. It looked like that wasn't happening. All told, as we filed into the plush bleacher seating at the ground floor of one of the larger rooms of the conference hall, I wasn't particularly worried. There were already dozens of people around us, with more entering by the minute. Being here meant we were still in the circle of trust, above suspicion, at least for the moment. As long as we were cool-headed and kept our story straight, this would be nothing more than another uncomfortable bump in the road to our goals. Or at least that's what I thought. Before a familiar face took a seat beside me. Expensive cologne assailed my nose as the man leaned over me to extend a hand to Kinsley.
From what I've heard, congratulations are in order. This is your region now, right?
Oh. Kinsley blinked and returned the handshake. We did,
Miles,
he said, giving her his megawatt smile. Fuck. Miles settled into the seat beside my wheelchair and peered at me.
Sorry, the last few days have been chaos. Have we met?
Chapter 132. Not that I remember. I gave Kinsley a questioning look, struggling to stay indifferent despite the rising internal panic. Why the fuck was Miles here? He had no direct connection to the Adventurers Guild, at least as far as I knew. It was possible he was one of the people they talked to as part of their investigation, but it felt like more than that. Matt, this is Miles. He assisted with the raid on Region 3, Kinsley said quickly, eyes darting back and forth. She probably felt ambushed. Couldn't blame her, really, as I felt similarly. Him being here? Choosing a seat next to us? None of it was coincidence. The question was whether this was a coordinated attack or a fishing expedition. We'd had ample time to get our stories straight over the last few days. If it was just a question of sticking to them, that wouldn't be a problem. But this was Miles, someone I knew from experience who had a hell of an eye for detail. Doing my best Nick impression, I gave Miles a rueful smile and shook his hand. Ah, from what I've heard, you did us trapped civvies a serious favor. They were kidnapping users from Region 2, right? Miles waved away the compliment, his eyes twinkling.
Nah, all I did was take down some mercenaries. Your guildmate did most of the heavy lifting.
Instead of drilling down on that like I expected, Miles was suddenly distracted, glancing across the room, light-hearted expression dimming. I followed his gaze to where a group of people were finding their seats. I didn't recognize any of them individually, but their corporate call center aesthetic immediately called to mind the recruiting table at the open forum, luring people in with barbecue. LRE. I leaned toward Kinsley. Surprised the Adventurers Guild was willing to pull them into this. Whatever this is.
That's not even the bottom of the barrel. Look 3 rows below them.
Miles was careful not to point or even look directly at them. I followed suit. The group was dressed in all black and seemed to have adopted something of a Viking aesthetic, complete with blue face paint. Sir. Kinsley scowled. What's their deal? I asked.
Mostly ex-cons, supposedly targeting and robbing users from the jump,
Miles said, his voice cold and analytical. For the moment, the veil of congeniality faded away, and I could see the heartened operator.
Nothing definitive, though, just rumors. Probably why they weren't blacklisted. Say,
he leaned toward me innocently.
You're the boy who lived, right?
Yeah, he knew exactly who I was. I groaned dramatically. Please tell me people aren't calling me that.
Relax. Came up with it all on my lonesome.
Miles grinned. I couldn't help but marvel at how good he was at presenting a non-threatening air. There was none of the suppressed danger I'd felt from him during the transposition. If this were my first impression, I'd probably suspect him of something, trying to ingratiate himself to the Merchants Guild, perhaps, or working some sort of angle, but it'd be far harder to make the connections I'd made during the transposition with the image he was presenting now.
Still, it's a hell of a thing you did.
Miles spoke casually, as if he was talking about the weather.
I imagine most people are still too relieved that it happened to question how it happened exactly.
Over-explaining anything at this point would be a dead giveaway that I was either nervous or trying to curry favor. I smiled again. I appreciate that you helped fortify our region.
But you don't know me,
Miles finished, almost sheepish at the admonition.
Of course.
The following silence dragged out for what felt like an eternity. I knew what he was doing, using a break in the conversation to create discomfort and make the other person volunteer information they wouldn't otherwise. Normally, I'd let it backfire, hold my silence. But winning this interaction wouldn't help me. I needed to seem normal. Any clue why we're all here? I asked.
Yes.
Miles stretched his legs out, draping his hands over his knees.
Unfortunately, my lips are sealed. The big man in charge has sworn me to secrecy, but given the timing, you can probably guess the topic.
The Ordinator, I said glumly.
Natural that anyone in the Merchants Guild inner circle would be quick on connecting the dots.
He raised an eyebrow.
Though you don't seem thrilled by the idea.
This feels like an intentional distraction.
How so?
I struggled for a moment, deciding how much to reveal or hold back. Talking about Mirrodin felt like an obvious tell. But not talking about him when Miles knew he was associated with us would be just as much of a giveaway. Eventually, I shook my head. The Overseer revealed himself as the common enemy to end all common enemies. When that happens, it's natural to overlook differences and consolidate power. Not all of us, but most, allying together to ensure we're prepared as possible for the next event. Miles studied his nails. They were buffed and trimmed to perfection, gleaming in the top-down lighting of the conference room. I had to wonder if he'd done them himself or found a salon crazy enough to open days after the transposition.
You're ignoring something crucial.
The event being competitive?
Yes.
I'm not certain that it was.
Interesting.
Obviously, I can't speak to what it was really like, and I don't mean to diminish your experience, or the experience of every other user out there busting their asses. Miles interrupted.
The hedging isn't necessary. Your life was on the line, too. Every civilian was dangling off a cliff.
I propped my chin on a fist. Think about it. Region 14's receptacle was nearly complete. From what I've heard, the other regions that failed fortification were similarly close. They may have shorted us intentionally, but given the chaos and the likelihood that Region 3 wasn't the only region, or individual users, for that matter, to hoard materials, given the illuminating lux's inherent value... Miles smiled thoughtfully.
Given the variables, if they intentionally shorted the supply, you've postulated the rate of failed fortifications would have been far higher.
Significantly. Close to 30 to 40%. I paused. Something about the way he was filling in the gaps struck me as rote. My uneasiness mounted as I realized Miles had already reached this conclusion. He just wanted to hear me say it. My guess? They gave us exactly what we needed for each region to fortify. Probably more.
And how does Mirrodin factor in?
There it was. The trap. Testing how much we knew. Miles hadn't asked about the Ordinator, he asked about Mirrodin. There was nothing in the Overseer's wrap-up that connected Mirrodin to the Adventurers Guild for anyone but the Adventurers Guild themselves. If I answered as if he'd asked about the Ordinator, he'd have me. If my response was too oblivious, given the context of the discussion, he'd have me. Clever. I met his eye, unflinching. You think Mirrodin's the Ordinator? It's looking that way. Miles held my gaze, then glanced over at Kinsley. I already know how she feels about him. If things hadn't come out so publicly, I almost wonder if they would have come out at all. But now, I'm curious about your experiences. We didn't talk much. With a guild that small? Kinsley interjected. The Merchants Guild had a shaky start. Several individuals with differing purposes who came together out of necessity. Mirrodin wasn't stupid, but he was generally the action guy, off doing his own thing unless we needed him. I appreciated the break. Holding a conversation with Miles under these circumstances was like fighting a barbed wall. There wasn't much I could do to throw him off balance, and the chance of slipping up grew higher the longer we spoke. Which makes you the what? Tactician? Miles pointed at me. More strategist, really. So, even if your interaction was brief, you must have had a read on him, one strategist to another. I rolled my eyes, another veiled attempt to gain rapport. I'll prove it to you, Miles said, crossing one leg over another. An average person would be sweating right now, worried about being outcast due to their association with a person who may have caused the deaths of a sizable portion of the population. But you're cold, calm, and collected. Reason being, you've equalized the collateral and insulated yourselves as a byproduct. You had a bad apple, publicly renounced him, then managed to save a region of roughly the same size in a coincidentally dramatic manner that naturally endeared others. He hunched, deep in thought. Now, I'm not confident why exactly you went for the Hail Mary. Maybe it was to help the Adventurers Guild. Perhaps it was because you already had an inkling that Mirrodin's off-book activities would require something big to sway the court of public opinion in your favor. If the latter is true, you're a bastard. But brilliant, nonetheless. Any chance you're arriving at the point soon? I asked. The point is, I'm able to piece that together from my brief interaction with you. A handful of accounts from people who interacted with you before the event, and paying attention. So, you must have had some sort of read on Mirrodin, even if the communication between the two of you was limited. And I'm not asking for charity here. Quid pro quo. If you help me out, I'll tell you the working theory. It wasn't just about painting a connection between us, though he'd done that well. Miles was flexing, trying to make me feel as if he'd already figured everything out, and he was just looking to corroborate what he already knew. Classic cop tactic. If you're asking if he seemed like the kind of person capable of committing an atrocity, I'm not, just your basic read. Why was he hammering on this point? Why did my opinion on Mirrodin matter to him? He didn't know me from Adam. The only justification I could think of was that he'd gotten wind of how I'd handled the situation with the Adventurers Guild and the rogue SWAT officer at the open forum. But if they'd been willing to discuss that with him, he was in this deep. There had to be something I was missing. Miles had felt somewhat responsible for Mirrodin's downfall, misattributed the conflict with the probationary Adventurers Guild, offered to advocate for me at the receptacle, intimidated the members of Roderick's Lodge who'd wanted to kill me right then and there. Why the sudden switch? Kinsley was being forthright when she said that Mirrodin kept to himself. He was stingy with any details on his class or outside activities, generally conflict-averse. When Miles raised an eyebrow, I continued. Got the feeling it wasn't for any principled or moral reason, but because he wanted to avoid drawing attention to the Merchants Guild, and by proxy, himself. You didn't like him. Miles read between the lines. I don't like most people. Doesn't mean much. Tyler passed by us, taking a seat beside Miles. Miles slapped him on the back and leaned in to whisper something, to which Tyler glanced at me and nodded. He looked mostly the same as when I'd seen him last, with one notable exception. A thick eye patch that covered his right eye. The skin around the patch looked inflamed, veins and blood vessels standing out around the affected area. Tyler leaned forward and smiled apologetically.
Kinsley told me you intended to raise your level as quickly as possible to catch up once you're up and around.
Just trying to cover lost ground, I answered slowly.
We're happy to assist, but recent revelations have changed the landscape. If you're willing, we'd like to split your time, Tyler said.
Kind of hard to agree to anything with all the cloak and dagger going around, I muttered. Also, Matt does have a region to manage, Kinsley added.
Tyler nodded, understanding. You have a full plate. It's understandable you wouldn't agree to anything without knowing why, but I have a feeling once everything's laid out, you'll want to be involved.
Tyler gave Miles a flat look, and the smaller man studied a distant wall innocently.
Also, I apologize for our friend's unnecessary drop-in. Your name came up on the short list for a group we're putting together. I put in a good word, but Miles wanted to evaluate you himself.
I stuck a thumb at Miles. He's assisting?
Tyler shook his head. Taking lead. We've gotten to know each other quite well over the last few days.
He stopped himself, reaching up toward his eye patch with a grunt. There was a tick in my mind, like emulation telling me he was using a skill, but it wasn't fully firing off. The dry click of an empty revolver rotating cylinders.
I'll need to focus on administrative matters. Miles is better suited for this sort of thing, regardless.
It reminded me of something I'd almost forgotten in the chaos. Tyler had nearly died in an ambush that ended in Sarah sacrificing her arm to save him, but he'd lost an eye. Obviously, their healer had managed to regenerate it, as he'd been back to normal the last time I saw him. However, Talia had suspected the lizards had eaten something imbued with divine energy and infected Tyler with it, to unknown long-term effect. Something clicked in my mind. That was probably how the gods had justified spoofing his ability, giving him a false negative at a key moment, by compromising it completely, pulling out all the stops to kill me earlier. But if that was true, the gods had not only failed, but paid dearly for it. Tyler had used the truth-seeing ability sparingly during our region meeting, far more sparingly than when I'd first met him and during the later altercation at the open forum. And in the fact that he wasn't leading the group investigating Mirrodin, considering how much he must have wanted to, it all pointed to a vital realization. Tyler knew his ability couldn't be trusted, which meant if my hunch was correct, barring any monumental fuck-ups, my chances of success had just skyrocketed. I just had to get through this. The confusing murmuring of the conference room had increased as more people arrived, growing into a low roar. Tyler glanced back at the crowd.
It's about that time.
He stood and walked toward the front. Miles followed behind him and stretched, pausing to turn and shoot me a lazy grin.
We'll chat more later.
I tried one more time. Not sure what I could even do to help you. I'm just a kid.
No, you're not.
Miles waved behind his back as he walked away. Chapter 133. I was more confident now that I had Tyler's trust. His wife had been in the region we'd saved, and whatever he and Miles had talked about, I was reasonably sure he didn't suspect me. The man was careful, but he didn't hide his emotions well. Miles was another story. I'd watched the way he worked firsthand, knew a fraction of what he was capable of, and that fraction frightened me. Whether he possessed the hubris required to bring a suspect into an investigation was irrelevant. From now on, it was safer to assume that anything he said, any actions he took, were all part of a mind game. Even if they weren't. Miles leaned against the wall behind him as Tyler began to speak. His voice was imbued with a unique gravitas that immediately quieted the crowd.
I'd like to apologize for bringing you all here on short notice. It's a time of great hardship for all of us. While there's no definitive number, there are estimates of casualties beyond 200,000. Nearly a sixth of the city's population.
The number made my head spin. I knew it was bad. Toward the end of the transposition, you couldn't travel a block without seeing a body, usually more than one. There isn't a single person in this room who hasn't experienced a loss of some sort, whether it be great or small. Tyler paused there to study the crowd, let his words sink in. I angled my wheelchair just enough that my extended peripheral encompassed the crowd. Some looked more crestfallen than others.
Everyone was tired. Most of you saw the broadcasts, the one that occurred before the event and the follow-up that aired a matter of hours ago. There was an angry murmur in response. Tyler nodded. The powers that are driving this seem to view our tragedies as nothing more than setbacks, our victories as the results of their gifts. None of us agreed to be a part of what's happening. No one signed up for this. A few agreements were uttered. Divisions have already begun to form, as have alliances.
"Are you fucking serious?" someone said. It was a man from the Acer group, Caucasian, with long dreadlocks that extended below his shoulders. His arms were crossed. Tyler paused, a flash of anger appearing for only a moment before he banished it. Instead, he extended an open palm.
Was there a question in the back?
"Did you really bring us all here for a pussy-ass kumbaya pitch?" Surprisingly, the guild leader chuckled.
Speaking of division.
A nervous laughter followed, and the Neo-Viking turned red and sat down. But no. As much as I'd prefer a large-scale alliance, and I'm willing to consider a smaller alliance with practically any party present here today, that is not the purpose of this meeting. Tyler took a deep breath and looked around, his face stoic.
There's no telling how long this ordeal will last. After less than a month, our losses are catastrophic. If it continues at this rate, less than half a year from now, we will be obliterated.
A heavy silence fell over the room.
Everyone in this room is here because you understand the importance of banding together in times of crisis.
Tyler did a slow sweep, surveying the room.
I understand that there are conflicting objectives, differing methods, and purposes among our groups. What I'm proposing is not a full-blown alliance. Simply an agreement that in matters that pose an existential threat, disasters like a likelihood of high casualties, we act as one. Yes.
He pointed toward someone in the back. A woman in business wear and glasses in the LRE row lowered her hand. She idly spun a golden pen that had yet to touch the notepad beneath. "We're not opposed to this sort of thing in theory, but if this meeting is about the Ordinator, we're not interested. The Overseer told us practically nothing about them. Not to mention, the footage shielded their appearance. We have better things to do than chasing boogeymen in the dark." Another murmuring bubbled up from the crowd. Some in agreement, others in dissent. Tyler reached up, clicking a remote control. The first slide came up on the projector screen. It was one of the stills from Region 6 of me, standing in the center of the hellish landscape. He pointed to the figure.
What if I could tell you not only his name, but his objective? Give you access to the tools you need to identify him. Would that hold your interest?
The woman slowly inclined her head.
Fair enough. Here's what we know.
Tyler picked up speed.
Sometime in the first half of the transposition, nearly 175,000 men, women, and children died. The surrounding city was transformed into what you see before you. If you're keeping up with the math, that's correct. Most of our casualties stemmed from a single region. There were no eyewitnesses that saw the actual transformation, so we can safely assume it happened quickly. Shortly after, a solo user we'd previously encountered called it in to my associate. The user's name was Mirden, and, as of this time, we believe him to be one who the Ordinator was referring to.
"What did he look like?" someone called out.
Tyler grimaced. We believe Mirden is in possession of either an item or ability that obfuscates his appearance. The result is subtle but effective. You might see him as tall and stern, while a friend standing next to you might see him as short and Hispanic. Thankfully, this is not limitless. My associate spent a short amount of time fighting alongside him and was able to identify him as the same person, though he looked entirely different.
I watched in a mix of horror and fascination as Tyler recounted the events, touching on nearly every interaction we'd had during the transposition. He was careful to divert blame and suspicion away from the Merchants Guild when it started pointing that way, stating clearly that every other member of the Merchants Guild was accounted for. I had a feeling the only reason there wasn't a world of suspicion being thrown my way was my name was on the Adventurers Guild's roster, accompanied by the NPC class. Tyler was emphatic that there wasn't a feat that could dupe this, with confidence that indicated he might have researched and cross-checked thoroughly. If that was one of the key reasons I wasn't suspected, along with Tyler's personal bias, I needed to find a way to totally absolve myself, and quickly. Because Ellison had managed the same thing with the Merchants Guild. With over 1 million people still standing, it was astronomically unlikely we were the only ones. And if that came out before I established an alibi that could somehow clear me after the fact, I was fucked. The woman from the LRE raised her hand again, and Tyler called on her. This is all very intriguing, but if Mirden can change his appearance at any given time, I'm not seeing how it's possible to track him down, let alone catch him. Tyler glanced back at Miles. I think that's my cue to let the professional take over. Miles rubbed his neck in an aw-shucks way as he swapped places with Tyler. He leaned down too close to the standing mic and cleared his throat. Hi, I'm Miles. I come from a long and decorated history in law enforcement. No need to get into the details, but I'll be heading up the Ordinator Task Force in cooperation with the Adventurers Guild. It struck me that the shyness wasn't an act. Miles wasn't a good speaker. The natural, almost superhuman charisma he possessed on an individual level seemed to leave him the moment he started speaking into the mic. Tyler outshone him significantly. It didn't help that the crowd seemed less than thrilled to be speaking to a government official, considering how the government had done approximately fuck-all since the transposition started. Tyler did an excellent job bringing you up to speed on the actual events. I'll briefly recount my experiences, as it's tied intimately with what I suspect Mirden is after. Miles struggled with the clicker, and eventually the image shifted to a still from the broadcast. Mirden, stooping to pick up one of the user cores in Region 6. Not long after the dome became common knowledge, I was reassigned to what the men in charge called the Necromancer Initiative. Fuck. All at once, I realized why Miles was so invested in this, why Tyler felt he could trust him. They had something in common. Mirden had duped them both. There was a certain subset of users that were killing people en masse, to the extent that local law enforcement picked up on it immediately and notified the proper organization, which in true bureaucratic fashion pawned it off on us. Miles nodded toward the front middle row that contained the DPD, Yulia taking up the corner. He flipped through several slides, giving them a much more detailed rundown of the sewer necromancer he'd described to me, with one notable exception. Miles went into detail on a necromancer's lair. The concept of the lair itself reminded me of Kinsley's Sanctuary. According to Miles, the lair served a double purpose as a combined workspace and hideaway for the user. And if the user died, the lair would remain solvent for an hour, then dissipate. We'll come back to that. Miles' smirk faded. Now, I had a feeling there was a necromancer involved. All signs pointed to it. Before we fully committed to the course, I warned Mirden about the dangers a necromancer posed. He'd been nothing but cooperative up to this point, so there was no reason to withhold vital information. Unsurprisingly, this did nothing to dissuade him. I didn't trust him exactly, but it was in line with his prior motives, protecting the region and minimizing casualties. Miles paused for a moment, as if waiting for questions from the crowd. When none came, he continued. We got separated during the raid. Our paths converged at the top floor of the building in the necromancer's lair. Mirden beat me there and neutralized the threat. I only got there in time to see the aftermath. His green eyes flashed in something I couldn't parse in time. It was almost giddy. This is where it gets interesting. I've spent thousands of hours in various interrogation rooms, taught electives at Quantico on the topic. There's a certain art to it. You can't always get a confession. Some perps are too smart for that. But after a while, you can easily spot the lies. Everyone has a tell. I say all this so you can understand who exactly we're dealing with, because nothing about the events Mirden recounted felt inauthentic. If anything, he seemed genuinely distraught over killing someone, justified as it was. Displayed all the markers of a person who'd gone through a truly traumatic experience. Miles thumbed the clicker, returning to the image of me standing in the midst of Region 6. He was so convincing, it wasn't until everything came out at the end of the transposition that I started having doubts. Those doubts persisted until I returned to the raid site on my own, finding it abandoned. He thumbed the clicker again, and the familiar image of Vernon's lair returned to the screen. Seeing is believing.
This was taken hours after the necromancer had supposedly died. I retrieved the alleged necromancer's corpse and brought it to a colleague of mine who performed an autopsy. He found that the victim's wounds were inflicted post-mortem, and the actual cause of death was due to an overdose consistent with the drugs the necromancer was using on his victims. Anyone want to connect the dots? An uncomfortable murmuring followed as the various guilds conferred among themselves. Yulia raised a hand. When she stood, there was a clear handprint bruise around her throat, and her voice was raspy.
Mirden was probably already searching for a necromancer. Part of the reason for his actions at Region 6 was to acquire leverage for when he found one. He likely cut a deal with the real necromancer and killed one of the hostages as a scapegoat.
Jesus Christ! He already had a region's worth of cores at that point, someone muttered. Who would be capable of something like that?
This is disturbing and disquieting, the LRE woman said, rubbing the bridge of her nose. But if you're experienced, as you say, and he still managed to elude your suspicions, I'm lost on how the rest of us are supposed to identify him.
That's a fair question. To answer it simply, power has limits. I highly doubt Mirden conceals his appearance at all times, which is why I called in a favor and had my colleague work up a profile.
There was a rustling of paper, as two stoic-looking users at either side of the conference room began to distribute handouts. An uneasiness grew in my gut as the papers grew closer and closer, each person reading them. Miles clicked to a bullet point slide.
We're looking for a Caucasian male, age range between 18 and 30. Disadvantaged socioeconomic background, despite being highly educated. It follows that he's mostly self-taught, charismatic but not necessarily in a way that makes him stand out, exceptionally manipulative, unlikely to form close platonic or romantic attachments. Generally, ruthlessness and an absence of moral compass goes hand in hand with these types, but you already know he's shrewd and exquisitely deceptive. He'll likely be going out of his way to conceal these aspects when he's blending in, but they may bleed through when he's pressed hard enough.
My world began to spin, and I forced myself to take slow, steady breaths.
It's far more likely that he seats himself adjacent to powerful figures and institutions, rather than in a place of direct leadership, and has a tendency to show up at the right place at the right time, which will likely appear to be nothing more than happenstance.
He knows. I'm fucked. I reined in the panic strand by strand. Miles didn't know anything definitively. Couldn't know. Half a dozen people in this room alone probably fit that profile. However, our conversation hadn't been a coincidence. He must have already realized I shared some characteristics, though not necessarily how perfectly he'd pigeonholed me. If I panicked now, it'd be all the confirmation he needed.
It's unlikely he's an existing guildmate or member. Reiterating what Tyler said, as far as we're aware, the roster system is for the moment ironclad. There are users who can shield their true class from other users with identification abilities.
There was a shocked gasp that went over the room. Apparently that nugget of information wasn't widely known yet.
But none that we know of that can supersede guild rosters. If you know something we don't, feel free to step forward.
No one did. There was a natural pause, though, and I decided to use it to my advantage. I raised my hand. Miles raised an eyebrow as he pointed to me, a small smirk playing at the side of his mouth. A silent challenge. And if we suspect someone of being Mirden, what then? This profile casts a wide net. I'm sure you have some sort of plan in mind, considering what could happen if you don't. Miles cocked his head at me and looked back toward the crowd.
Matt raises a keen insight. As expected from the newly minted savior of Region 14.
I found myself to suddenly be the focal point of the room, as people glanced at me and whispered to each other.
Make no mistake, we need to handle this issue as soon as possible. If the Ordinator did, in fact, use the chaos of the event as cover for what happened to Region 6, it's likely he'll do something similar when the next event rolls around. Having an amped-up necromancer in his pocket only exacerbates the threat. However, this is all theoretical. No one has seen Mirden's face. The last thing we need right now is for this to devolve into a witch hunt. He met my eye again. If there is someone you suspect to be Mirden, do not confront them directly. Simply log whatever information you have about the person and forward it to my colleague. Please don't hesitate to add him on your social tab.
The clicker made an audible noise, and the side displayed a name in large text. Avinash Raju. He'll be first on the list.
And what do you intend to do with him? The woman from the LRE asked. I don't mean to be callous, but these are desperate times. Someone with the power to level an entire region could be extremely useful if they were brought to heel. An opportunist. I made a mental note to get her name from Kinsley later.
Apprehension is the priority, if we're able to do so safely. That being said, we're not going to take any chances, Miles answered. The Adventurers Guild has a method of power suppression and the ability to confirm that an individual is, indeed, the person we're looking for. He glanced back at Tyler uncertainly. However, the latter can only be used sparingly, so we want to be sure before going that route. My focus dimmed as Tyler and Miles fielded more questions from the crowd, and I considered my next move. Chapter 134. The meeting concluded after what felt like an endless round of questions. I intended to make a casual beeline out of the conference center, but I was waylaid by a combination of well-wishers and schmoozers. I handled them as politely as possible, slowly making my way to the exit at what felt like inches per minute. Kinsley.
Are you sure we don't need to run?
She was sticking closer to me now, her jaded facade slipping. Every minute that passed, she looked more like the little girl selling cookies at the end of the world. Matt. Miles is a problem. He's obviously looking at me as a potential, but I don't think he's voiced those suspicions to Tyler. He's playing this close until I give him something more to go on. Currently, we are too well positioned and favored for him to take a shot in the dark. Finally, we cleared the entryway doors of the Adventurers Guild's new headquarters and began to head toward the apartment tower.
What?
Kinsley started, stopping mid-sentence as I cut her off with a message. Matt, don't. You never know who's listening. Until the heat from this dies down, we keep communication on this to an absolute minimum. Text only, unless we're in your sanctuary. Kinsley. Fine. Kinsley didn't send a follow-up message. Now that we were out in the open, she was walking a few steps away, lost in thought. I wondered if we were thinking along the same lines. It all came down to an unknowable. The true purpose behind the tragedy of Region 6. There could have been a simple explanation, maybe a contagion or monster that was meant to be weaker had mutated somehow, its effects far more devastating than the game runners intended. Or they needed to reduce the total population within the dome for some reason. In either scenario, it made sense they would use me as a scapegoat if the intention was to get me off the board early. But if that wasn't the case, if the sole purpose was to weaponize the massacre at Region 6 to incite this exact situation, then it was my fault. Not in the traditional sense. I hadn't done anything to directly cause this other than existing. However, that didn't change the possibility that it had happened because of me. I had to carry it, and do everything I could to prevent the past from repeating itself. If that meant working myself half to death, or cooperating with people I didn't like, or a straight-up Faustian bargain, that was fine. But I refused to lay down and die. That's an interesting look, someone called from the dark. A red ember cherried as Miles took a long pull on his cigarette. He wasn't on in the same way as when he dropped in on us before the conference. The dark circles around his eyes looked more pronounced. I leaned toward Kinsley. Catch up with you in a minute? Kinsley nodded, giving Miles a neutral stare.
I'll walk slow.
I wheeled my way over to the trellised bench. A no-smoking sign was etched into the beam that supported the slatted overhang. Beyond the bench was an alley that led to an emergency exit. Miles must have snuck out. It confirmed my earlier thought that he didn't handle public pressure well. The whole lurking in shadows, making cryptic remarks bit is going to get old fast, I said, unable to hide the resignation in my voice. Miles shoved a blue-green pack of camels in my direction, raising an eyebrow. I shook my head. I'm 17. Relax, straight edge. 1 year doesn't make that much of a difference. I got the feeling he wasn't talking about the legal smoking age. Miles kept the pack where they were. After a moment's hesitation, I took one. He cupped one hand around the tip and lit it for me. I took a cautious pull and coughed, trying to hide my disgust. It looked like you decided something. Just curious if it had anything to do with what we talked about," Miles finally said. "You've put me in a difficult position." Absent-mindedly, I took another drag. It didn't taste any better, but this time I didn't cough. A light buzz sharpened my mind, building pressure on my temples. "Masks off?"
"Masks off,"
Miles confirmed. "You already know I fit the profile. As far as I can tell, you haven't told anyone in immediate leadership, though I bet that friend of yours, Avinash, who coincidentally is about to be extremely well-connected for how insulated he must be, is fully aware, as well as a few others for insurance, if you're overly cautious.
Considering the power of the individual we're dealing with, it'd be boneheaded not to take precautions. Which means I need to keep you alive."
I saw Miles lean forward a bit and inwardly smiled.
My guild's reputation is already going to take a hit from what you and Tyler revealed at the meeting. Not a massive one, but a hit nonetheless. It'll be unrecoverable if someone takes you off the board, bringing further accusations to light. I can't contribute much at my current level, but if I'm able to cover ground on that front quickly, the simplest way to ensure that doesn't happen is staying in proximity to you whenever I can."
Miles chuckled. "Well, I'm touched by your self-concern for my safety. I've done this before. I don't need your protection."
"But it wouldn't hurt."
"No." "Which leads to an optics issue." I sighed. "My father told me once about a shortcut the cops use to spot guilt. He said, 'Look for the person quickest to help.' Which honestly sounds like bullshit and potentially harmful if you run across an honest-to-God altruist, but I looked into it, and apparently it's an actual thing. More than that, it's so common that it's almost like there's a veritable compulsion for guilty parties to insert themselves into investigations into their crimes. They'll drop by the police station, or suddenly remember something important, or just linger around the crime scene itself."
"I didn't know your father was in law enforcement,"
Miles lied. "Yes, he did." He shrugged, shivering at a sudden cool gust of wind that tore through us, and shielding his cigarette that had burned down to barely more than the butt.
"Yeah, that's a real thing. Though I've always thought it was more of an ego trip than true psychological compulsion."
"You were baiting me with it, hence the drop-in before the presentation."
"I was."
His green eyes glittered in the dark. I turned my wheelchair so I was perfectly centered on him. "Cards on the table. I know I'm not Mirrodin, so yes, maybe agreeing to work with you is bad for me short-term, especially if I'm knowingly walking into a trap you've laid out. Still, it seems like the quickest way to clear myself, even if that's going to be uphill for a while. But I won't sign up for you if the reason you're bringing me into it is to clear or confirm your suspicions."
"Because you want to help,"
Miles said, voice laden with irony. "I don't give two fucks about helping." I shook my head, or finding the ordinator for that matter.
"What then?"
I looked off into the darkness. I could see the creeping flesh of Region 6 slowly encroaching in my mind's eye. Joshua Denborough's hand jutting upward like a crooked flagpole. I can't get the images from the broadcast out of my head. They were haunting. Statistically speaking, someone I knew died there, and I probably won't ever know who.
"My second ex-wife and my daughter used to live in that area."
Miles mashed the butt of his cigarette under his feet.
"I knew they'd moved, but hearing what happened still nearly sent me into a panic attack."
That's what I'm saying. It could have been your family or mine, obliterated in minutes. And if you're right,
it'll happen again.
Unless we stop it.
"So," Miles raised an eyebrow, "you're walking into the lion's den."
Counting the suits, that made 2 this week. I hesitated. Contingent on you not wasting my time? Yes. Miles eyed me, fishing another white cylinder out of the pack.
"When I asked you how you felt about Mirrodin, you deflected. But you weren't a fan. Before."
The answer took longer to formulate than I expected. If I was honest, I liked being a user. The feeling of power, coupled with the victories and successes, was so tangible and real feeling, I couldn't imagine giving it up. I even liked being an ordinator. The way the class forced me to plan played to my strengths, and I enjoyed being able to control the battlefield. That wasn't all there was to it, though. My limits were constantly being pushed, to the point I continuously took actions that were natural solutions at the moment, and grew more and more questionable as time went on. My victory over Talia, the betrayal of the Spider Queen were early examples. More recently, during the standoff with Roderick's lodge, I'd been fully prepared for them to call my bluff, mostly to sell the lie. But there was no doubt in my mind I would have followed through, even if it meant the deaths of multiple users. Were those actions justified? Probably. In most instances, my life had been on the line, or I'd been acting to protect someone. But that didn't mean I liked it. No, I finally said. There was something about him that scared me. Figured. Why? Miles stood from the bench and rolled his shoulders. Heard the saying, like attracts like? Personally, I've always found it to be horse shit. More often, it's the opposite. Like resents like. Exactly. Had that issue with my first wife. First, I'm not as convinced it's you as you seem to think. Even if I was, I wouldn't act on it until I had something concrete. Miles rubbed his neck. Thank my recent crisis of confidence for that. But if you've been truthful, I'm guessing Mirrodin didn't like you either. Too many similarities in the way you both think, which could be invaluable if you can predict his next move. So yes, I intend to use the hell out of you. Miles was asking me to play a dangerous game. I frowned. Never thought we had much in common, but that might be a blind spot on my part. We all have them, Miles said darkly. So, what now? Miles frowned, looking out toward the sky. This all came together last minute. There's some people I need, if they're available. Or still alive, for that matter. I'll also need to cherry-pick a few folks from the Adventurers Guild to fill the gaps. Probably best to keep this small, minimize risk. He seemed to realize he'd been rambling and gave me a sheepish grin. I'll contact you in a few days. Good. There was some time. I breathed an internal sigh of relief. With the final quest floor of the adaptive dungeon tomorrow and the rendezvous with the suits directly after, my schedule was swamped. And for any interaction with Miles, I'd need to be at the absolute top of my game. Looking forward to it. Chapter 135. It was closing in on 2 in the morning. Still wired from the meeting, I'd parted ways with Kinsley, finishing the last recovery potion, and headed down to the apartment's gym complex. Despite usually being locked around this time, I'd gotten special permission to access it after hours from the landlord, a middle-aged woman with a blonde bob haircut named Dawn, who coincidentally never seemed to sleep. It wasn't the iron I was after, but the adjacent racquetball court. A handful of users in the area had converted it to a small training arena. Thick gym pads lined now-scarred white walls. I'd made the mistake of underestimating the adaptive dungeon the first time. I wasn't about to overestimate my abilities after being mostly wheelchair-bound for the last few days. Carefully I stood and took a few tentative steps. My muscles ached slightly, but there was no immediate rebound of pain. Feeling slightly emboldened, I jumped up and grabbed onto one of the overhanging platforms that ascended in something of a stairway to a rail-less octagon suspended by a central pillar, and attempted to lift myself up to chest level. I overshot from the sudden burst of movement, nearly tumbling off the platform back onto the ground, hanging perilously by one arm. But I didn't fall. Even hanging one-handed, my grip was solid. Surprisingly so. The sudden dexterity had to be augmented agility at work. I just hadn't expected it to be this effective. When my stats had been augmented, I'd been completely run down and exhausted. There was a notable boost, then. Now that I was well rested, the increase felt exponential. And I hadn't even toggled the operator's belt on yet. Curious, I tried to lift myself up with one hand. I managed it once, my chin touching the plexiglass rim of the platform. When I tried to repeat the feat, my arm began to tire, muscle giving out at the halfway point. Right. Augmented agility did nothing to boost my strength. I dropped to the ground in a solid crouch, the wooden floor echoing with the impact. After considering it and deciding there was no real reason to wait, I messaged Say. Matt. You up? Say. Oh. Matt. What? Say. You did not just you up me. I frowned. Was I too short? Or was it that I was messaging her when we were staying in the same apartment? Matt. Figured you'd ignore me if it was too late. Finally out of the chair, and wondering if you'd be down to help me work out the kinks, along with a few of your own. Say, WTF, did a horny friend steal your brain interface? After a quick scan of the conversation, I worded my next message very carefully. Matt, I am currently in the improvised training room adjacent to the gym. If you're still down to do combat-related activities with me tomorrow, I figured we could spar and shake the rust off. Matt, for the record, spar and shake the rust off is not a double entendre. Say, you might be the dumbest smart person I know. Matt, in or out? I can help sneak you down here if you like. There was no response message. Couldn't really blame her. Even through the viewpoint of born nihilist, I still felt a lingering sense of horror at the miscommunication. Still, it made me think. I needed to diverge my maskless life from the profile. Not all at once. If I altered my behavior drastically, it would be painstakingly obvious to someone as perceptive as Miles that I was overcorrecting, flagging clear guilt. But if I deviated over time, slowly painting my altered self in subtle strokes that were different enough to cast doubt, that could still be an effective strategy, even if he was looking for it. I rifled through my pockets, eventually withdrawing the wadded receipt from Sam's with the waitress's name scribbled on the corner. Miles had specifically called out that Mirrodin would be unlikely to form close platonic or romantic attachments. Bad fucking timing for my best friend to be MIA, but maybe I could do something about the latter. Even if the thought made me mildly queasy. The flat white wall of the racquetball court door swung inward. I spun, reaching down toward my hip, then stopped. Say was wearing a dark overcoat. Beneath the sleeves were a pair of gloves that looked slightly oversized, but did an excellent job masking her attention-grabbing claws. The chitin around the base of her chin was covered with an orange scarf, her compound eyes concealed by a pair of reflective aviators. The finishing stroke, and I suspected the reason for the overcoat, was whatever magic Iris had managed with Say's legs. Armored augmentation on her legs thickened them, while some clever trickery in the design made her knees appear as if they were bending the correct way. Though considering her uncharacteristic trudge, there was probably a limitation on how quickly she could move and maintain the facade. It wasn't perfect. Say still looked suspicious as hell, but no one would mistake her for a monster. Iris worked fast. Your sister's an angel. Say took the glasses off, revealing hexagonal-tiled red eyes. Helped me try it on. It's not functional. She was really beating herself up about that and promised the next version would be, though honestly, I was just happy to not look like a freak. Then explained how it worked and passed out on the couch. She paused. We safe here? I nodded. Should be. Landlady said I was the only one with access. Good. First time I haven't been freezing, and of course I'm too hot. Say ripped the scarf off and started dismantling her augments, leaving them in a pile in the corner. I looked away on reflex. While I waited, I plugged the waitress's name into my social, hesitating on the mental trigger to add her. I blurted out the question before I could think better of it. How do I ask someone out? Say slowly turned. Any more hard right turns tonight, and I'm going to get whiplash, helpline. Forget it. You've seriously never done that before? Asked someone out? Flirted? I hadn't. For one, it had always struck me as a frivolous waste of time, given my situation. Dating was for people who didn't have to worry about where their next meal was coming from, and I'd never really met anyone I found attractive enough to even consider it. Just drop it. Let's do what we came here to do. Oh, hell no. Now I'm interested. Say grinned, stalking into my vision. This Adonis that melted your icy heart. I crossed my arms. She's a waitress, and it's nothing serious. Huh. Does she know you exist? She made the first move. Are you sure? I rolled my eyes, despite the fact that I'd utterly missed it at the time. She wrote down the system equivalent of her number on the receipt. Huh. I mean, yeah. That's interested. But you have to be careful and consider her motivations. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Seriously. Maybe it's just hero worship, but from what little I've picked up,
You're in a position of power as the region owner and connected to 2 serious guilds. Say cocked her head. I considered it. If the waitress did have an ulterior motive, that was probably ideal in terms of balancing the scales. Honestly, it's better if she's looking to get something out of it. Say gave me a dead stare. So you're just looking to... She smacked a hand against her wrist twice. It clinked rather than the meaty slap she intended. The queasy feeling came back into my stomach. God, no. So if it's not sex and it's not romance, what are you even wanting out of this? Say looked completely perplexed. It was a fair question. It's an optics issue, I finally admitted. Not sure how else to say it. With this spotlight on me, I need to do whatever I can to look normal. Start people from asking questions before they start. You want to reduce your disquieting, possibly a serial killer vibe, Say guessed. I winced. Okay. Hurtful, but yes, that's the general idea. Say tilted her head thoughtfully. I mean, she's already bought in. Short of ghosting her, she'll probably take anything you do as reciprocated interest. How nice is the place she works at? Uncomfortably fancy. Fine dining people tend to be particular about their food. Don't do a restaurant until you know what she likes. Do coffee or boba or something. That was surprisingly insightful. Should I, wait a certain number of days before reaching out? Say shook her head. Nah, there are people who play those games, but that's mostly a myth. As long as you didn't start spamming her texts the second you got her contact information, or send significantly more messages than she does, you're fine. Sooner is usually better, to be honest. I nodded. Slowly, the ridiculousness of the conversation began to sink in, and I felt my cheeks redden. Say snickered. To be a fly on the wall in that coffee shop. Shut up. Thoroughly ready to forget this conversation ever happened, I stalked to the center of the room, my footsteps reverberating on the scuffed wooden floor. Your turn in the hot seat. Let's see what you can do. For the first time, doubt shadowed Say's expression. It feels weird. Your balance? I guessed. Her center of gravity had changed significantly. I finally looked at my character screen yesterday. Most of the abilities are written in a language I can't understand, but the stats themselves are significantly increased from where they were before. Which stats? Strength and agility, both in the low 30s? My eyebrow shot up at that. Compared to where she was before, being in the 30s of any stat was an insane boost, even if it didn't align with her class. Say shook her head. But that's not the weird part. It feels wrong to take advantage of this, like you're tacitly approving of what's happened to you? I finished. Yes, exactly. Say peered at me suspiciously. How can you be so insightful when it comes to psychological shit and simultaneously clueless when it comes to what we just talked about? I ignored the jibe. None of us chose to be in this situation. And sure, there are some monsters that probably prefer this to the world we had before, but they're the minority. Personally, I think there's no shame in using the absolute hell out of any tools you've been given, regardless of their source. That's just survival. But that's just my feelings on it. What matters is what you think. Say chewed her lip. I think I want that rematch. I smiled. Gladly. Chapter 136. It was better to maintain the appearance of low stakes, a friendly spar of no consequence, even if in reality Say's performance directly decided whether it was worth risking bringing her into the adaptive dungeon. We'd skated through the trial by the skin of our teeth, and the venture hadn't ended well. While it was true that as individuals we were both far stronger than we were during the trial thanks to her recent stat boost, our combined strength was still probably less than our original group. There was just no easy replacement for the powerhouses we'd lost. Nick and Ginny both. There was no safety net. No Nick to bulldoze through monsters if either of us were overwhelmed or injured. If I was going to take Say into the dungeon, she needed to be rock solid. I took a spot toward the rear of the court. Sure you don't want to go over your abilities first? I'm sure.
Say's expression was blank as she stared me down. Her demeanor had changed since I'd accepted the rematch, much of the anxiety suddenly absent. The shift in behavior was disquieting, but probably a good sign.
I've worked out what some of them do. You already know what I had before. Not really keen on giving advantages away.
She licked her lips in a manner that scared the hell out of me.
How hard do you want to go?
I hefted a wooden practice saber in my hands. Though light, it was more than heavy enough to cause injuries if I wasn't careful. It's just a spar.
Last time we sparred, you almost broke my nose, bashed my head against an armoire, and threw me into a pool.
Say glared at me.
That was an ambush. I reacted accordingly.
I shrugged. However, point taken. No broken bones. After re-evaluating the claws on the end of her long fingers, I added, or deep lacerations, nothing that would do permanent damage or risk causing an injury that would take more than a simple health potion to fix. Beyond that, we want this to be as real as possible.
You're worried I'll choke,
she frowned.
It's just as likely I may be the one to choke, I said.
She pursed her lips, and I explained. Seriously, I'm counting on you here.
Don't patronize me.
I bit back an irritated reply. It was better to be honest, even if showing weakness was something that went against my nature. Look, I've started experiencing certain issues ever since the event. Everyday noises startle me. And even though I'm probably far safer here than, well, anywhere else, it's also impossible to drop my guard.
Post-traumatic stress?
Say connected the dots, and her irritation seemed to melt away. Exactly. No idea how bad it is. So, this isn't just about evaluation, it's about accountability. I watch your back, you watch mine. If either of us sees anything out of the ordinary, or a glaring issue that wasn't there before, we call each other out on it. Seemingly mollified, Say rubbed the back of her neck.
You're making it really hard to be competitive right now.
Just putting my cards on the table. Some of them, at least. Say set her legs in a manner that looked more like a sprinter's stance than anything combat-related.
Ready?
Ready, I confirmed, not entirely sure what Say intended. Did she plan to use her superior strength and speed to plow me over before I could catch my stride? It was a viable strategy considering the stats, but I couldn't help but be slightly disappointed by the direct approach. Without looking away, I evaluated and catalogued my surroundings. There were beams in the center of the room, platforms that formed oversized steps ascending the left and rear walls, where a railed catwalk led to an octagon supported by several beams in the center. I seeded Probability Cascade on her legs, anchoring the spell to activate when I pressed my index, third, and fourth finger to my palm. Then I anchored a section of heavy-looking pads on the rear wall to my thumb, one of the platforms to my pinky. The mana drain was significant compared to the dice, but far less so on the inanimate objects than Say herself. Thick crimson fog rose around us, obfuscating my view of her. I felt myself freeze up. This was some variation of the beguiling gloom ability she'd had before. All at once, I was surrounded by red again. I could almost see the silhouettes of figures, shuffling. Awareness screamed, pulling me out of my reverie just in time as Say emerged like a comet through the mist, glowing blue fist cocked backward. I threw myself out of the way with no time to think, and landed hard on my side, barely managing to salvage the momentum and roll out of it. I sheathed my saber, and quickly withdrew my practice bow with Page's quick draw. There was a meaty thump as Say slammed into the pads on the back left wall. The fog was dissipating quickly, but if I played this too passive, she'd be able to regroup and try that insanely quick charge again. I knocked an arrow and released it. It whipped into the evaporating mist and hit the floor with the clatter of wood on wood. I pressed a finger into my palm and listened for her to fall, then took another shot, and another. "Timeout," Say said. "Unless you're conceding, we didn't establish timeouts when we went over the rules," I answered, taking another shot in the direction of her voice. There was a loud crack. The feathered tail of the arrow spiraled out of the mist and landed next to me, sliced in half. Did she just deflect that arrow with her claws? Seriously, wait, I might not be able to control it. It's like I'm constantly peaking. Hard to dial it down. I considered that, my heart pounding in my chest. The safest option would be to call this off. Let's say drill for a few days until she was fully comfortable with her abilities. But I wasn't sure we had time for that. It's fine.
What? I have the level advantage, as well as more practical experience, and realistically speaking, you won't be holding back in a dungeon. It's better we get a sense of what you can do." "What if I hurt you?" She sounded small, some anxiety returning to her voice. "I mean, don't try to hurt me if it's avoidable, but let's play this out." There was a moment of hesitation. I watched the mist for movement. It stirred back and to the left, and I drew another arrow, loosing it in the direction of the disturbance. There was no sound of the arrow bouncing off anything, as if the mist itself absorbed it. "You dropped this." Say leapt from the mist, holding the arrow I just shot out toward me, intent on jabbing the upper tip into my neck. I let the bow fall and braced. Unsparing Fang took over, and I used my body as a pivot, deflecting her momentum away from myself. But she wasn't as light as before. Just like all that strength wasn't for nothing. Say kept her grip on my arm and fell to the ground, pulling me forward and planting a foot on my chest. Then, with a movement as casual as a kid kicking a soccer ball, Say launched me. I flew backward, hit the floor, and eventually slid to a stop, trying to shake off the disorientation before it cost me. She'd knocked me over by one of the platforms that led up to the octagon. I baited her, waiting until the last possible moment to throw myself forward as she aimed a brutal kick toward my midsection, her leg hitting the platform behind me instead. It splintered, even as she grimaced in pain, and I spun on my back, kicking a leg out from under her and withdrawing my saber in the same motion. But I'd underestimated how many new tools Say had to play with. Long black blades formed of chitin emerged from her elbows, and she swiveled, driving a blunt edge into my saber, knocking it away. When the follow-up strike came, I was already leaping upward and back. Operator's belt helping me clear the chest-high platform and land on top of it. There was less than a second to appraise the blades. They were around 1.5 feet long and didn't seem to carry much of an edge, more bludgeons than swords. It wasn't a bad setup for her. She could use the elbow extensions to soften and disorient a target, then move in with her claws for the kill. Problem was, I had no idea how to defend against it. If I was going to win, I needed to figure out a solution, quickly. I retreated up the platforms, Say chasing behind me. When she reached the seated platform, I pressed my pinky to my palm, and the platform collapsed, dumping her off, following it up with my third finger, making certain she fell. Without hesitating, I used Page's quick draw and pulled my crossbow, firing from the hip as Say plummeted toward the ground, momentum still carrying her toward me. A feeling of victory rose in my chest. Say fought well to this point, but there was no way she could avoid a shot at this range. The arrow struck her and bounced off, but did nothing to stop her heel from obliterating the platform beneath my feet. She landed hard on her side, and I fell right beside her. My head banged against the wall as I landed, and stars exploded behind my eyes. I stabbed the saber toward her blindly, and she knocked it away with an elbow blade, slamming the dull side into my gut before I could do so much as blink. There was a momentary reprieve as we both scrambled to our feet and put distance between us. I panted, "You're a lot better. So are you." Say flexed her wrist suddenly, and 2 thorn-sized black projectiles shot toward me. The double tap. I delayed my reaction just long enough to ensure I didn't dodge into the second. They embedded themselves into the ground a foot away from me. The range wasn't long, probably shorter than my crossbow, but if she intended to use them in conjunction with her poison buff, they didn't need much in the way of range. She rushed me before I could comment further. I barely fended her off, unsparing Fang working on overdrive to redirect and deflect her attacks as we clashed over and over again. Her strength and speed were oppressive as she threw herself at me, every blocked hit landing like a battering ram. She clearly spent a lot of time thinking about how to use her abilities and managed to pull them into execution almost flawlessly. It wasn't just that she was better, though she was. The tentativeness to her movements was gone, as if she'd overcome a mental barrier that had been holding her back before. The system had taken something precious from her, her identity, and, to some extent, her humanity, and in return, it had made her a force to be reckoned with. If I was being honest, I wasn't confident I could take her in a straight fight. Maybe if I was playing dirty, screwing with her head and using both summons, it might be doable, but it was hardly a certain outcome. That felt like an important reality check, because Say was just one user among a sea of hundreds of thousands, and after the transposition, every single person in that sea, the vast majority of them at least, would be searching for an edge, an advantage. They'd be leveling and growing as quickly as they could manage, gathering items and artifacts to solidify their power, and every one of them was a potential threat. We were both fatiguing now, though I was fading faster than her.
I wasn't built for long, drawn-out battles, even if it was just a spar. I stabbed out suddenly with my saber, using the final instance of probability cascade, hoping to catch her by surprise. She recovered from the stumble, swiping my saber away and sending it tumbling to the ground. I reached for my inventory just as she grabbed me by the throat. The sharpened tips of her claws pressed lightly into my neck. "Tap out," Say growled. With a smirk, I glanced down. "Draw?" She followed my gaze downward and groaned. I'd managed to pull out Blade of Woe and press it against her abdomen just as her hand had closed around my throat. "Ugh, fine." She released my throat and collapsed to the ground. "Really thought that was a win." "Almost was." She peered at me suspiciously. In truth, I'd intended to sandbag, throw the match if it meant building her confidence back up. But that intention hadn't lasted longer than 5 seconds. She was packing too much power for me to do anything half-assedly. A single lapse in focus would have been my undoing. I snorted, poking at my bruised ribs. "Let's never do that for real." Say raised an eyebrow. "Because we'll both end up in the hospital?" "Or bleed out in the ambulance." Silence held as we regained our breath. After we'd taken an adequate amount of time to rest, we started discussing strategy. Say hadn't used her buffs nearly as much as she could have, the influx of strength and speed distracting her from what were previously her core abilities. Conversely, Say gave me shit for my continued lack of creativity. "We just talked about how you need more variety than tripping people," she glared. "1, it was a spar, and there's not that much to work with in here. 2, defending against your onslaught took the entirety of my attention. But yes, you're not wrong." I had been using the power in a more effective way, casting it beforehand and triggering those actions after. Now I needed to test its limits. "So," Say said, "we're really doing it then. Finding a dungeon tomorrow and getting back to the grind." That posed an interesting quandary. If it lined up with the trial, the dungeon would probably reset any floor we entered as a party. If my theory held, I'd originally intended to redo the first and second floor as a softball, intending to save most of my mana and strength for the Lithid. The Lithid itself was still off-limits, but now that I thought about everything up to that point, the dungeon seemed to primarily adapt to level first, class and individual second, which meant Say would be bringing our average level down while punching far above her weight class. "Our priority should be getting you to level 10 as quickly as possible." "That's a big jump." Say opened one eye and looked at me. "Sounds like you figured out what Nick's friend was being all cryptic about." "The system augments stats at level 10, buffing the 2 highest you have. From what I can tell so far, it's not necessarily a direct buff, more like getting several feats based around the skill, giving it more utility. Your strength and agility are already a force to be reckoned with, even as they are now. After? You'd be terrifying," I said. "Good." Say stared up at the ceiling. "It's better than being weak." "The plan I have in mind makes sense. It'll help me expand my repertoire with the ability, and hopefully boost your level. However, it will require some, flexibility on your part," I admitted. She shifted, and I felt her eyes on me. "Why do I get the feeling I'm not going to like this?" Chapter 137. I was perched on the overhead rafter of what appeared to be a large banquet-style dining hall. Annoyed, I squinted at my scrawled notes. They were a byproduct of trying to cram preparation for the 5th floor in last night after practicing at the training grounds. Not surprising that they were sloppy, considering I could barely see straight by the time I got back to the room. So for a bow, we're thinking either light, water, or divine. Talia was sitting across from me, dubiously staring down at the hall below us. "Talia?" I tried again.
"Divine would be best, from what I understand. Such things are rare. And I would not be surprised if the Lithid has no weaknesses whatsoever,"
Talia finally said, then glanced back toward the floor.
"As much as I understand the purpose of this, are we sure she's all right down there?"
I looked down. Say was surrounded by goblins, and, well, bits of goblins. Arms, legs, torsos were all scattered around the banquet hall. One of them jumped on her back and tried ineffectually to sink its teeth into her chitined shoulder. Say snarled, grabbing it by the neck and slamming it, shoulders down, onto the nearby table. The goblin shrieked as Say bashed her knee into its head over and over. Two more were trying desperately to tear her off the third. In a howl of rage, Say sunk her claws into its neck. "Doing great, Say," I called down. Covered from head to toe in viscera, Say spun and shouted, "Eat a bag of dicks!" Then flipped me the bird. "Don't forget to use your magic. Fuck you!" See, she's fine. I went back to my notes. "Matthias," Talia admonished. "Audrey's down there helping." Even as I spoke, Audrey had seized one of the larger goblins by its hands and legs, holding it steady while Say, Jesus, did extremely violent things to it. If it starts to go sideways, we'll know immediately. "I wanted to be the one to help her," Talia glowered. I sighed. "It's hard to know how she'll respond to you. As far as she knows, you died. Discovering that you survived could throw her off balance while we're in the dungeon." This was about building Say's confidence back up. I've been extremely careful with the first and second floors. When we'd entered the adaptive dungeon as a partied pair, the first floor had reset. But it wasn't the simple puzzle from before. The first floor was absolutely littered with flower fangs. Say and I had worked together to clear it. I put in a decent effort at first, and when it was obvious she was holding her own, and then some, I'd taken a back seat, saving my strength for the Lithid fight later on. Much to my surprise and delight, the system had given Say the lion's share, which meant she was absolutely raking in experience. More importantly, there's a visibility issue. "Visibility?" Talia asked. "Don't get me wrong. Audrey's fantastic, but you're my strongest, most reliable summon. Hence, I want to utilize your abilities as much as possible." Talia perked up at the praise. I chewed my lip. "Unfortunately, if things keep going according to plan, it's only going to get more difficult to do that." Understanding lit in Talia's eyes. "That's why you've limited my contact with others, because the nefarious group you're hunting already saw me. And they're not the only ones. Thankfully, we've mostly been careful, and the Overseer kept you out of the recap footage. Hardly anyone knows you exist. Kinsley being the main exception. Still, you could easily be connected to Mirrodin if the Adventurers Guild talks to Jake and the rest of Region 9. Though we hit them so fast and hard, it's possible your presence went over their heads." Talia mulled that over. "I see the issue. Our enemies could use me to connect Mirrodin to you, while our allies could connect me to Mirrodin. It is a complex position you are in." Right. If they were coordinating, we'd be fucked. I was momentarily distracted as a dismembered goblin head sailed through the air, tongue lolling out, face masked with surprise. Thankfully, I can't see the suits working with anyone. Spying, sure. Cooperating is far less likely. It was a problem I'd been running up against for a while and hadn't worked out a solution. Dyeing Talia's fur was a possibility, if she was amenable, which I doubted, but that wasn't really viable if the suits stayed as quick on the uptake as they'd been so far. "Scary!" Audrey's voice popped into my mind. I dropped the notebook and drew my bow immediately. The goblins had clustered together. Two larger variants, hobgoblins, unless I missed my guess, were crowding Say with axes, attacking in tandem, while the smaller goblins took turns stabbing at her back. Another spindly-looking goblin was rushing forward with a torch. I'd tested probability cascade some earlier. While it was significantly more powerful than Spiral, there were some limits that held it back. I couldn't, for example, reach out toward one of the hobgoblins and give him a heart attack, or disable their lungs, or cause acute kidney failure. When I tried on previous targets, pale, almost translucent humanoids that lived in a large cave on the second floor, they experienced severe pain that seemed to fade after a short time, but it hadn't killed them. Whatever I inflicted seemed limited to the surface, or close to the surface, musculature and otherwise. I'd managed to take one down from a neutral standing position to writhing on the floor with a broken leg, but it had taken a significant portion of mana to do so, and considering the numbers, it wasn't worth it. Far better to use it on subjects in motion, cueing actions that could reasonably occur within a given time frame. And when it came to that, the results cost far less mana and spoke for themselves. I started casting. Say shrunk back, holding both arms out in front of her with a grimace. One of the hobgoblins roared in bloodlust. Then, all of a sudden, his hands went to his throat and his eyes bugged out as he choked on his own tongue. Letting out a roar of her own, Say drove her fist into the other hobgoblin's armored head. I managed to preempt the hit, and the hobgoblin shrieked, pirouetting in place from the hit, swinging blindly, far to Say's right. I wasn't close enough to confirm, but if it worked as I suspected it had, the hobgoblin would be seeing double for the rest of its very short life. That was probably enough, but I wanted to test the ability further. I double-cast Probability Cascade on an arrow, the first to guide the arrow itself, the second an if-then for when it landed, and knocked it. Then I exhaled and released the arrow. It shredded through a smaller goblin's temple. Its arms immediately went limp, and its mouth hung open as it turned to its fellows and staggered to them for help, clinging desperately to whatever appendage was in reach as they frantically tried to shake it off. When Say dispatched the choking hobgoblin and advanced on the second, I returned to my notes.
"Your cruelty grows," Talia observed.
Uncomfortable, I shrugged it off. I'm being more creative. And they're just goblins.
"They will not always be."
I let that hang, squinting at my chicken-scratched notes. From what Talia had already told me, in terms of physical strength, the Lithid wasn't much more powerful than an average human. What made it dangerous were the psychological attacks and foresight. It was capable of skimming through both on the surface and drilling deeper down, confronting the target with their deeper fears via hallucinations and taunts. The fact that our methods had several commonalities was not lost on me. Given that disquieting connection, I'd done my best to reverse engineer the methods I would use to take myself down if given the same tools. The results were grim. My family was a clear vector of attack. Friends, too, especially if it went after the unresolved cases like Nick and Ginny. Depending on how deep the rabbit hole went, there were numerous instances of despair and desperation in my history that it could call on. But the real ringer was my father. I could remember the burning soles of my barefoot feet as I made my way down the sidewalk toward the house his cruiser was parked next to. Seeing people crowded around on their cell phones, then through the crowd, a door left wide open. And that was where it stopped, like a roll of film sliced in half, regardless of how much I replayed it. Textbook repressed memory. In reality, I'd seen the incident report. I knew what happened. My father made the house call, then died from multiple gunshot wounds. All 6 shots fired from a revolver over the span of 10 seconds. Tragic, but realistically, not the worst way to go. He was dead before he hit the ground. His killer was on death row last time I checked. I'd made peace with it a long time ago. However, knowing that and seeing it were two different things, and judging from the memory, I must have seen it. Walked through the door and found him lying on the floor bleeding, while some cracked-up wife-beater waved a revolver around. I forced myself to imagine it, along with a plethora of horrific permutations. Uncomfortable as it was, I had to be mentally prepared for the Lithid to dig up that memory and throw it in my face.
"Would it help us if I was able to alter my appearance?"
Talia suddenly asked. I looked up to find my summon lost in her thoughts. "Well, yes," I answered cautiously. "Is that something you can do?" Talia slid a paw down the wooden grain of the beam, tracing the grain line.
"Not at this time, but I feel if I am on the cusp of something. Stalled at the precipice of dominion."
Now that she mentioned it, my summons did level with me. When I conveyed that thought, Talia shook her head.
"I have experienced a minor increase in power each time you've leveled. This feels different, like a coiled lash in my mind that I may direct when it finally comes untethered."
It sounded similar to the threshold I'd crossed at level 5 when I'd unlocked the conjuration variant of Ordinator. "There are 2 possibilities I've been considering based on what happened during the transposition," I finally said. "Either we find a way to alter your appearance, or I let you go." Surprise and hurt showed in Talia's expression, and I immediately explained. "Not release you as a summon, unless that's what you want. Just, I've been thinking about that clash with the Adventurers Guild.
You took the Lux and started racing down the highway. It's hazy, but from what I understand, you made it pretty far. There doesn't seem to be a range limit, or if there is, it's significant.
I see.
You're considering me as a scout. Talia cocked her head. This isn't something I could offer Audrey, much less the Lithid, assuming it drops a core. They're both a short-leash situation. But you're quick, intelligent, and you can take care of yourself. Assuming you operated at night, you could scout, look for dungeons, maybe even clear them yourself if they're low enough level. Get in too deep and I could just resummon you. You'd have more freedom, plenty of room to run. Talia broke eye contact.
There is considerable trust in your offer. I feel as if I have not earned it with my actions, with the way I've treated you.
I snorted. I don't give two fucks about attitude, just actions. How long did it take you to get those healthy potions open and down my throat while I was unconscious, bleeding out all over the van again?
Silence, whelp.
Talia rolled her eyes. Point is, it's your decision. I want your help. But I'm aware that we didn't get off on the best foot. You've earned some autonomy. Don't waste that power on something you'd hate doing.
Maybe I shall use it to develop opposable thumbs.
Talia cocked an eyebrow in challenge. I chuckled. Not going to lie, that sounds low-key horrifying. System notification. Bond with Revenant Wolf, Talia, has increased to 5. There was a wet splat as a red, dripping organ that looked very much like a liver bounced onto the rafter and splattered red all over my boot. I wrinkled my nose. Jesus Christ, why? Oh, I'm sorry, Helpline. Did I get blood on you? Say asked, her voice dripping with sarcasm. I peeked over the rafter and saw Say staring right back up at me, drenched from head to foot in viscera. If this was a Carrie cosplay competition, she would have nailed it. You missed one. I pointed to a goblin that was crawling away with only its arms, dragging itself across the floor. Say stalked toward it, catching up easily, then summarily drop-kicked it into a wall. It hit with an audible "herk" and crashed to the ground, utterly still.
Our packmate is an excellent huntress.
Talia nodded approvingly. Adaptive dungeon, 3rd floor, has been cleared. XP reward, M. XP reward reduced for lacking participation. Your party is currently ranked 1st on the leaderboard. How was it? Say asked. Some of her fire had gone out after the last goblin died. Now she mostly just looked tired. I slid down the support beam and kicked off 3/4 of the way down, landing squarely on my feet on top of one of the long dining tables. Do you even have to ask? Look around. Say surveyed the bodies. Yeah, we won. There were so fucking many of them, though. Guessing you had to pull plenty of strings from me with that ability. I blinked. I lifted a finger exactly 1 time. When they finally started coordinating and backed you into a corner. And this dungeon is adaptive, it scales. You took out 2 users' worth of monsters almost entirely on your own. At a higher level, no less. Oh, Say perked up at that. So you're saying I'm better than you? Pretty sure I said nothing of the sort. It was implied. Not on your life. So full of yourself. Say sat down on a bench, swiping through an invisible menu. Hit level 9. Can actually read this shit now that I've got the translation feat. She glanced up at me warily. Might be good to stop soon. I'm dead on my feet. As much as I wanted her to lock down the augments as soon as possible, it was better that we played it safe. So far, this had been a positive experience, empowering, and I knew from experience that this was when the dungeon stopped giving a single fuck about fairness. The increase in bullshit from the 3rd floor to the 4th was significant, and it was particularly harrowing. It could easily leave me too drained to accomplish my primary goal and unsettle Say's headspace. Yeah, let's call it. We'll stop by the 2nd floor so you can rinse off in the cave's mineral pool, then I'll get Kinsley to door you out when we leave the dungeon.
If my service has been acceptable, may I ask for a reward?
Talia's voice appeared in my head. I inwardly groaned, guessing what was coming. What is it?
I understand.
understand your position and how this may complicate things, but if what you are saying is correct, this may be the last opportunity. I wish to speak to our packmate, to wish her well." It was hard to understand why this was so important to my summon. Nevertheless, it was important to her, whether it was due to pack mentality, imprinting, or whatever else, which was why it killed me that I had to decline. "Talia, if I present myself like a spirit guide as before, it will not jeopardize you." I cocked my head. That was a possibility I hadn't considered, but I questioned whether it was as simple as Talia implied. Audrey had always been subject to some scrutiny, though Say was willing to accept my very thin explanation that the summon was Ranger-class related. Considering the circumstances, she was already taking a lot in stride. And I knew from my experience with Kinsley that trust only went so far, even if I'd effectively saved someone's life. But Talia never asked me for anything, and Say could probably use another win, even if it was a small one. And Talia was a decent enough actress. If she did this the way she intended, it was enough of a minor risk that I was willing to chance it. Fine. Chapter 138. I knew there was a chance this wouldn't go how Talia wanted. Of that original group, Ginny was the friendliest toward her, with Nick as a strong second. Say, by comparison, was a distant third. It was entirely possible that this could backfire completely. People don't always act rational after a tragedy. Looking for someone or something to blame is par for the course, and what better scapegoat than the spirit guy that led us to ruin? Realistically, there was nothing Talia could have done. "Elevator's creeping me out." Say eyed the iron bars warily. "It's got serious cage vibes." All 3 floors Say had cleared were wholly different from my original experience. The elevator was the one aspect that remained relatively unchanged. Figuring it wouldn't do any harm, I briefly recounted my original experience with the dungeon, leaving out the more problematic aspects and altering the story some. "So, the bear almost killed you, but you took it out on your own, and now you've got the shadow thing left." "Pretty much." Before I could say anything further, Say rounded on me. There was a cloud of anger in her expression. "Why exactly are you doing this?" I studied her. "To finish the quest." "Does it require you to finish it solo?" "Well, no." "And you said getting me to level 10 was a priority, right?" "Yes." "Then here's an idea, smartass." Say stuck a finger in my chest. "Give me a day to rest, and we come back and finish this thing together." There was something beneath the acerbic demeanor. Worry? Concern, maybe? Still, that wasn't going to happen. "I'm on a timetable." "What fucking timetable?" Say held her arms wide. "Feel free to explain it to me, because I don't get it. The dungeon doesn't mess around. By your own admission, it would have happily killed you if you so much as picked the wrong elevator." "I appreciate the offer, really," I said honestly, "and if things were even slightly different, I'd take you up on it. But there's something valuable to me in the solo instance. Something I might not be able to obtain if we went that route." Say stepped away and crossed her arms, giving me a cold stare. "More secrets."